Three Broomsticks Pub Talk. Cross held the Felix Felicis potion in his hands and smiled. This Professor Slughorn guy was a pretty weird guy. Cross thought he was cool, if not a bit crazy. Cross walked back to his station to notice, Hermione had vanished. He remembered his book and cursed as he grabbed his potions book and ran out of the classroom shouting Hermione. I will get my book back. Slughorn watched him go and said, a curious lad, isn't he? Harry said, I'm finished, Professor. Slughorn came back and said, yes. Let me see, Harry. As he looked at Harry's potion before saying, ah. Another perfect potion. Sadly I only had one vial. I shall prepare another one for you, Harry. Worry not. Aha. Harry smiled at this goofy teacher and nodded. A while later. Cross looked for Hermione everywhere. Luna found him and jumped up, kissing his lips as she said, what you looking for, tiger? Cross grumbled that damn Hermione. She stole my book. I was only at chapter 12. Luna smiled dangerously and said, another woman. Cross could have sworn he heard a knife sharpening somewhere and looked around to see Luna's expression. He jumped and said, ah. Nonsense, Hermione got a sex change. His name is Henry now. Luna giggled and a tear came out of her eye, morphing into a whale before flying away. Cross was spooked. Luna's new ability was too weird. Not only that, but her mantra was hundreds of times stronger than his. She could see 500 kilometers around her and predict around a dozen seconds into the future. Also, if she focused extremely hard, she could make predictions that could happen God knows when. Also, her hands could turn black and shiny and became as hard as steel. Cross learned of this ability the hard way. It wasn't a pleasant experience. She almost squeezed him right off. Luna smiled and hugged him, acting like a koala. Cross smiled softly at her actions. No matter how much stringer she got, she never changed. She would always be his girl, the cute, slightly weird, a little crazy, and quirky Luna that he loved to death. Cross brought her along as he walked the halls, forgetting about Hermione. Luna shuffled up his body and nibbled on his ear as she said, tonight. Can we go soft? Rough is fun, but when you go gently I feel really happy. Cross twitched his ear and groaned before turning to her and kissing her face as he said, of course. Luna smiled lovingly and rested her head on his shoulder, as happy as a lark. A week and a bit later. Cross sat sitting on the Quidditch benches with Luna, watching the tryouts and occasionally fooling around. Luna whispered to him, what do you think? Cross nodded and said, well, of course. Why wouldn't it? Luna looked at him and said, are you serious? Cross said, well, look at him. Do you think he's as handsome as me? There's no way. As he pointed at the guy next to Ron. Luna slapped her forehead and said, what does being handsome have to do with being a keeper? Cross replied, listen, if he was as handsome as me he would be an excellent keeper. I'm telling you. Watch, this guy can't even fly. Luna facepalmed and sighed, how did I get stuck with an idiot like you? Cross quipped, because you're extremely shallow and have a thing for elves, not judging a partner based on personality. Luna's hands turned black and she smiled as she said, oh really? Anything else to say? Cross said immediately, of course. You're beautiful, smart, sexy, and have incredible taste and judgment. Luna nodded and said, that's right. But Cross continued as he looked at the Quidditch players, I mean, you must have incredible taste, have you seen me? I'm the most handsome and sexy man on this planet. Luna felt her mouth twitch. They looked at each other for a few seconds before bursting into laughter as Luna said, you're ugly. And Cross replied, and you're retarded. Luna hugged his arm happily with a big smile on her face. Cross caressed her hand with his thumb as he smiled and watched the tryouts continue. That guy was doing pretty good. Cross frowned, who was this guy and why did he think he was as handsome as me? Cross twitched his finger and the guy's broomstick started going wild as he chuckled and said, Loony, you remember that mechanical bull in America? Luna laughed and said, you wouldn't. Cross snickered and twitched his fingers. The guy's broom started bucking back and forth like a mechanical bull. Cross cheered, yee-ah-ah-oof. Luna burst into crying laughter. Cross made one of the guy's arms go up in the air and Luna fell over laughing. Cross laughed and controlled the broom to buck around the ring goals. Hermione giggled from the side. Cross looked over while controlling the guy's broom, before letting do and jumping at Hermione shouting, my book. Hermione shrieked and ran away. Cross chased after her and Hermione apparat back to the castle. Cross jumped in the air and flew after her, wrapping a string around Luna and pulling her towards him as he left. Another few weeks passed. Cross hair changed to white. He looked very handsome. The black flame-like markings made him appear even more handsome for some reason. It was a strange phenomenon. Luna loved them. Cross was currently frowning in the Three Broomsticks pub. Luna was sitting across from him and drank her butterbeer as she said, what's wrong, baby? Cross wiped the foam off her lips and put his finger in his mouth with a serious expression before saying, he hasn't made a single move yet. Luna rested her chin on her palm and leaned her elbow on the table. Her legs were crossed on top of each other and she was spinning her cup in a circle, holding it from the top, swirling the beer inside as she hummed. Cross was entranced by her movements, so elegant, so beautiful, so sexy, he couldn't look away, but he suppressed it as other things were more important at the moment. Luna thought for a moment before giving her opinion. Maybe he truly thinks Umbridge was behind it all. Cross was silent for a few moments before asking anything. Luna's eyes glowed pink, but she shook her head. There was the happiest warm and loving smile on her lips. However, Cross said, "What did you see?" Luna replied cryptically, "A happy family." Cross clicked his tongue and frowned as he drank from his beer, thinking about the current situation before saying, "It can't be that you're right, could it? I have all the house elves under my control, why have I heard nothing from them?" Cross sighed and said, "If he's truly as you said, then I'm extremely disappointed." Luna smiled softly as she said, "I think you're enjoying this too much." Cross tapped the table with his finger as he said, Maybe." He sighed and added, "I wasn't like this before." As he drained his mug and tapped it on the table. A waiter came and got him another butterbeer before leaving. Luna caressed his cheek and said, "I still love you." Cross smiled and Luna added, "Maybe a little less." Cross chuckled and said, "Really? Finally you said something, because I can't bear being with you any longer." Luna pretended to be sad and sniffled as she said, "I guess I'll just go to that guy who was talking to me in my class." Cross slammed the table with his fist and said, "Who is he? I'll kill him." Luna laughed and said lovingly, "I love you." Cross smiled and pinched her nose as he said, "Me too, Loony. If anybody talks to you, they'll be in a bed for life." Luna rolled her eyes and said, "Such a jealous boy." Cross smirked and said, "Hey, I was supposed to meet Hermione for studying later." The glass in Luna's hand cracked and her hand turned black. Cross chuckled and drank his beer with a joyful expression. Luna coughed and said, "Anyway, if he makes a move, you should know right away. Maybe he's dealing with something much more important. Have you seen his right hand? It was black at the beginning of the year, now his arm is black." Cross frowned and said, "You think he's cursed?" Luna shrugged and drank as she said, "I don't see any other explanation. Unless he's trying to be like me." As she flashed her hands black and continued, "Then there's nothing else. From what I've seen, that curse is serious. He might not even live for much longer unless he slows it down or cures it." Cross drank and thought before adding the memories of the hat and the suspicion on Umbridge, along with the disappearance of Gryffindor's sword and the collapse of all his Legilimens control, must be affecting him. "I refuse to believe he can juggle the curse and his followers at the same time." Cross finished his glass and his ear tips were a bit red as they twitched, and he continued, "The question is, which one will be picked first? Does he believe he can find a cure? Or is he scrambling to find one?" Luna tapped her cup on the table and the waiter brought 2 more as she said, "Most likely the latter." Cross tapped his finger on the table and thought and looked at Luna, who drank and said, "What?" Cross twitched his ears and said, "Did you notice anything strange with the students or teachers?" Luna waved her glass and said, "They're acting normal." Her eyes widened and she said, "How is that possible?" Cross frowned and said, "The teachers went back to normal, when the students got back, then the students started slowly distancing from Slytherin again." Cross tapped the table and said, "The food is fine, which leaves only 2 options." Luna rolled her eyes and put down her beer as she said, "You're suggesting that he casted a Legilimens spell on every teacher and student? That's clearly impossible." Cross shook his head and said, "For every student, it is impossible, but for the teachers it is not. What doesn't make sense is why they keep going to him as if nothing happened." Luna chimed, "Obliviate, obviously." Cross frowned hard and replied, "How many times could you obliviate someone? They would have no memories left. All of a sudden it's 2 years or 3 years later." Luna frowned and said, "What are you suggesting?" Cross thought for a moment before saying, "For the students, minus Slytherin, there must be charms, wards, spells, etc. hiding in the common rooms. This is the only way for him to get all the students." Luna asked, "And Slytherin? What about their friends?" Cross shook his head and said he doesn't care about Slytherin, since most of the purebloods practice occlumency, he can't reach them anyway. Since he can't use potions, he just gave up and intensified the rest of the houses. Cross analyzed as he tapped his finger on the table rhythmically. "He abandoned the house elves, which is why I haven't heard anything from them." His eyes got brighter and brighter as he continued, "Loyalty to him, charms and repulsion towards Slytherin, curses/hexes in the common rooms of the 3 other houses and for the teachers." Cross frowned as he thought, his finger tapping fast, unknowingly stabbing a hole in the table. He scrunched his eyebrows together. Luna looked at him and felt like kissed him right then and there. He was too cute with his thinking expressions. She held back so she wouldn't break his train of thought, as she thought to herself, "What a considerate wife I am." Cross had no idea of Luna's thoughts and his mind was rapidly turning, trying to come up with something. He stopped tapping and shouted, "I got it." The other patrons looked at him. Cross snorted, "What are you lot looking at? Go back to drowning your sorrows in alcohol." The other patrons snorted and went back to their drinks. Cross looked at Luna, who was smiling sweetly, drooling a bit at the corner of her lips as she thought about getting married. Cross snapped in front of her face as he said, "I got it." Luna came back and said, "Yes, hubby." Before her face turned red, Cross ignored the strange name and said excitedly, you can change memories once you get proficient enough in legilimency. You know what that means? Luna let out a breath, a little happy and a little angry that Cross didn't recognize her calling him hubby. Could he be any more one-track minded? Regardless, being the impeccable wife she was, she answered, tell me, baby. Cross continued with excitement, it means, he has already manipulated their memories since the beginning. Which means he has their full loyalty even without the potions. He burst out laughing and slapped the table, drinking all his beer before slamming it down on the ground and shouting in Elven another. A smooth blush running across his face in a line from cheek to cheek over his nose. Luna stared at him in a daze as she thought, my husband is too cute. Cross laughed and said that old schemer hasn't kicked the bucket yet. Ha ha ha. The game is still on, he had me the whole time. Ha 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 ha. The waiter brought another butterbeer and Cross drained it, smashing it on the floor again, completely drunk as he shouted in Elven another. The waiter said, sir. You're drunk. Cross frowned and said in Elvenoi. You want me to kill you, buddy? Luna said sorry. Before looked at Cross and saying in Elven, people are getting annoyed. Cross looked around and laughed as he said in English, sorry, I just found out something fun. Let's all celebrate, a butterbeer for everyone. The pub cheered and Cross laughed, cheering along with the drunks, toasting his cup in the air. Luna looked at Cross helplessly, he didn't drink this much usually. Since they got to the pub, he's had around 10 full mugs. Luna had to admit though, Cross was extremely cute at this moment. What kind of person got happy when he found out he was fooled? Probably only him. 52, Drunk Sherlock Holmes. Ron, Harry, and Hermione walked into the pub and immediately saw Cross with a heavy blush across his face, singing with a few drunk old men. Cross was standing on stage and held two guys' shoulders as he sang happily, laughing and dancing, swaying from side to side. Ron laughed and said, crazy chap, isn't he? Cross' ear twitched and he waved at Ron, who flew through the air and landed next to him as he said, hey, weasel boy. Sing with me. I've never sang with a ginger before. The patrons burst out laughing and cheered, sing with the ginger. Cross wrapped his arm around Ron's shoulder as he sang an old song. Ron looked to Harry and Hermione for help, but they just laughed and turned their heads away. The patrons were hammered as well, since Cross had bought everyone 5 rounds already, so they started singing along. Cross forced Ron to drink and very soon, Ron was also drunk as he wrapped his arm around Cross' shoulder and sang along. Harry and Hermione got a table and ordered a drink each. Luna watched Cross from their table with a smile. A while later, Cross pointed and said in shock, Professor. What are you doing here? Slughorn raised his glass and Cross cheered to my professor. Haha, I shouldn't be here. Ha 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 ha, the patrons laughed and cheered before they all drank from their cups. Cross laughed and smashed his mug on the ground shouting in Elven another. The patrons had heard this so many times they knew the words and followed along, all smashing their glasses. Slughorn chuckled and waved his wand, all the mugs reformed and landed on the bar. The bartender was thankful, at least half of the glasses were smashed just now. Cross continued for a while until Luna dragged him down the stage saying all right. Let's go back now, yet. Cross gave her a silly smile and said in Elven, you know, you're really hot. I love you lots. Luna was amused and said in Elven, oh? How much is that? Cross thought for a moment before saying with a goofy smile, I would give my life to protect you. And he nodded after, as if to confirm. Luna froze and her nose started to feel stuffy as a warm feeling exploded inside her and her eyes reddened. Luna wiped her eyes and said, come, let's go back. Cross smiled happily as his ears kept twitching every now and then, they were completely red along with the streak across his face. He looked extremely cute. Slughorn remembered and said, oh, Cross. Cross snapped his head around and said with a big smile, yes, Professor. Slughorn smiled and said, I'm having a dinner party, would you and Ms. Lovegood like to join? Cross nodded and said happily, you're my favorite teacher. How can I say no? I will be there. Slughorn laughed and said, then await my owl. Aha. Cross gave him a salute and said, yes, General. Before chuckling as Luna dragged him out of the pub, her heart still beating like a wild deer. Cross got outside and ran his hand through his hair as he said ah. He turned to Luna and said cutely, am I handsome? Luna giggled and nodded as she kissed him softly and said, the most handsome. Cross touched his lips with a goofy smile and said, you're so nice. Do you want to get married? Luna's heart skipped a beat and she was flustered as she said, Cross, maybe you shouldn't be drunk when you ask this question. Cross squished her cheeks and said seriously, I love you, you love me. We should get married. That's how it works. His drunk common sense showing itself. Luna was in a trance and Cross dragged her off muttering, is there a priest around here? Luna almost fainted. A priest? Hermione barged out of the pub with a blush on her face, storming off as Ron and Harry followed after her saying, Hermione, wait. Cross turned around and mumbled Hermione. Trying to remember something, Luna looked at him in confusion before face-palming when she heard that Chick still has my book. Cross picked Luna up under his armpit, like a pig, before walking towards Hermione. Cross stopped in front of her and said, "Hey, you." Hermione looked up and squinted as she swayed a bit and said, "What do you want?" Cross pointed at her and said, "You." Then pointing at himself and finishing, "Still have my book." Ron, Harry and Luna let out breaths of relief and complained, "Can't you complete your sentences?" Hermione was shocked and said, "You want me?" Cross frowned and said, "Did I say that?" Luna commented, "The book, sweetheart." Cross recovered and said, "Right. The book. I want the book." Cross poked on Hermione's chest as he said, "Do you know I was on chapter 12? They were about to get a key evidence." Hermione spat out her tongue and said, "They found it. It was a red herring." Cross gasped and said, "You didn't." Hermione added, "And the killer was the wife." Cross turned white as he said, "No. It can't be. She was in a different country." Hermione said it was a fake. She recreated the photos with different dates and got a few friends to vouch for her. Cross pointed at Hermione and said, Why you?" Hermione blew a raspberry with her tongue and Cross said in disbelief, "I can't believe this." Hermione finger pistoled him and said, "Believe it." Cross was about to say something when they heard a loud scream. Cross slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot." Luna said, "What?" Cross said in disappointment, "When these three are together something bad is going to happen. I haven't been wrong before." Harry said, "Thanks, Cross." Cross walked towards the scream, shifting Luna to his shoulders and holding onto her smooth legs as he said, Soft." Luna said, "I have something even softer for you later." Cross was amazed and said, "Ah. Really?" Luna nodded. Ron and Harry coughed from the side and Hermione grabbed her chest, squeezing as she looked at Luna and muttered, "Our big one's better." Ron and Harry coughed again, looking at Hermione speechlessly. Cross said sagely, "All sizes are nice as long as they're soft." Ron and Harry nodded along, completely in agreement, and Luna said, "So who's better?" Cross said immediately, "You." Hermione said, "'Cause they're bigger." Cross shook his head and said, "Because she's my woman and she'll kill me if I say anyone else." Luna patted his head and said, "That's right." Hermione grumbled from the side before the group arrived to see a girl being tossed around like a rag doll then floated in the air. Harry said, "What's wrong with her?" Cross said, "Imperious curse. Funnily enough, she was under it for a while. I wonder who did that." Luna looked at the girl and leaned her elbows on Cross' head, resting her chin in her palms as her melons squished onto Cross' head. Cross twitched his ears happily, feeling her breasts on his head. Suddenly Hagrid showed up and said, "Out of the way. I got her." As he picked up the girl and looked back at the group saying, "Whatever you do, don't touch that. Only with the cloth, understand?" Cross didn't know why, but as soon as Hagrid said that, he had a sudden impulse to touch it. He inched forward slowly before extending his hand out to touch it. Harry slapped his hand away and Luna sighed as she said, "So close yet so far. Maybe next time, baby." Cross sighed and said, "Yet." As he followed Harry and the others to the castle as a key witness to the crime as Cross had said. A while later, Cross was sitting at a desk in McGonagall's office, still drunk, as he hummed a tune to himself. McGonagall looked at him before looking at Harry, clearly wanting an explanation. Harry said, "Well, you see. Cross had a few drinks." McGonagall said, "A few. The lad is piss drunk." Cross said, 27 butterbeers and counting." As he pulled out a flask, Luna snatched it from him and said, "No more." Cross pouted and looked at her. Luna struggled internally, looking at his puppy face. McGonagall snatched the flask and said, "Honestly, you too." Before shaking her head and sighing, she turned to Harry and said, "What happened?" Cross spoke up, "It was a heinous crime." Everybody looked at him and Cross went into Sherlock mode as he said the culprit was under the effects of an imperious curse, since she left the pub. Which means that someone within the pub wishes harm on the old man. Cross jumped up and said most of the patrons at the pub were also piss drunk, therefore the suspects narrowed down by quite a bit. By my expert analysis, the two girls walked into the pub precisely 2 hours ago, therefore we have to assume that the culprit was inside the bar either before or came in during my stay. Cross paced in front of the group as he continued, "I surveyed the pub for any suspicious persons. When I got there, only after finding none did I sit down and start drinking with my partner. The only people who came in after that could possibly be the culprit, but most of the people that came in during that time drank with me during the first and second rounds. Which narrows our search down to a few people who didn't join in on the fun." Cross rubbed his chin and said, "The people who fit this description can be counted on one hand. Namely, the bartender, Professor Slughorn, Harry, Draco, and the friend of the cursed girl." Cross snapped his fingers and said, "But the bartender, Slughorn, and Harry were in my view the entire time. Which leaves Draco and the cursed girl's friend." Cross punched him palm and said the girl's friend's eyes were shifty during the interrogation, she was hiding something. Perhaps a hidden affair with the cursed girl's boyfriend. His eyes brightened and he closed them, smiling confidently as he said, "Inspector, I've solved the case. It was the girl's friend." The motive was jealousy and guilt for having an affair behind her friend's back. A cruel attempt at freeing her lover of his girlfriend to make room for herself. Cross snapped his finger and pointed to the sky as he said confidently the culprit would then have the opportunity to comfort the victim's boyfriend, getting a direct in with him as an emotional support during a tough time. This develops good feelings for her from the grieving boyfriend, and that's where she'll strike and become the victim's replacement. Cross held up his chin with an expression that said, "Come on, praise me." McGonagall was following at the beginning but the ending was pure nonsense. Luna covered her face and let out a low laugh. Ron and Harry chuckled while looking away, but the drunk Hermione said it makes sense. Cross finger-pistoled her and said elementary, "My dear Watson." McGonagall clapped and said yes, excellent. "Well, time to go then." She gave Luna a look and Luna dragged Cross away saying in an old British way, "You solved the case, Mr. Sherlock." Cross followed her replying it was nothing, just a simple calculation. Luna answered with a giggle, "When you gonna do it, Anne? You saved the day, you did. Bloody impressive, I reckon." Cross smiled proudly and said, "Wherever there is injustice, Sherlock will solve the case." Before leaving the room, McGonagall watched him go before laughing and rubbing her eyes. Harry and Ron burst out laughing, while Hermione was confused. Luna teleported to Cross' room and undressed him before putting him in bed, then she undressed herself and slipped in next to him, snuggling up to his body and resting her head on his chest with a happy smile on her face. Cross wrapped his arm around Luna and pulled her close, resting his cheek on her head and kissing her forehead as he mumbled, "Good night, wifey." Before passing out, Luna had rosy cheeks and whispered, "Good night, hubby," before letting out the sweetest smile she ever had as she fell asleep, dreaming of a big beautiful wedding and drooling a bit. 53. Chamber of Gossip. A few days later. Cross was listening to Luna retell his drunk escapades for the 5th time and laughing. He scratched his neck and said, "You know, I have a pretty good idea of what happened now." Luna smirked and said, "Do you want to know more things?" Cross shook his head and sighed, "I'd rather not." In fact, he remembered everything. He only asked what happened once when he woke up in a moment of confusion and then Luna let the floodgates loose. He kinda sorta wanted to punch her in the face then kiss her, but he held back because he was a good boy. Cross read his book as Luna went on and on, somehow getting into a story where they went to space and hunted aliens. She finished after a while saying, "Man, you should have been there." Cross gave her a funny look and said, "Aliens." Luna nodded as if to say of course. Cross laughed and tackled her, kissing all over her face over and over again. Luna giggled and said, "Ah." An attack. Cross chuckled and pinched the tips of her ears, rubbing and pulling lightly. Luna moaned and a wild look took over as she said, "Really?" Cross grinned and said, "Right now." As they both disappeared from where they were sitting. Luna landed back first on the bed and Cross ripped her clothes right off in one pull. Luna blushed with an excited look in her eyes as Cross pulled her waist towards him roughly. Moans soon followed. The next night. Cross and Luna were sitting at a table with Slughorn, Harry, Hermione, and a bunch of other students. Namely Unnamed Kid, Worthless, Who Cares, and Byston Duray. Slughorn looked around happily and said, "So, Ms. Granger. What exactly do your parents do in the Muggle world?" Cross ate his ice cream and looked over saying, "Do they solve crimes?" Luna giggled and ate her ice cream. Hermione said, "My parents are dentists." Cross sighed and Slughorn asked, "And is that a dangerous occupation?" Hermione shook her head and replied, "No, sir. Although one boy did bite my father, he needed 10 stitches." The table was silent and Slughorn said, "Ah. I see." Hermione looked awkward and Cross chuckled as he mumbled hatefully, "That's what happens when you spoil my book." Luna choked on her ice cream and laughed. Cross smiled and went back to eating. Luna kneed his leg and grabbed his hand, turning it over as she wrote, "That kid from Gryffindor is looking at me." The Bull Rider. Cross snapped his head up and looked at the kid licking his fingers and staring at Luna with a lustful expression. Luna sighed and decided to order this boy a tombstone now. Cross twitched his fingers and the Bull Rider's clothes flashed before slowing falling apart without him even realizing it as he sat there completely nude. Slughorn was talking with another student when he saw Bull Rider's nude appearance. He was stunned and said, "My word, Cormac, this isn't that kind of dinner party. What are you doing, boy?" Bull Boy was confused and said, "What do you mean, Professor?" As his shredded clothes turned to ashes and disappeared, Slughorn replied, "Boy, you're completely nude. You think this is funny?" Bully the Rider stood up in shock. "Bad move." His little willy was exposed to the air. Cross covered Luna's eyes and almost vomited as he said honestly, "Man. Don't you take care of yourself?" As a flash from a camera went off. Cross twitched his fingers and the camera flew back into his storage bag secretly. The boy with a father who made the Wolfsbane potion, which seemed to be his only character trait, laughed and said, "Even if it was that kind of party, you showed up with a knob of that size? Perhaps for pixies that would satisfy." Cross gave that kid that rode on his dad's success a crisp high five. That was spectacular. He decided to rename this kid Funny Guy. The Bull Rider was so embarrassed, he couldn't even speak as he ran out of the room. Covering his willy with his hands, Funny Guy shouted, "Mate, you don't need 2 hands to cover that up." Cross burst out laughing and Slughorn said, "Yes, well. You can take a wild guess at who will not be joining us next time. I think that's enough for one night, it's been a pleasure." Unfortunately, Mr. Cormac soured the mood. Cross smiled and said graciously, "It's okay, Professor, these kinds of people can even take care of themselves, how could they be aware enough to be mindful of others?" Slughorn laughed and said, "Well said. Well said indeed. All right, until next time." Cross left with Luna, Hermione followed him, the rest left with the exception of Harry. Cross, Luna, and Hermione were walking down the halls. A notepad and quill flew out of Cross' bag as he started speaking. Cormac McLaggen makes a scene at the prestigious Slug Club. Sources say that McLaggen ripped his clothes off after dessert, becoming completely nude, as he said, "Who's first?" "The student I received my information from was truly scarred from the incident and has this to say: it was horrifying. His gaze pierced through my clothes, I felt as though he was a hungry wolf in a flock of sheep. His willy was small but menacing. I was terrified for my innocence. Thankfully Professor Slughorn was there, otherwise things might have taken a dangerous turn." Cross continued talking as Hermione's eyes widened and she said, "What?" Cross continued, ignoring her, while Luna smiled as she said, "You see, Cross is a very petty person." Hermione was dumbfounded and Luna added, "The last person who looked at me was hung by their underwear on the castle walls. Truly not a good option, as the wrestlehumps can easily get into your underwear and cause a ruckus." Hermione was speechless now. Cross finished his article and the camera flew out, printing a picture. He snapped his fingers and closed his eyes as he listened to the conversations around the castle. Slowly a newspaper started forming called Chamber of Gossip. The front page was Cormac's naked self with a big title in bold: Slug Club Scandal. Cormac McLaggen makes a scene, along with an entire page of words describing the event with interviews. It was protecting Professor Slughorn's Slug Club heavily, basically demonizing Cormac as a savage beast. There was even Luna's magical beast corner. The first print will feature Nargles. Cross waved his hand and the newspaper multiplied endlessly, before disappearing to everywhere the Daily Prophet was placed. Tomorrow was the official debut of Cross School newspaper. Hermione couldn't say anything and Cross smiled happily as he said, "I wonder how much chaos this will cause." Luna giggled and shook her head. Hermione threw her hands up and said, "You ruined that boy." Cross scoffed and retorted, "So? He should keep his lustful expressions to himself. Who gave him the gall to look at my woman like that?" Hermione said incredulously, "You're doing this because of a look? Do you know how many people look at Luna?" Cross corrected, "Most of those are admiration and awe, not lust. I have a very good memory, every single one of them who looked at her with lust will get their dues. They're lucky I'm a nice person." Hermione said incredulously, "You're a nice person?" Cross nodded and said, "I could kill them, so this is nothing." Hermione couldn't argue with that kind of logic. Between dying and being humiliated, humiliation was the better option. The only thing she could think was scary, but strangely enough, instead of being scared, she was instead envious and jealous. Shooting Luna a glare before stomping off, huffing and puffing, burning with jealousy on the inside. Why couldn't Cross do that for her too? The next morning, Cross was reading the Daily Prophet at breakfast, while the rest of the students were enthralled by the new and mysterious newspaper Chamber of Gossip. Chaos exploded in the school as most of the articles had very personal conversations and scandals. Though the number one topic was Cormac's big scene. The kid Cross named Funny Guy was thriving at the moment, retelling the events with even more embellishment than the actual newspaper as he said, "There I was, yeah? Telling about how me dad's potions aren't too far from mine, when the lad strips knob to the air." Cross smiled as he read the Daily Prophet, ignoring the uproar at the school. Luna was next to him reading the Chamber of Gossip and said happily, "My corner is so good." Cross smiled softly and said, "You think I wasn't listening when you talked about Nargles?" Luna felt her lips quiver and she looked at him saying, "I love you." Cross kissed her quivering lips before going back to breakfast. Luna pouted her lips cutely. She was wearing a giant lion head and her little face was so cute. Cross kissed her again. "What a hero." Luna giggled dumbly and was over the moon with an absent look in her eyes, thinking about something else entirely. Harry and Hermione put down the newspaper and Harry said, "Amazing newspaper." Hermione rolled her eyes, though she had to admit, it was very good. It's just the content was too much, they were all really private things. There was even a column with Moaning Myrtle, where she wrote spicy stories, unsuitable for children. Hermione looked at Cross and said, "You didn't put your name." Cross said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Also, can you relax? Everybody loves spicy gossip, look." As he pointed to a Ravenclaw girl reading the paper without looking away, stabbing a fork at her food but missing, she didn't notice and put the fork in her mouth anyway. Harry chuckled and Cross smiled, waving his hand as the food flew to her fork. The girl didn't even notice and ate it. Cross shrugged and said, "What can I say? I'm just perfect." Luna rolled her eyes and nibbled on a bagel, reading the Moaning Myrtle column. Cross chuckled and turned his head to see Draco sitting alone at a table. Cross frowned and said, "Love, do it." Luna didn't hesitate or make a joke and followed his orders, making a circle with his fingers and touching her other hand to Cross' head as she looked at Draco. Cross listened and felt Draco debating over his head back and forth on what to do. The Dark Lord ordered him do it but he didn't want to, but he felt like if he didn't he would die. Cross had to say, Draco's thoughts were too vague. Can't he just think about what he's meant to do? Draco left the Great Hall and Luna broke her fingers apart, taking back her hand. Cross frowned and mumbled, "What is it?" Luna pulled on his sleeve saying, "Not here." Cross agreed and went back to eating as Ron sat down. He looked super nervous and Harry offered him a drink. Luna suddenly said, "Is that why you put something in his drink?" Harry hid the vial of Felix Felicis in his hand, putting it in his pocket as Hermione and said, "Liquid luck? You can get expelled." Harry said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Ron drank the drink and got all giddy as he said, "Let's go, Harry. We got a game to win." Before leaving the Great Hall with big steps, Harry followed after him, while the other three watched them go. Hermione said honestly. Cross shrugged and said, "You were the only reason that worked." Luna giggled and said, "Placebos sure are powerful." Hermione said incredulously, "He didn't put anything inside." Cross and Luna shook their heads at the same time and Hermione slapped her forehead. Cross quipped, "You know, you get dumber as the years pass. I think Weasley's rubbing off on you." Hermione threw a spoon at him and said, "Shut up. I'll leak your anonymous publisher status." Cross sighed and said with a sorrowful expression, "First my book, now my identity, what's next?" Luna patted his back and said sadly, "Maybe she'll take your money next." As she fake sniffed, Hermione gasped and said, "Why you too?" Cross and Luna snickered and Hermione stomped away angrily. Cross and Luna looked at each other and smirked before high-fiving each other and giggling. 54. Slughorn's Christmas Party. Cross and Luna went to the Quidditch match and Ron saw them. He ran over and said, "Cross, can you use your magic to give me more luck?" Cross's hand glowed green and he slapped Ron in the face. Ron flew back into the Gryffindor locker room giving Cross a thumbs up. He just got the divine slap, how could he not be happy? Cross and Luna witnessed Ron's stellar performance and said in an old man's voice, "The power was inside you all along." Luna looked around with a wise look as she added, "You are the chosen hero." Cross laughed and intertwined his fingers with hers. Luna smiled happily and leaned her head on his shoulder. A while later, Cross was eating dinner in the Great Hall when he saw the group of students, who usually gave Luna lustful looks, gathered together and talking while occasionally glancing at Luna, staring straight at her ass and chest. Oh boy! Cross twitched his fingers and all their clothes exploded. They all uncontrollably moved close together and started indulging in indecent acts. A camera flash later, and Cross had his headline for tomorrow. Luna dragged him away, completely disgusted with these students. Although she knew Cross was responsible for the entire thing, it didn't mean she wanted to see it happen. Cross passed Luna and dragged her away instead, thinking he went too far. Obviously he should have left the room before making them do that. That way he wouldn't be disgusted at least. Luna said, "Next time wait for us to leave, yet." Cross almost vomited and said, "Yet. I will." "Sorry about that." Luna shrugged and replied, "I didn't look." She paused and grinned as she added, "I have something better to look at, and much bigger too." Cross smirked and picked her up as he said, "Wanna see it again?" Luna nodded excitedly and Cross chuckled as he disappeared. The next morning, the Chamber of Gossip's second issue was released, dropping an even bigger bomb into the student populace. All the students on the front page complained and were so humiliated they cried, but the teachers were helpless. There was no proof, and the papers were anonymously published. Every student they asked about it said that they never said those things to any interviewer, only their close friends. A new mystery appeared at Hogwarts and rumors surfaced about a mysterious peeper, who was writing and publishing the entire Chamber of Gossip. The teachers tried to take away the newspapers but they just reappeared back in their places, plus almost all the students loved the newspaper, there was something new every day. The gossip was too thrilling, some students even hoping the next article would be about them. Time passed. Slughorn's Christmas party rolled around and Cross wore a nice muggle suit, inverting with Luna's. He wore a white suit with the only black part being his suit shirt, while Luna had a black dress with the only white part being a bow on her lower back, tied around her stomach with a white band. They looked very beautiful together and separately. Cross revealed his jewelry, as did Luna. Slughorn saw them and laughed. "Ah, Cross. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come." Cross smiled and said, "Nonsense, Professor. Why would I not come?" Slughorn patted his shoulder and said, yes, well, do enjoy yourself." "Aha." Cross smiled and nodded as he walked around with Luna, whispering, "Look at all these goofs. Those twin girls. Did they come together?" Luna bit her lips and elbowed Cross as he added, "You think they?" Luna covered his mouth and giggled as she said, "This gossip newspaper is getting out of hand." Cross licked her hand with an amused look in his eyes. Luna raised her brows and smiled. Cross kissed her hand and said, "All right, I get it. Luna took her hand away and replied if you like licking. Cross covered her mouth as Snape passed by. Snape gave Cross a look and said tread carefully, Mr. Greengrass. Tread carefully. As he left, Luna licked Cross' hand and sucked on his finger. Cross' ears kept twitching and he was holding himself back, and losing I'm afraid. Cross took his hand back and dragged Luna to a secluded corner. He pinned Luna to the wall and whispered in her ear you're not being a very good girl. Luna whispered back then punish me. Cross looked around the corner, before waving his hands twice and lifting Luna's dress. Luna's eyes widened and she said wait. Not too late as she felt a long hot rod inside of her, she looked up and moaned, before holding a hand over her mouth as she bounced up and down. Cross held her against the wall and pounded her as hard as he could, making sweet loud moans, escape her mouth occasionally. Cross pulled her arms to the sides and invaded her mouth with his tongue as he smashed forcefully against her womb. Luna looked and saw people passing by, she was scared about getting caught but that only made her more excited as she came at the thought. Cross flipped her around and pressed her head into the wall, plowing her from behind and watching her ass ripple with every thrust. She slapped her ass hard, leaving a red mark, and Luna stretched out her legs, going on her tiptoes, as she moaned loudly and came again. Cross grabbed her hips and moved his hips faster before slamming against her hips and blowing his load straight into her, painting her insides white and filling up her womb completely. Luna's toes curled, her eyes rolled back and she drooled, grinning like a fool as she came along with him. Cross pulled his rod out and his cum dripped out of Luna's slit. Luna's legs shook as she turned around and fell to her knees, cleaning his tool with her mouth. Cross was stunned as she has never done this before, her tongue swirled around his tip as she looked up at him. Cross saw her look and lost it as he grabbed her head and thrust it inside, shooting ropes into her throat, filling her stomach. Cross took his tool out and Luna licked her lips as she said yummy. Cross fixed his clothes and said tonight you're not sleeping. Luna smiled excitedly and said I hope not. Cross sucked in a cold breath as he picked her up and kissed her deeply. Luna wrapped her around his neck as her panties went back and her clothes went back to normal. Snape turned the corner and berated this is not place to snog, Greengrass. Get back inside. Cross and Luna jumped, the excitement of having people walk by was fun, getting caught was not. Cross waved behind Luna's back and all the evidence was erased. Snape didn't notice and pushed Cross back inside. Cross and Luna looked at each other and let out breaths of relief before smiling happily. Luna blushed and said I'll be right back. As she went to the bathroom to clean herself up. Cross watched her go and twitched his finger, a string flew around her wrist and she looked back with a sweet smile before leaving. Cross smiled and walked around the party, seeing Snape stopping Harry. Cross walked by them and hearing Snape say he'll be gone for the holidays. Coming back only at the next term. Harry replied Dumbledore. Snape hummed and walked away. Cross picked a drink from Neville, smiling as he said thanks Neville. Neville smiled and walked away, Cross drank from his drink and his mind turned. Dumbledore was leaving? Where was he going? He walked to the window and whistled, a letter flew out of his bag and Cross wrote something down before sending 2 letters as an owl landed in front of him and he said one to House Greengrass, and the other to House Lovegood. The owl hooted and bit the letters before flying off. Cross walked back to the party and saw Filch bringing Draco inside saying I've just discovered this boy lurking around the hallways. He claims to have been invited to your party, Professor Slughorn. Cross chimed I invited him. Filch looked over and nodded before leaving. Draco smiled gratefully and Cross patted his shoulder whispering perhaps this will help you. Believe in what you are doing is right and you could never do wrong, hesitating on a decision and you will most likely make the wrong choice. Cross smiled kindly and patted his shoulder again, adding think about what I told you 5 years ago Draco. Your magic will regress like this. Enjoy the party. Before walking away, draining his cup of alcohol. Draco looked at Cross back with a complicated expression before taking a deep breath and walking away, Snape following him. Cross took another drink and listened carefully to the string ear he placed on Draco's shoulder. Luna came back and found Cross, sitting at a table drinking peacefully. She sat next to him and smiled wryly sorry it took so long. You let out a lot this time. Cross smiled and held her hand as he said one day you won't have to clean up after. Luna's expression became loving and gentle as she leaned her head on his shoulder, smiling softly as she got lost in her imagination. Cross drank from his cup as he heard Snape say I swore to protect you. I made the unbreakable vow. Draco retorted I don't need protection. I was chosen for this. Out of all others. Me. And I won't fail him. Snap retorted you're afraid, Draco. You attempt to conceal it, but it's obvious. Let me assist you. Draco shouted no. I was chosen. This is my moment. Before footsteps sounded. Cross waved his hand and the ear dissolved into normal string as it latched onto Draco's clothes. Cross sat in silence with Luna for the rest of the party before teleporting back to his room and pinning Luna to the bed with a big grin. During the holiday break, Cross went to each common room and cleansed the entire room, taking out all the magic that shouldn't be there. He went to Dumbledore's office and searched everywhere, finding nothing. He was trying to find any evidence or clues to Dumbledore's plans, but found nothing. He clicked his tongue and obliterated the hat before leaving. He picked up Luna and teleported back home, spending Christmas at home with her. It was Christmas Eve at his house and Christmas Day at Luna's. The break came and went. One big thing was that Buckbeak was finished. Cross and Luna were in the beast bag, looking at Buckbeak who had beautiful smooth feathers, but he looked completely different. Buckbeak's feathers turned black and he grew an extra 2 pairs of wings that crackled with electricity as he flapped them. Buckbeak's head had a skull-like look to it now with golden feathers on his forehead like a crown. Buckbeak flew over happily and nuzzled on Cross's face. Luna was amazed and said wow. He's so beautiful. Cross smiled and stroked Buckbeak's neck, lifting his feathers and feeling the scaly skin underneath. He smiled and said excellent. Luna looked at him and said what did you do? Cross smiled I added thestral hairs to him when he came back to Hogwarts. That's why it took so long for him to come out. He touched his forehead to the golden crown on Buckbeak's head and they both glowed. Cross pulled back and smiled as he said good boy, Buckbeak. Buckbeak chirped/neighed happily as Cross heard a childish voice yeah I love you Cross. Cross laughed and scratched his neck saying get used to your new body and train with the others, okay. Buckbeak nodded happily and flew back to his mountain. Wobbling slightly. Cross whistled and all the beasts showed up. Cross said take care of him, he is just a child at the moment. I hope you all will not be mean. They all nodded before nuzzling on Luna and disappearing, only Carl looking at Cross with a smug grin as he sat on Luna's head. Cross grumbled and slapped Carl so hard he made a sonic boom in the air, flying right back into his forest. Luna burst out laughing and Cross chuckled before leaving, going back to Hogwarts to start the next term. 55. Love Potion Shenanigans. Cross rode the train back to Hogwarts with Luna as they sat in an empty train cart. Cross spread out his hands and 10 different colored strings came out, blue, red, yellow, grey, white, green, purple, dark grey, transparent, and finally pitch black. Luna looked at the strings and said black? You got death. Cross smiled and said Buckbeak. Luna pointed her slender fingers and 2 of her fingers lit up, one was black and the other was pure white. Luna said in. My life element is white, the other is death. Cross dispelled the strings and grabbed Luna's hand before wrapping his green life element around hers, shockingly his string was devoured by the light and disappeared. Cross said happily look at that, my baby is stronger than me. Luna rolled her eyes and interlocked her fingers with his as she said right. Cross smiled and kissed her softly as he said you learned them both when you changed. Luna nodded with a smile. Cross hugged her and said excitedly great. You know, it's really hard to get even one element. Luna giggled and said coming from the freak that has 12. Cross smiled cheekily and said 5 of those are from bonding. Luna said and the other 7. Cross coughed and replied well, I'm just lucky. You got them on your own. Much better than me. My Luna is the best as he hugged her and swung her from side to side. Luna giggled happily and let him do whatever. A while later. Luna said my dad got a letter. Cross nodded and said I sent it. Luna asked what was it. Cross smiled and said well there was 2 things, one was that I heard Dumbledore left the castle for the holidays on a trip so I warned my parents and your dad to stay safe in case anything happened. Luna was waiting for the next thing, but Cross stopped speaking, as if he was finished. She said and the second. Cross smiled mysteriously it's a secret. Luna pouted and said please. Cross looked at her puppy dog expression and struggled internally before tearing his eyes away and saying secret. Luna clicked her tongue and grumbled, turning her head away, as if to say now I'm ignoring you. Cross smiled softly and hugged her as the train sped towards Hogwarts. There was something else he did over the break that he didn't tell her. Cross had gone to the Ministry in preparation for later plans. He just so happened to pop in on an attack by the Death Eaters. He covered his face and stopped them, forcing them to retreat. It wasn't too hard as they recognized him from the last time he stopped the fighting and saved Sirius Black. Cross had saved an aura he was familiar with. Which was a massive stroke of good luck. He wasn't trying to be an asshole, but had it been someone else he wasn't going to interfere. But the person was Amelia Bones, the woman he spoke with at the hearing last year. Cross revealed himself to Amelia with a smile. Amelia was so shocked and Cross explained that he was actually here to see her, which surprised her again. Cross explained that he just wanted to chat. Amelia agreed and they both knew that she owed him a favor for her life. Cross sat Amelia down in her office and said with a smile first of all, I will not give you outrageous requests for your favor if you're worried. Amelia smiled and said as long as it require ministry betrayal, then I will agree. Cross smiled and shook his head saying that's not it, it may even help the ministry. Amelia raised a brow and Cross changed the topic as he said anyway, what I was wondering is if the ministry had any archmage spell books. Amelia nodded and said they are usually for aurors, but we do. Cross nodded and said that's all. If a few go missing every once in a while, nobody will notice, right? Amelia laughed and shook her head. This boy just told her directly he was going to steal books from the ministry. Cross smiled lightly and said, I need you to take a vow of silence regarding you seeing my at all today. I can't have everybody finding out how strong I am. Amelia agreed and took the vow, flashing a lumos at the end. Cross smiled and said, that's all for now, Ms. Bones. May I have your owl so I can contact you later? Amelia gave him her owl and asked, if I may, what is it that you want to do? Cross smiled mysteriously and replied, you will find out in time, Ms. Bones. I hope at that time you will not deny my request. Farewell. Oh, and Susan is doing very well if you wanted to know. Before disappearing completely, leaving Amelia shocked before smiling wryly thinking their poor books are in danger. Back to the present. Cross was walking in the halls the day after getting back to Hogwarts. He went to class as usual and decided to go see Slughorn about something. A while later. Cross knocked on Slughorn's door and a little square opened up as Slughorn said, Cross? I thought it was Potter. Come in. Come in. The door opened and Cross walked in, sitting on the couch. Slughorn said, what pleasure do I have to have you visiting so late, Cross? Cross said, well Professor, I wanted to ask, can Veritaserum kill a man? Slughorn thought about it and replied, I suppose if one were to have around a bucket's worth. Why do you ask? Cross smiled and said, my clothes seem to have gone missing, I don't want to be sent to Azkaban by accident. As he chuckled, Slughorn laughed and answered, yes, well, that would be a shame. Aha. Cross asked again, also Professor, are students allowed to brew Felix Felicis? Because I know that some potions are unable to be brewed by students. Slughorn shook his head and answered, it isn't banned, but do be careful if you were to brew it yourself, it is quite tricky and can be dangerous if failed. Cross nodded with a smile and said, thank you, Professor. I will leave you for the night. Slughorn got up and said, let me send you off. Also, if you are capable of brewing some Felix Felicis, could I have a few vials? Good to have a few on hand, you know. Cross smiled and said, not an issue, Professor. I'll send you an entire cauldron. Ha ha ha. Slughorn smiled and opened the door to see Harry and Ron. Cross tilted his head and said, a love potion. Harry nodded and said, a bad one. Professor, I wouldn't bother you but this is urgent. Slughorn looked at Ron before sighing, very well, come in. Harry brought Ron inside and Cross followed along saying, I hope you don't mind if I stay, Professor. I would like to see Weasley's face when he realizes. Slughorn waved, not minding at all, as he started brewing a potion. Harry started talking to Slughorn as Cross sat Ron on the couch with an amused smile. He did hear Harry said, sorry for asking you about Voldemort. Slughorn shouted, do not use that name. Cross looked over and said, Tom Riddle? Professor, you were his teacher. Slughorn sighed as he made the potion and said, Tom was just like any of you back then. Cross shook his head and continued, Professor, I'm truly sorry. Tom Riddle is perhaps the most idiotic person I have ever met. He even chuckled a bit as he spoke. Harry said, idiotic. Cross said, if not? He wants to kill all the Muggles. How much more stupid can you be? As I've said before, the Muggles may not lose even if the entire wizard world goes to war, not to mention a single man. Also to make a whore. Slughorn coughed and said, potions ready. Slughorn gave Cross a look and Cross stopped talking with a smile. Slughorn nodded and gave Ron the potion saying, for the nerves. Ron smiled goofily and drank some as his smile slowly started to turn into a frown as he said, what happened to me? Cross chuckled and said, how does it feel to be hit by a love potion? Ron said, I was hit by a love potion. Harry chuckled and said, Rimuldavain, thanks for testing my food, mate. Ron was stunned before coughing and saying, of course. Gotta make sure my friend isn't getting poisoned, you know. Cross shook his head and sighed as he said, some people freak out and faint after coming back from a love potion, but I guess you never saw the girl, so it wasn't that bad. What a pity. Ron said, oi. A pity? You know Lavender will kill me if she saw me with another girl. I can't even look at Hermione too closely. Slughorn shook his head, while Harry and Cross looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Slughorn got 4 cups and opened a bottle of champagne as he said, let's celebrate. He handed out the cups and said to life. Cross raised his glass and drank as he heard a thud. He turned and saw Ron fell to the ground and was foaming at the mouth. Cross spit out the champagne and trembled. He slapped Harry's shoulder and struggled as he said, Bezoar, quickly. Before slumping and dropping his glass as he held onto the couch. Slughorn was stunned and Cross slapped the cup out of his hands as he struggled to say, Professor, don't drink that. Harry stuffed Bezoar in Cross and Ron's mouths. Cross threw his head back and swallowed the Bezoar down. He stood still for a moment before grabbing a trash bin and throwing up black bile. Slughorn slapped his back and another mouthful of black stuff came out. Cross put the bin down and wiped his lips as he said, someone was trying to kill you, I reckon. Slughorn said it was a gift for someone else actually. Cross frowned and asked, where did you get that, Professor? Slughorn said, I bought it at a shop, it was fine before. I don't understand what happened. Cross let out a breath and blinked his eyes, trying to focus as he said that's good. Before sitting on the couch and fainting. It wasn't that Cross wasn't immune to poisons, it was because the poison was extremely strong. His poison element absorbed the poison and processed it slowly. By the time Cross woke up, he was in a hospital bed. Luna was sitting next to him in a chair with puffy red eyes as she slept. Cross sat up and pointed, the purple string had become even darker than before. Cross was pleasantly surprised and Luna woke up, hearing a sound. She opened her eyes and saw Cross looking at her with a smile. She lunged at him and tackled him to the bed, hugging him tightly as she cried. Cross smiled softly and stroked her back. Luna pulled back and slapped him before hugging him again. Cross was stunned. What was wrong with this woman? Luna said, "Thank God you're okay." As she sat back in the chair. Cross rubbed his cheek and Luna said, "What you deserve for making me worry." Cross smiled slightly and Luna got angry as she said, "I will kill whoever did this to you. Accident or not." Cross smiled softly and said, "Calm down, Loony. I'm fine, plus it was a good thing. I only fainted because my poison was getting stronger." Luna threw her hands up in the air and said, "Are you going to go around drinking poison on purpose now? I will kill you myself if the poison doesn't." Cross choked. When did he say that? Luna snorted and said, "I will." "Don't think I won't." But there was a thick love in her eyes, obviously she was glad he was alive and not plotting his demise. Cross smiled happily and said childishly, "Humph. I don't believe it." Crossing his arms and snorting, Luna laughed and jumped on him, kissing his face all over before sealing his lips with hers as she straddled him. 56. The calm before the storm. A few days later. Cross continued to publish his newspaper, the front page talking about a streaking movement amongst the students with several interviews. One of them even said if any girls would like to join, they're more than welcome. This was obviously anonymous, but Luna and Hermione both looked at Cross. Cross was sitting at a table in the Great Hall, eating, as he shrugged and said, "Some people, Ron held the paper with one hand and slapped it with the back of his hand, said, "This bloke's a genius. Their movement will have a lot more attraction with a female streaker." Hermione and Luna shot him disdainful looks, while Harry shook his head, thinking Ron should say that in private. Though with this new newspaper, it might not be so private anymore. That's right. No one was safe from the peeping publisher. Hermione looked over and said, "Harry. It's her. Katie Bell." Harry looked over and grabbed his book before walking towards her. Cross whispered, "I thought he liked Ginny." Ron waved his newspaper at him, and Cross slapped it away as Hermione said, "That's the cursed girl." Cross gasped and said, "The one with the treacherous friend who wanted to kill her and steal her boyfriend." Hermione slapped her forehead, completely speechless, while Luna laughed and said, "That's right, I reckon. Sherlock, you've done it again, you did." Cross smiled and patted her head saying, "I love you." Luna smiled shyly and returned, "I love you too." Hermione crushed the spoon in her hand and Ron retched saying, "Mate, take it somewhere else, yet." Cross and Luna snickered and Harry ran out of the Great Hall. Cross watched them go and his eyes lit up as he chased after them saying, "Sherlock's on the case." He swiped a broom from a younger student and said, "I'll sign it for you later, kid." Before jumping on it and riding it out of the hallway, standing up like a surfboard. The students gasped in shock, that motion, that calmness, the ease of the broom, the wind in his hair. This guy. He was a pro. Ron said, "Bloody hell. I reckon he's better than Crumb. Good thing he doesn't like Quidditch, am I right?" Hermione rolled her eyes and Luna smiled helplessly at Cross' interest in strange things and fights. Cross arrived at a bathroom and heard Sectum Sempra. He flew into the bathroom and said, "Harry, bloody dangerous spell to be throwing around, mate." As he flew over Harry to Draco's body. It was bleeding all over and Draco was heaving trouble breathing. Cross crouched on the broom and hovered next to Draco, reaching his hand out and touching Draco's chest. Cross' hand turned orange and he twisted it counterclockwise. The blood went back into Draco's body and his wounds healed as if they never happened. Cross picked Draco up and held him in his arms as he floated towards the door. Snape walked in and saw Harry, Cross, and Draco. Snape said, "What happened here?" Cross said, "You see, Draco hit his head on the sink and Harry came to help." Snape said, "In the broom." Cross replied, "These are new shoes. Have you seen the water here?" Snape waved his wand and Draco flew over to him. Snape carried him in his arms and left without a word. Cross smiled and flew back to the Great Hall with Harry, walking next to him. Cross returned the broom to the kid, who actually asked him for his autograph. The kid's friends told him who Cross was, the record holder for the fastest snitch catch and the Triwizard champion. Cross smiled and signed his name on the kid's broomstick and patted his head before walking back to the table. He sat down and licked his hair back as he said, "Humph. I'm famous." Luna giggled and said, "Sign my TI." Cross covered her mouth and laughed as he said, later." He grinned and added, "But it won't be in ink." Luna got excited and lunged at him, kissing him passionately. Hermione, Ron, and Harry just sat there and watched the exchange. Ron and Hermione both said lucky bitch / bastard. While Harry just shook his head, suddenly wondering where Ginny was. A few days passed. Cross was walking in the hallways and Harry passed by saying cheerfully, "Hey, Cross. I like your ears." Cross' ears twitched and he said, "I like your glasses, Harry. Felix Felicis, I see." Harry clicked his tongue and said, "Nothing gets past you, mate." As he passed by Cross and added, "Oh, except me. Haha." Before going along on his journey, Cross shook his head and waved his hand with a small chuckle, an invisible string ear forming on Harry's shoulder. Cross activated the ear on Draco and went back to his room. A few days later, Cross was with Luna, breathing heavily on his bed as Luna snuggled next to him with a big smile, completely naked. Cross rubbed his wrists and said, "How about we use rope next time?" Luna giggled and nodded, kissing his chest. Cross suddenly sat up with a serious expression. Luna held herself up with her arms, squeezing her breasts out between them as she said, "What's wrong?" Cross said seriously, "Harry and Dumbledore left the school." Luna said, "Where did they go?" Cross said, "To find a Horcrux, but what is Dumbledore's goal?" "I don't understand." Luna laid on the bed again and stretched her back, displaying her perfect curves as she said, "Rule the light faction." Cross frowned and said, "Yeah, but there's something else. How does Harry fit into everything?" Luna waved and said, "Dumbledore is getting old, maybe he's grooming Harry." Cross heard her words and froze, his eyes widened and he kissed Luna hard before saying, "Loony. You're really my partner. You're a genius." As he laughed hysterically, finally figuring it all out. Luna was confused, but there was no time for that as Cross said, "Come here, you. You won't sleep for the rest of the week." Luna yelped and Cross kissed her before starting up again as moans echoed in the room once more. A while later, Cross brought Luna to the bathroom. They took a bath together but, moans rang out once more. The poor bathtub was innocent. The next day, Luna looked bright and shiny but she was tired, so much sex last night. She needed a break. Cross was ecstatic at the new revelation and was prepared to take action. He threw a good dream charm in the air and put Luna in his bed, after cleaning the sheets, and tucked her in. He kissed her forehead and said lovingly, "What would I do without you, Loony?" He sighed and caressed her sleeping face as he added with a whisper, "You truly are my other half." He smiled softly and threw his hood up before teleporting out of the room with his beast bag. Luna opened her eyes and smiled a warm and gentle smile as she mumbled, "And you're mine. Silly little elf prince." Before closing her eyes again and falling asleep, Cross reappeared in the Forbidden Woods. He shouted in Elven Firenze. Not long after, Firenze showed up and said, "Your Highness, thank you for what you did for my people last time." Cross smiled and said, "No worries. Could you do me a favor?" Firenze said, "Anything, Your Highness." Cross nodded and said, "Protect all the creatures in the forest. Dumbledore is gone, shield the animals before he returns." Firenze smiled and said, "You're finally taking action, Your Highness." Cross smiled maliciously and said, "He touched my woman. I'm going to ruin him." Firenze chuckled and replied, "I will carry out the task." Cross smiled and added, "Oh yes, if Hagrid shows up asking questions, please don't hurt him. He is very kind and also a victim." Firenze's smile widened as he said happily, "Of course, my lord." Cross didn't bother with the change of address and smiled before teleporting away. He reappeared at Hagrid's house and knocked on the door. Hagrid opened it and said, "Cross. How ya doin', lad?" Cross smiled and said, "Great, Hagrid. You?" Hagrid smiled and said, "Not too bad. Not too bad at all. What brings you here?" Cross smiled and said, "I wanted to show you something." Cross led Hagrid outside and said, "Come out, all of you." Blue, Selena, Grey, Carl, and Buckbeak came out and grew to their normal size, stretching a bit. Hagrid was shocked and said, "Good lord, Cross. Is that Buckbeak?" Buckbeak chirped happily and flew over to Hagrid, nuzzling against him. Cross smiled and said, "He's not the same as before, I hope you don't mind his new look." Hagrid laughed and wiped his eyes as he said, "I thought they killed him." Buckbeak cooed softly and Cross said, "Hagrid. Could I touch your head?" Hagrid said, "I don't see why not." Cross touched Hagrid's head and said, "Ultimate cleanse." Hagrid felt refreshed and relieved, but soon realized what happened and got a little angry. Cross stepped back and smiled apologetically. Hagrid clenched his fists before sighing and looking at Cross as he said, "Thanks, Cross." He got a bit sad as he said that. Cross said, "Hagrid, you don't have to be sad about it. He wasn't worthy of your loyalty. Trust me, there's a lot of things he's done that are worse than Voldemort." Hagrid sat down and sighed. Cross patted his shoulder and smiled kindly as he said, "I have a gift for you. If you want it." Hagrid looked up and sighed with a smile as he said, "Well, give it then." Cross looked at Selena and Grey before coughing as he said, "You literally have 4 other ones." Selena struggled and Cross said, "It's not even alive right now." She looked at Grey who roared lowly and said, "He saved both our lives." Selina finally sighed and nodded. Cross jumped in the beast bag before coming out with a black and red egg. He held it out towards Hagrid as he smiled and said, "You always wanted to raise a dragon, didn't you?" Hagrid was beyond shocked and said no. Absolutely not. Put it back. Cross smiled and said, "It's okay, you know as well as I do that only 25% of the eggs laid by dragons actually make it out alive. The rest die. Take it, I know you will take care of it." Hagrid looked at Selina and Grey before saying firmly, "I will raise it like my own child. I promise." Selina had some relief in her eyes and Grey nodded. Cross smiled and whistled. The beasts went back into the bag but Cross stopped Selina and said, "You stay with me. I have something to tell you." Selina shrank down and hid in his hood. Buckbeak looked at Hagrid sadly. He rubbed his head on Hagrid one more time before flying back into the bag. Hagrid wiped his eyes and said, "You'll take care of him, right?" Cross smiled softly and said, "They're all my family." Selina felt sweet and Hagrid laughed as he held the egg in his hands very carefully saying, "Come in. Have a drink, my treat." Cross smiled and said, "I'll be right in." Hagrid smiled and walked inside. Cross said, "Look at me." Selina came out and grew, looking at Cross in the eyes. Cross sighed and said, "Do you hate me?" Selina was silent. Cross added, "You know that only one maybe two will live." Selina said, "But that doesn't mean I will abandon my babies." Cross sighed and said, "Follow me." Before going into the beast bag, Selina followed after him. Cross walked to her nest, where the eggs were. He stood above the eggs and said, "Which one do you like most?" Selina said, "They're all the same." Cross cut his palms and chuckled as he said, "Very well." He slammed his palms together as his eyes glowed gold and he chanted in Elven Divine Tree, "Hear my call. Bless these precious lives with your grace and benevolence. The gift of life." Golden runes fell on the ground and circled around the eggs. Cross spit a sliver of green crystalline liquid into the middle on the eggs. The sliver exploded and drizzled down on the eggs. The golden runes stopped and burned themselves into the nest. Each little egg felt bursting with life. Selina trembled and said, Why you?" Cross smiled and stroked her head down to her nose as he said warmly, "Like I said, we're all family. The little ones deserve nothing less." Selina dripped tears from her eyes and rubbed her head on Cross as she said thank you. Over and over again. Cross smiled and said, "Though, I didn't expect my favorite little snake to lay eggs." Selina froze and coughed. Cross laughed and rubbed her scales as he said, "You still need to keep them warm, Selina." Selina wrapped around the eggs softly and lovingly as Cross smiled and walked away, leaving the beast bag. Cross packed up and entered Hagrid's shack. Hagrid had the egg on a small pillow as he kept it warm with his hands for the time being. Cross sat down and Hagrid poured him some mead. Cross smiled and drank as he said, "Would you like to know how special your egg is?" Hagrid said, "I've been meaning to ask you, Cross. I can't figure out what this is for the life of me." Cross smiled happily and said, "A basilisk dragon and a horntail hybrid." Hagrid was so shocked he couldn't speak. Cross chuckled and drank the mead. Cross licked his lips looking at the mead. It was really good. He was about to ask, when he saw Hagrid coddling the egg like a baby. He laughed and said, "Quite nice, isn't it?" Hagrid almost lost it and shouted, "Nice. It's the most beautiful thing in the world, it is." Cross added also, "It's not a wyvern. It's a true dragon, the wings are on its back and it has arms and legs. Though I'm not sure if they'll be long and slender like their mother or have horns like their father." Hagrid clicked his tongue and said, "Doesn't matter to me, I'll love it all the same." Cross smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Hagrid." Hagrid shook his head and said sincerely, "Not Cross, thank you. For everything." Cross smiled and drank his mead as Hagrid continued seriously, "What are you going to do? What about Harry, Hermione, and Ron? The other teachers?" Cross replied, "Hermione is safe, I didn't touch Ron, Harry can't be touched, and as for the other teachers..." Cross sighed and shook his head as he said, "Their memories have been altered. If I want to help them, I have to take a lot of time to do so. There's even a chance that their previous memories have been erased." Hagrid cursed, "Damn." Cross smiled slightly and added, "When it's all over, I'll try and help them. I already have a plan, but perhaps I can hijack someone else's." Hagrid let out a breath and said, "Well, I don't know much about plans there, Cross. But I do hope you'll be careful." Cross smiled warmly and said, "Thanks, Hagrid. Oh, by the way, Firenze took all the beasts in the forest and is currently protecting them. I assume Death Eaters will start showing up soon. Please keep you and that egg safe." Hagrid smiled and said, "No need to tell me that. I'll protect it with my life." Cross finished his cup and smiled as he said, "I can't wait to see it hatch." Hagrid laughed and said, "You'll be the first to know." Ha ha ha. Cross smiled and said goodbye to Hagrid before leaving with a wave, opting to walk back to the castle. Cross walked back and looked up at the sky to see dark clouds forming. Cross took a deep breath and let another one out as he grinned viciously, a good night for killing, before laughing grimly. 57. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Cross returned to his room and sat on the bed, caressing Luna's arm, as he waited for something to happen. Luna rolled over and rested her head on Cross' lap. She smiled happily and Cross smiled softly as he stroked her hair gently. His fingers moved across the length of her ears from base to tip. He ran his fingers on her ears gently and they twitched cutely at his warm touch. Cross smiled at Luna's happy and relaxed expression. Time slowly passed. Cross' ears twitched and he heard Draco shouting, I have to do this. Or he's gonna kill me. Cross changed his ears on Harry and Draco to eyes. From Harry he saw Snape stopping Harry before leaving. Cross threw up his hood and gently moved Luna to the bed as he pulled his hand over his face and muttered with a sadistic grin, it's showtime. Before disappearing, Cross appeared next to Harry, who jumped. Cross clamped a hand over Harry's mouth as he heard Snape say no. Cross left, disappearing into the darkness, as he went up the stairs. Cross arrived at the top as Snape said Avada. Cross waved his hand and said Expelliarmus. Snape's wand flew out of his hand and Cross revealed himself, spreading out his hands and tying everyone up with strings, wrapping around their arms and necks tightly. Cross walked to the front and pointed at Dumbledore as he tied Dumbledore up tighter than a dumpling. Snape said, who are you? Cross chuckled and said, oh, Professor, you don't know. As he ripped his mask off, revealing his face. Getting gasps from the group, but Dumbledore was silent as his eyes twinkled. Cross waved and a barrier appeared in front of Dumbledore, shielding everyone, even Harry, from him. Cross looked over and said, you lost, old man. This is checkmate. Bellatrix said, are you going to kill him? Good. Kill him and the Dark Lord will reward you. Cross started laughing hysterically, but it was mocking laughter. He held his hand over his face and laughed as he said, yes, of course, the moron. I almost forgot about him. Ha 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 ha. He looked over and sneered as he said, will he now? I don't think you quite understand the situation you're in, sweetheart. He chuckled and said, Tom Riddle, he's nothing more than a fool. If he wasn't focused on destroying Harry Potter he would have been dead already. Ironically, going after Harry extended his life up until now. You think he was the only one to hate Muggles? Cross sneered, of course not. So then why are there still Muggles? Ding ding. The Muggles are stronger than wizards, there's a lot more Muggles and their technology would crush us just in sheer numbers. You're all retards, I refuse to be lumped up with you, even in the same sentence. It gives me chills. As he spoke he walked over to Dumbledore and pinned him to the ground, checking him for any hidden wands or spells. He cast an ultimate cleanse, as a Death Eater shouted, how dare you say that about our Lord? Cross sighed and said, isn't it nice to be alive? You would think escaping from Azkaban would make you a little more cautious about what you say. I guess this isn't the case. He pointed at the man who spoke and said, goodbye, moron. The strings tore him to shreds until all that was left was a pile of meat on the ground. The others trembled in fear at Cross' ease at killing that man. He didn't even blink. Snape was the calmest as he said, then what do your actions mean, Mr. Greengrass? Cross smiled and said, Professor Dumbledore here, has been plotting for a long time. Such a shame he decided to touch my woman. He looked down at Dumbledore and said, it was me, your little enemy behind the scenes. I wish I was there to see your expression when you found out all the loyalty potions in the food were gone, or how about when I cleared all the wards in the school? Maybe you were angry that your Order of the Phoenix group had their minds cleansed and were free from your control at last. Dumbledore just sighed and Cross sighed as he said, you're no fun. Did you think you were going to get away with your newest scheme? Hee, not on my watch. Let's go, to the Ministry, I have enough Veritas serum on me to last a lifetime. Ha 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 ha. Harry showed up and said, Cross. What are you doing? Cross looked over and said, my word, Harry. Are you deaf? Did you not just hear everything I said? Harry shouted, I don't believe it. Cross shook his head and said, then you're so brainwashed, it may be irreversible at this point. Though, that wouldn't be a problem for you, would it be, Dumbledore? To take over another's body, the mind would be wiped anyway. Dumbledore trembled and Cross grinned as he said, finally a reaction. Haha. He turned to Harry as his strings tightened around Dumbledore's arms and legs, even covering his mouth, as they glowed, constantly changing to different colors. Cross smirked and said, let me ask you something, Harry. Before you attempt and fail at rescuing the one who made you suffer, maybe you could think about something. Harry was silent and Cross smiled. He took a breath and said, that woman, who lives across from you. You found out last year she knew magic, correct? Harry nodded and Cross continued, from what I've heard, you lived in a cupboard under the stairs in that house. If she had magic, then why would she not help you? Knowing who you are and all? Why let you suffer? She could have even brought you to her home. Cross shook his head and continued, once more the Dursleys treated you like a slave, and yet you have no personality changes from your 11 years of poor treatment? You should be shy and introverted, not outgoing, brave, and courageous. This isn't an insult but psychology, the only reason is tampering from outside forces. Would you like to know how many spells, wards, charms, etc. are in your mind and on your body? Harry opened his mouth but Cross cut him off, saying 128. Snape said, impossible. Cross smiled and said, of course not all these are bad, most of them are very helpful. There's a magic drainer on your magic reserves, constantly emptying out your magic, making it much bigger and purer after every drain. He continued also, have you noticed that everything in the school revolves around you? Do you think it was dumb luck? You are right about being the chosen one, as only you can completely destroy Voldemort. But hee. Who knows if you'll still be Harry Potter at that time? Harry said, what do you mean? Tell me. Cross chuckled and said, wait for the Daily Prophet, Harry. It won't be long. He raised his hand and a mouth formed as he said, Rita. Release it. He looked down at Dumbledore and muttered, time to cash in my favor in the Ministry. He looked at the Death Eaters and said, Mr. Lestrange, are you aware that you are pregnant? Very strange indeed. How can a homunculus reproduce? Bellatrix paled and her mind seemed to have gone haywire as she mumbled, no, no, no. Over and over again. Cross pursed his lips and said, perhaps the sins of the parents shouldn't carry on to the child. I will keep it then. His eyes glowed golden green as he said in Elven, protect the child, wash away the sins of the last generation and bless the innocent. Bellatrix's stomach glowed and a golden green light came out, holding what looked to be a small fetus inside. Cross mumbled to himself and snapped his fingers. A golden light surrounded the fetus and fed it nutrients before the entire thing disappeared, going into his room at Hogwarts. Cross said cheerfully, well then, goodbye. As the Death Eaters and Bellatrix were ripped to shreds. Cross hummed happily to himself as he waved his hand, all their remains burning up and disappearing, as if they were never there in the first place. Cross said to Snape, perhaps would be a good time to obliviate Draco and Harry? I can obliviate you, if you like, Professor. Snape waved his wand and Draco and Harry's eyes glazed over. Snape didn't say anything afterwards, he just closed his eyes. Cross smiled and said obliviate. As he changed his, Draco, and Harry's memories. It wasn't Cross but someone else who said all those things to him. As for the dead Death Eaters, it was Dumbledore's last stand before he unfortunately escaped. Evilly. Cross teleported to the Ministry with Dumbledore tied up as he said, you know, I actually had quite a bit of fun counter-scheming with you. Unfortunately, it was a very abrupt ending. I would have much rathered a grand wizarding duel, alas, this was a perfect checkmate. Dumbledore was silent for the most part until he asked, how did you know? Cross smiled and answered, to be honest, it was my wife who gave me the idea. You're so old now, what heights could you reach in a younger body? Plus the resources you would get after defeating Voldemort, as well as the support from the entire Light faction for ridding the world of the Dark faction. Cross clicked his tongue and said, you could have perhaps achieved godhood. Unfortunately that idiot will not be such a challenge. Dumbledore said, you know about the legendary path. Cross smiled and said, of course. Salazar himself told me. Though I have no idea how to achieve it, I believe I will do it one day. Dumbledore was silent but his finger twitched behind him, nothing happened. He didn't escape, he didn't separate his soul to survive, nothing. Cross had already thought of this and checked his soul to find it complete, not a single chance for Dumbledore to come back. Cross arrived at the hearing room and kicked the door open. He walked inside and saw a hearing about a strange witch strip dancer charming men to give me more money. Cross was amused and said, beat it, whore. I got a bigger fish. The witch, named Crystal Candy, jumped up and scampered away, winking at Cross, who snorted and said, sorry, married. Crystal pouted and left sadly. Cross threw Dumbledore into the chair and tied him to it as all 10 of his strings melded together, forming a strange black color. He didn't use space or time, because it wasn't necessary. He discovered this when he was playing along with his strings a few days ago. When the 10 elements came together they made a new one. Anti-magic. Which nullified any magic of the one tied up, unless of course they were thousands of times stronger than Cross. Amelia was acting minister and said, what is the meaning of this? Cross smiled and said in a muffled but clear voice, I have come to check in a favor. He wore his mask again. He didn't want these ministry punks singing praises of him in the Daily Prophet, really he just wanted to be left alone. Cross took out a bucket of Veritas serum and controlled the potion to go into Dumbledore's open mouth. After he drank a good bit, Cross said, your name. Dumbledore responded, Albus Percival Wulfric Brain Dumbledore. Cross said, is it true you performed the Cruciatus curse on a student of Hogwarts, and when this didn't work you used Veritas serum, knowing full well that the serum could potentially destroy her future potential? Dumbledore struggled for a few seconds before finally saying yes. The Wizengamot all gasped and Cross continued, have you been drugging the students of Hogwarts with a series of different potions to incite unhealthy rivalries between houses, while also making them completely loyal to you? Dumbledore said through gritted teeth, yes. Cross continued, have you manipulated the other professors' memories, altering them to be forever loyal or indebted to you? Dumbledore replied yes and closed his eyes. He was finished. Cross didn't stop there, he wanted destruction. Have you manipulated the life of one Harry James Potter? Dumbledore replied yes. Cross sneered and added, what at your plan to have his soul die so you could take over his body and trick the world after defeating the Dark Lord? Dumbledore glared at Cross and spat yes. Cross chuckled and said was the murder of James and Lily Potter, planned by yourself. Dumbledore was silent for a few more seconds before finally sighing and replying yes. The Wizengamot were all pale by this final answer and Amelia frowned as she said I assume we don't have to vote on this. The other wizards and witches shook their heads and Cross smiled as Amelia said escort Mr. Dumbledore to Azkaban, where he will be staying for the rest of his life. Two men came out and dragged Dumbledore away, who looked in Cross' direction with a small smile. Cross sneered, if he thought he was making it to Azkaban, he had another thing coming. Cross looked at Amelia and nodded before disappearing. Cross reappeared near a woman and handed her a stack of papers along with pictures, before disappearing again. The woman was Rita Skeeter. She was stunned and though she was going to get molested, but fortunately she was safe for today. She read through the papers and looked at the pictures as her eyes gradually widened and she laughed hysterically, perhaps it was too much for one night, for poor little Rita. Cross followed the two flying wizards. When they landed in the outskirts, he stunned them. After knocking them out and kicked Dumbledore to the ground and said that potion you drank is useless. He raised his hand and said heal. Dumbledore felt much better, but right after Cross grinned sadistically as he said Crucio Ultima. Dumbledore fell to the ground and spasmed, unable to even scream in pain. He saw Cross grinning at him and feared the worst. He was correct. Cross held out both his hands, one hand healing Dumbledore, while the other was torturing him. Cross came up with this on the fly, he could theoretically torture anyone until their mind completely broke. Cross didn't feel like it was enough so he twitched a few fingers and strings shot out turning fine and grey as they peeled Dumbledore's flesh, multiplying the pain he felt. The strings slowly peeled his flesh to the bone as the heel struggled to keep up. It was the most terrible pain that could ever be felt by a person. Cross frowned, this wasn't enough. He cast an illusion over Dumbledore's eyes, in the illusion everything went wrong at every turn, everything he ever loved was destroyed in front of his eyes, lovers, family, pets, everything. All his plans fell through and he was sent to Azkaban, all weak and thin, but the punishment didn't stop there. He suffered mental punishment far worse than the physical punishment as Dumbledore's eyes finally widened in horror and he started trembling in fear and pain. Cross smiled happily and cracked everything up a notch, finally hearing the sweet screams of terror and pain. It satisfied him greatly, he felt something click in his body and an extremely powerful aura surged from his body spreading outwards. Cross accidentally surged his magic and Dumbledore went silent. Cross cursed and tried to heal him, but his body and mind were completely destroyed, he was nothing more than a shell of a person. Cross broke into his mind and found one last piece of reason, not enough to restore itself but enough to know what's going on. Cross grinned evilly and destroyed the mindscape, before forming a chair made of rubble. He grabbed the last strand of reason and threw him in the chair, tying him to the chair and stitching his eyes open permanently. The reason would have to watch everything happen in the outside world but would be powerless to do anything. It was another form of torture, as Dumbledore was now, mentally retarded, and his brain couldn't do anything to save itself so he was tortured to watch himself like this, begging for death but unable to get it. Cross left the mindscape after making sure there was nothing left for Dumbledore to make a comeback with. After confirming, he left and teleported away, leaving Dumbledore drooling on the ground unable to move, completely finished. By the time the Aurors woke up, Cross was completely gone. They couldn't find anything and took the, now retarded, Dumbledore to Azkaban. Not caring if he's retarded or not, as they threw him in a cell and called the Dementors to constantly feed off his soul. Cross, on the other hand, was as happy as a lark. He popped back into his room and hummed happy as he saw Luna staring at the fetus and thought. Cross sat on the bed and hugged Luna as he said it's over, baby. I did it. Luna smiled warmly and snuggled into him as she said I'm happy. Cross kissed her as he said I'll tell you what happened after we celebrate. Luna gave him a cheeky smile and said I'll get the ropes. Cross coughed and said only the ropes. Luna pouted and disappeared as Cross chuckled, feeling extremely relaxed and happy. 58. The last check. Cross woke up the next morning and stretched his arms before kissing Luna, who was laying down on his chest, naked and tired. Luna woke up and mumbled I do. Before falling back down and drooling, Cross smiled lovingly and whispered you may now kiss the groom. Luna kissed his chest and Cross laughed. Luna woke up and her face reddened as she bought on his chest saying you think it's funny to tease me. Cross grabbed her waist and laughed as he said yup. Ha 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 Luna said you before moaning loudly, as Cross slipped inside of her saying good morning before pounding her, as Luna bounced up and down with her tongue out of her mouth. A while later, Luna stepped out of the shower and grumbled. Cross was sitting on the bed in his school clothes looking at the fetus and thought. Luna got dressed and slung her arms around his neck, kissed his cheek from behind as she said what is this, hubby? Cross said a baby from a Death Eater and Voldemort. I don't know what to do with it. Luna hummed and said you took it. Cross nodded and said her parents are going to die. Well one is dead already and I didn't want to kill an unborn baby. Luna said after a few seconds why don't we keep it? Cross looked at her and said what? Luna nodded and said we'll raise it like our own. Of course, to make sure it doesn't end up like its parents. Cross gave her a good look and Luna didn't even blink. He looked back at the fetus and bit his and Luna's finger, drawing 2 drops of blood before healing Luna's finger. The 2 drops of blood floated in front of him and slowly sank into the fetus, expelling all the other blood that was inside. The fetus trembled before a golden red blood cocoon covered it. Luna held it extremely gently in her hands, feeling a blood connection. Cross said seriously, you can't back out of this now. Luna snorted and said as if I would. It's family now. Cross smiled softly and said leave it here, when it's ready to be born you will feel it. Luna reluctantly put the blood cocoon on a pillow on the desk before leaving with Cross, going to the Great Hall to eat breakfast. They got into the Great Hall and all the students' eyes landed on Cross before they started whispering. Cross frowned and picked up a newspaper. The front page was filled with pictures of Dumbledore's hearing and the article stating his crimes and punishment along with a detailed description of how the hearing went. Cross read the article and didn't see anything even suggesting he had anything to do with it. He was confused. Why was everybody looking at him? Luna nudged him and flipped the newspaper to another page. There was a small article on the later pages that was titled The Last Blood Elf. Cross read the article that detailed himself and how he was an ancient extinct race, capable of powers one could only dream of. Then it directly mentioned his name along with a quote, the thing about chess is all the pawns are useful. Consider this the last check to you. The old schemer. Cross trembled and the newspaper shook. Luna looked at him worriedly, but Cross burst out laughing. The students were startled. Did he go crazy? Cross laughed and said good move. Excellent check. Ha 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 ha. Luna covered her eyes, not wanting to see what happens next. Cross turned to the students and grinned as he said it's true. What are you going to do about it? A massive wave of pressure slammed against the students and they trembled in fear, giving up any thoughts of going after Cross for his secrets. Cross took back the pressure and chuckled as he ate his breakfast. A while later, Hermione, Ron, and Harry sat down in front of Cross. Hermione slammed the newspaper down and looked at Cross as she said, you're in danger, and you're just eating here. Cross rolled his eyes and said, what danger? Shut up and eat. Harry looked down and Cross pointed at him saying ultimate cleanse. He did the same for Ron and they both blinked before smiling at Cross and saying thanks. Cross grinned and said no worries. Really dodged a bullet there at, Harry. As he pointed to the article on Dumbledore. Harry sighed and said I guess so. As he looked at a locket in his hands. Cross said you should probably continue to do your thing. If you don't destroy all the Horcruxes, then you will die. I suggest you go fast. Your time is running out. Harry clenched the locket and nodded. Cross smiled and continued to eat. The teachers continued to teach with sour moods. The whole school was a bit depressed. McGonagall took it upon herself and became the headmistress, while Snape disappeared. The school year ended and Cross hummed happily to himself as he left the school with Luna. Just as he left he heard a soft voice, please come back, Elven Prince. There are still many things that you currently do not possess. You have saved me but the danger is not yet gone. Cross stopped and said the castle. Luna looked around, not hearing anything but Cross heard a response, yes. Please come back. Next year. I will be yours. Cross said very well. I will come back. Hopefully you will explain at that time. The castle replied of course. Before going silent. Cross teleported away, leaving the school. Luna and Cross arrived at Cross house. Luna was still holding the blood cocoon. Cross told her to leave it in his beast bag, to which Luna agreed. It would be far less dangerous to leave it there, than to carry it around with her at all times. Time slowly passed like this. Cross got Marcus and the rest to move to somewhere secret, as Voldemort might attack at any time. He may be a moron, but he's a dangerous moron. And so after so persuading, Marcus and the entire family moved. Cross smiled and stayed in the house, and a few days later, just as he suspected. Cross sat in the living room with Luna as Death Eaters swarmed into the house. Cross drank from his cup and smiled as he said, welcome to my humble abode. Wondering where my family is? He grinned and looked at the group as he said coldly, ask your fellow Death Eaters in hell. He waved his hand and they all got tied up in strings. Cross grinned as he slowly closed his fist and said goodbye. The Death Eaters screamed in pain before exploding into chunks of flesh and blood. Luna clicked her tongue and said honestly, can you not make a mess? As she waved her hand and all the blood and guts disappeared, burning up into ashes. Cross smiled and replied, you can take care of it, can't you? Luna giggled and shook her head saying, geez, I'm not a maid. We will have house elves in the future. Cross rubbed her hand with his thumb and smiled softly before saying, living in a house with you? Gross. Luna laughed and said, I forgot how disgusting you were, you're right. Cross smiled sweetly and kissed her as he said, you know. This house is empty. Luna giggled and said seductively, what are you suggesting? Cross pushed her down on the couch and kissed her neck, sliding his hand up her shirt, as he said, let me give you an example. Luna hummed in comfort and kissed him, about to get into it. They heard a series of coughs and thuds. Cross looked over and said in annoyance, come on. How many visitors can a guy get? As he looked at Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Nymphadora, Fleur, and a few others he didn't recognize. Moody said, well, if you don't want to be seen, don't snog on the couch while the door is wide open. Cross sat up and said, you know, you were a lot funnier when Crouch was impersonating you. Lupin and Sirius chuckled. Moody said, har har. Very funny, we have questions. Cross said, and you came to me? A little elf boy. Moody rolled his eyes and sat down. Little elf boy, my ass. How long have you known? Cross looked at the group and said, is this an interrogation? I want a lawyer. Sirius chuckled and said, you see, I still remember some things that were buried in my mind. Cross rolled his eyes and said, I should have double-checked after I obliviated you then. Sirius scratched his neck and chuckled. Moody said, come on, boy. Out with it. Cross smiled and said, well, you see, the first year I noticed the potions, and then from then on Sirius told me he was there under Dumbledore's orders. Cross went on and on as he talked until the eventual end of Dumbledore. Cross smiled at their shocked looks and said, I know, I'm amazing, the most handsome guy you've ever seen as well at. Luna giggled and Lupin said, and Dumbledore. Cross chuckled evilly, let's just say, he won't be a problem ever again. He grinned and added, even if he escapes from Azkaban. Moody was silent for a few moments before saying seriously, good. Though, we still have a job to do. Because the old bastard was planning so deep, we have to defeat a dark wizard as strong as him. Alright, let's go. Cross pointed at himself and said, let's go? Do I look like someone who jumps headfirst into danger? Did you not just hear my life story? Moody said, well, you know much more than we do, so you're coming along. Cross just had his mouth open, completely speechless. Sirius said, oi. Lad, come save my godson, won't you? Cross cursed, do I look like a good person? I'm a terrible, evil guy. Worse than Voldemort. Don't just look at my handsome face. Luna laughed and Fleur said, can you come to my wedding? You and Luna are both invited. Cross was even more shocked and said, you're getting married. 2 years ago, you were still falling over yourself. Fleur almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Good thing Cross spoke in French. She replied weakly, it's different now. I have a lover, you know what happens to Avila once they find their lover. Cross said, yet. Save your breath, I know. He looked at Moody and said, what do I get by helping you? Moody narrowed his one eye and said, some stuff and some things. Cross almost died of anger, some stuff and some things. Moody hummed, good stuff and things. Cross was about to go on a rampage, but Luna said, we'll help. Moody and the rest grinned and Cross grumbled, you're lucky, my wife is a good person. They all chuckled and Moody said, we're going to Potter's. Let's go. Cross went to his room and stuffed a bunch of wedding clothes in his bag, for him and Luna. He slung his bag over his shoulder and got outside before whistling. Gray flew out of Cross' bag and grew. Cross carried Luna and hopped up on Gray's back as he said racily. Ha 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 ha, the group were stunned and Gray flew away to Harry's house. He could get there because his string was still on Harry's body. If they were going somewhere else he would need coordinates if he's never been there. The group sighed and flew away. Sirius looked at Lupin and said, the kid has better style than you for sure. Lupin swung at him with a smile as he said, you're one to talk, damn dog. Sirius chuckled and flew off on his broom. 59, Death Eater Ambush. Cross and Luna landed in Harry's backyard with a loud thud. Thank God it was dark outside, or else the muggles would have seen a giant dragon flying right over their heads. Cross whistled and Gray barreled into Cross' beast bag. Cross landed on the ground with Luna and walked into Harry's house. Cross saw there was absolutely nothing in the house and said, well, I guess he wasn't accepting visitors. Luna giggled and Cross waved his hand, making a throne out of string and sitting down with Luna in his lap. Luna rolled her eyes and said, so extravagant. Cross smiled happily and said, you're here, aren't you? Luna smiled sweetly and leaned on him as Harry ran down the stairs and said, Cross? What are you doing here? Cross tapped the throne armrest and said, well, I was coerced into coming to a little cupboard boy's rescue. Harry was surprised and another voice sounded, don't believe him, Harry. He only listens to the girl. Harry smiled widely and said, Sirius. As he hugged Sirius as the rest of the order walked in, along with Hermione, Ron, and Hagrid. Ron saw Cross and said, bloody hell, are you supposed to be the king, mate? Cross chuckled and said, depends which race, Gingy. Ron gasped and Moody pushed to the front and said, that's all well and good but we have some protecting to do. Harry won't be very useful buried 6 feet in the ground. Moody looked at the group and said, Potter, you're underage, which means you still have the trace on you. Harry asked, what's the trace? Moody replied, if you sneeze the ministry will know who wipes your nose. We need to get out of here with means that the ministry can't trace. Brooms, thestrals, and the like. We'll go in pairs so they can't find out which Harry's the real one. Harry was confused and Moody pulled out a bottle of polyjuice potion as he said, I believe you're familiar with this particular brew. Harry shouted, no. Cross quipped, I say, are you sure you're not Barty Jr.? Moody grunted and Harry said not a chance, risking everyone's lives for me. No. Hermione chimed, I told you he'd take it well. Fred and George added, none of us want to be you mate. Imagine being a screwy, specky, git forever. Harry was stunned and Moody said, you're underage. The rest agreed to take the risk. A small man coughed, technically, I've been coerced. Cross quipped, ah, you too. Moody snarled, can it, Mundungus. He glanced at Cross and grunted before Hermione snagged a lock of Harry's hair, before putting it in the polyjuice potion. Moody walked around the room as he said, fair warning. For those of you who haven't tasted polyjuice potion before. It tastes like goblin piss. Fred said, have a lot of experience with that, do you Mad Eye? Moody was silent and Fred said, all right. Just trying to diffuse the tension. Cross chuckled and Moody looked at him. Cross said, are you serious? No way, get that stuff away from me, you mad bastard. Luna added with a smile, it won't work anyway. As she twitched her ears. Moody nodded and Sirius said, much nicer than the boy, ain't she? Lupin whispered, good thing too, kid's a bit of an asshole. As they both laughed, Cross smirked and threw a book at them. Sirius caught it with a laugh. Moody shouted, all right. Enough games. Let's go, I expect people will be waiting for us. Cross grinned and said, Death Eaters? I can't wait. The rest chuckled and Moody said, all right. Let's go. Now. Cross dispelled the throne and said to Luna, you want to fight or get in the bag? Luna hummed and said, I've never killed anyone before. Cross grinned and said, it's really fun. As the rest felt a chill down their spines, while Luna giggled and asked, who we taking is the question. Moody said, you'll be taking Granger. Luna grumbled and walked out of the house saying, great. Can't wait. Hopefully she doesn't fall off. Cross touched his nose and looked around the room apologetically saying, that time of the month, you understand. The guys nodded understandingly, while the girls were getting angry. Cross grinned and grabbed Hermione, picking her up by the waist as he said, well, we'll be outside. Haha. Before running outside, as the girls started to throw things. Luna had her arms crossed outside as she tapped her foot impatiently and grumbled. Cross appeared and smiled as he said, which one of you wants to kill some morons? Carl jumped out of the bag first and hopped around excitedly, looking for an enemy. Cross coughed and said, one with wings. Carl started crying as he said, it's not fair. The rest can fly. Even that delicious chicken. Cross slapped Carl and threw him back in the bag saying, then work harder and you'll be able to fly without wings eventually. Selena slithered out of the bag and said, Tom Riddle's folk. Cross nodded with a grin and Selena came out of the bag and stretched out her wings as she said, I can't wait. It's been a long time since I petrified someone. She giggled coldly and grew. Cross and Luna got on top of Selena and Hermione said, a dragon. The rest came out to see the dragon and Harry said, the basilisk. Cross coughed and Selena looked at Harry and said, thanks for almost killing me, boy. Harry looked awkward and Selena snorted, grumbling, damn kid. Should have petrified him when I had the chance. Cross chuckled and Moody said, we'll meet at the burrows. Everyone got ready and Moody said on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Cross whistled and Selena shot off into the sky as Cross laughed, ready or not, here I come. Ha 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 ha, Ron said, bloody scary, he is. Nymphadora flew off and said, I think he's quite cute actually. Ron replied, you're just as scary as him, I reckon. Cross pierced the cloud layer and saw a ton of Death Eaters. He chuckled and said, ready, love. Luna smiled and dripped black tears that turned into giant flaming whales as she said, always. Hermione readied her wand and Cross laughed, time to start the slaughter. He spread out his strings and a giant 9-headed hydra with a black body appeared and started wreaking havoc on the Death Eaters. Hi9's strings shot out in all directions, started piercing, slashing, and killing left and right. Selena's eyes glowed and Death Eater after Death Eater fell from the sky, petrified and dead. Cross laughed as Selena soared through the air, through the uncountable number of Death Eaters. He made finger pistoled as his strings continued out of his back. His fingertips glowed green as he said, Avada Kedavra. As if he was shooting a gun, nailing a Death Eater with every shot. Hermione's face was pale as she tried to keep up. Luna had a soft smile as her whales smashed groups of Death Eaters as once, while she herself threw imperious curses at the Death Eaters, throwing them into one another, smashing them off their brooms and plummeting to their deaths. Cross looked over and shot at a Death Eater, on Moody's blind spot. Moody nodded and paid more attention. Cross grinned and said, Hermione, remember what I taught you about Lumos? Hermione held her wand and pointed it forward saying, Lumen Spear. A bright laser pierced a Death Eater and killed him, before going through to 3 more. Cross slapped and said, Quadra kill. Nice. He closed his eyes before smirking as he shouted, String World. The surrounding clouds turned to strings and pierced the unsuspecting Death Eaters. Cross grinned and blew on his finger saying, just another day's work for the Lord. Luna giggled and rolled her eyes as she had the whales explode and blow up a group of Death Eaters. Cross pouted and said, honey. My big reveal. Luna giggled and stuck out her tongue as she continued controlling more whales. Cross shook his head and said oh. Selena dived down. Selena dived and a second later an Avada Kedavra flew over above them. Cross chuckled and shouted mad are we, Tom. He pointed forward and said Avada Ultima. Voldemort shouted Avada Kedavra. And their beams collided, creating a shockwave, blowing away the surrounding Death Eaters. Cross grinned but he was paying attention to everything around him, his pupils trembled and he jumped off saying in Parseltongue Selena dive down and fly away, now. Selena shot down and sped off as Cross redirected both his and Voldemort's beams to the side, killing a couple Death Eaters as the rest cast Avada Kedavra at Cross. Cross chuckled and slipped into the clouds, dodging their spells, before coming back and jumping off strings as he grinned viciously. He hated people who attacked Luna the most and if he didn't tell Selena to leave they would be aimed at her. Cross threw Avada Ultimas at Voldemort, while controlling the clouds to pierce at the Death Eaters. Cross used one hand, fighting Voldemort while the other took over the bodies of 5 Death Eaters and made them cast Avada Kedavra at Voldemort. Cross fingers were moving at high speeds as his grin dimmed, noticing his bad situation. The rest had escaped without a casualty, now the Death Eaters were on him. He felt a bit of pressure against hundreds of people alone. Definitely not a fun experience. Cross chuckled to himself and said oh boy. This is a pickle. The Hydra rose up from under him and all its heads were facing in a circle outwards. Cross hummed and said to himself could try that. He grinned again and the Hydra blasted out elemental breaths before spinning in a circle. Cross held out his hand and it glowed orange as he said acceleratio. The Hydra spun extremely fast and the breaths started melding together to a strange black as an elemental storm appeared. Cross roared in an invisible pressure, locked down the Death Eaters as the storm engulfed them. Cross snickered and jumped into the air, disappearing from the scene as the pressure vanished. Voldemort waved the storm away and saw nothing, he grinned his teeth and roared to the sky in anger. Cross heard his roar and laughed to himself, even though he was sweating a bit. That was extremely taxing, he barely had any magic left. He kept jumping until he passed through an invisible barrier and saw Selena next to a house, he let out a breath of relief and got really tired as he fell to the ground. Selena looked up and caught Cross, Luna rushed over and checked him before letting out a breath of relief and slapping him shouted idiot. What are you doing? I thought you sacrificed yourself. I was about to go to hell and bring you back so I can kill you again. Cross sat up and said well I'm alive, so yay? Plus, how do you know I won't go to heaven? Luna rolled her eyes and said are you joking? Cross just chuckled, seeing that she was actually mad this time. He gulped and said well, honey, actually I had to make you leave. Please don't be upset. I'm still alive, aren't it? Luna pouted and said softly you could have not been. What would I do without you? What about child? Cross was confused and said child? Hey. Luna said the cocoon, plus. I think I might be. Cross eyes widened and he shouted 60, the 3 Deathly Hallows. Cross felt Luna's stomach quickly, before falling back on his ass and staring into the distance in a daze with his mouth wide open. Luna brought him into the house, feeling a bit anxious herself. The group saw Cross' expression and Luna sat him down. He sat on the couch with the same dazed expression and Luna looked at him worriedly, the group looked at Cross and frowned. Moody said he didn't get hit did he? Luna shook her head and bit her lips, not quite sure what to say. Sirius snapped in front of Cross' face and said bloody hell, don't tell me he's brain dead now. Luna looked really anxious and Molly rubbed her shoulders saying sit down, dear. He'll be all right. Luna smiled slightly and said he's fine, it's just. Lupin said seriously what happened? Luna felt awkward and looked at Nymphadora as she touched her stomach, Nymphadora's eyes widened as she shouted what? Are you serious? They all looked at her and she bounced over sitting next to her as she said me too. Congratulations. Lupin looked at Luna and Cross in surprise and slapped his forehead saying he's fine. He's just Cross finally reacted you're pregnant. His shout was so loud, Sirius almost got a heart attack. They rest widened their eyes in shock and looked at Luna. Luna said shyly and a bit sadly I think so. As she thought Cross was angry. Cross slumped into the chair, Hermione fainted and the rest were in shock. Fleur said happily congratulations. Ron recovered and patted Cross' shoulder as he forced a laugh down saying well done, mate. Not even married yet and you stuffed her full. Molly slapped Ron and chided watch your mouth. Who got stuffed full? When are you going to stuff someone full, Ron rubbed his head and replied blimey, Mum, you can't be serious. You think I can just get anyone pregnant? Molly rolled her eyes and said let's celebrate. Come, sweetheart, give the boy some space. Luna left with her, still really nervous, as Cross hadn't said anything. The rest of the girls left and Fleur picked up Hermione on their way out. Cross was staring into space mumbling I'm gonna be a dad. Over and over again, the rest sat down and Lupin said me too actually. Ron quipped is it the season? What's with everyone? Harry chuckled and slapped him as he said congratulations. To the both of you. Cross was out of it for a few more seconds before he got up and walked outside. The group followed him and Cross said Grey, come out. Grey flew out and grew as he looked at Cross. Cross said hit me. I think I'm dreaming. Grey didn't have any problems and slammed his tail against Cross, sending his flying into the fields extremely fast. Sirius whistled and said I think he's dead. Lupin nodded in agreement. Ron added I think he's trying to kill himself. While Harry and Hagrid looked at Grey and said a horntail. Grey looked at Harry and clicked his tongue as he said the boy who almost killed me. How do you do? Harry felt strange and said are there other animals I've almost killed in that bag too? Grey shook his head and Harry said that's good. Cross reappeared in front of the house and said get back inside. Grey flew back inside and Cross stood there silently. Lupin said how do you feel? Do you want some chocolate? Harry asked do you just carry some everywhere? Sirius chimed he has a bit of a sweet tooth. Cross grabbed the chocolate and devoured it before saying I'm gonna be a dad. He turned around and said nervously I'm not ready to be a dad. I can't even take care of myself. The guys all burst into laughter and Ron asked curiously how does it feel, mate? Cross said amazing. I'm excited but I'm also nervous, I don't know how to care for a child. I'm not even 18 yet. Ron mumbled then you shouldn't be shagging all the time then. Cross ignored him and looked at Lupin saying Professor, how do you feel? Lupin said well, pretty good considering the circumstances. I just hope he doesn't become a werewolf like me. Cross was silent for a moment before suddenly saying where's Luna? They all pointed inside and Cross disappeared. Ron sighed I really want to do that. Harry chuckled and said become an elf then. Ron clicked his tongue and headed back inside while Harry laughed and followed him. Cross appeared in front of Luna, who had red eyes. The girls backed off and Cross lifted Luna's head to look at him, she sniffled and Cross wiped her tears away gently as he touched her forehead with hers, letting her feel his emotions. She held his face and Cross whispered I'm happy. But I'm extremely nervous and scared as well. He grabbed her hand and held it tightly, kissing the back of it as he said with a smile hopefully they end up like you. Luna laughed and cried tears of joy. Cross smiled softly and Luna hugged him, he rubbed her back with a gentle smile. The rest of the girls wiped their eyes, while Hermione was still unconscious. Molly clapped and said let's celebrate. Come, everyone downstairs. They all left and Cross said I guess I might have forgotten to sterilize myself last time. Luna smiled happily and rubbed her stomach lovingly as she said and the few times after that and basically every time after Dumbledore was killed. I stopped forcing it out too, so here we are. Cross kissed her hand and smiled lovingly as he said I'm glad. Luna smiled and said me too. Good thing you forgot, or the other one would be alone. Cross smiled warmly and brought Luna downstairs as Molly spread out a feast. They celebrated and ate together. Cross felt it was nice to be with these people now. Since Dumbledore was out of the picture the only other worry was the crazy moron, but Cross didn't take him too seriously. They celebrated late into the night and Cross went to bed with Luna in his arms, having a beautiful dream. The next day, Cross got dressed in a nice suit, he matched Luna and strangely enough, he looked even better than he did in black. Lewin was wearing a beautiful pink dress, while Cross was wearing a pink suit with a white shirt, a black tie, black belt and black shoes. His jewelry was revealed and his hair was slicked back. Luna looked like a beautiful fairy. Cross felt his mouth go dry as he looked at her. Luna twirled and said sweetly beautiful. Cross nodded dumbly and said marry me. Luna giggled and blushed, not answering. Cross heard his name getting called and he walked outside. Luna watched him go with love in her eyes. Cross got outside and said yo. Arthur waved him over and said come help lift the tent, boy. Cross took off his jacket and put it in his bag as he walked over, rolling his sleeves as he said can't get it up, boys. Ron said piss off, cunt. Cross laughed and waved his hand, the tent flew up and settled perfectly. Cross held his chin up high and said how does it feel? To be not as good as me. They all gave him the finger and chuckled as they went to another tent. Cross helped them as Ron went inside, seeing the Minister of Magic. Surprisingly, it wasn't Amelia Bones. But Amelia did come, apparently she was engaged to Sirius. Cross was surprised and said congratulations. Amelia smiled and Sirius laughed. Cross shook his head and said look at that. 2 people who I saved are together. Maybe I have a talent. Amelia smacked his head and smirked as she said relax, boy. I may not be in the ministry anymore, but don't think I don't know that the books that went missing are with you. Cross chuckled and slipped away into the house, escaping Amelia while Sirius laughed. Cross held the sword as Harry's, it came to him when he needed it most. Cross walked over and saw Hermione arguing with the minister, who replied at any case the current whereabouts of the sword are unknown. I don't know what you're planning Mr. Potter, but you can't do it alone. He's too strong. Before getting up and leaving, Cross smiled at the minister and said I would be very careful at the ministry, Minister. I do hope you will not be a corpse the next time I see you. The minister nodded and replied, I will heed your advice, Mr. Greengrass. Farewell. As he left, Cross looked at the three and said, actually, Hermione, the sword doesn't belong to anyone. You see, goblins have different owner beliefs. It is their belief that the maker, and not the buyer, is the true owner of the item. Whoever buys it is merely renting the item. Cross looked at the snitch in Harry's hands and said, may I borrow that for a moment, Harry? Harry handed it over and Cross touched it a few times. The snitch opened and revealed a ring. Cross took the ring and said, I'll trade you something good for this ring, how about it? Harry said, you know what that is? Cross smiled and nodded as he said, the Resurrection Stone. Hermione said, Resurrection Stone? Ron asked, you can bring someone back from the dead with that? Bloody hell. I just got a lighter. Harry said, if that's the care I would like it back, please Cross. Cross sighed and sat down as he said, Harry, what you're thinking won't work. Harry said, how did you? Cross looked at him sadly and explained, the Resurrection Stone cannot bring the dead back to life. It merely brings their souls back. Cross paused as he thought for a moment, before saying, do you remember Tom Riddle's diary? Harry nodded and Cross smiled, it's like that. But the spirits that come back are usually in great pain and cannot stay for too long, only a few minutes or hours depending on the bond. Cross tapped on Hermione's book as he said, the 3 Deathly Hallows should be in that book. Hermione opened the book and started looking for it. Cross explained, the 3 Deathly Hallows are the Elder Wand, the Cloak of Invisibility, and he held up the ring as he continued, the Resurrection Stone. Harry said, Cloak of Invisibility. Cross smiled and said, your cloak, yes. It is said that if one gathers all the Hallows they will be the master of death and unable to die. Ron shouted, bloody hell. That's amazing. Cross shook his head and said, it is, but this is a lie. Hermione spoke, he's right. As she told the story of 3 brothers gaining things from death himself. Cross added, after she finished, death is inevitable. Everyone dies in the future, no matter what. You may be able to live for a very, very long time, but you will never live forever. Unless. Cross stopped speaking and Ron said, unless what? Cross smiled and said, unless you become a god. But even then, I don't know how long gods live for. Anyway, Harry, wanna trade? I just might have something you'll want. Harry looked at the ring and thought before saying, let's see it, then. Cross smirked and said, there's a reason they can't find Godric's sword, mate. As he pulled Godric's sword from his bag. Ron was amazed and said, blimey. What else, you got in that bag? Cross pulled out a few more things as he said, egg incubator, rare woods and materials for wands, a bottomless bottle of Felix Felicis, a bucket of Veritas serum, a bunch of phoenix feathers. A ton of things were spilled out on the table. Hermione, Ron, and Harry were stunned. Hermione said, how many books can you hold in that bag? Ron said, books. Have you seen what he just pulled out? Harry looked at Cross and said, I'll take the sword. Cross smiled and handed it over with the snitch as he said, oh yes, the sword can destroy Horcruxes. Harry took the sword and looked around. Cross said, oh my bad. He dug into his bag and pulled out another bag before handing it over as he added, this is a bottomless bag, I made it myself. I was considering selling them, but you can have one for free. They're completely stable so you can put your things inside without worry. He threw another 2 at Ron and Hermione as he said, this one is better than yours, Hermione. He turned back to Harry and said seriously, thank you, Harry. Truly, this is just what I was looking for. Oh, a word of advice. I would return it to the goblins when you're done with it. Having goblins come after you is not fun. If you do happen to want to keep it or lose it, come find me. I have some pull with the goblins. Harry smiled and put the sword and his things away in the bottomless bag before stuffing it in his pocket as he said, thanks, Cross. Cross smiled and said, if you want to give your cloak away, I'll take it too. Hermione said, you want all 3? Cross laughed and shook his head as he said, no. The cloak is just interesting, as for the wand. I have no use for it, plus why would I want it? For my kids? It's just a piece of wood at the end of the day. Hermione felt her mouth twitch as she said, that's the most powerful wand in the world. Cross shrugged and said, well, then Harry, if you do happen to come across the Elder Wand and you don't want it, you can give it to me. I'll take it. Harry chuckled and said, I'll keep it in mind. Cross smiled and his hand, holding the ring, glowed golden green as he said, ultimate cleanse. The ring was cleared of any curses, wards, charms, spells, etc. Cross tossed it in his hands and took all his stuff back before walking away. Ron said, I reckon, he's gonna do something. The 3 followed Cross, who found Luna sitting on a bench, reading a book, outside with the beast bag next to her. Cross started to feel nervous as he walked over. Luna looked at him and smiled, yes. Cross rubbed the ring in his hands and coughed as he got on one knee and held out the ring as he said, marry me. Luna dropped her book and gasped in shock, covering her mouth with her hands as tears flowed. Ron, Hermione, and Harry were stunned. Harry said, did he just? Hermione was in a daze and Ron said, power move. Giving away a Deathly Hallow just like that. The rest of the group looked over and gasped. Luna looked at Cross and nodded excitedly, before hugging him and shouting yes. Yes. Of course. Cross was over the moon and hugged her as the people watching clapped, cheered, and whistled. Cross looked around and said, beat it, peepers. Damn. But he had a big smile on his face, they all laughed and shouted congratulations. Ha ha ha. Cross shook his head and put the ring on Luna's left-hand ring finger. Luna looked at the ring and froze in shock as she said, why you? She looked up at Cross, who smiled lovingly and said, I had to trade a sword for it. Luna burst into tears as she hugged him again. Cross smiled softly and rubbed her back as the rest came over. The girls took Luna away while the guys joked with Cross. All in all, it was a happy day until the wedding. 61. The wedding. Night rolled around. Cross was sitting at a table drink wine from a glass with a small smile. Though if you looked closely his hand was trembling and he was sweating bullets. He didn't expect Xenophilius to be here. Nevertheless, he was. Currently, Luna was talking to him not far away from the table. She showed him the ring and Xenophilius' eyes bulged out looking at it. Cross watched as Luna smiled and talked to her dad, then he saw Xenophilius calm down with a small happy smile. Luna smiled happily then spoke again. Cross saw Xenophilius' eyes widen in shock before an enraged expression appeared on his face as he glared at Cross. Cross was holding the wine glass in his hand and his hand was shaking so bad, wine spilled out from it. He was still smiling but only he knew that his face was frozen from fear and anxiety. Luna held her dad back and explained with a smile. Xenophilius was still extremely angry and marched over to the table where Cross was drinking. More like feeding the table and ground. Strangely there was no wine on his clothes. Xenophilius shouted, you knocked up my daughter. Cross crushed the glass in his hand in fright and said with a stutter, why you know, being angry is very bad for your health. Xenophilius almost beat the shit out of him as he snarled, you are bad for my health. Cross coughed and finally sighed as he said, what do you want me to do? It was an accident, a happy little accident. I'm happy, aren't you? Babies ward off Nargles. Xenophilius almost punched him in the face and said angrily, impregnating my daughter was an accident. Cross jumped and said, what? Don't put words in my mouth, man. I just forgot to sterilize myself the last few times. Xenophilius seemed to get angrier as he grabbed Cross and shook him saying the last few times. There's been times before then. Cross realized he misspoke and coughed as he said seriously, of course not. I reproduce asexually. Xenophilius was stunned and Hermione chimed, then you would be pregnant, not Luna. Plus only plants and some insects reproduce asexually. Cross coughed again and corrected, did I say asexual? I meant I haven't touched your daughter, she's still a virgin and she was blessed to birth the Son of God. Xenophilius shook Cross angrily and shouted, this isn't Muggle religion, boy. Cross looked around and everybody looked away, seemingly having no intentions to help. Cross cursed these bastards, how many times has he saved their lives? Cross sighed and said, I knocked her up, what do we do now? Xenophilius glared at Cross before letting him go and sitting down with a sigh. Cross smoothed out his shirt and heard a disappointed sigh from the audience. He clicked his tongue and waved, a breeze turning the people around. Luna sat at the table, notably next to Cross, as she held his hand tightly. She was quite nervous herself. Cross squeezed her hand and smiled calmly. Luna smiled gently, slightly relaxing. Xenophilius looked at the duo and sighed again. He seemed to have gotten older as he said, they really do grow up fast. Luna felt her eyes twitch and Xenophilius gave Cross a hard look as he said, if you hurt my little girl I will kill you. I don't care if you're the last elf or whatever. I will extinguish a race if I have to. Cross nodded and said, which eye of yours seeing me treating her bad? Luna smiled sweetly and Xenophilius pointed at his right eye as he said, the one that saw you knock her up. Cross retorted, hey. If you don't want to be a grandfather, then that's fine. I will enjoy the love from my kids, alone. Xenophilius gasped and said, you wouldn't dare. I want to see my grandkids too. Cross sneered and said, yeah, we'll see if we have time to visit. Xenophilius grabbed Cross and shook him saying, if I don't see my grandkids, I'll beat you to death. Do you believe it? Cross dug out his ear and said, did I hear something? Xenophilius was incensed and the two started arguing about visiting times instead of how Luna was pregnant. Luna watched from the side and giggled as they argued. She felt sweet on the inside and rubbed her stomach lovingly, even though there was not even a bump yet. Cross and Xenophilius continued to argue and Cross said angrily, do you want a drink? Xenophilius snorted and returned with anger of his own, sure. Cross poured 2 glasses of wine and said, here you go then. Xenophilius snatched the glass and said thanks. Cross scoffed and said no problem. Before drinking from his drink. Angrily. Luna burst out laughing at their exchanges and the wedding party continued. A while later. Cross was pretty drunk and his clothes reflected that. His tie was loose, his top buttons were undone, his sleeves were rolled up, and his suit jacket was gone. He waved his fist and shouted, which one of you bastards wants to fight the champ? Sirius said with a slur, I'll beat ya, boy. Cross slammed his elbow into the table and said big words from a puppy. Sirius locked his hand with Cross as he said, coming from a little elf boy. Before they started arm wrestling, a bunch of drunk guys cheered and started betting money on the winner. Fred and George started collecting bets and shouting, place your bets. Elf boy or the dog? Ron watched with Harry with a blush on his face as he said, I reckon Cross'll win. Harry shook his head as he mumbled, Sirius has those dog muscles. Ron nudged Harry and said, mate, I reckon you're drunk. You are. Harry made a pfft sound and drank a glass of wine. Suddenly a blue ball shot into the middle of the tent. Everybody stopped and looked at the ball silently. Arthur waved his hand and the band quieted down as he had a serious expression on his face. The blue ball had a message as a voice said, the ministry has fallen. The Minister of Magic is dead. They are coming. They are coming. Before disappearing. Cross said, hey. Sounds like foreshadowing to me. Luna rolled her eyes and everybody started panicking, running around and operating away. Black shadows flew into the tent and started creating chaos. Cross drank his cup calmly as he looked around with a smile. He pointed at a Death Eater and said, I say, do you people just pop out of the ground? Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater fell to the ground dead and the rest stopped. The people fled a good bit away and Cross stood up, cracking his neck as he said, the part was getting boring anyway, he. Invisible pressure landed on all the Death Eaters and Cross said with an ice-cold grin, perhaps Mr. Muggle-hating moron sent you to your deaths? Because you have met the Reaper today. Cross chuckled maliciously as he swiped his hand. Strings tied up all the Death Eaters, slicing off their arms and legs and healing them so that they wouldn't die. The Death Eaters were terrified and Cross hopped over to them as he hummed, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. While pointing to a different Death Eater every time. His finger landed on one and Cross giggled as he waved bye-bye. The man's head exploded into brain matter and blood. The rest of the Death Eaters paled while the other guests trembled in fear, backing away from the madman. Cross was completely drunk and picked a few more, killing them as well. He suddenly stopped and snapped his fingers in regret as he said, damn. I could have had a show. Oh, wait. Maybe that'll work. Cross killed the Death Eaters, except for two. Green strings sewed arms and legs back on the Death Eaters before turning white and connection to Cross fingertips. Cross laughed and said, the death game begins. Place your bets, folks. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Cross moved his fingers and hands, controlling the Death Eaters like real puppets. The Death Eaters were finally terrified and realized that this man was far, far, worse than Voldemort. He was simply insane. Cross laughed and made the two fight each other, casting killing curses and other spells or straight-up fist fighting. One of the Death Eaters was a woman, while the other was a man. Cross got an idea and snickered to himself. They dropped their fists and the man started speaking, I can't do it, my love. The woman, uncontrollably wiped her eyes and said, but we must. Our love is forbidden. The man got on one knee and said, but I cannot. You see, my love for you transcends worldly matters. Capulet, Montague, none of that matters as long as I am with you. The people who were still left were only the Weasleys and the Order, the rest had left in a panic. Even Harry, Ron, and Hermione had disappeared. Xenophilius and Luna were still there as well. They all watched the reenactment, sort of disturbed but also with interest. Cross kept controlling them and the woman sighed as she said, Romeo, our families will not allow it. Romeo replied, then we'll run away. Anywhere with you is paradise. The woman in the crowd awed while the guys felt their eyes twitch. Cross drank more wine as he controlled them. The woman started crying and a giant hand took her away as she said, Romeo. You must run. My father will kill you. I cannot live without you, my love. You must live. Romeo fell to his knees as the woman was taken away slowly and he shouted, Juliet. No. Cross continued and in the end, Romeo made it through Juliet's residence only to find Juliet dead. He fell to his knees and cried before killing himself in grief. Juliet woke up and saw Romeo's corpse before ending her own life. Both, actual corpses, disappeared and two white balls of light spun around each other before merging and flying into the clouds, disappearing. The women wiped their eyes and clapped, the men sighed and clapped as well. Cross stood up and bowed to the crowd, while Luna smiled sweetly looking at Cross. That was probably the most disturbing yet touching thing she had ever seen. Only Cross could do it. Moody quipped, yes, that's all well and good, but in case you've all forgotten. Those were Death Eaters. This place isn't safe, we need to move. Plus we have no idea where Potter is, and the ministry has been compromised. Cross giggled and hiccuped as he said to Amelia, hey, good thing you left the ministry, et. Luna held him up and apologized to Amelia, who smiled and waved, not minding at all. Cross hiccuped and looked at Luna as he said, hey beautiful. Wan heek. Wanna come to my room tun heek? Tonight. Luna blushed in embarrassment and whispered, honey, there's people here. Cross scoffed and said if they peep, I'll beat 'em up. There were several coughing sounds and Xenophilius felt his anger rising. Cross looked at him and said yo, crazy dad. Come over here. Luna coughed in shock and bit her lips looking at Cross, suppressing her laughter. Xenophilius was ready to beat Cross, as he walked over, rolling up his sleeves. Cross spread out his hands and 5 green strings came out as he said I'm pretty sure this'll work. The 5 strings softly pierced into Xenophilius' mind, stunning everyone else as Xenophilius stopped walking. Luna was anxious and shouted Cross. No. What if he becomes retarded? Cross scoffed and said as if my father-in-law will become retarded on my watch, trust me. I'm a pro. Luna retorted angrily you're also drunk. Cross puffed and continued healing Xenophilius' mind, shushing Luna as he closed his eyes and focused. Luna shut her mouth and bit at her nails anxiously, looking at her father. A few minutes later. Cross took the strings back and said with a heavy slur as he swayed from side to side how's that for a dowry? Before falling on his back and snoring. The group looked at him, then at Xenophilius, who blinked his eyes and looked around before saying well that was an experience. Luna hugged her dad and said are you okay? Xenophilius smiled as he said more than okay, little moon. Luna started to tear up and cried, he hadn't called her that since her mother died. Xenophilius rubbed her back and said little moon, maybe you should pick up your husband. The floor isn't very comfortable. He whispered would want any garden gnome getting him, now would we? Luna smiled brightly and nodded as she skipped over, picked up Cross and skipped back to the house. Xenophilius smiled warmly and followed along as the rest of the group went inside after being shocked. Just how strong was this elf boy? 62, the Reaper. Cross woke up the next day in a bed with Luna wrapped around his body like a koala. She was wearing his old hoodie and shorts, other than that, there was nothing. He himself was wearing just boxers. He remembered the events of last night and scratched his neck, seems like he got drunk again. Luna was stirred out of her sleep by Cross movements, she said sleepily good morning, hubby before yawning, her sharp canines gleaming. Cross kissed her lips and Luna opened her eyes before smiling and closing them as she pulled Cross down to the bed. Cross hugged her waist as he gently kissed her lips, Luna wrapped her arms around his neck, her long golden hair sprawled across the bed as they laid on their sides and intertwined their legs together. Cross separated his lips from hers and smiled as he said good morning to you too. Luna snuggled into his chest and purred a really good morning now. Cross just laid there with her, comfortably. A while later. Cross threw on a hoodie and slipped into slippers as he walked down the stairs with Luna while yawning. Moody saw them coming down and said good you're ready. Let's go. Cross scratched his stubble and said where you going? Sirius said somewhere hidden. As he stuffed his face full with a pastry and added excellent food, Molly. Truly. Molly smiled and served more. Cross yawned again and said why do you need me? As he spoke an owl smashed into the window and fell to the ground. Moody ignored it and said did you have other plans? Going to Hogwarts doesn't seem very appealing anymore. Cross replied actually, I have to go there for something. Plus it's my last year. Why don't you all just hide in Hogsmeade? I guarantee Voldemort will choose Hogwarts as a place to attack. Lupin said that would be idiotic. Cross chuckled and said who said he was smart? He's a moron in the first place, don't use common sense with this guy. Sirius spit out his tea and laughed as the owl got up and handed 2 letters to Molly before flying away. Molly handed them to Cross with a small smile, but she was biting her lips looking at the second one. Cross took the letters and the second one flew out and formed a mouth before Cross was blasted with the loudest voice he had ever heard. Cross Greengrass. You little bastard. You get your elven ass home right now before I come find you and drag you back here by your ears. How dare you? The letter turned to Luna and said softly I'm so sorry for my son, dear. We are very happy to have you in our family. Before turning back to Cross and shouting if you're not back by noon today, I will drag you back myself. Before exploding into a bunch of tiny shreds of paper. Cross had his mouth open like an O as he stared at the pile of paper scraps. Sirius and Lupin smacked the table and burst into laughter. Sirius leaned on Lupin's shoulder and wheezed, Luna covered her mouth and giggled. Sirius wiped his eyes and said don't worry, mate. I've had my fair share of howlers back in the day. Ha 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 ha. Before laughing again, Cross snapped you damn dog. Do you want to get fixed? Sirius choked and felt a cold breeze between his legs. Cross grumbled shitty old man. As he opened the other letter, his eyes widened in surprise before he slowly smiled and said interesting. Fred and George said what is it? Cross smiled and said it's from McGonagall. Apparently, I was offered to teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this year. Everybody gasped, Fred and George before sighed. Fred said it's been nice knowing ye, mate. George added maybe we'll be friends in the next life. The rest were confused and Ginny explained every teacher has only been in the position for a single year before something happened to them. Cross chuckled and said or in Moody's case, not even make it to the job. Moody had a sour look on his face and Cross sighed as he added though Barty Jr. was a good teacher. Short and quick to the point, showing all unforgivable curses. Nice guy. The rest coughed and looked at Cross weirdly. Luna laughed and shook her head. Cross added again, oh, and the head of Slytherin house. What a lucky guy. The rest rolled their eyes. Luna asked, what are you going to do? Cross said excitedly, agree of course. Sounds like fun. The rest rolled their eyes and Cross chuckled before saying goodbye to everyone and teleporting back to his house with Luna. As soon as he appeared, Marcus dragged him off by his ear while Alyssa smiled and led Luna to another room with Astoria and Daphne. Marcus blasted Cross for an entire 3 hours before calming down. Cross then explained what happened and said that he may not get to have his grandkids visit him. Marcus then blasted Cross for another hour about having to absolutely see his grandkids, to which Cross replied maybe, which set Marcus off again. A while later, Marcus had a satisfied look on his face while Cross looked gloomy. This guy was too unreasonable. He wanted his kids to visit every day. They were his kids. What kind of shitty grandpa was this? On the other hand, Luna was having the time of her life as Alyssa gave her all the love and care she needed along with Astoria and Daphne fighting over the godmother position. To which Luna revealed that there would be 2 and they could both be godmothers, making the 2 girls over the moon in excitement. Cross was given glares as he ate at the table. He was helpless to this. It was really an accident. He changed the topic by revealing that he was offered a job and took it, but didn't say what the job was, creating a mysterious vibe. The rest rolled their eyes and Luna giggled as she ate, having a strange craving for licorice and chocolate frogs. Not chocolate, but chocolate frogs specifically. Cross couldn't figure it out but bought so many chocolate frogs that Astoria claimed the chocolate frog population would be facing troubles in the years to come. Cross patted her head with life energy hoping to make her a little smarter. Unfortunately it didn't work. At least her male dictus was cured, so she was in no danger of dying from it, plus she could change back and forth whenever she wanted. Time passed quickly. Cross brought Luna to Hogwarts on the train. Her stomach had a barely noticeable bump on it. He didn't know if teleporting was a good idea with her being pregnant and all, so he went with the normal way back. Something to note, he was given a letter by Ragnok. Everything in the Lestrange vault was his now. Even the dragon that guarded it. Cross replied that he killed a ton of people and didn't even remember who Bellatrix was, to which Ragnok sent him another letter tell Cross about how he laughed so hard he almost died and now Cross owes him medical fees. Cross was speechless as he read the letter. He replied that Ragnok could shove it and that he could heal him personally free of charge. Ragnok didn't send another letter after that. Cross chuckled and sent Ragnok another letter saying that he wanted a list of what was inside Lestrange's vault and if he killed Voldemort would he get his vault too. Ragnok replied with a long list of things and galleons before saying that Tom Riddle never came to take his vault ever, subtly calling him a moron, before adding that he could just give the vault to Cross now because he couldn't imagine Riddle living for very long after Cross had his sights on him. Cross laughed and replied telling Ragnok to just move everything from Lestrange and Riddle's vaults, however many there were, into his own vault. As well as the dragon, as it could be used for later. Ragnok had no problems with this. Actually it was only because Cross was Cross. If it was anyone else this was absolutely impossible. Cross thanked Ragnok and sent him a few things he had on him along with saying he could take 1/4 of all the galleons. Ragnok replied that he had a heart attack from happiness and decided to take 5% more for medical fees, to which Cross just let him do. Currently Cross was sitting on the train to Hogwarts with Luna as Neville and Ginny were talking. Suddenly, the train stopped and some men in black entered the train cart Cross was in. Neville stood up and said, "Hey, losers. He isn't here." Cross clapped and chuckled, getting attention from the Death Eaters. Cross gave them a bloodthirsty grin as he said, "Don't you know who I am?" He waved up and said, "Listen carefully, they call me the Reaper." As he shot his arm through the first man's chest and heart while pointing at the man behind him and saying Avada Kedavra. And killing him. Cross took his arm out of the man and said, "Nothing but scum these guys are." As he cleaned his hand. Luna sighed and said, "Look what you did." Cross turned around and saw a bunch of kids vomiting. He was confused and said, "What's wrong with you all?" Ginny rolled her eyes and said, "You just killed 2 people and there's something wrong with them." Cross scratched his stubble and said, I forgot you were all greenhouse flowers. Well, maybe you should all go home this year then." One of the students threw up and shouted, "What does that mean?" "You're going to Azkaban." Cross was bewildered and looked at the kid and replied, "Oi, tosspot. You know Voldemort is going to attack Hogwarts eventually, right? Plus." His smile turned mysterious and Ginny rolled her eyes. He stopped speaking and waved his hand. The 2 corpses turned to ashes and Cross patted the train, shouting, "Go now, mate. I haven't got all day." The train started moving again and Cross sat down before saying to Neville, "Bloody courageous, Neville. That guy would have killed you without even blinking if he was in a bad mood." Neville smiled slight with a pale face. Luna hugged Cross' arm and smiled happily as the train continued without stopping. Cross got off the train with Luna and boarded a carriage with Neville, Ginny, Daphne, and Astoria. Daphne chimed, "I hope you have enough time for school and your job." Luna giggled and Cross smirked as he said, "Oh, I will, sis. Don't worry about me. He looked her up and down and added, maybe we should start worrying about you. The Ice Queen still needs to get married. Maybe we'll just sell you off. Daphne blushed and cursed, fucking bastard. How about I? Cross pinched her lips and said, Neville, what do you think about my sister? Neville almost died from shock and Astoria burst out laughing. She almost fell right off the carriage but Luna caught her. Daphne was seething with rage and slapped his hand away as she pouted, I'm ignoring you. Cross pouted and sniffled as he said, you wouldn't. That hurts. Daphne hugged him quickly and said, of course not. Cross smirked and hugged her tightly, sitting her next to him as he stroked her hair saying, who should we sell you off to? Daphne was red in the face with anger and the carriage was filled with laughter as it made its way to the school. A while later, Luna was sitting at the Ravenclaw table getting asked constantly about the ring. She was tired of explaining and just started saying married. Shocking them even further. Cross currently was leaning back in his chair at the teacher's table, his feet were on the table and his face was buried in a book titled How to Teach Dada and Not Get Fired. The next year he was wearing his black suit but with black sneakers and not suit jacket. His jewelry was visible and his sleeves were rolled up. Funnily enough, his face was covered by the book so no one could see his face or ears. Though he still attracted a ton of attention just by his terrible manners, he was sitting in between Hagrid and Slughorn as he read without a care in the world. 63. First day on the job. McGonagall took the podium after the sorting ceremony as she smiled, welcome everyone. I appreciate you all coming and can confirm with absolute certainty that Hogwarts will keep all of you safe. The students clapped and McGonagall smiled as she said, I would like to welcome our new defense against the Dark Arts professor, Mr. Cross Greengrass. The entire student body all said ah. Cross lowered the book and revealed his face as his ears twitched and he appeared next to McGonagall as he said, may I speak? McGonagall rolled her eyes and whispered, I assume you would do so anyway. Cross just gave her a cheeky smile and McGonagall stepped back. Cross stood at the podium and grinned at the students before starting, you may call me Professor Greengrass in the future, or if you like, Lord. McGonagall choked and Cross chuckled as he said, just a joke. Only if you want to. Anyway, the past Dada professors have been varying in quality. I will teach you how to protect yourselves against whatever comes your way, common spells, defensive spells, unforgivable curses, the whole shebang. Cross twitched his ears and chuckled as he added hopefully, I don't disappear by the end of the year as all my predecessors seem to have done. Thank you. Before returning to his seat, the students erupted into cheering and laughter along with applause. McGonagall coughed, silencing the students as she said, yes, well, we can only hope. She then went on with the same speech about the Forbidden Forest for the first years, before finishing with a yes, Professor Greengrass is also the head of Slytherin House. That will be all, off to bed. The Slytherin students shouted ah. Cross chuckled and continued reading his book as Slughorn nudged him saying from the shelf to a professor, Cross smiled happily and said, I was put on the shelf, Professor. Slughorn grinned and said, of course, lad. My brightest student. Cross laughed happily and Hagrid patted his shoulder saying, congratulations, Cross. Cross was all smiles as he accepted the congratulations, before asking Slughorn, Professor, may I borrow a few vials? I feel like Felix Felicis will be a good motivation for the students. Slughorn chuckled and said, taking a page out of my book, Greengrass. Cross scratched his stubble sheepishly, not denying it. Slughorn shook his head and gave him a bunch. Cross thanked him and turned to Hagrid as he said, how is it going? Hagrid's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, great. I think it'll hatch at any moment now. Cross was excited and said, don't forget to tell me no, I want to see what they look like too. The other eggs aren't closed yet. Hagrid smiled and said, not a problem, Cross. Cross smiled happily. McGonagall looked over and said, quite the speech, Mr. Greengrass. Cross snickered and asked, should I have not spoken, headmistress? Touching his nose as he spoke, McGonagall shook her head and sighed with a smile as she said, that's your style I suppose. Cross had an excited grin on his face as he thought of a teaching plan. Cross went to sleep in his professor's room, sneakily bringing Luna in after asking the house elves if popping affected their own fetuses. They all said no, but Cross didn't want to take a risk. If that baby died, he would probably kill himself right after. The next morning, Cross was sitting in the Dada classroom, sleeping on a chair as first-year students filed in. One of the students shouted, Professor. Cross was startled and jumped up as he said, I'm awake. The first-years giggled and looked at Cross happily, finding this teacher funny. Truthfully, Luna was a bit excited last night after seeing him in a suit and he didn't get the sleep very much. He was taking a well-needed nap just now. Cross yawned and said, welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I am Professor Greengrass, I prefer Professor Cross, or just best professor in the world. Any questions? All the students' hands went up at once and Cross felt his eyes twitch as he said, yes, you with the freckles and missing teeth. The student said, Professor Cross, what is with your ears? Cross ears twitched and the rest of the hands went down in disappointment. Cross felt his mouth twitch this time as he said I'm an elf. Another kid said a house elf. Cross threw chalk at him and hit him in the forehead as he said which eye of yours sees a house elf. The class giggled and the kid rubbed his forehead with a small smile. Cross smiled and said anyway, I'm an elf. Not a house elf, a real elf. Anyway, who can tell me what spell is used to protect yourselves from most spells? There was a chest next to him and it started rumbling loudly, drawing the attention of the class. Cross slapped the chest and a loud shout was heard he's a fake. Don't listen to him. It was Cross' voice, the students were stunned and looked at Cross in doubt. Cross pretended like he didn't hear anything as he asked the question again, one student whispered Alohomora and unlocked the chest, another Cross jumped out and pointed his wand at Cross saying stupefy. Cross waved his hand and said Protogo. A barrier formed and Cross added that was also the answer. Which one of you opened the chest? Everybody looked at a single student, a girl who looked anxious and scared. Cross smiled as he fended off himself and said in a situation where you are constantly being pushed back, what are your options? The girl stuttered Expelliarmus. Stupefy. Cross smiled and said let's try it then shall we? Cross waved his hand and slapped the stupefy away as he said Expelliarmus. The other Cross waved the wand and blocked it as Cross shouted again stupefy. But it was blocked again and the clone continued. The girl was stumped and Cross waved, a barrier blocked his half of the room as he said I'll show you another route, take out your quills and listen carefully. The students took out their quills and Cross started speaking in a battle, any advantage you can acquire could lean the battle in your favor. You must use your wits and instincts. Never focus only on your opponent, in real-life battles, anything can happen, even the location matters. Watch closely. Cross dodged a spell and pointed forward as he said cheer. The other Cross started laughing uncontrollably and Cross smiled as he threw a bunch of galleons and waved duck lifers. The galleons turned into ducks and quacked while pecking at the other Cross, flooding him, before Cross pointed and said Expelliarmus. The other Cross wand flew out of his hands and into Cross. He turned to the class and waved, everything went back to normal and the other Cross turned into a bunch of string, going back into the chest. The students were amazed, they had never seen such a way of fighting before. Cross smiled and said can anyone tell me what just happened? The students were stumped but the little girl said, a bit unsure, you made Professor Cross unable to fight back. Cross nodded and said that's right. Your professor has been trapped by me and I'm actually an evil intruder. He flicked the girl's forehead and said silly girl, I am Professor Cross. Anyway, the main point was that not only can offensive spells can be used for battles, but with a quick mind, all spells could be used in various ways to trick and disorient your opponent. The room changed as Cross walked on the wall to the ceiling as he said sometimes strange occurrences can startle an enemy, giving you the chance to finish a fight quickly. He looked up and clicked his tongue as he said what are you all doing on the ceiling? The girl was stunned and said but Professor, you're the one on the ceiling. Cross smiled slightly and said is that so? Then why are you all upside down? The students gasped and said mate, your hair. They all looked at each other and sure enough, they were in fact the ones on the ceiling. They looked at Cross in awe, Cross smiled and said as I was saying, the key to winning battles in using your brain to disorient the opponent. As he walked back down, returning the room to normal. Cross looked at the time and smiled as he said next class, we will be learning about dangerous creatures. After all, I have a curriculum to follow. You girl, what's your name? The little girl stuttered C. Claire. P. Professor. Cross nodded and said 5 points to Ravenclaw. The bell rang and all the little kids left the class, talking about the class excitedly. Cross grinned as he watched them go before saying to himself I think I have the best class. Best teacher by far for sure. He sat down in his chair and called out his beasts, well whoever wanted to come out. Carl, Blue, and Buckbeak came out. Cross smiled and said turn to cute forms, I can't have the kids getting scared you know. They all poofed and turned into plush babies, Blue looked like a blue puff ball, Carl looked like a puppy with a horn, and Buckbeak looked the same but was just the size of a puppy. They ran around the room, playing with each other, all being relatively young, unlike Selena and Grey. Cross completely ignored Red, only feeding him and never speaking to him. Red was lonely, sitting on his parasol tree. He really didn't care about Dumbledore anymore, he started to hate him because of this. Red sat on his tree and never left, just staring out into the distance as his hatred for Dumbledore rose by the day. Cross fell asleep at his chair once again. A while later. Cross was woken up with a loud shout, he jumped up from his chair in shock while the students laughed. Cross blinked and saw Astoria, Luna, Ginny and the other 6th years. Cross coughed and said yes, well anyway, I am your new professor. You may call me Professor Greengrass, or Professor Cross, or King. Whatever you want. The students rolled their eyes. Cross got serious and said seeing as you are all 6th years, I assume you know how things go now. I don't have to explain myself. One student said can you explain what we'll be learning? Cross nodded and said you will be learning to fight, fuck the dangerous creatures. I couldn't care less about them. The students chuckled and Cross said seriously enough. The class was silenced and looked at Cross bewildered. Cross walked to the front of the class and kicked open the chest, the Cross clone popped out with an equally serious expression. Cross looked at the class and said your N.E.W.Ts can wait, first you need to focus on surviving this year. The students turned grim. Cross said that Moran will attack the school eventually, you think your shitty magic can stand a chance against a Death Eater? Cross sneered and said some of you may have seen my kill a few very easily, well that's why I'm teaching and you're learning. Death Eaters are still very powerful wizards and witches and won't even hesitate to kill you in cold blood. Cross waved a bigger chest appeared, he opened the top and took out a tied-up man before closing the chest. Cross threw the man on the ground and said to the class this is a Death Eater, who decided to graciously volunteer to be my partner today. The class gulped and Cross kicked the man, sending him flying into a wall, he waved his hand and the man flew back. Cross opened the man's mouth and poured Veritas serum in his mouth before throwing him on the ground and saying tell them what you've done. The man snarled I've killed, raped, tortured, robbed, you name it. Cross pulled him up by the hair in front of the class as he said tell them what Voldemort expects of a new Death Eater. The man replied loyalty, smarts, bloodthirst, and willingness to kill. To be able to cast all 3 unforgivable curses without hesitation in a Muggle family sacrifice. Cross looked at the class and said this is what's coming for you. Tell them the average wizard rank in the Death Eaters. The man said 4th rank at least. The students trembled in fear. Cross shouted do not be afraid. Take a good look at this man, how many people have you killed? The man said hundreds, I don't keep count. Cross shook the man by his hair and said the only thing standing between a Death Eater and their next victim, is you. Ms. Weasley, what are the 3 unforgivable curses? Ginny winced and answered Killing Curse, Imperious Curse and Cruciatus Curse. Cross nodded and floated the man in the air as he said perform the Cruciatus Curse on him. Ginny was startled and said Bulletin Cross appeared in front of her and said coldly that man is about to torture Harry, what are you going to do? Watch from the sidelines and become more of a burden than you already are. Ginny trembled and Cross teleported back as he shouted do it. Ginny flicked her wand and said Crucio. The man started screaming in pain and writhing in his bindings. Cross waved his hand and all the students were forced to watch, unable to look away. Cross said coldly you cannot run away from this. You must toughen up, or you will die. Normally I wouldn't care but seeing as I'm now staff of Hogwarts, if even one of you dies this is a big loss. Enough, Ms. Weasley. Ginny stopped and was breathing heavy. Cross floated the man to him and said for the killing curse, I will demonstrate. I will explain why as well. He walked to the front of the room and continued you have been told that killing curses will harm you, this is not the case. You have also been told that to perform the killing curse one must have hatred and negative emotions, this is also false. He looked at the students and added the killing curse is a curse just like any other, while it does require the intent to kill, that does not mean it has to be hateful. A killing curse could also be cast to protect. The surge of powerful emotions like hatred and love, will activate the killing curse all the same. Cross smiled and said here's the tricky part. Killing in itself will take a mental toll on the killer, for the weak-minded it could be crippling. This is why, if are to use the killing curse, you must sufficiently prepare yourselves. He looked at the clone and said do it. As he waved and a golden barrier blocked him from the students, the clone pointed the wand and said Avada Kedavra. The students screamed in fear, while Cross pointed and said Avada Ultima. 2 different green beams collided in the middle. Cross turned to the class and said when faced with the killing curse, you have 2 options. One is to dodge and run as fast as you can, or produce a spell with as much power as the curse to block it. What you see me using right now is a self-created killing curse, an upgraded version of the original killing curse if you will. He pushed his finger forward and the dark green beam destroyed the green beam and blew up the string clone, reducing it to dust. Cross waved and strings came out forming a new string clone before he sent it back into the chest with his wand as he turned to the students and continued the ministry forbids the use of this spell for varying reasons. I say that these curses are essential to a wizard's arsenal. Cross waved and the golden barrier disappeared as he added I will say it once more, do not use the killing curse until you feel that you are ready. You will most likely develop mental trauma that will haunt you afterwards, obviating such a trauma is very tedious and tricky. Cross turned to the man and said if you vomit, you are not qualified to even think about performing the killing curse. As he pointed to the man and said without emotion Avada Kedavra. The man lost the light in his eyes and slumped to the ground, dead. Most of the students threw up directly on the floor and became pale. Cross turned around, waving his hand and cleaning the entire classroom as if nothing happened before saying next class we will be learning about normal everyday spells and their history. As well as how to turn a simple Lumos charm into. Cross pointed his finger at a wall as he finished a deadly lumen spear. The Lumos shined brighter and condensed before firing an extremely hot laser, piercing a hole in the wall, right through to the hallway, stunning the students completely. The bell rang and Cross smiled as he said good job. I was expecting most of you to faint today. The students chuckled nervously before running out of the classroom in terror. Cross said, "Gee, Ms. Weasley, please stay for a moment." Ginny stopped and Luna kissed Cross before smiling. "Great lesson, Professor." Cross smiled wryly and said it wasn't too intense. Luna giggled and said, "Not for me, I'll see you later." Cross smiled and she left. Astoria and Ginny were the only ones left. Cross looked at Astoria worriedly, but there was no need as Astoria jumped up and shouted, "Holy fuck, that was so awesome. You were like wah and then pfft and then boom. And then you killed that worthless piece of trash like Zap." Whoa. Cross felt his mouth twitch and he patted her head saying, "Right. Run along now, Ms. Greengrass." Astoria happily skipped away humming a song, as if she didn't just witness a public execution. Cross sighed and waved over to Ginny as he said, "Come here." Ginny walked over and sat down in a chair. Cross sat on the desk and crossed his arms as he said, "You okay? You seem a little out of it." Ginny nodded and Cross added, "I hope you're not shaken up about the Cruciatus curse. I'm sorry if I pushed you." Ginny smiled slightly and shook her head saying, "It's not that. It's just... well, you're right. If I can't help him then what use am I other than a burden?" She looked really sad. Cross patted her head and said, "Hey, cheer up. The good thing is, you're still here and you have time to improve." He smiled slightly as he said, "If you need, you can always use the room of requirement. I assume you remember where it is." Ginny nodded and said, "Can you train me?" Cross looked awkward and said, extra work? I don't know." Ginny giggled and said, "Please." Cross looked to be struggling internally before finally sighing and saying, "Fine. But if you can't kill at least a dozen Death Eaters, don't even think about telling anyone you're my student. I'll be ridiculed." Ginny laughed and smiled as she said, "Then I'll see you later, Professor." Before skipping away just like Astoria, Cross watched her go inside muttering, "Maybe, I'm getting soft." A voice was heard over the intercom, "Professor Greengrass to the headmistress office." Immediately, Cross let out a tired sigh and muttered again, "Betrayed by my own students." Highs before cleaning up the room and walking out, going towards the headmistress office. 64. Army Training. Cross walked to McGonagall's office. He could have just teleported inside, but he felt that would be rude, so he walked. Cross entered the room and looked around. It looked the same as before. Cross smiled and said hello to the hat, who responded, Cross. Nice to see you again." Cross grinned and said, "Hasn't been too long, has it?" The hat chuckled and didn't say anything. McGonagall had a serious face as she said, "Mr. Greengrass. I have heard about your methods." Cross sat down and said, "What do you mean, Professor?" McGonagall said angrily, "Killing a Death Eater in front of a class of 6th years? Have you gone mad?" Cross pretended to not know as he said, "Death Eater." McGonagall continued, "The man from your trunk, the one you said you caught outside, the one you have Ginny Weasley use the Cruciatus curse on." Cross had a look of realization as he said, "Oh. No, you see he was dead when I found him, thus wasn't alive the entire time." McGonagall felt her eyes twitch as she said, "And when he spoke?" Cross looked around the room and licked his lips as he grinned, "You see, some things dead people speak. Very strange phenomena if I might add. Post-mortem exposition is what I call it, haha." McGonagall leaned back and rubbed her eyes, taking off her glasses in the process, before saying, "Cross, I can't have you scarring the students." Cross gave up at the facade and said, "Honestly, Professor, you know as well as I do that this year will be far from peaceful. The 6th and 7th years will be fighting Voldemort's army. If they cannot handle a single death, not in their own hands, then they will not survive till the end of the year." McGonagall sighed again and Cross continued, "I understand that perhaps my methods are a bit extreme, but this, I find, is necessary considering the crisis. He's not the headmaster anymore. His bullshit peaceful endings will not suffice against wizards who have the intent to kill. Pardon me for being rude, but if these kids stay the way they are now, I estimate over half will die with the 1st and 2nd years being completely eradicated." McGonagall seemed to have aged by 10 years and Cross shook his head as he said, "They need to be ready to fight and kill." McGonagall interrupted, "You're training an army." Cross retorted, "If that's what it takes then fine, because if not, they will die. You can see this too. Voldemort might be retarded but there's a lot more retards under him." Cross looked at McGonagall and said seriously, "Me, you, a few teachers, the beasts from the Forbidden Forest, and a few others can fight, but do you have the confidence to kill them all and protect the students at the same time?" McGonagall was silent and Cross smiled, "Professor, let me tell you something. If something unexpected happens, I will flee." McGonagall was shocked and looked at Cross incredulously as she said, Cross cut her off and said, "I haven't gotten married yet and I will not leave my unborn child without a father." McGonagall choked her words back and looked at Cross with a heavy sigh, understanding what he's trying to say. Cross added, "I will not protect the students by sacrificing my own life. Not only is my life more precious, but who are they to be worthy of this king's sacrifice?" McGonagall rolled her eyes as a small smile escaped her lips and she said, "Yes, well. Your Highness, if you could just not literally kill people in class that would be much appreciated." Cross smiled and said with a chuckle, I only had one Death Eater anyway, before teleporting as McGonagall threw a book at him. She smiled and looked where he just disappeared from before sighing and closing her eyes, mumbling, I hope that they will be ready. The next day, Cross continued teaching his Dada class. The younger kids got a fun demonstration with Cross clone acting like he was attacked and that the actual Cross was an imposter. The kids were scared before Cross showed them that it was in fact a clone, then they laughed and cheered, thinking that Cross was the best teacher in the entire world. It was true. The 7th years got a full presentation on all 3 curses and Cross went above and beyond what happened last time before telling them that they were in fact the front lines against Voldemort's Moron army and that they had to keep it a secret from the other teachers. He killed another Death Eater in cold blood in front of them as he said, they will not show mercy to you. In fact, I managed to hear that whoever kills the most students will be rewarded from Voldemort himself. That lit a fire under the students and they started actually practicing frantically. Days passed by, during which Cross taught Ginny personally while Luna was resting. He was training her to be a real machine. His classes with the younger kids got him praised from McGonagall while she turned a blind eye to the older students. Cross had decided to take it a step further. He gathered all the 6th years and 7th years and brought them into the room of requirement. The room expanded to fit them all and Cross stood in front of them as he said, welcome to Fight Club. Now in this Fight Club I will be thoroughly training you all in the unforgivable curses, harmful spells, defensive spells, charms, hexes, jinxes, and how to turn a common spell into a ruthless blood-seeking weapon. Any questions? Neville asked, is it true? Are you gonna have to fight? The rest of the students were curious and nervous as well. Cross smiled, but in the students' eyes it was a predatory smile, truly chilling, as Cross said, of course. You think that Moron won't attack the school that he hates more than anything in the world? The students were silent and Cross grinned as he added, I can see that you're all thinking I can't believe this. Well, truthfully, I couldn't care less what you believe or not. Hee. Leave the school and ruin your futures if you like. Hell, don't come to my lessons anymore. If you die, it actually doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form if you can believe that. Cross chuckled and said, actually, I won't even lose sleep over your deaths. You're not the special snowflakes your parents make you out to be and I'm not a saint. Hell, I'm not even a good person. The student's face turned ugly but Cross shouted however. The students looked at Cross, a bit startled by the change in tone. Cross continued with a smile, if you want to protect the school which gave you everything you currently have. The friends you've made. The memories you share. If you want eternal glory. Pride. If you want to be regarded as a hero, who stepped up in a time of peril against one of the darkest wizards in history. Able to tell your families for generations about how you didn't run, you didn't hide, you stepped forward and defended those took weak to fight behind you, casting your tall shadows on their small backs as heroes. Then, perhaps you should stay. The students felt their blood pumping, as their fear slowly diminished. Luna was looking at Cross in a daze, biting her lips with intense love in her eyes. This was her man. Astoria was jumping up and down in excitement, Daphne had a calm smile on her face, while Ginny had an excited grin. Cross shouted, what's it gonna be? Are you going to run like a bunch of pussies? Or are you going to be heroes? The students said heroes. Cross shouted, I can't hear you. The students shouted heroes. Cross grinned and said good. First rule about Fight Club. Cross kicked a chest next to him, dozens of tied-up Death Eaters fell out as Cross finished, don't talk about Fight Club. No kidding. He was basically training an army. If McGonagall heard, he would get fired maybe 5 minutes later. Seemed like his speech worked though, as none of the students ratted him out and listened to his training very seriously. Cross taught them everything he knew about fighting and more importantly, how to be ruthless. Not only with unforgivable spells but the old ones like Lumen Spear, and a few others. It was actually very fun for him to teach these kids how to fight. Maybe he had a future in teaching? Regardless of whether he was a good teacher or not, he made them do daily exercise in the mornings. A nice run around the school grounds, while he floated in front of them on a broom with Luna, occasionally creating obstacles and throwing green spells at them. These kids were terrified from the green spells and jumped out of the way in fear for their lives. Obviously it didn't help that Cross would shout Avada Kedavra whenever he threw a green spell. Cross was proud to say that they all dodged and not a single one of them was hit. One of the students once complained that Luna never ran and Cross replied, when you become pregnant, you won't have to run either. The male student turned green and kept running, while the rest were shocked but still ran as a debatably real Avada Kedavra flew over their heads. Obviously, Cross didn't actually throw killing curses at them, but they didn't have to know that, did they? They dodged for their lives in true fear of being killed by this madman. As time went on, Cross earned the title Mad Elf, with good reason. He had hit a student with one of his fake Avada Kedavra spells. It was Neville. The situation was like this. Neville collapsed to the ground on his back and didn't move anymore. The rest of the kids stopped in terror and Cross said evilly, Longbottom couldn't make the cut. How many of you will survive till the end? As he licked his lips and his fingers glowed green. The students bolted as fast as they could in pure terror, and made explosive improvement. Some even used wandless and wordless magic to speed themselves up. Cross was happy at their progress. It had been a few months since he started the training. He flew over to Neville and slapped him awake, before throwing him in his beast bag. Luna went inside to reassure Neville, who most likely thought he was now a ghost, as Cross chased the rest throwing more Avada Kedavras at them. To his surprise they were quite the nimble group after the incident with Neville. A few days later, some of the students saw Neville was back and almost fainted from fear, thinking that they saw a ghost. Cross had the funny idea to dress Neville up as a Japanese ghost, white robes and triangle headband and all. He actually had to get Neville to work with him a bit, so that the others would work harder due to fear. Neville would start spouting bullshit about how beautiful the afterlife was and the color drained from the other students' faces as they ran for their lives as Cross chased them. Neville joined them, working as hard as he could, while retelling his stories of the afterlife. As more students got hit and died, Cross started dressing them up too, and soon there was a ghost group walking around the school, spooking the younger students and confusing the ghosts. Cross had to go drag some students out of their beds to practice once, and he said that they would sleep forever if they missed another practice meet, in the morning or in the room of requirement. There was never another absence again. 65. The Truthfoot. The boy who lived. Time passed happily for Cross. The training had increased for the students in Fight Club. He got his beasts to come out and chase them, forcing them to run even faster while dodging all the spells coming their way. Carl grew to the sight of a dragon and the ground trembled as he chased the students with drool and foam escaping his lips. Cross had told all the beasts to chase them wildly, as if they were out of control, but not to kill any of them. Luna was coming along and was now 4 months pregnant. She looked as beautiful as EVR4, but now there was an additional motherly charm. It really made Cross go crazy, but he couldn't do anything with her, so he vented his frustrations on the students. Cross amplified his voice as he hovered in front of them and sang, "I don't know what I've been told." The students shouted back, "I don't know what I've been told." Cross continued, "But Voldy's shit is getting old." They chuckled and shouted back, "But Voldy's shit is getting old." Cross was firing green spells left and right as he sang "Sound off." The students returned 1, 2. Cross shouted "Sound off." The students returned 3, 4. Cross said again "Sound off." The student shouted 1, 2, 3, 4. Cross spoke this time, "Move your asses or Carl will eat cha. I haven't fed him for weeks. A tasty wizard is a feast for him at this point." Carl growled behind them and his horn fired out a beam. The students dodged and started running faster. Cross waved and a bunch of Death Eater statues appeared. The students flicked their wands and said Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater statues exploded and they continued running, dodging spells left and right. Cross got a few more brooms and made 3 more clones to fire fake Avada Kedavras at them. Cross was having fun, but for the students it was basically hell. At the end of morning training, Luna smiled and said, "It's a month from now." Cross smiled and kissed her, saying, "Thank you, Loony." Luna smiled lovingly and rubbed her stomach as Cross turned to the group of students and said, "Those of you who want to be animagi, step forward." The students were stunned and said, "You can just be an animagus." Cross nodded and said, "If you see a dog, cat, bird, horse walking around, do you just kill it for no reason? If used correctly, animagi can be extremely deadly with surprise attacks." The students gasped in wonder and a few stepped forward, then a few more. Soon he had a small group of students. Cross pulled out a bunch of mandrake leaves and said, "Stick these to the top of your mouths for an entire month and recite the chants on a daily basis. Ask Astoria for the chants and if you have any questions. Once the month ends there will be a lightning storm, during which you will drink an animagus potion." Cross looked at the students and smirked as he added, "I will brew the potion myself. Boost the effects a little." Astoria looked at Cross and gasped after a few seconds as she said, "Why you?" Cross winked at her before dismissing the students and leaving with Luna. Cross went to breakfast and then started teaching his classes. The younger ones were really fun to teach. They had all sorts of crazy ideas that made Cross laugh. He tried to make every class as fun as he could for them while also teaching them about dangerous creatures and how to protect themselves from them. Cross opted for a puppet approach, which basically had him making puppets of the dangerous beasts and a wizard that fought them all, exploiting their weaknesses one by one. He also gave a puppet to the student who had the best grades in the class every month. He modified the puppets so that they could be used without his strings for the students to actually use when they got them. There was a dark secret to the puppets though. Once the student used them, the puppet would bind themselves to the student and protect them when they were in danger. A very dark bit of magic was used to achieve this effect. Basically, Cross wiped a Death Eater's soul and branded them to be enslaved to whoever binds them. He obviously wiped the intelligence from the souls and stuffed them into the puppets so that they could make sounds, and when in danger the puppet who automatically grow and protect the binded student. Just another eternal punishment for the Death Eaters. Nobody except Cross knew about this, as it would probably become a huge problem if anybody were to find out, well except Luna, who already knew. A single soul was ripped to make around 5 puppets and only the 1/3 year students were able to get them. It was a hot commodity because the puppets were so cute and fun to play with. The younger students had little battles with them, it was truly wonderful. Another month passed. Cross-teaching evaluation by the students was as high as it could possibly go, even with a few students not liking him, but they were quickly drowned out by the overwhelming amount of support he got. Basically, the students claimed that he actually made class fun. Which left some of the other teachers a bit offended. Cross didn't say anything about this but he didn't deny it either. The other classes, minus Trelawney, Slughorn, and Hagrid's were really boring. Just stuffing information into the students' throats as hard as they could. Which was why Cross went with a fun and practical approach, the results spoke for themselves. The other teachers started mimicking Cross slightly, trying to make classes more engaging and fun, and the atmosphere in the castle was joyful. Currently, Cross was standing near a group of students, outside in the lightning storm. He handed each of them the Animagus potion and watched over them to make sure there weren't any problems. His potion was altered slightly with a sliver of his blood. The goal was to make their Animagus forms evolve slightly, becoming stronger than they were before. The students drank the potions and started changing as thunder rumbled above them. Apparently it worked. Cats turned into lions, dogs turned into wolves, birds turned into eagles, there was even a case of a student turning into a flying snake. Cross left after he confirmed everyone was okay. He told them all to get used to their new forms with Astoria, who had been an animal for quite some time now. Cross went back to his office and found a curious letter. He opened it and read the contents before smirking and disappearing from the castle entirely. Cross appeared in Diagon Alley, right next to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a goblin, named Griphook. Cross lifted his right hand and said, "Luna, honey. I stepped out, I'll be back in a bit, okay?" The other four jumped in shock, while Cross heard Luna's voice say, "Get me some licorice." Cross smiled to himself and said, "I buy the entire shop." Luna's sweet hum came from the ring. Cross put down his hand and turned his head saying, "Fancy seeing you three here." Before looking at Griphook and smiling, "How's it going, Griphook? Ragnarok asked me if I saw you, what happened?" Griphook bowed and said respectfully, "I was captured and tortured by Voldemort's Death Eaters, Your Highness." Cross frowned and said, "This Mr. Riddle gets stupider by the day, I reckon." Ron said, "Your Highness. You're an actual king, mate." Cross smirked and said, "You think I say that for show?" Ron nodded and Cross smacked his head saying, "Moron. Of course not." Harry said, "We need to get into Bellatrix's vault." Cross was confused and said, "Hey? Why?" Harry said quickly, "I think there's a Horcrux in there." Griphook offered to help. Griphook added, "Did offer to help. You won't need me anymore though." Cross smiled and said, "Luck you, I guess. I killed Lestrange, all her belongings are mine. Let's go. I happen to have business there as well." As he walked away, while the four were stunned, Harry chased Cross and said, "You killed Lestrange? How? When?" Hermione asked. "You own her things now? Is that how Gringotts works?" Griphook answered her, "Only for him. The rest forget about it. Whatever is in the vault goes back to the goblins or to the next of kin." Seeing as Lestrange had no kin, the goblins would become owners of everything inside. Ron clicked his tongue and said, "Bloody useful, being a king is." Cross looked at Harry and said, "There's a lot of stuff you don't know. Like for example, who has been leaving you helpful tips along the way since your first year? How is it that you don't remember the person of the voice but only the words?" Harry was stumped, but Hermione shouted, "You obliviated him." Harry looked at Cross, who smiled and said, "More than once if you can believe it." Harry felt hurt and said, "But why?" Cross looked forward and said, "This was to keep us both safe. The first time I obliviated you was when I felt you a note to be careful of who you trust. Which, might I add, you failed spectacularly in." Harry said, "What does that mean?" Cross smiled, "I'm getting to it, Harry. Geez." He cleared his throat and continued, "The second time was in the graveyard against Voldemort. I also changed them a little here. I didn't want you to know that I pushed back Tom Riddle with ease and insulted him, making him so angry he almost died. Hee hee." Cross chuckled a bit to himself as he sighed, "Those were fun times." Anyway, the second one was actually a double with Hermione. Hermione said, "What happened?" Cross smiled and said, "The centaurs didn't take away Umbridge, I did. I casted the Cruciatus curse on her until her mind broke and she became a bumbling moron, incapable of thought. That cunt. She should have gotten so much more. I regret not making her suffer to this day." He sighed and added, "I didn't need either of you thinking I was dangerous or crazy." He rubbed his nose slightly and said, "I consider us friends. I think torturing someone until they become mentally retarded is a friendship ender." Harry, Hermione, and Ron gulped, but Griphook nodded as he said, "This is the way a king must be, Your Highness." Cross smiled and replied, "I don't consider my actions to be unbefitting of noble status, Griphook. On the contrary, I stand by every choice I made, given the chance I would do the same." Griphook smiled. He had only seen Cross once before, talking with Ragnarok, but he heard stories about Cross. He could safely say that the rumors in the goblins were false. He was not a kind saint, he was a ruthless king, but this was much better. The goblins didn't like saints too much, people with ruthless personalities are much better to do business with, much more honest. Cross continued walking forward as he said, then the last time I can remember was the astronomy tower. He glanced at Harry and asked, had you not seen the evidence in the prophet, would you not have come for me? I was the one who sent Dumbledore to Azkaban, I was the one who sent all the evidence to Rita Skeeter, I was the behind the scenes at the castle, protecting everyone from harm. Harry was silent while Ron and Hermione's eyes widened. Cross continued, that night at the astronomy tower, I knew Draco wouldn't do it. Despite how much you hate him, he is not that type of person. His father maybe, but him? No. When Snape was about to kill Dumbledore I stepped in, would you like to know why, Harry? Harry asked. It was you who said all those things to me that night. Cross nodded, and Harry asked again, why? Why go so far for me? Cross smiled and said, blimey Harry, I did say we're friends, didn't I? Plus is the key factor in Dumbledore's plans, protecting you from him would make the old schemer purple in the face with anger. Haha. Harry smiled slightly and Cross said, anyway, the old coot's big plan was to die a hero, killed by his own staff. He also had a little plan on the side. Cross smiled coldly and said, there's a very ancient piece of magic, Harry. A piece of magic so horrid it was destroyed completely, every living being who knew what it was destroyed, and the magic was supposed to follow the death to hell. Alas, it managed to pop back up again. Hermione said curiously, what magic? Cross replied lightly, the darkest art ever created, body snatching. They were confused and Cross explained, body snatching is just as it sounds. A wizard can detach his soul and invade another's body. Whether they lie in wait, destroy the body's soul, or devour the soul and replace it is all up to the caster. The four including Griphook had looks of horror on their faces. Cross smiled slightly and said, I wonder what would happen if the boy who lived were to defeat Voldemort and take over an innocent old man's position. Hermione said, half the wizarding world would support him. Her face completely drained of color and Cross said, I see Hermione understood what I meant. Harry said, what did you mean? Cross sighed and said honestly, Harry. Do those glasses make it hard to hear too? I'm saying the old coot wanted to steal your body and defeat Voldemort so he would be even more powerful and famous than he already was. Harry paled and Cross smiled as he said, but the old man made a fatal mistake. Ron said, what's that, mate? Completely into the story now. Cross sneered menacingly, the bastard decided to touch my Luna. The three trembled, everything Cross did was to avenge Luna. In that case, Harry was extraordinarily lucky and Dumbledore was extraordinarily unlucky. They all looked at Cross back and felt a bit of fear, but more relief and gratefulness. Hermione felt sad, Harry was grateful, Ron was wondering if that would help him stuff a girl full, while Griphook was in awe. Cross smiled and they reached Gringotts. Cross looked up and said, let's go get you a Horcrux, yet. Before stepping inside, with the four following him. 66, hatched. Cross walked into Gringotts with the group and walked to the head desk, he smiled and waved to the goblins, who bowed in respect. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were stunned watching the goblins. Cross reached the front and spoke in gobbledygook, hey, Bogrod. Take me to my vault will you? Bogrod smiled and said no problem. Before hopping off his desk and leading the group away, Cross followed Bogrod and said, has that moron been making trouble for the goblins? I found Griphook, he said he was captured. Bogrod said hatefully, yet, a few goblins went missing. We suspect it was Tom Riddle. Griphook walked over and confirmed it was him. Bogrod frowned and said, Ragnarok will not be happy. Cross waved and added, tell him to leave it to me. You will not be able to kill him. Actually even I can't. The group was stunned and Hermione said, didn't you say that you beat him a few years ago? Cross chuckled and said, beating and killing are two very different things, Hermione. There's only one person in the world who can kill him. I can hit him with every killing curse in the book and he would still survive. The goblins were silent and boarded the rail cart. The other three got on with Cross and Harry said, is it me? Cross smiled and replied, bingo. You're learning fast, Harry. Maybe you'll be the next Merlin, just yet. Harry rolled his eyes and Hermione said, do you know why it's Harry? Cross was confused and said, you all don't know. Ron added, we've been hunting Horcruxes, mate. Cross finally realized and laughed as he said, did you find them all? Harry said, we've found the book, the ring, the locket so far. Hopefully there's something in Bellatrix's vault. Cross chuckled and looked at Harry as he said, where do you think the rest are? Harry scratched his neck and said, I don't know. Cross smiled and said nothing, just looking forward thinking about something. Hermione frowned and looked at Cross thinking expression before saying, you know where one is. Harry and Ron looked at Cross, who grinned and said, I've known for a long time. Harry said quickly, where is it? We need to destroy it. Cross licked his lips and chuckled as he said, you won't be able to destroy this one, Harry. Harry was confused and the cart stopped. Cross said, our destination. Let's go, shall we? as he got off the train cart and walked towards the giant cave. Harry followed along with a frown. He hated when Cross got all mysterious with him. Hermione was thinking hard, trying to figure out what he meant. While Ron was looking around the giant underground caves a bit scared of all the growls from below. They walked into the cave and were met with a giant white dragon. Ron shouted, "That's a Ukrainian iron belly." Cross clicked his tongue and added, "Not anymore. It's about to die." He shook his head and walked forward, telling the rest to stay back. The dragon growled at Cross, who pursed his lips and slowly walked towards the dragon, releasing the pressure on it. The dragon backed up, feeling a threat, before bumping into the wall. Cross walked to the dragon and cooed as he rubbed the dragon's snout. The dragon slowly relaxed and rested on the ground in front of Cross peacefully. Cross smiled and whispered in Draconian, "Do you want to come with me?" The dragon nodded with a hopeful look in its eyes. Cross looked behind him and pursed his lips again, thinking about it. He said, "Fuck it. Come with me." The dragon followed him and Cross said, "Curl up in the middle here. It won't hurt a bit, trust me." The dragon cooed and curled up. Cross stepped back and grinned as he said, "Do you guys want to see something amazing?" Ron was the first and threw his fist in the air as he said, "Yeah, mate. Go on." Cross chuckled and whistled. Blue came out of his backpack and landed on his head. Cross smiled and said, "Same as last time." Blue dripped a few tears and Cross bit his finger before setting up the runes he wrote for Selena and Grey. The rest watched as golden runes circled around the dragon before sinking into its body. The dragon lost the light in its eyes and slumped to the ground, but in the middle of its back an little white dragon flew out. The white dragon roared tenderly and landed on the ground, but there was a problem. The dragon, its wings, arms, legs, tail, they were all bones. It was a little bone dragon. Cross and Blue were shocked, forget about the rest. They were so shocked they forgot to breathe. Cross picked him up, the dragon looked at him and nuzzled his bony head on Cross' neck. They both flashed and bonded. Cross smiled and stroked the little bone dragons. "Well, Bones." He looked at the bone dragon and said, "I'll call you White." Blue slapped her forehead with her wing and chirped, "Another victim." Cross replied, "You love your name, don't lie." Blue grumbled, "You're insane." Cross chuckled and Blue went back to the bag, while White took her spot on Cross' head and curled up before going to sleep. Cross turned around and smiled, "Cool, eh?" Hermione stuttered, Why you?" Cross waved and said, "Yes, I know. I'm amazing. We've been over this 100 times now. Anyway, Griphook, Bogrod, you guys can have the carcass. There should be everything there." Griphook and Bogrod jumped in excitement and ran to the carcass, looking it over as Hermione finally said, "How did you do that? You created something from nothing." "That's," Cross smiled, "impossible." Hermione gulped, while Harry and Ron were just confused. Cross continued as he walked to the vault, "You see, it's not actually something from nothing. It's more like a sacrifice. The beast forgoes its current body for another, the soul and all the energy in the body is used to create a new one. The phoenix tears help to create a new body while my blood makes it so there's enough energy and a chance to evolve." Cross touched the door of the vault and unlocking sounds were heard as he added, "You can understand it more simply as regressing to its origins." White mutated slightly because he carried a heavy death aura on him from the constant torture and malnutrition. Cross looked at Hermione's shining eyes and chuckled, "You have to be an elf to do it, and own a phoenix." Hermione's eye dimmed and she clicked her tongue in frustration. Cross snickered and walked into the vault as the rest followed them. Cross waved his hand and said in Elven Ultimate Cleanse. A golden green light exploded in the room, covering everything as he said, "Damn curses." Harry said they were cursed. Cross replied, "A multiplying curse, everything you touch will multiply infinitely. I assume Ragnarok has quite a few things from my vault now." "That bastard." Although he said that, there was a smile on his face. Griphook and Bogrod came inside and Cross said, "That should be it right there." As he pointed to a cup, Harry looked over and heard it speaking before grabbing it. Cross smiled and said, "Well, that's it. There's nothing else in here. Anybody want something?" Hermione felt her lips twitch as she took a book, while Ron took a shining gem. Cross chuckled and left the vault saying, "All right, Harry. You have the sword still." Harry nodded and Cross said, "Just remember to give it to the goblins when you're done." "I'm serious, if they come after you even I can't stop them. Without paying a price, and I'd rather not have to make something, you know." Harry chuckled and nodded, Cross smiled and they left Gringotts. Cross turned to Griphook and Bogrod as he said, "Seriously, tell Ragnarok to be careful. That moron might attack Gringotts because of the Horcrux." Bogrod and Griphook nodded seriously before bowing and saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Cross smiled and said, "No problem." He turned to Ron, Harry and Hermione and smiled as he said, "See you all later." He chuckled and added, "Sooner than you may think," before teleporting away, leaving the three confused. Cross bought an entire candy store out before returning to the castle and appearing in front of Luna with bags and bags on licorice and candy. Luna jumped up and kissed him happily as she said, "You're the best." Cross smiled softly and said, "I know. How are you feeling? Is everything okay? Luna rubbed her stomach bump and said lovingly, I feel great. Cross smiled warmly and kissed her lips before saying, if you need anything, just tell me. Luna said cutely, can we cuddle? I miss you deep. In her tone was a bit of pleading. Ever since Cross started teaching and training the students, they haven't been together all that much. Cross' expression softened and he said, of course, Loony. Luna smiled excitedly and Cross picked her up in a princess carry before laying her on the bed as softly as possible. He wrapped her in his arms and she snuggled into his embrace comfortably before falling asleep. Cross rubbed her stomach with a happy yet nervous expression, before slowly falling asleep himself. Another month later. Cross had given White his own habitat and inducted him into the early morning chase. The students were a lot better at running and a lot more fit too. Some of the students were a bit chubby before but now they were as fit as a horse. Nice and strong. The Animagus students ran in their animal forms. Cross even forced the bird ones to run on their feet, only flapping their wings to dodge a spell. They even had to jump through obstacles with their legs. It was quite funny to see a bird running instead of flying, but nobody had time to laugh. White was pretty menacing already, but chasing the students he kicked it up a notch and covered himself in black flames as he chased them. Some students had nightmares of his blood-red flaming eyes as he chased them. Cross smiled and was happy with their progress. If even one of them was sent into the wizarding world outside of Hogwarts, they would no doubt be top figures. Cross even told them this and they got a little complacent, but that was quickly fixed by the beasts chasing after them even faster and wilder. Another thing to note, the eggs had hatched. Little black dragons with spiked tails, 2 horns on their heads, black wings, and golden eyes chased the students playfully. It was good training for them. Cross had enchanted a shield on their eyes so they wouldn't accidentally petrify someone. Cross did the same for Hagrid's, who Hagrid named Nigel. Cross and Hagrid sent a letter with a picture to Newt and asked him if the name Horntail Basilisk Dragon was appropriate for the species. To which Newt replied that he was so excited he was about to fly over. He also said the name was perfect. Cross admitted that the name was a bit bland but it was a perfect description of the species. He responded to Newt that things were a bit troublesome here and that when things were better he could come over, to which Newt replied that he understood and it wasn't an issue. Hagrid loved the little Nigel so much that he bonded with it. Nigel would usually hide in Hagrid's beard and only poke its head out to look around. Cross smiled at the little babies nibbling on the students. Their teeth hadn't set it yet so their nibbles weren't dangerous but they still hurt like hell. Some students even got bit in the ass, making the rest terrified at the thought that the bigger ones would actually bite them, so they ran even faster. Cross was having a great time and then Ron, Hermione, and Harry showed up at the school. That's when all hell broke loose. 67. It's more fun to die without knowing. Harry said, we need to find Rowena Ravenclaw. Cross laughed and said, would you like me to send you to the afterlife to find her? Hermione said. Harry said, Rowena Ravenclaw in a vision, there must be a Horcrux in the castle. Luna chimed in, how about Rowena's diadem? Ron sighed and said, here we go. Cross smiled and sipped his tea, as the rest watched him. He was currently teaching a class, when they barged in. The first years started whispering, is that Harry Potter? He knows teacher. Cross chuckled and said, relax you all, turn to page 67 in your books. As he got his puppets and said to Harry, I don't know if her diadem is a Horcrux, but if you are looking for something, your best bet is the Room of Requirement. Though I should warn you, spells like Oxio Horcrux or whatever, don't work in there and it's a giant mess. Before turning to the first years and controlling the puppets as he said, today, we'll be continuing where we left off, grab your quills. The imp was traveling through the forest. While moving several puppets at once creating a story with them. Luna smiled and rubbed her stomach on the side, she had a free period right now. The other 3 watched in awe. Ron chimed, if our class was like this, I reckon I would have got AO in it. Harry nodded and said, he's pretty good. Hermione added, he's wonderful. After which a sad glare was sent to Luna, who spat out her tongue and flipped her off. Hermione snorted and dragged Harry and Ron away, going to search for the diadem. Apparently they weren't the only ones. A while later. The whole school heard McGonagall's voice say, everyone in the Great Hall. Immediately. A few minutes later. Cross was sitting in the Great Hall as McGonagall looked nervous. Cross looked at all the students and McGonagall said, things are very dangerous, I've heard that Death Eaters have surrounded the perimeter. The teachers gasped and Cross stood up, walked to the podium and stopped in front of it. He smiled to McGonagall and said, let me handle this. Before chuckling and turning to the students. McGonagall had a bad feeling and it turned out to be right. Cross grinned maliciously and said, seems we have a few snakes surrounding Hogwarts. Voldemort is here to kill you all. McGonagall slapped her forehead, completely speechless. The students started freaking out and Cross shouted, quiet. The students froze and looked at him. Cross laughed and said, in. Much better, your little freak-out session is annoying. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Harry, Ron, Hermione, are they here? Harry stepped out and the Great Hall doors opened to reveal the Order with the Weasleys there as well, all of them. Cross chuckled and said, Draco, come here. Draco popped into existence next to him and Cross smiled. Stay with me, so I don't accidentally kill your parents. Draco nodded and Harry said but he's Cross interrupted. I know what he is, but he's still a student is he not? Plus from my own house no less. 10,000 points from Slytherin. Harry slapped his forehead and Ron said mate. They'll never come back from that. Hermione slapped him and said idiot. That's not the point. Cross coughed and raised his hand as he said where are the little monsters, I trained. The students stepped forward and Cross laughed as he said Seamus, Neville, go blow up the back entrance. The rest of you, prepare yourselves, you'll be fighting on the front lines with the Order and the professors. A voice sounded at this moment give me Harry Potter and you'll all live. Cross laughed and said out loud Tommy boy I'm coming for yo he 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 he. The students were aghast and the voice turned venomous as he said you. I'll grind you bones to dust. Cross burst out laughing and said just wait for me. You won't live after today, I promise. He chuckled and looked at Harry as he said do you trust me? Harry nodded and Cross grinned as he said Tommy boy, I'll give you Potter. Meet me in the courtyard at the front of the school. The students were shocked and Cross said the rest of you will prepare to get blood on your hands. Barrier? What barrier? He should be afraid of you, not the other way around. Before teleporting in front of Harry and grabbing him with a grin as he teleported away. The students and the Order immediately ran to the courtyard. Cross was standing there with Harry, who said you have a plan. Cross nodded and said you have to die. Harry said what? Cross smiled and said remember what I told you at Gringotts? You are the final Horcrux, Harry. Harry's eyes widened and Cross touched his scar as he said an accident, but nonetheless, still a Horcrux. Why do you think you know Parseltongue? Or you have such a connection to Riddle? Fortunately he doesn't even know himself. Harry sighed and said then let's die. Cross grinned and slapped his back as he said that's the spirit. Just as he finished Voldemort appeared and said you brought him. Cross smiled and said do I look like a liar? Voldemort said I suppose not. The rest of the students showed up as Voldemort flicked his wand and said Avada Kedavra. Hermione shouted no. As Cross pushed Harry into the green beam. The green beam smashed into him and Harry fell to the ground. Voldemort was shocked that he had actually succeeded, then he started laughing loudly and mockingly. The students started crying and Ron shouted bloody good friend you are mate. Hermione shouted why did you let him kill Harry? Cross laughed and said why do I have to explain myself to you? I think you're forgetting who I am. As his pressure slammed against Ron and Hermione as he added I can do what I want, I don't need to explain anything to you. Maybe you should focus on the upcoming fight, unless you want to die. Voldemort laughed and said of course, you'll all die as well. Cross smiled and said did you think, I brought him here for you to leave? Voldemort was confused and Cross said all right, get up. Is the floor very nice? Do you like having people think you're dead? Harry got up and rubbed his nose saying you could have told me. Cross chuckled isn't it more fun this way? Harry chuckled and the rest of the people there were stunned and confused. Voldemort shouted what? Cross laughed and said you're as stupid as ever, Tom. You just killed the potion of your own soul inside Harry. What kind of wizard doesn't know when he makes a Horcrux? Moron. Though, I shouldn't be surprised, you came to your death with a big smile on your face. Harry backed off and Cross smirked as he said I guess I'll take the lead. He touched the ground and laughed string whirled. The whole courtyard, the pillars and buildings around it, turned into string and Cross giggled like a madman and said come on then, Tom. I'll play with you for a while as the strings turned to spikes and shot towards him as an incredibly fast rate. Voldemort jumped back before operating away. Cross said find the last Horcrux and kill it. He licked his lips and said I'll distract Tommy boy. Before jumping into the air, landing on a string and flying after Voldemort. The courtyard went back to normal and Harry said fuck that was cool. The students watched Cross leave and the first year, Claire shouted excitedly Professor Cross is so cool. The students cheered after that, before Luna hummed and blue, grey, white, Carl, Selena, Buckbeak, and Red came out of the bag. They all grew and latched onto the buildings of Hogwarts roaring menacingly at the incoming Death Eaters. The students that were trained by Cross were led by Ginny, who shouted well. Do you want to let Professor Cross down? The rest got angry and shouted no. Ginny shouted then let's slaughter these death fools. The students cheered and some transformed into their animal forms while the rest charged towards the Death Eaters, throwing Avada Kedavra spells and catching the Death Eaters by surprise. McGonagall was completely shocked and Sirius said oh. That kid trained them well. They're even getting my blood pumping. As he transformed and joined the fight, the rest of the Order followed along. The professors and the rest of the younger students were left, along with Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Harry said professors keep the rest safe, we will look for the final Horcrux. Before leaving with the other two. McGonagall said quite the responsible students we have here. She was quite joyful. The Animagus group all performed sneak attacks before continuing to fight in their human forms. They took down a group of Death Eaters, while Draco was with Astoria in his ferret form. He was on her shoulder looking anxious. Astoria said softly, "We'll find them, Draco." Draco nodded and rubbed his head on her neck looking sad. Astoria smiled softly and said, "I don't blame you. You fixed me, I will love you for the rest of my life." Draco wrapped around her neck and licked her cheek. Astoria giggled and continued dodging spells, looking for Draco's parents. Luna was hanging back and saving any student who was in trouble with her whale tears. She was flying around the sky on Buckbeak's back, protected with a lightning barrier. Selena shredded through Death Eaters like they were nothing, petrifying groups of them at a time. Grey was not too far away, protecting her and killing Death Eaters. White was swooping around, blasting Death Eaters with black fire breaths and swiping his sharp bone wings at them, cutting Death Eaters in two. Carl was going crazy on the ground, blowing through Death Eaters like a train, trampling and stabbing them with his legs and horn. Blue and Red were blowing ice and fire at the Death Eaters while also dropping tears on some of the students that were seriously injured. The babies weren't able to participate and were left in the nest by Selena. She put them to sleep and sealed the exit just in case. Cross was chasing after Voldemort and throwing goofy hexes at him, knowing that he can't kill him. But maybe he could make him so angry that he vomits blood and kills himself? Who knows, but Voldemort was turned into a duck, a moose, a rat, a mouse, a jellyfish, you name it. Cross cycled through animals and laughed at all the forms he found funny. Voldemort's anger was reaching a peak and he suddenly lurched as he shouted Nagini. Cross ignored his cry and assumed the last Horcrux was killed, but that meant nothing before he still couldn't kill him. Cross turned him into a few more animals before Voldemort shouted, "Are you going to do nothing?" Cross was confused but soon heard a powerful and grating voice. "You finally realized he was stronger than you." Voldemort was silent and a figure appeared in the air. Cross looked at the figure. It had completely black skin with 3 arms. It resembled a human but at the same time not. Along with the 3 arms it was wearing rags had 2 long teeth coming out of its mouth. One going up and the other going down. The figure became more clear and Cross saw it had 5 eyes, each of them was a different color. Blue, red, green, black, and white. They were solid throughout his entire eye. The creature also had 3 purple horns on its head. Cross was so disgusted he also threw up as he said, "What the fuck are you supposed to be?" The creature chuckled and said, "The killer of elves, coincidentally also the last of my kind. At least on this plane." As a powerful force came out of him and he said, "You can call me Gogro." Cross turned solemn as he said, "Fuck. A demigod." 68, Battle of Gods. Cross scratched his stubble and said, "I don't suppose you've had a change of heart after 100 years. Gogro chuckled and said, "Nope." Cross sighed and said, "Yeah, didn't think so." Before bolting back to the castle, Gogro chased after him, while Voldemort went searching for Harry. Cross arrived at the castle to see a bunch of students recuperating and a ton of dead bodies. Draco was with his parents and Astoria, McGonagall was taking care of the injured students and Luna was holding a backpack with a smile, healing whoever she could. Cross landed on the ground and said, "Everyone get in the castle, now. There's a big ugly." He was smashed into the ground, by Gogro. The students yelped and Gogro looked over at Luna and said, Another elf? Seems like your womanette." Cross swept his leg out, hitting Gogro in the chin and sending him flying into the surrounding pillars as he spat out some blood, hopping to his feet and saying, "Oi! Ugly ass whatever you are, I'll rip out each of you eyes if you look at my wife again, do you believe it?" Cross waved his hand and said, "Nothing to see here, kids. Just an ugly demigod. Go inside, shoo, shoo." Everyone was swept into the air and thrown into the castle. Luna looked worried and landed softly on her feet in the castle. Harry ran out and the door slammed shut. Cross smirked and said, "Voldemort is here, looks like a double showdown to me, hee." The surroundings turned to string once more and Cross chuckled, "Let's get the party started." String spikes shot towards Gogro, who waved his hand and burned them to a crisp. Cross grinned and controlled his strings, making 3 string clones, before using his strings himself and attacking Gogro, while Harry started fighting Voldemort on the side. Gogro turned into flames and dodged the strings. Cross clicked his tongue and the string spikes turned blue before bursting out of the ground and piercing towards Gogro in every direction. Gogro jumped into the air and dodged the strings, but Cross laughed and said, "Is it so simple?" The strings intertwined and chased after Gogro in the air as his clone chased him as well, throwing Avada Ultimas at him. Cross hummed to himself and was kicked to the side by a Gogro fire clone. Cross jumped back and flipped in the air pointing at the fire clone Aquamentus Ultima. A massive blast of water obliterated the fire clone, but the clone turned into water this time and attacked Cross again. 2 more water clones appeared and attacked Cross with a bunch of dark spells. Avada Kedavra. Lumen Cannon. Aquamentus Obliteration. Cross grinned as he dodged the spells and threw up a Protogo before taking in a deep breath and blowing out ice breath, freezing the clones before shooting strings through them. The students and professors were watching from above and were shocked. Harry's fight was relatively normal, but Cross was too strange. Cross looked up with a grin, but it was not so bright. his clones were obliterated and Gagro was barreling towards him. Cross reached into his bag and threw out thousands of galleons, he waved his hand and all the galleons turned into a massive variety of animals, attacking Gagro. Cross licked his lips and sucked in, he pointed forward and a smokescreen exploded in the group of animals, just as Gagro shot inside. Cross opened his mouth and breathed out black fire, his fire breath touched the smokescreen and the smoke ignited, making a massive explosion that was immediately engulfed in black flames. Cross coughed out black smoke before jumping back as an explosion happened under his feet. Gagro shot out of the ground with a few burns, Cross quipped it's true. The uglier you are the harder to kill. I don't think a Nevada Ultima will kill you. Gagro scoffed and said you're trying to rile me up, it won't work elf. Cross spat yo mama's ugly. Gagro shouted don't talk about my mother. And attacked Cross, who chuckled and dodged in the air, whipping his leg out and kicking Gagro in the stomach. Cross grabbed Gagro horns after he kicked him and went flying before flipping in the air and slamming Gagro in the ground. The castle trembled and Cross spread out his fingers, 10 strings came out and the tips turned green as he said let's test my theory at Avada Kedavra. The 10 strings shot out green beams and hit Gagro. Cross jumped back and Gagro swiped out with a giant fire sword. Cross clicked his tongue and grinned nervously seems like I was right. Gagro growled and charged at him with the sword, Cross gulped with a grin and said hee, not good. Before dodging they swipe and leaning back, he put his hands on the ground and flipped backwards, dodging another swipe. Cross dodged all of Gagro's swipes and started to sweat a bit, thinking of a way to kill this monstrosity. Good news, Harry killed Voldemort and picked up the Elder Wand. Cross grabbed Harry and threw him into the castle, grabbing the Elder Wand out of his hands and saying pardon me, mate. Let me borrow this yet. Harry flew into the castle and Gagro sucked in Voldemort's disappearing corpse. Gagro grew another arm and wings exploded from his back. Cross chuckled and gulped as he said oh, that's not good. Sure enough 3 more fire swords appeared in Gagro hands. Cross quipped unfortunately you're uglier now. I guess you got stronger. Gagro smashed the 4 swords at him and Cross jumped away saying I take that as a yes then. Let's kick things up a notch shall we? Cross body glowed orange and he started moving faster, he pointed the Elder Wand forward and shouted chronostasis. Gagro stopped for a moment before moving again, Cross chuckled nervously and said ha. Just a joke. What I meant was stop. A giant hourglass slammed into Gagro and stopped him, Cross let out a breath and held his hands together, throwing the Elder Wand to a clone. All 3 clones mimicked Cross and held their hands together. Cross pulled his hands apart and a dark green ball grew in between his hands. They all shouted in unison Avada Obliteracy Ultima. The balls turned so dark green they were almost black, before they exploded with intense beams of concentrated magic, shooting towards Gagro, who broke free from the time stop and blocked in every direction with his arms. A massive explosion occurred. Cross-string clones came back and went into his body, while the Elder Wand was thrown into his storage bag. Cross backed off from the explosion and sighed as he said for fuck's sakes. Right after, loud obnoxious laughter was heard. Cross rubbed his face and slapped his cheeks as he said is it really so bad to die? Just do it. Please? For me. Everyone above slapped their foreheads and Luna giggled nervously, biting her nails. Gagro laughed and said foolish boy. Thank you for helping me take the last step. Cross cursed fuck. Fucking bastard. You slimy disgusting cunt. You fucking used me. Cross kept spouting out curses and Gagro choked on his monologue, while the rest above started whispering Professor has quite the vocabulary. McGonagall coughed and glared at the kids as she said do not repeat these words understand. The students nodded and looked back at the fight. Cross stomped his foot and shouted you slippery cunt. Even if you're a god, you'll die today. I swear. Everything turned into strings and became black with strange black wisps coming off them. Cross spread out his arms and a single spike engulfed him, when Cross came out his was dressed in black string battle armor. Though he didn't have a helmet. Cross said insanely let's see if gods bleed today. I won't die until I know. As he pointed forward, the black strings shot forward and pierced towards Gagro, Cross himself shot forward and clawed at Gagro, strings trailing from his fingers. Gagro got slashed by the strings while dodging the spikes. He started bleeding from the wounds and said impossible. Cross laughed wildly and said what god? You're just a fucking joke. Anti-magic strings twisted together and formed a lance in his right hand while his other hand stayed the same. Cross grinned and pierced his lance towards Gagro, who dodged but he also had to dodge the spikes coming for him from all sides. Gagro charged at Cross instead, and Cross sank into the strings, dodging as the strings collapsed on Gagro, forming a tight ball. Cross threw the lance through the ball and waved his hands, spikes flew up and pierced the ball in every direction. Cross grabbed the air and pulled, the string ball tightened and exploded. Cross eyes flashed and a helmet appeared just before he got punched in the face and sent flying into the castle walls. Gagro came out of the explosion, covered in blood. Cross blew up the wall and floated in the air on his strings as he said why won't you die? Don't you know I have a class soon? I'm gonna be late. For fuck's sakes. Fucking gods. He stretched his hand out and a giant mace with a long hexagonal-shaped top appeared. The top was almost as long as the handle and had spikes coming out of it on every surface. Cross took out the Elder Wand and put it inside the mace. The mace glowed and let out a menacing aura. Cross was plated in the black armor with a three-horned helmet as he rested the mace on his shoulder and said, "You should have stayed in the gross hole you came out of. Ugh, even looking at you disgusts me. Has your mother ever heard of abortion? If I had an ugly cunt like you, I'd let you loose in the woods." Gogro trembled in rage and roared before teleporting in front of Cross, who swung the mace and smashed Gogro right in the head as he said, as the Americans say, "Home run." Gogro blasted through the air like a rocket, smashing into the bridge and making a massive hole. Cross stepped out and said, "Ah, fuck. Now I have to clean that up." McGonagall rubbed her forehead and sighed, while the younger students laughed and cheered. Luna sighed and rubbed her stomach anxiously. She was strong, but not strong enough to help him, which made her extremely upset. Cross teleported to the air and slammed his mace towards nothing, but Gogro appeared swinging a sword. The weapons clashed in the air and blew a massive shock wave in all directions. Cross and Gogro backed off before Cross shot towards Gogro and swung his mace, pushing back Gogro. Gogro growled and his forearms grabbed the air, a massive black fire sword appeared and he swung it, sending Cross flying back into the castle walls. Gogro chased him and swung again. Cross held his mace up and blocked the sword slash. Behind him were all the students and teachers, but more importantly, Luna. Cross was panicking as Gogro kept getting stronger. What the fuck was this monster? Gogro cackled and said, "You and everyone behind you will die." Zay ha 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 ha. Cross was slowly losing, but then he heard a voice, "Elven Prince. Use me." Cross roared and pushed Gogro back before smashing him back a few feet as he stood on the castle in front of the students. The sword of Gryffindor flew out of Neville's hands and merged into Cross' mace handle. Cross roared and the castle started changing around. The students were pushed back and the towers started moving. Cross pulled to be pulling the world as he threw a fist forward. The castle towers flew through the air and smashed into Gogro, smashing him down into the courtyard. Cross pointed the mace at Gogro and said, "Infinite annihilation." A beam of anti-magic shot forward and slammed into Gogro body. Gogro let out a pig butchering scream and said, "You can't." Cross teleported in front of him and his entire mace was covered in anti-magic. Magic as he smashed the mace on Gogro, repeatedly saying, "Fuck you and your trash monologue. Just die already. Die. Die. Die." Gogro couldn't speak and was smashed to a pulp by Cross mace. His arms were destroyed, his legs were destroyed, his torso was destroyed, only his head was left. Gogro said weakly. Cross smashed his head and shouted, "Why aren't you dead yet? Stop monologuing, I don't care." Cross was really pissed as he smashed his mace into Gogro head over and over again until it was a bloody pulp. Cross looked at his work and nodded in satisfaction, but Gogro made a noise and Cross smashed him again in disbelief. It couldn't be that he had to listen to his monologue, right? Cross blew out black flames and burned Gogro body, smashing the ashes for good measure afterwards. He waited around for a minute, maybe his soul had something to say? Thankfully, Gogro was truly dead this time, maybe he could tell his monologue in hell. Cross let out a breath and sat down on the ground, exhausted, as the castle reverted back to normal and the doors opened, letting everyone out, and they rushed to the courtyard to see the damage. 69, nice. Cross was hugged and pulled into two soft mountains by Luna. The armor and mace returned into his body and the sword of Gryffindor fell to the ground along with the Elder Wand. Cross has a face full of chest and side, so this was what heaven is. Luna kissed his head and said, "Are you okay?" Cross was drooling with blood coming down his nose. Luna slapped him and giggled as she said, "I guess so." Cross woke up and said, "No, heaven, come back," before burying his face in Luna's chest. The rest looked awkward and Luna blushed in embarrassment as she said, "There's people." Cross got up, picking up the sword and wand before saying, "What is this, a free show? I don't like audiences." Shoo. Luna buried her embarrassed face in Cross' chest as the rest coughed. Cross threw the sword and the wand at Harry before looking at the second years as he said, "I think you have class now." The second years froze and McGonagall rolled her eyes as she said, "Class is cancelled for the day." Cross clicked his tongue and the students cheered. Moody hobbled over and said, "Excellent work, Greengrass. What in Merlin's name was that creature?" Cross scratched his stubble and said, "Didn't catch his monologue. But he's dead, does it matter?" Moody looked at the ashes and said, "I suppose not." Sirius slapped Cross' shoulder as he said, "Amazing. I've never seen anything like it. Can you teach me that?" Cross chuckled and asked, "Are you an elf?" Sirius clicked his tongue and said, "I'm a dog, does that count?" Cross snapped his fingers and said, "You know, you just missed the cut there, Sirius." Lupin burst out laughing and slapped Sirius back as he said, "Maybe. Haha. You can learn some pet magic. Ha 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 ha." Sirius growled and lunged at Lupin, starting a fight. Cross looked at Moody and said, "You should probably start cleansing the ministry." Undesirable number 1 isn't a very good look for Harry. Though with those glasses. Actually keep the title. Harry coughed and Hermione patted his back. Moody grinned and said yes. The Ministry, I almost forgot about them. Cross smirked and said someone should really fix that bridge. I don't know who broke it but it should really be fixed. Everyone gave him a look of disdain before going to work. The Order along with the Weasleys left. Fortunately, not a single one of them died. That's some plot armor, good luck. The professors started fixing the castle along with the students, who weren't injured, while the nurse was drowned in work on all the injured kids. Luna went to help lessen the load. Some students died but none of them had a name, strangely enough. It was like as if they weren't important enough to be mentioned. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stayed behind to help and McGonagall gave them a ton of homework for missing so much school, the same with Draco. Cross was standing around, laughing at all the people working before he was dragged by Luna to help heal the students. A while later. Cross wiped the sweat from his forehead and Harry walked over saying hey. Cross replied hey. Harry nodded and said anyway, here's the Elder Wand. As he handed it over. Cross took it and said what am I supposed to do with this? Harry shrugged and said I don't know, but it doesn't listen to me after you took it from my hands so it's yours now, congrats. Before walking away. Cross was stunned and shouted hey, Four Eyes. You can't just dump a burden on me like this. Harry started speed walking away and Cross chased him shouting Potter. Damn it. Give me the cloak instead. Harry shouted no. It's mine. Before running as Cross chased after him. Everything went back to normal after that. No better than normal. Hogwarts wasn't being run by a scheming body snatcher and McGonagall did a pretty good job. She finally instilled new classes. Hogwarts would teach everything in the future, from normal magic to dueling, healing, dark magic, and everything in between. Since Cross defeated a literal god, Hogwarts' popularity was on the rise, and a meteoric rise at that. Cross continued to teach and reluctantly accepted to come teach again next year, officially breaking the one-year one-teacher curse for the Dot opposition. On a happy note, Luna gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. Cross named him Zephyr and Luna reluctantly agreed as Cross said that he would just leave him with his grandparents if he had any other name. Luna almost killed him but held back. The other baby was also born around the same time as Zephyr, it was instead a girl. Cross named her Storm and received a swift slap from Luna, who decided to name her after her mother, Pandora. Cross agreed since it was a personal thing for Luna and as a loving husband he would naturally agree to what she said. He seemed to forget he threatened her with never seeing Zephyr again if they named him Lucas. Anyway. Zephyr and Pandora were born, and Luna was working double time just feeding them. It didn't help that Cross wanted to pretend to be a baby as well. Little did he know, she almost killed him several times. Cross tried to make her laugh most of the time since she seemed to be stressed a lot and he tried to take care of the kids, bringing them to classes and strapping them in harnesses on his chest as they slept. The students felt it was weird to see Cross holding two babies while teaching, but kept their silence as the babies actually didn't make the class any different. A small sleeping charm may have been used, but Cross wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. The school year came and went, Slytherin was pushed so far down that they might not ever win a house cup again. Obviously this was false because Cross gave absurd amounts of points for every little thing. This one time, a student tripped and another student caught them. Cross awarded 5,000 points to Slytherin for bravery and being an upstanding moral citizen. McGonagall almost fired him then and there, but the students loved him too much so she couldn't do anything. Also, Cross and Luna got married over the summer. They had the wedding at Xenophilius' house. Marcus and Xenophilius held a baby each and Cross was dressed in a completely white tuxedo. The entire order was invited along with all of their friends and some teachers. Luna wore the most beautiful white wedding dress and walked down the aisle with her mother in ghost form, who was so happy she cried as she witnessed the wedding. She managed to hold out until the end of the wedding and Cross smiled as he personally promised to Luna's mother that he would take care of her. Pandora was so happy, she cried again. A bit of a crier, this woman. Sure enough, she cried again when she found out their daughter was named Pandora and that they had kids. By the time she returned to the underworld her eyes were red and puffy but she had the brightest smile on her face. Even Cross cried a little, but immediately cursed that Pandora had infected him with her crying sickness. He wasn't down with the sickness, and hoped it wouldn't be a reoccurring issue. The wedding was fantastic and fun, though some people, Hermione, got a bit too drunk and started spouting nonsense. Pouring her heart out to whoever listened, eventually grabbing Draco and blasting him with her mumbo-jumbo. Cross could have sworn he saw Draco and Astoria leaving with Hermione that night, though he had no idea why. Actually he did have an idea but he didn't believe it. Anyway, Hermione wasn't important. Luna and Cross enjoyed their honeymoon traveling the world looking for strange creatures, leaving Xenophilius and Marcus to take care of the kids. When they came back, Luna took the kids with her and Cross bought a house before contacting a house elf. The cute little elf was Dobby. He explained that being a free elf was cool and all but he missed doing things. Cross signed a contract with him after giving him clothes and saying that the rags weren't very chic. Dobby dressed up and Cross threw a drop of his blood into Dobby's mouth, transforming him into a high house elf. Dobby was ecstatic and his butler clothes actually fit him now, also he didn't look like a gremlin anymore, but a small nice-looking young man. Cross continued to teach at Hogwarts while Luna stayed home with the kids. She wasn't lonely at all because Cross would just teleport home after his classes were over. Luna was happy, Cross was happy, Dobby was happy. The 7th-year students that Cross taught took up a lot of the Auror spots and Amelia returned to the ministry as the minister, while Sirius just followed her around in dog form, protecting her from the shadows. The students that didn't become Aurors got different jobs at the ministry and they cleaned it inside out, breaking the retarded Muggle-born our inferior belief. What a joke, the biggest contender for the next minister spot was Hermione. Some of the older houses disagreed with this but the 7th years, that were reborn from the blood during the Death Eater battle, gave the resistant houses their own input. Those houses soon became the biggest supporters of Muggles in the world. Cross continued to teach, soaking up all this info from the outside but really he could not care less. He was teaching to alleviate his boredom, while practicing on the side. Fun fact, he had access to the library in the ministry and learned all the spells inside, now it was time to train his magic and body. So he did. Very thoroughly. Cross pushed his body to the absolute limit every day, but felt like he could go higher and so he continued to up his workouts and magical training, draining out his absurd amount of magical energy every night and meditate on no mana, becoming a strainer sucking in only the purest amount of mana possible. He also made time for his loving wife and kids. Quickly, 6 years passed. Cross found himself unable to cross the barrier no matter how hard he tried. His current self could obliterate his past self with a flick of his finger. He was extremely powerful. Luna had also joined him and hit the barrier as well. She was confused and Cross shrugged saying that they probably needed to leave this plane for a higher one to advance. Luna got worried and hoped that Cross wouldn't leave her and the kids. Cross laughed and said that she was coming with him and she said that she wouldn't leave the kids no matter what, to which Cross explained that they were all coming, once he figured out how to get there. Luna felt relieved and smiled as they shared a night together. A night that got interrupted by Pandora and Zephyr crying that they had a nightmare, apparently they were being chased by a giant chocolate frog. Cross picked up Pandora, who looked like a mini Luna with pitch black hair and red eyes. She was as cute as a porcelain doll. Luna picked up Zephyr, who looked like a mini Cross, minus the black markings, with pale blonde hair and pink eyes. He was also as cute as a porcelain doll. Quite the cute kids, their ears were also long and pointy just like their parents. Pandora stuck to Cross most of the time and Zephyr was the opposite, sticking to Luna like dog plaster. Cross hugged Pandora, Luna, and Zephyr as he went to sleep. Luna cuddled into Cross' chest along with the two kids and they all fell asleep as a big happy family. The next day, Cross was sitting in his classroom, smoking. He had picked it up since he was so stressed from the kid stuff, it was nice and they were harmless, since his body filtered all the bad shit out of it. He was reading a newspaper when he heard the castle speak to him come to the room of requirement. Cross teleported to the room and the castle said take me with you. The tree has asked me to send you up. Cross said I can't leave my family. The castle said not a problem. Come back in the summer. Cross agreed and went back to teaching. The summer rolled around and Cross went to the castle. It shoved him out and Cross was standing high up in the air. The entire castle along with everything around it started glowing and condensed into a single object before floating towards Cross. It was the entire area around Hogwarts and the castle itself on a torn-out chunk of land, but this castle looked much different. The main building had 9 layers with balconies around the building on every floor. The towers were in all 4 corners, the maze, the forest, the lake, and a mountain were on each side. It was symmetrical and beautiful. Cross looked down and saw that nothing had changed on the ground, everything was the same but Cross felt that it wasn't the same. The castle in front of him spoke I will create an inner world. Inside you. Only you can choose who comes in and out. A beam of golden green light fell on the castle, who added the tree has blessed me. Only you will be able to feel me, nobody else. I need to rest. The castle floated into his abdomen and his body shined, the last thing the castle said was chamber. Under the castle. That's where you'll leave from. Before going silent, Cross smirked and teleported back to his home. He explained everything to Luna and brought her inside her inner world, the two were immediately assaulted by pure energy. They both felt refreshed and explored the entire space, everything was great except there were no books or people, not even an animal. Cross and Luna came out and discussed, Cross said that they should take the kids and leave. He didn't know where they were going and it could be that they can't come back. Luna disagreed and said that they should at least ask if others wanted to come along. Cross was torn and retorted that they may have to live inside his inner world for life if it was too dangerous. Luna hesitated before standing firm and saying that her father must come, the others would be up to them. Her father was the last of her family and she wanted him to come with them. Cross agreed, having no problems with that. They then went around with Zephyr and Pandora to everyone they knew saying their goodbyes while also asking them if they wanted to join them in going somewhere new. Cross had to explain that it could be extremely dangerous and there's a potential to never come back. A lot of the excited faces died down after that. Surprisingly there were a few who wanted to come, namely Xenophilius, Marcus, Daphne, Astoria, Alyssa, Draco, Hermione, Harry, Ginny, and Ron. Cross explained to them that there might not even be magic where they were going, and that it could be 100x more dangerous than here. They all agreed to come firmly. Ron said that he had no wife or girlfriend so he would try his luck somewhere else. Cross almost slapped him, but he had to agree with him. His chances of finding a wife were much better somewhere else where no one knew him. Curiously, Hermione was still alone. Seems like Draco and Astoria brought her home that night. As was Daphne. Cross gave them a month to prepare before they left. When Cross got home, he moved all his things into his inner world. He set up his room in the castle with everything he had, all the books he could find on all sorts of magic, but he didn't even manage to fill up 10% of the bookshelves in the 5th floor library. It was the entire floor, and it seemed to have an enlargement charm or something on it. It went on for miles and was extremely high. Regardless, Cross spent a month getting all the books he could and moved the beasts from the bag into his inner world. They went off to find places where they could be comfortable and set up their homes. Curiously the lake was empty. Quickly a month passed. Cross gathered everyone, they all had big bags of stuff along with their wands and things they thought they might need. Cross bought a whole store worth of clothes and filled his giant closet with all sorts of clothes for him, Luna, and the kids. He even bought clothes of different sizes for when the kids grew up. Cross brought them all into his inner world and they were shocked for a moment before remembering what Cross was capable of, then they were less excited as they went inside the castle and settled their things. It was almost exactly like Hogwarts but it was much, much, bigger. It had a gardening area and everything. The shelves were stocked with food and everything was perfect for them to live in. Cross left Luna inside with everyone else and teleported to the Chamber of Secrets only to see a giant blue rune circle with a bunch of letters and in lines he didn't quite understand. He could feel the space element in the air. He took a deep breath and checked himself. Seeing he didn't forget anything and he had nothing but the clothes on his back with him, he stepped into the blue circle with eagerness to see a new world. The blue circle lit up and Cross felt his body getting sucked in, he let go and disappeared. The blue circle dimmed after he left but didn't disappear. The Chamber of Secrets went back to being calm and peaceful, as if nothing happened in the first place. Read the author's note. 70. A whole new world. Cross felt like he was floating in space for a good while until there was a fluctuation. A massive space blade flew towards him, his eyes widened and he donned his black armor and covered his abdomen with both hands. The space blade sent him flying through space and through a crack. Cross slammed into the ground and coughed out blood as his armor receded into his body. There was a deep gash on his chest, but other than that there was nothing world with him. He simply fainted on impact and was now lying in a plain, alone. A young man walked over and saw Cross, he gasped and brought him along with him to his house. An unknown amount of time later. Cross woke up in a bed, covered in bandages. A girl in strange clothing was tending to his wounds and yelped in fright as Cross woke up. She stuttered, "Hey, are you okay?" Cross groaned and sat up as he said, "Where am I?" The girl couldn't understand a word he said and immediately ran away. Cross rubbed his eyes with one hand as he got out of bed and stumbled a bit. His entire torso was covered in bandages but he still had his shorts on, thank God for that. Cross cracked his neck and the rest of his bones cracked, he felt much better. He waved his hand and the bed was made again. He nodded to himself, still had his magic, that was a good start. It seemed the place he came to had a different language, that was going to be an issue. The girl came back with a boy, who was wearing a red robe. Cross and the boy's eyes met in the air and Cross grinned as he looked at the boy. The boy's eyes narrowed and he spoke, "How are you?" Cross shook his head and waved, a piece of paper flew into his hands and he drew a book along with someone speaking. The boy looked at the paper before saying, "Little ant, get a book on profound continent language." The girl disappeared for a few minutes before coming back. Cross took the book and read over it in 5 minutes before closing it and saying, "Much better. I assume you are the boy, who saved me, or at least brought me here. Perhaps you were but aren't anymore." Cross had a teasing smile on his face and the boy said, "Little ant, leave. Let me speak without guest, alone." The girl nodded and left, reluctantly. The boy said, "Who are you?" Cross sat down and said, "The person you saved. Strangely though, your soul is older than your body. You don't have to worry about it because I actually am probably the only one who can see it." He paused and said, "Though it would be very helpful to know where I am." "Oh, so silly of me. I'm Cross. Nice to meet you, Savior." The boy narrowed his eyes and said, "This is the profound continent. Where are you from?" Cross waved and said, "Not anywhere you would know, surely. What's your name? Could you tell me about any power systems here? Is there magic? Energy? Dangers. The boy was overloaded and only managed to say Yunche. Before the girl shouted little Che. It's time for your wedding. Yunche shouted I'll be a second. Cross got up and said you're getting married in those dreadful clothes. Yunche looked down and said they're not too bad. Cross shook his head and said where I'm from those are ancient, man. Come here. Cross reached his hand into a small crack beside him and pulled out a completely black suit. He snapped his fingers and the red robe disappeared while the black suit was now on Yunche's body. Cross threw the red robes on the bed with disgust before saying I'll help you for a while, boy. Considering your soul age, we're about the same age. I'll be your guardian, helper, buddy, partner, pal, friend, whatever you need. Yunche frowned and said what's the catch? Cross smiled and said the catch is you teach me about what you know about this world. In case you haven't noticed. I am not from here and I would rather not put my family in danger by walking around where there could be serious danger that even I can't handle. Deal. He stretched out his hand and Yunche looked at it for a moment before shaking it and smiling as he joked welcome to the team, Cross. Cross blinked before laughing as he said good. That's the spirit. Let me change, real quick. He snapped his fingers and a normal black and white suit appeared. Cross had a golden ring on his left hand ring finger and a snake one on his right. The snake ones on his ears had fallen off when he hit the barrier and went back into the box, as if they knew they were useless. Cross ears twitched with freedom and he walked out of the room with Yunche, absorbing all the knowledge Yunche was feeding him. The girl followed along and Cross found out her name was Xiao Lingzi. She was a cute little girl. Cross almost ripped her cute cheeks off from pinching them so much. Lingzi's cheeks were red and she rubbed them saying big meanie. Cross chuckled and walked next to Yunche, who was on horseback. Cross shook his head, understanding that time somehow regressed here. Technology was basically non-existent. Cross lifted his right hand and spoke into the ring. Luna's frantic voice was heard. Cross. Are you okay? Cross softened and he said gently yes, I'm okay. Just figuring out where we are. I think I might have had an accident. Luna shrieked what? Cross smiled wryly and explained I think I came to the wrong plane, a lesser one. The castle is still asleep so I can't ask. Our power output should be the maximum for this plane but their power system is different. Cross added excitedly apparently they can fly when they reach a certain point. Luna sighed from the other end and said Cross, do you know how worried I am? And you're all excited about flying. Cross hummed well, I'm attending a wedding right now, do you want to join me? Luna said in confusion a wedding? Whose? Cross said happily a friend I made here. Luna sighed and said fine, bring me out in a bit, I'll put on a dress. Cross was excited and waited for Luna to say she was ready. Cross brought her out, a crack opened next to him and Luna stepped out, wearing a beautiful dress. Yunche almost fell off his horse and said BB brother Cross, that's your wife. Cross smiled and held Luna's hand as he replied the one and only, also stop calling me brother so annoying. Just call me Cross. It's better that way, more normal. Yunche smiled wryly, seems like his new friend was a strange one. Luna was confused and said what language are you speaking? Cross handed her a book and said it's a strange one, but it's very simple to understand. Luna finished the book in 5 minutes and handed it back, able to already speak the language fluently. Cross smiled with pride and Yunche sighed as he said both strange monsters. Cross looked at little Lingzi and said you don't mind if I keep this do you? Lingzi shook her head and said as long as you don't pinch my cheeks anymore. Luna coughed and glared at Cross, who started to sweat as he said silly, Lingzi. I didn't pinch your cheeks. Kids nowadays. Lingzi's eyes lit up and she hugged Luna's arm saying big sister, he did. Lingzi isn't silly. Luna patted her head and said I know, Lingzi. I'm Luna, if he pinches your cheeks again come tell me, okay? As she gave Lingzi a beautiful smile, Lingzi smiled as well and said big sister Luna is so beautiful. Much more beautiful than that dumb Xia Qingyu. Yunche almost coughed up blood, while Cross chuckled. Suddenly someone's voice was heard. Oh looks like it came at the right time. Brother Che is going to pick up his bride? Congratulations! Before gasping in shock. Cross looked over at the man ogling his wife and furrowed his brows, he said you, with the retarded look on his face. You look at my wife one more time and I'll make sure you never see again, do you understand? He had a true bloodthirsty aura come out of his body and the man jumped in shock before he started to sweat. Yunche chuckled and quipped seems like you had quite the time before you got here. Cross scoffed and said I had to kill a god, what does this punk think he can do? I'll sneeze and erase his existence. Yunche trembled and held back a laugh as the horse continued moving forward. Luna smiled softly and held his hand as she sighed would be nice to have the kids with us. Cross shook his head and said not until I'm sure I can protect them, who knows if there's people stronger than us. I don't know what the conversion rate is here. Cross chuckled and said maybe we're second rate, my love. Luna giggled and said finally someone to beat down the big villain. Cross smiled softly and pinched her nose as she pouted cutely. Unfortunately, their words and actions did not go unnoticed, by literally anyone. All the men were focused on Luna and gulped. Yun Che smiled wryly as Cross glared at them all. They continued on and Cross heard whispers, isn't that Xiao Che? He's the one with crippled cultivation, isn't he? Such a shame the flower will be stuck in a pile of dung. Cross smiled to himself and said, seems like you're quite the sensation around here. Yun Che chuckled and didn't reply, but Lingzi was glaring at those people. Luna looked around at all the people and thought before saying, honey, these people. Cross nodded and said, they dress funny, don't they? Good thing Yun Che here had be or he'd be in a red robe. As he made a disgusted expression, Luna giggled and shook her head. Yun Che had a wry smile on his face the entire time. They reached the entrance and a loud shout was heard, brother-in-law. As a giant figure ran over. Cross was pretty tall himself at 6'2", but this guy was 3 inches taller than him. Actually, even Luna was pretty tall, just under 6 feet, but her figure was a lot more slender and graceful. Her chest and behind were perfectly plump and round, not to mention she was extremely beautiful. Thinking about it again, Cross almost fell in love again. Luna turned her head and smiled gently, as if she could feel his thoughts. Cross kissed her quick and said, I love you. Luna giggled and said, me too, but now you're public enemy number 1. Cross looked at all the people glaring at him and he shouted viciously, she's my wife. Maybe an example will make you all fuck off. He waved his hand and a random man exploded, blood and guts everywhere. The people turned pale and Cross laughed evilly, covet my wife and it won't be just you who explodes next time. I promise you. The people were so scared they turned away, pretending like the duo weren't even there. Cross turned to Yun Che and said, sorry. Lost my temper. Yun Che coughed and said, you blow people up when you lose your temper. Cross grinned and said, sometimes. The last time I lost my temper I made the person crippled and retarded. Yun Che grinned and said, I think we're going to be really good friends. Cross chuckled and said, I hope so. The big man said, brother-in-law, who is this? Yun Che smiled and said, this is Cross. The big man grinned kindly and said, hello. I'm Xia Yuanba, nice to meet you Cross. Cross grinned and said, nice to meet you, Yuanba. You can just call me Cross in the future. Yuanba laughed and smiled. Cross liked Yuanba, he reminded him of Hagrid. Cross introduced Luna and Yuanba looked at Luna in shock. Cross lips curled into a smile as Yuanba said, I don't believe it. She's prettier than my sister. Yun Che burst out laughing. Cross smiled and scratched his stubble while Luna giggled and smiled softly as she said, thank you, Yuanba. I'm Luna. Yuanba sighed and said to Yun Che, Cross' wife is prettier than yours, brother-in-law. He shook his head as if it was a pity. Yun Che felt his lips twitch and Cross laughed on the side. Yun Che glared at him but he had a smile on his face, he was enjoying himself. Yuanba smiled excitedly and said, come brother-in-law, I'll bring you to see my sister. As he ran off, Yun Che smiled softly as he watched him and the group followed him. 71. Teaching Ants. Yun Che, Cross, Luna, and Lingzi arrived at the door to Xia Manor. Yun Che's eye brightened as he saw a man and said, Uncle Xia. The man smiled and said, Little Che. How are you? Yun Che smiled and said, Great, you. Mr. Xia smiled and said, Good, but shouldn't you stop calling me uncle? Yun Che smiled, father-in-law. Xia Hongai smiled and looked at Cross as he said, and this is. Cross stepped forward and said, Cross, sir. Very nice to meet you. I'm Xiao Che's friend. Yun Che smiled and Xia Hongai smiled as he said, then call me uncle as well. Cross smiled and said, Uncle. This is my wife Luna. Luna bowed in greeting before saying uncle. Xia Hongai's eyes lit up and he laughed saying, amazing, little Cross. Haha. Cross smiled and Luna had a gentle smile on her face as she held Cross' hand. Xia Hongai looked at Yun Che and said, Little Che, where are your robes? Yun Che had an awkward expression and Cross cut in as he said, Uncle, this is much more nice, don't you think? It was my idea to change, my apologies if you feel insulted, it was not my intention. Xia Hongai shook his head with a smile as he said, nonsense. I actually quite like these. Very nice and much more elegant. Cross eyes lit up as he said, Uncle, I've heard you have a merchant business, perhaps we can talk a bit during or after the wedding. Xia Hongai smirked and said, you have a few ideas, I see. Cross grinned and said, Uncle, I could give you a set of these exact clothes plus a myriad of others. I dare say they will make you the richest man on the continent. Xia Hongai smiled and patted Cross' shoulder as he said, I don't care too much about wealth, I just wish my family to have a good life. Cross smiled and said, I understand, Uncle. Xia Hongai said, all right, then. Let us continue. The door to the manor opened and a girl with long black hair walked out, holding the arms of 2 bridesmaids. Cross stepped back and Luna whispered, she seems very cold. Cross replied, this world has elements, seems like she has the ice type. Though she seems stronger than your average person. Luna's eyes glowed before she said, around first rank. Cross clicked his tongue and muttered, fucking space blade. This plane is pitifully weak from what I've seen. Let's just follow Yunche for now, I have a feeling he is much more than he lets on. He looked at the girl and snickered. This girl, she seems to be blessed with a terrible fate. I don't like her. Luna's eyes glowed once more and she sighed as she said, I can't even see her future, it's all a haze. Cross tapped his chin and replied, I have a suspicion this has to do with Yunche. This girl has a strange aura, she should be dead but she's alive. To put it simply, it's like she wasn't supposed to exist. Luna gasped and said, that's not possible. Cross shook his head and grinned, nothing is impossible, Loony. I think there are bigger things than enemies to worry about in this world. Luna looked at him and said, rules. Cross said more simply, laws. I felt the laws when we were still on Earth. This simply forbade me to advance. Luna looked at Cross in shock and he continued, this girl, she feels like that but even more. It's very strange. Luna shut her mouth and looked at the girl silently. Cross followed Yunche and watched the girl try and freeze Yunche's arm. He frowned but to his surprise Yunche simply shrugged it off as if nothing happened. Cross grinned and whispered, this should be exciting. Luna rolled her eyes and followed along as the procession returned to the Xiao clan. Cross clicked his tongue and said in Elven, these humans have very strange traditions. What's the point of going to her house, if they're just going to come back? Luna giggled and replied in Elven, I think this world is more lean towards prestige. The more prestigious they are, the more power they have. Cross snickered and said, they're just frogs at the bottom of a well. What is prestige in the face of pure power? Luna hugged his arm and replied, naturally nothing, but for the lower class it can be everything. The connections they make may protect them. Cross shook his head and said, this makes them too complacent. From what I've seen, most of these humans hold the power of a child on Earth and brag about themselves as gods. Luna giggled and said, is my god-killer husband upset? Cross pouted like a child as he replied, yet. I had to kill a god just to brag. Luna burst out laughing and Cross smiled happily. The duo watched the procession and watched Yunche and the girl, whose name was Xia Qingyu, bow to the doorway, then to their elders, then to each other. Cross whispered, what is heaven and earth? Luna hummed and replied, maybe the sky and the ground. Cross looked at her, speechless, before covering his mouth and laughing silently. Luna bit her lips and smiled. Yunche and Xia Qingyu were sent to the bridal chamber. Cross jumped and said, these traditions are fantastic. Luna rolled her eyes and said, you took me to the bridal chamber as well. Cross grinned and said, yeah, I did. Luna slapped her forehead and giggled at Cross' smug smile. The wedding passed and everyone was in a happy mood. Though it seemed that they were actually unhappy. Cross ignored these people and started talking with Xia Hongyi about all the designs and styles he even pulled clothes out of thin air. Shocking literally everyone, then they started to sweat bullets. Only sovereign realms could do that. Cross ignored them and showed Xia Hongyi all the different clothes he had before gifting them all to him and introducing himself and Luna to Xiao Lai, Yunche's grandpa, and gifting him a beautiful suit. Xia Hongyi looked at Xiao Lai and proposed they go into business together making these clothes. Since Cross gave him samples he would use them. Xiao Lai agreed and thanked Cross, who said, it's nothing, Yunche saved my life. Xiao Lai was happy his grandson had made such a friend. Cross and Luna excused themselves and left before disappearing. Cross went into his inner world and told everyone the situation as well as what he saw. They all listened and nodded when Cross told them he was going to wait and see if there were any threats, but for now they could practice here. He also told them to read the language book or else they wouldn't be able to understand the new language. After that, Cross and Luna changed into comfortable clothes. Cross put on a Hawaiian shirt with short sleeves, a pair of shorts, and slippers, while Luna put on a sleeveless shirt with short shorts and flip-flops. She looked like a cute girl at the beach. Cross carried her to the bed and they had a little break before going back outside. Cross chuckled and Luna sighed with a smile as he dried her wet golden hair that reached her ass. Cross also kept his hair mid-length at all times, he liked the wavy look it had. Cross and Luna reappeared in the world after spending some time with the kids and they both instantly looked in a certain direction before Cross said, same aura as that girl. Luna hummed and said, maybe her teacher. Cross waved and said, who cares? Before walking away, Luna said, where you going? Cross answered, to Peep, obviously. Luna chased after him angrily, what Peep? Cross chuckled and looked into Yunche's room to see Xia Qingyu talking to Yunche. He clicked his tongue as he listened and said, this girl, she's truly too arrogant. I don't like her. Luna looked inside and said, you said that already. Cross snickered and said, she really pisses me off, she has a I'm better than you vibe. What a loser. Even if you're beautiful, if you're a fucking moron nobody will like you. Luna smiled and said, reminds me of someone. Cross retorted, the difference is I'm not retarded and I have the strength to back it up. I can crush her with my pinky, what's she so arrogant for? Her teacher must be something else. Luna giggled and Yunche left the room. Cross watched and a woman appeared in the room. Cross heard them talking and muttered, frozen what? Immortal palace? Are they really immortals? His blood started boiling and he almost summoned out his mace and smashed that woman in the head for a fight. Good thing he didn't, or else he would have killed her, maybe not even her bones would remain. Luna patted his arm and said shh. Damn battle maniac. Cross grinned and listened but burst out laughing when he heard the woman say you have the kindest heart. Cross fell backwards and laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. Luna shushed him with a big smile, she was trying to hold back as well. The woman looked over when she heard the laughter. Xia Qingyu walked to the window and saw Cross laughing on the ground, she was confused. The woman flashed outside and said coldly, who are you? She directly held an ice sword to Luna's neck. Sai living is nice, no? Why kill yourself? Cross laughter abruptly stopped and his aura burst out of his body and he disappeared. The woman's sword exploded and Cross gripped her neck tightly as he said in a demonic voice, who were you pointing that filthy thing at, you ant? The woman was terrified and all color left her face, her mysterious vibe shattered and she was now in fear for her life. She couldn't breathe and the sun was behind Cross' head, all she saw were glowing red eyes with semi-slitted pupils. She was so scared she pissed herself. Cross showed his pearly white teeth, his sharp canines gleaming in the darkness as he said, oh, scared now? In your next life remember there's people you can't touch. No matter how arrogant you or your moronic disciple are. Cross slowly crushed her neck and Xia Qingyu rushed out before falling to her knees right in front of Cross and pleading, please stop. You're Yun Chei's friend, right? He would be upset if you killed my master. Cross tilted his head and said, Aunt, are you threatening me? He stretched out his hands and his strings tied Xia Qingyu up, bringing her to him in the air. Xia Qingyu realized her mistake. Cross was beyond strong, she simply had no way to resist. Unfortunately for her, it was the first and last mistake she'll ever make. Cross touched her body as he said, oh, you have a special body. Xia Qingyu trembled and Cross grinned, I think maybe, whoever takes your purity will have big benefits. Xia Qingyu was in despair at the moment, she couldn't even kill herself. Cross' grin widened as he continued, not so arrogant anymore, Where's your air of superiority? Where's your haughtiness? It's all gone now, hey. Cross grabbed her neck and brought her face right in front of his as he chuckled, I wonder if you were crippled, you would still be arrogant? Maybe, I'll have a pig benefit from your body instead. Xia Qingyu started crying, Cross clicked his tongue and Luna said, have you had your fun? Stop scaring them. She sighed, Cross really needed a place to vent. He kept his anger under control most of the time, but if someone even threatened her a bit, it was over. She felt sweet that he protected her so much but also a bit worried. Cross grabbed both their heads and said obliviate. Before throwing them on the ground and walking away, Luna waved and healed the two before skipping after Cross. Xia Qingyu and her master woke up, confused as how they were on the ground outside. Qingyu's master sniffed and saw her robes were soaked, she immediately disappeared saying, disciple, I will be back later. Qingyu nodded and went back to the room. Cross walked away angrily. Luna caught up to him and said, is it really that bad? Cross said, worse. I should have killed that whore. Luna slapped her forehead and said gently, Cross, honey, you need to calm down. You know I'm strong too. As she flexed her slender arms. Cross looked at her flexing and laughed as he embraced her and kissed her lips saying I love you. Luna giggled and snuck another kiss as she said sweetly, I love you too. Cross chuckled and kissed her lips before teleporting away. Cross teleported to a mountain near the Xiao clan. He laid on the ground and waved, making them seem invisible as their clothes flew off. A while later, Luna was laying on Cross' chest drawing circles as she said, we haven't been outside since our honeymoon. Cross squeezed her ass as he smirked, you're right, maybe we should go again. Luna straddled him in all her naked glory as she teased him with her lower half, rubbing it but not putting it while saying, I don't know, should we? She tilted her head cutely and Cross cursed Vixen. Luna giggled and sat back, moaning at the warm feeling. Cross pulled her down and kissed her lips as they started again. Another while later, Luna was dead tired and twitched occasionally, laying on top of Cross with his dick still inside her, plugging her full. Suddenly there was a noise. Cross sat up and Luna slid down before moaning. Cross laughed and Luna was embarrassed. Cross picked up Luna and stayed invisible, covering her mouth as he walked over to the noise to see Yun Che, checking over a girl in a bloody white dress. Cross slammed his hips forward in shock. Luna moaned loudly before waving her hand and casting a silence spell. Cross' eyes were glued to the girl and they narrowed. This girl was strange. He returned and finished Luna quickly before cleaning them both up and getting dressed. Luna realized something was wrong and said, you better finish me off better than that later. She was very dissatisfied as she crossed her arms and pouted. Cross nodded and said, whatever you want. Before slapping his head and saying, no wait. Luna laughed and saying, you said whatever I want. Cross cursed before popping out of the side and saying, Yun Che? What are you doing here? Yun Che was startled and said, Cross, it's not what it looks like. Cross deadpanned and said, I didn't even think of that before but now I am. Yun Che slapped his forehead and said, I found this girl here. Ah. The girl bit his finger and muttered, Sky. Poison. Pearl. As she drank his blood. Yun Che backed off and Cross chuckled, she's a vampire. Yun Che said, what? Before the girl just vanished. Cross scratched his head and said vampires don't do that. Luna giggled and slapped his shoulder. Cross rubbed his shoulder and said that's what you want. Luna bit her lips and had a big smile on her face as she nodded excitedly. Cross sighed and said I suppose it could be worse. Yunche looked at the clothes and had an awkward expression on his face. Cross pointed out Yunche, your personal subspace is glowing. Yunche yelped and said how did you know about that? Cross smiled and said I have one too. As he disappeared and reappeared. Yunche was amazed and said that's crazy. Me too. Haha. Cross chuckled and said can I come inside? I want to see this girl. Not sexually. Luna's expression softened and Yunche said okay. As he waved and they all entered the Sky Poison Pearl. 72, not blood related. Cross and Yunche both covered their noses. Cross turned around before he was beaten to death by his wife. Luna looked at the girl and frowned as she said she's super poisonous. Luna walked over and touched the girl a few times before saying this is the strongest poison I've ever seen. Cross walked over with Yunche and they both nodded as they said right, yet. Luna added seems like she was in a fight too. The duo both nodded and said in unison right, yet, for sure. Luna shook her head and said I'd be surprised if she survives. She's just a soul now, unless you know how to reform a body, she will die even if you do cure her. Luna looked up and saw both of them gushing blood from their noses with their hands on their chins in a thinking pose. Luna felt her entire being twitch with anger. Cross wiped his nose and touched the girl's stomach as he said even her soul is poisoned. He slowly grinned and stared at the girl. There was no longer a girl in front of him but a giant information booklet on all the strong people. Cross stood up and drooled as he mumbled so many strong people. Luna slapped her forehead with a small smile. Why was she worried again? Yunche frowned it's really that bad. Luna nodded and said I assume this place had a detox effect? I can feel it. If she's in here, then she should be fine, but she will never be allowed to leave. Cross added can I search her memories? Luna and Yunche both said no. Cross clicked his tongue and said but, she's a literal walking bookshelf. Luna slapped him and said her soul is so weak, you might just make her soul collapse. Cross grumbled and said when she's healthy then. He looked at Yunche, who backed away and said I have disgusting secrets. I piss in the shower. Cross burst out laughing and slapped him saying I can search your memories systematically. I won't see everything, I can pick and choose. Plus it won't hurt you even a little bit. Maybe later though. For now, let's go Luna. He looked at Yunche and asked what are you going to do now? Yunche scratched his head and said I don't know, probably sleep outside. That ice block of a wife I have won't let me sleep in the same bed as her anyway. Cross shook his head and said she's too arrogant. I think you should just forget about her, she's a loser. Think about it, she's so weak and yet she thinks she's at the top of the world because of some immortal palace or whatever, what a joke. Yunche was confused and said you heard that. Cross nodded and said her master is even worse. What is that frozen moron palace anyway? Yunche chuckled and said an all-girl sect. We haven't gotten to sex yet. Basically, they aren't allowed emotions for their ice arts. Cross eyes widened as he said they lock away their emotions. Yunche nodded. Cross and Luna looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Yunche was confused and Cross wiped his eyes as he said what a bunch of retards. Ha 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 they think they'll be stronger without emotions. He fell over with tears as he laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Yunche chuckled and didn't understand but he thought it was quite ridiculous as well. Cross got up and sighed as he chuckled a bit before saying wow. I can't believe I thought they had capable people there. I'm an idiot. They're so arrogant and they seal their emotions away. He started laughing again before saying all the more reason to forget about this girl, just let her ruin her life, who cares? She's pretty but she has no brains. He patted Yunche's shoulder and said where we're from, powerful emotions fuel your power. True love will only make you stronger. Plus, going through life without emotions. What's the point? You might as well die. Cross eyes lit up and he grinned evilly as he said he, I still have a few buckets of Vila blood. He. Luna trembled and said you wouldn't. Cross smirked evilly as he said I will. Let's see how emotionless they can be after they become Vila. Yunche said what's a Vila? Cross wrapped his arm around Yunche's shoulder as they all teleported out and Cross said let me tell you something about my world. He explained what a Vila was and Yunche gasped at the implications of turning a cold woman into a Vila. Cross chuckled evilly and said who gave these ants the right to be arrogant? I don't remember doing it. Luna rolled her eyes and said you don't even know where that place is. Cross rubbed his chin and muttered one day I will find it. That's the day, they all turned to Vila. I swear it. Luna sighed and said yeah, and the world will tremble in your achievement. Yunche chuckled and gave Luna a thumbs up. Cross waved and said anyway, Lingzi is coming. See you tomorrow, Yunche. Maybe you can tour my castle tomorrow. Before disappearing with Luna. Lingzi showed up and Yunche smiled in her direction. Luna and Cross reappeared in their room. Luna ran to the closet and got her whip and handcuffs. Cross resigned himself to fate and cursed his big mouth as Luna giggled excitedly. The next day, Cross reappeared with Luna on the mountain. Cross rubbed his chest while Luna looked refreshed. She was wearing the same style clothes but different colors, while Cross looked like he just got up. He had a black hoodie, white t-shirt, black shorts with a red devil smiley face on the bottom corner, and fluffy pink slippers. Cross yawned and walked back to the Xiao clan with Luna skipping next to him, happy as can be. Cross walked into a dining hall of sorts, feeling Yun Che inside. Xiao Lai rushed out and greeted Cross with a nod. Cross waved in his direction before walking inside the building. He immediately heard, "If you touch my body again, I won't be polite." Cross felt a nameless anger at this stupid woman and his expression turned evil. He waved his hand and strung up Xia Qingyu tightly before making her walk to Yun Che and kiss his lips forcefully. Yun Che was stunned but Qingyu was even more stunned than him, and truly scared. She heard a demonic growl, "Next time you act arrogant, I will make you offer your purity to him with both hands. Understand, aunt?" Xia Qingyu trembled in fear and the strings disappeared. She stepped back and her face was as red as an apple. Cross pretended to just walk in and said, "Look at the two lovebirds in the dining hall, no less." As he sat down and started eating, Luna rolled her eyes, but this stupid girl was getting on her nerves too. Seriously, why was she so arrogant for? Yun Che looked at Qingyu and touched his lips as he said, "Very strange." Qingyu opened her mouth and it was sealed shut forcefully. She almost cried, she felt like a puppet. Cross couldn't care less, she would have already been dead had it not been for Luna. Yun Che forgot about it and smiled as he ate breakfast, talking with Cross happily. Feeling good that she kissed him, obviously he knew something was going on, but her arrogance was starting to annoy him too. She was a fraction of his previous strength, does she think she owns the heavens? She truly disliked her personality, therefore he just stopped talking to her. Only talking with Luna and Cross instead as they all ignored her. This made Qingyu feel awful. None of them even spared a glance in her direction, her own husband even slept outside with his little aunt last night. She obviously forgot that she kicked him out of the room and didn't let him sleep in the bed. Qingyu ate quietly, looking like a wilted flower. Too bad her performance was wasted on people who couldn't care less. After a while of eating, Xiao Lai rushed back in and had a heavy mood. Yun Che said, "What's wrong, Gramps?" Xiao Lai said, "Big things, fortunately this has nothing to do with you all." Yun Che asked, "What is it?" Xiao Lai responded, "The Xiao sect is sending people here to pick from the clan to train at the Xiao sect." Yun Che frowned and said, "Why would they do that?" "They had the Xiao clan." Cross asked, "You have the same surname, are you related?" Yun Che replied, "Branch of the family that was expelled." Cross said, "Oh." Before thinking about something, Xiao Lai said, "Yes, but the punishment elder was our founder's father and he felt bad for banishing his son, so he sent people to take a few back." Cross said, What kind of father is this? Just refuse them." Yun Che looked at Cross and had to agree as he said, "Yet. We haven't needed their help till now, not that they even care, why would we need it now? Tell them to shove it." Cross chuckled and high-fived Yun Che, who also chuckled. Xiao Lai sighed and said, "It's not that simple. They aren't coming with good intentions. Anyway, let's eat and forget about this nonsense." A while later, they finished eating and Yun Che, Luna, Cross, and Qingyu walked outside, but Qingyu was ignored. She hadn't spoken and looked quite sad actually, even Yun Che ignored her, which made her stunned. She walked away using her profound stepping technique, but Cross tripped her and she slammed face first into the ground. Cross chuckled and ignored her as he walked away with Yun Che. Qingyu sat on the ground and cried before running away. Cross really wanted to shred her to pieces but calmed himself and let out a deep breath, thinking that he had been getting more and more angry since he got here. Feeling like he had to let loose on something, the thing is he might accidentally kill an entire city of people if he let loose, which was not ideal. Cross walked into Lingzi's room with Luna and Yun Che and Lingzi covered her red face saying, "Little Che. I'm embarrassed." Cross chuckled and sat next to her saying, "So what if you have feelings for Little Che?" Lingzi covered her face with a flustered look. Yun Che said, "So what if I accidentally, when I was sleeping, grabbed your breast?" Lingzi shrieked and hid under the table as Cross and Yun Che laughed. Cross picked her up and said, Silly girl, rejoice. You are actually not the same blood as Wei Xiao Che." Yun Che said, "What? Really?" Even Lingzi was stunned. Cross cut Lingzi's small finger and Yun Che's before doing a little ritual, the blood repelled from each other. Cross said, "If you were family then the blood would me." Yun Che shot over the table and kissed Lingzi's lips. Luna burst out laughing and Cross smiled as he said, "There you go. Now you can have a real wife. Not that disgusting filth." Yun Che sighed, "She's still my wife in name." Cross grumbled and said, "When you decide otherwise, her life ends." Yun Che sighed and said, "Well anyway, little aunt, you're mine now." Lingzi was flustered and shy as she squeaked "MMM." Cross decided to leave with Luna. Cross walked outside and grabbed Luna's hand as he said, "Wanna go do something fun?" Luna rolled her eyes and had a feeling what the fun was. Sure enough. Cross teleported to a tree branch and sat down above King Yu, watching her beat up some guy he couldn't be bothered to remember the name of. Luna sighed and said, "Can't you leave her alone? She was crying before." Cross said, "If she kills herself I will still laugh. Her and that idiotic master of hers." Luna said, "Ah. I see. You're still angry, is that it?" Cross decided not to answer and Luna sighed as she said, "I'm worried about you, baby. You've been getting angrier and angrier since we got here." Cross sighed and replied, "I realized this. I have no idea what's wrong." Luna leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled, "We'll get through it together as always." Cross smiled lovingly and kissed her head as he whispered, "Thank you, Luna." Luna smiled softly and replied, "Anything for you, my love." Cross caressed her hand with his thumb gently as he turned his attention back to King Yu, who just now looked up to meet his gaze. 73. The Rise and Fall of Xiao Kuang Gaiun. Cross looked at King Yu and she said, "What do you want?" Cross replied, "For you to stop being a cunt." Luna coughed and giggled on the side. King Yu said, "I have no idea what that means." Cross rolled his eyes and said, "A bitch, an asshole, an idiot, a moron, whatever you like. Just stop. Can I ask you a question? Why are you so arrogant?" King Yu didn't say anything and Cross added, "Is it because of that Frozen What was the name? Frozen Piss Sect?" King Yu grinned her teeth and Luna said, "Frozen Cloud Immortal Sect, honey." Cross nodded and said what she said. "Is it because of them? Do you believe I can make it disappear in one night? Everything, poof. Gone. That would be fun." King Yu snorted, "As if you could do such a thing." Luna slapped her forehead and said honestly, "You're provoking him? You must be crazy." Cross grinned and said, "When I find that place there will be nothing left after I leave. It's all thanks to you." He chuckled and released his pressure on King Yu along with his power. King Yu couldn't breathe at all and it felt like all her bones were being crushed. Then she heard his voice, "I've been holding back from killing you for Yun Che, but maybe after this you'll kill yourself. That would be fun to watch." King Yu cried and said, "Why are you doing this to me?" Cross teleported and picked her up by her neck as he said, "Because of you. The laws around you make me angry. They make me seethe with uncontrollable rage. I want to destroy everything when I feel the aura of the laws around your body. You weren't meant to exist and I will fix the oddity." His eyes had a crazy look in them and Luna immediately saw a problem. She teleported to Cross back and kissed his neck as she said softly, "Shhh. It's okay. Just calm down. I'm here." Cross eyes returned to normal and he threw King Yu to the side. Luna moved to his front and hugged his tightly, rubbing his back with her hands. Cross slowly hugged her and rested his forehead on Luna's as he whispered, "Thank you, baby." Luna kissed him and smiled, "We know what the problem is now, eh? What happened, honey?" Cross sighed later. "Let me take care of this girl first." He waved his hand and King Yu flew to his hand. He grabbed her head and said, "Obliviate, Legilimens." He went into her memories and looked at them all, her mother leaving her father and going somewhere else, but he didn't care about those. He found the Frozen Moron Palace, their location, and everything about them. He was extremely disappointed. Apparently they were a top power in this world and he could still crush them all. He pushed past it and then started changing her memories. She felt so touched by Yun Che's kindness that she fell in love with him and decided to be a good wife. Cross dropped her to the ground and left with Luna, who just watched silently. Hopefully the girl would be spared from her terrible fate. Cross couldn't care less, but Luna sighed at the beautiful girl, healing her before they left. A while later, Cross and Luna were alone on the mountainside. Cross started, "When I touched the barrier on Earth I told you about the laws." Luna nodded and held his hand. Cross continued, "What I didn't tell you is I felt a strange rejection from them, as if they were forcefully stopping me from advancing. I felt extremely angry for no reason. The more we stayed there the angrier I felt." Luna said, "That's why you wanted to leave as soon as possible." Cross nodded and said, "Also why I started smoking, more so to relax than anything. Anyway, when we got here I felt much better, but just being near that girl surrounded by laws made me feel uncontrollably angry. I can hold myself back but her personality is even worse, I can't stop my anger from rising. Which is why I have been so harsh on her." Luna leaned her head on his shoulder and said softly, "Why didn't you tell me, honey? I can help you." Cross looked away and said, "I thought you would be upset so I didn't say anything. You looked so happy all the time, I didn't want to ruin your mood." Luna looked up and said, "Honey, look at me." Cross turned his head and looked into Luna's eyes. She smiled full of love as she said, "I love you. Whether you're a demon or an angel, I will always be with you. Next time tell me if something's wrong and I'll be able to help you, okay? We're a team." Cross didn't know what to say, his eyes got puffy and his nose started getting itchy as he slowly dripped tears from his ruby eyes. Luna caressed his cheek and softly kissed his lips. Cross hugged her and lied down as he whispered, "I love you so much. Luna smiled and said me too, hubby. As she fell asleep on his chest. Cross stroked her back softly, feeling peaceful, as he slowly fell asleep on the soft grass. A few days later. Cross was sitting outside with Yunche, Luna, Xiao Lai, Lingzi, and that detestable woman. Cross was sitting next to Yunche, chewing on a piece of grass, watching the people pass by. There was a boy dressed in outrageously flamboyant clothes and the Xiao clan master looked to be extremely humble towards him. Cross muttered, "That's the kid." Yunche was chewing on a piece of grass as well as he replied, "That's the kid." Yunche then whispered, "Did you do something to King Yu? She's been acting a lot warmer and loving. It's very strange." Cross spat out the grass at the name and quickly took out his cigarettes, snapping his finger, lighting a fire on them before lighting his cigarette as he said, "Oh, I might have suggested she change her ways." As he let out a mouthful of smoke with a nice sigh. Yunche looked at the cigarette and said, "What's that?" Cross replied, "A cigarette, helps me relax. You want one?" Yunche said, okay." Cross handed him a cigarette and lit it as he said, "Oh right, take it slow." The first time Yunche almost coughed out a lung, and Cross chuckled as he said, "So you can get used to it." Yunche shot him a glance and shook his head. Cross touched his body and said, "Hey. Your body is automatically filtering the smoke, that's good." Yunche said, "It's poisonous." Cross shook his head and replied, "Not that kind of poison, but if someone without energy smoked for a long time they could die." Yunche was interested and said, "Die, how?" Cross pursed his lips and said, "If I had to describe it for you to understand, it would be uncontrollable cell replication without termination." Yunche chuckled and said, "So cancer?" Cross was stunned and said, "You know what cancer is? Why didn't you tell me? Now I look like an idiot." Yunche started laughing and Cross kept cursing him. Everyone else at the event were looking at them, or rather King Yu and Luna. The outrageously dressed boy that came from the Xiao sect was drooling looking at the two as he stood on the platform. The boy coughed and said, "My name is Xiao Guangyun and I am from the Xiao sect. Regarding the great name of the Xiao sect, you all should be very clear. In the Blue Wind Empire, there's nothing that my Xiao sect can't resolve. All of you ought to feel honored and proud because even though you are a bit weak, you can still be said to be related to the Xiao sect. The founder of the Xiao clan was the son of one of our Xiao sect's elders. However, although your founder was the son of an elder, he was actually born from a female servant. His status was so low it wasn't worth mentioning, and his profound strength was really too lacking. As a piece of trash, he wasn't fit to remain in the Xiao sect. Your founder was thus banished by that elder to this place, and that's how your Xiao clan came into existence. Instantly offending everyone there. Cross and Yunche looked forward with weird looks on their faces. The more this guy talked, the more stupid he sounded. Finally Xiao Guangyun said, "Bring the profound opening powder." The clan master knelt and said this. It was stolen. Guangyun was shocked and said, "What?" Cross muttered, "It can't be, he was hired for a play." Yunche shook his head and added, "I don't know, but it's not a good one." Cross shook his head and ignored the boy who was spouting nonsense like it was his job. A man was called to the stage and disappeared before reappearing with a black box and saying 66th courtyard. Everybody looked at Lingzi, who was pale and shook her head saying, "It wasn't me." Yunche and Cross eyes narrowed as they looked at Guangyun. The clan master made a heartfelt speech about his disappointment, then explained that Yunche was crippled, therefore Lingzi was just trying to cure him, so if Guangyun could give a lenient punishment he would be forever grateful. A captivating performance, but Cross just chuckled coldly. Yunche was emitting dense killing intent as he whispered to Lingzi, "Just leave it to me." Lingzi's heart fluttered at his words and she nodded meekly. Yunche stood up and said, "Clan master, I have a few questions. Since clan master is so intelligent and has the strongest profound strength of the clan, why would you leave such a gift in the infirmary instead of on your person?" The first elder bellowed, "Xiao Che, surely you aren't accusing the clan master?" Yunche chuckled and said, "Of course not. The clan master is innocent. Obviously someone with his righteous nature would never do such a low and dirty thing that the entire world despises. I was just wondering what everyone else was. Why would the clan master not keep it on him but instead leave it in the least guarded place in the entire clan?" Guangyun was getting agitated at the three beauties in front of him and he shouted, "Enough! I said she's the thief, then she's the thief. Bring her to me." He looked at the three girls with greed in his eyes, but he failed to notice the massive beast staring back at him. Yunche was startled. Well, now he couldn't argue at all. Then another voice sounded, "And throw this crippled bastard out. He's not even blood related to the Xiao clan." Everyone gasped and Xiao Lai had a painful look in his eyes. Yunche clenched his fists and said, "I'll leave on my own." Before walking away towards the gate of the Xiao clan, Guangyun snapped and said, "Good. Bring me the thief, the cripple's wife and that servant's wife as well." Yunche stopped and started laughing. Guangyun shouted, "What are you laughing about, cripple?" Yunche laughed and said, "Maybe you had a hope of leaving this place alive before, but now that you want his wife, I can only say that the Xiao sect may no longer exist after today." Ha ha ha. Guangyun was confused before feeling a biting cold feeling wash over him. his neck was grabbed and Cross turned him around as he said, tell me again. Whose wife did you want? Kwang Gyun said, you can't kill me. I'm the Xiao clan young master. Cross chuckled and whistled, a crack formed next to him and Grey flew out before growing as he said, this place is different. Cross said, Grey. Sniff this guy, can you find out where he came from? Everyone trembled in fear at the giant dragon, while Yunche was in awe. Grey sniffed him and said should be able to. Cross searched his memories before sending the location to Grey and saying I want everything there returned to the earth. Grey gave a toothy grin and said not a problem. Before flying away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Cross chuckled evilly and said funny how your mouth doomed everyone in your family, et. Kwang Gyun lost his soul and was unresponsive. Cross sneered and said Crucio. Kwang Gyun screeched in pain before falling limp and drooling like an idiot. Cross sneered and threw him to the side with a disgusted expression, wiping his hands on a cloth before burning the cloth. He turned around and smiled softly. Loony, let's go. The frozen moron is here, she'll take care of the rest. Luna smiled and walked over. Cross smiled at Xiao Lai and Lingzi as he said not really much to do around here, would you two like to come with me? Lingzi nodded and ran over, hugging Luna with a frightened expression. Xiao Lai sighed and said I suppose I have no choice now. As he walked over. Cross said Loony, bring them inside. Luna smiled and brought Xiao Lai and Lingzi inside the castle, disappearing from sight. Cross looked up and said finished watching the show? You truly disgust me. A woman appeared and looked angry. Cross grabbed the air and she fell from the sky as he said I don't have a habit of looking up when I speak. Cross looked down at the woman and smirked as he said you in that ice palace or whatever, what a bunch of morons. Ice element is only for females who close off their emotions, eh? What's this? Cross waved his hand and an ice sculpture of a deer appeared, it was beautiful. Cross smiled and said well, what are you waiting for? The deer sculpture shook and pranced around, leaving a trail of ice and snow. The woman in Kingya was absolutely shocked. Cross sneered you all at that place. There's no other words to describe you other than fools. Whatever, when I find the place you will all pay. He crouched down and grabbed the woman's chin as he said not so fucking arrogant anymore hey? Maybe I should cripple you and throw you into an alley naked. The woman paled in fear and started crying. Cross sneered and said if I see you again, I'll kill you. Disgusting ant. He let go of her chin and wiped his hands again as he left the Xiao clan compound, going after Yunche, who left. That was the start of a legend, the ruthless and deadly reaper. Legend says that if you even looked at his wife, you were sentenced to death and if you coveted her, your family would disappear just as the Xiao sect did. 74. Jasmine, the illegal loli. Cross caught up to Yunche and wrapped his arm around Yunche's neck as he grinned not even waiting for me. Yunche grinned and said I thought you were going to take longer, plus you have a dragon so it's not that hard to find me. Cross chuckled and said are you jealous? Mister I have a perfect loli in my storage space. Yunche hissed don't talk about my loli. Cross said oh you more like my loli. Yunche pointed at him and said you. Before lunging at him and getting into a dust brawl. The dust settled and three figures were revealed, Cross, Yunche, and a green-haired man with 3 swords. The green-haired man said what they? Before running through a space crack and disappearing. Cross and Yunche continued walking as Cross said so where are you going? Yunche said well first of all, I need to restore my profound veins. Cross hummed and sent a mental message to Grey before asking do you have medical knowledge? Yunche looked at Cross and said yet. Why? Cross scratched his neck and said I don't think mine will be very useful. Also, what are profound veins? Yunche slapped his forehead and said you don't know. Cross shook his head and Yunche said you can't have energy if you don't have profound veins. Cross scratched his head as he said but I do. Yunche said firmly you must have profound veins. May I? Cross stretched out his hand and Yunche felt his pulse before his face turned astonished as he said why you really don't? How is that possible? Cross said Yunche, may I look at your medical memories? I will only learn the knowledge, nothing else. Yunche felt a bit weird as he said I don't know. What if you fuck it up? Cross laughed and said I won't. Even if you struggle I still won't even leave a trace. Yunche gasped so powerful. Cross smiled and said harmless too. Yunche struggled before saying okay, go for it. Cross eyes flashed and he touched Yunche's forehead, he immediately saw all the medical knowledge and memories. Cross took his hands back and said done. Yunche was amazed and said it wasn't even a second. Cross chuckled and said I told you, you wouldn't feel a thing. This is good, now I can help you cure yourself. Yunche smiled and said softly thank you, Cross. Cross grinned and a man appeared out of nowhere, attacking as he said revenge for my Yun. Cross waved and the man exploded, he clicked his tongue and said does everyone like to monologue around here? I have a bad feeling this is the first of many. Yunche chuckled and a white silhouette appeared in front of them, Cross saw the silhouette and donned his black armor immediately, swinging his mace at the silhouette. Yun Che was pulled behind him and the red-haired woman stretched out her palm and blocked the mace. A massive shockwave blew out from all directions and the clouds in the sky parted down the middle for miles. Cross gasped and said no way. His mace and armor went back into his body and he walked over to the girl as he said the loli is so powerful. The girl heard loli and slapped Cross, sending him flying in the air, right into a mountain. The mountain exploded and disappeared. Yun Che looked at the girl in awe, he was really shocked. First of all, he had no idea how powerful Cross was, but he must be pretty strong as the clouds divided in half. Secondly, this loli was even stronger than him. Yun Che thought that the mountain he found them both on was quite suspicious. Like a mystery mountain of sorts. The girl spoke blood. Before nibbling on Yun Che's finger weakly. Cross teleported back and he looked disheveled, he cursed damn loli, I'll spank you good. He saw the girl looked really weak, he walked over and said is she okay? Did I accidentally kill her? Yun Che said I don't think so, but she might kill me soon. I don't have enough blood. Cross was curious and bit his finger, dropping a drop of his blood into the girl's mouth. Her eyes shot open and she looked rejuvenated as she jumped up and pointed at Cross saying you there. This princess shall reluctantly accept your apology for calling her a loli. Cross looked to be in a tough position and said but you are a loli. I don't know what to say. The girl got in Cross' face and said I'm not a loli. Cross said you are though. Look at you. If you're not a loli then what are you? The girl snorted and said this princess is named Jasmine. Cross tapped her forehead and passed right through, he took his hand back and said so venomous. What poison are you afflicted with? Jasmine seethed God-slaying poison. Wait. Did you just touch me? Cross teleported behind Yun Che and Jasmine slapped the empty air. Cross chuckled and said you dare to slap this king twice. I don't think Jasmine flashed to him and slapped him into another mountain. Yun Che gulped and chuckled as he said Jasmine. What are you? Jasmine said silence. Tell me where you got the sky poison pearl. And why a divine origin realm being is following you. Yun Che was confused and said divine origin realm? What realm is that? Jasmine was silent and Cross teleported back as he rubbed his neck and said damn it. Next time you slap me I will spank you good. Jasmine waved her hand and Cross teleported before slapping her crisp bottom. A paw, resounded and Jasmine's face turned rosy in embarrassment as she seethed you dare slap this princess bottom. If I wasn't poisoned Cross teleported away and had a smug look as he said but you are. Hee. Jasmine stomped and grumbled you just wait. You bastard. Yun Che added oh right, my master gave me the pearl. Jasmine grabbed his neck and said give me the pearl or die. Cross swung his mace at her head and said oi. This cripple saved my life, kinda. Fuck off. Jasmine backed away and clicked her tongue, Yun Che grinned and said also, if I die you would die with me because without my medical expertise and the pearl's detoxifying effect you would be dead already. So instead of trying to kill me you should be protecting me as hard as you can. Jasmine nibbled on her lips and cursed asshole. Suddenly footsteps sounded. The three looked over and saw a man, it was the guy who tried to frame Lingzi. Currently though he was staring at Jasmine in a daze. Jasmine frowned and said filthy ant, be gone. As she waved her hand and the man exploded, ending his pitiful life. Cross clicked his tongue and said very strange element you have there, Jasmine. It felt like death but not quite. As he rubbed his chin in thought, Jasmine looked at him before focusing on Yun Che as her complexion turned pale and she nibbled on his finger again. Yun Che jumped are you a dog? Jasmine shouted if not for you would this princess have to do this? Yun Che snapped I saved your life twice, you might as well show some respect. Damn loli. Jasmine bit harder and muttered I'm not a loli. Yun Che paled and Cross waved, a wolf jumped forward and its body was shredded to pieces. He clicked his tongue again as he said things just keep coming this way don't they? I think if we stay here long enough maybe the entire population of the continent might pass by. Yun Che only managed a weak chuckle as he was seriously running out of blood. Cross said Jasmine, you're really going to kill him. Jasmine reluctantly got off Yun Che and said do you want power? Yun Che nodded and Jasmine said take me as your master and I'll give you the profound veins of a god. Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears, Yun Che was stunned before chuckling silly girl, if they were so powerful you would have used them already. Jasmine shook her head and flipped her palm and revealed a drop of blood as she added but there's 3 conditions. Cross looked at the blood carefully and pulled a sliver from it, floating it in front of him as he looked at it curiously. Jasmine snorted and ignored him, Yun Che said what conditions? Jasmine said the first condition is that you must promise to find 3 items, a netherworld Yudambara flower, 3 profound best cores at least tyrant profound rank, and 35 kilos of purple veined god crystal. Yun Che almost spit out blood, where the fuck was he supposed to find all these things? Were they cabbages on the road? Cross asked what's purple veined idiot crystals? Jasmine snorted and said, "You're the idiot." Yunche translated, "Glowing purple crystals that are extremely precious." Cross looked in a certain direction and disappeared. He reappeared with a massive chunk on land. He slapped the giant rock and the rock shattered and disappeared, revealing 50 kilograms of purple-veined god crystal. Jasmine and Yunche were stunned. Cross explained, "I was exploring when you were cooped up in the Xiao clan. I found these but they looked like amethysts so I left them alone." "Is this it?" Yunche gulped and nodded as he waved his hand. 35 kilograms of it disappeared. Cross looked at the rest and hummed before it all floated up next to him. Jasmine coughed and said, "The second condition is you have to make it to Sovereign Profound Realm in 30 years. Yunche nodded and Jasmine said, "The last condition is you have to take me as your master. Kneel down and worship." Yunche felt his mouth twitch and he said, "How old are you this year?" Jasmine grinned her teeth and Cross sucked in a cold breath of air, giving Yunche a big thumbs up. Jasmine answered, 13. Cross gasped and said, "Nanny. She's illegal." Yunche was just as shocked as Cross and gulped, thinking about how beautiful she would be in a few years. He replied, "I can take you as my master but I will never kneel." Jasmine sneered and said, "You don't have a choice." As she pressed her foot on his head and pushed down, Yunche's knees slammed into the ground and his head went along with them. Jasmine smiled happily and said, "All done." Cross gulped and Yunche asked, "Are you not grown yet or are you a natural white tiger?" Jasmine's face turned pink and she jumped behind Cross, peeking out behind his back as she said, Why you saw nothing?" Yunche chuckled and stood back up as he said, "Anyway. The veins." Jasmine coughed and her pink complexion receded a bit as she said, "Yes, you will address me as master." Yunche shook his head and said, "Can't do that. When I think of master I see a kind old man with a white beard, not a cute loli. Can I call you Jasmine? It's much cuter and nicer." Jasmine hummed and said, "Then let's go somewhere else." Cross grabbed them both and teleported to the woods. Yunche stumbled a bit and Jasmine said, "Pure space." Cross grinned and said, "Worship me as you master and I will teach you." Jasmine trembled in anger and raised her slapping hand slowly. Cross high-fived her really quick before jumping away, chuckling. Yunche covered his mouth and turned to the side, while Jasmine was stunned. Cross said, the veins. Don't forget, illegal loli." Jasmine snapped, "I'm not a loli." Before turning to Yunche and grumbling, "Stupid pointy-eared bastard." Yunche looked at the blood and said, "This is it." Jasmine said proudly, "This is the blood of the evil god. It is said whoever gets his veins will have the power of the evil god himself. But you will have to start from scratch." Yunche was listening when Jasmine flicked her hand and the blood shot into Yunche's chest. Yunche growled and red markings appeared on his skin. Cross watched with interest and touched Yunche's wrist, looking at the formation of the profound veins in his body. Jasmine said, "What are why?" Cross shouted, "Shut up!" before focusing on Yunche intently. Jasmine choked on her words and grinned her teeth. She felt like she was staring at a primordial beast just then, but only for a split second. Cross pulled his hand back with a serious expression before backed off, stopping next to Jasmine as he said, "Very strange these profound veins are." Jasmine said, "What does that mean?" Cross grinned and said, "Means I don't got any. I need to make some that match me. But then I need to make some for my wife and kids." Cross rubbed his head and sighed, "What a troublesome thing." Jasmine was stunned by several pieces of information before finally saying, "Who are you?" 75. Profound veins. Cross looked at Jasmine and returned, "Who are you?" Jasmine was silent for a moment before asking, "Why are you in this lower plane at the Divine Origin Realm?" Cross shook his head and said, "I don't know what that means." "What's Divine Origin Realm?" Jasmine's eyes widened and she said, "You don't know?" Cross replied, "I came to this plane from a different one. I assume this plane and my original one were on the same level. Though in this plane I can still advance, whereas on my original one I was blocked by the world laws." Jasmine went silent and thought about something before asking, "Your plane? Where is it?" Cross shrugged and said, "I have no idea, but they are much more advanced than this one. Except there are many people who simply don't develop any power at all. Technological advancement is a focus, not magical or energy-based." He looked at Jasmine and asked, "Divine Origin Realm? This means I am the strongest in this plane?" Jasmine tilted her head and said, "Unless something happens and someone comes down from the God's realm." Cross asked, "The odds of this happening?" Jasmine said, "Slim to none, if ever. They don't really care about these lower realms." Cross asked, "Realistic percentage of them actually coming down?" Jasmine said, 1-2%. Cross went silent for a few moments before waving his hand. A crack appeared and Luna walked out. Zephyr and Pandora jumped out as well and the crack closed. Cross had a small smile on his face and Zephyr and Pandora jumped on him shouting, "Daddy!" Cross hugged both of them and Luna smiled as she said, "They missed you." Cross kissed both kids on the head before moving them to his shoulders as he said, "Lingzi and Xiao Lai." Luna smiled and said, "With the others." Cross nodded and said, "Good. I might have a way to make these profound veins, but I might need some time." Jasmine just came back from her shock and said, "Another Divine Origin Realm." Luna looked at Jasmine and said, "Oh. You're awake, I thought you would die for sure." She walked over and touched Jasmine before saying N. You stabilized pretty well, though if you don't go back soon, your soul will dissipate. Jasmine felt a nice calming aura from Luna and she said softly N. Luna smiled sweetly and said you're just so cute. As she stroked her hair, Luna said cross. Cross waved and a brush flew out of a crack before the crack disappeared. Jasmine was manhandled by Luna, who said come, let big sister comb your hair. Silly girl, you're all disheveled. Luna sat down and pulled Jasmine in front of her before combing her hair softly. Jasmine started tearing up at the care Luna was showing her. Zephyr whispered who is that, daddy? Pandora sniffed and said some old aunt. Jasmine stiffened and Luna giggled. Cross said she's only 7 years older than you. You should call her little Aunt Jasmine. Zephyr and Pandora said in unison hello little Aunt Jasmine. Jasmine stiffly replied hi. Cross chuckled and said what are you two doing in the castle? Zephyr looked away and Pandora giggled as she said pranking Uncle Ron. Yesterday he thought a beautiful lady wanted to marry him because we made an illusion. Hi. Cross felt his lips twitch as he said who's been teaching you? Zephyr and Pandora replied Aunt Hermione. Cross slapped his head and said oh boy. Luna cleared her throat and Cross started to sweat as he said she didn't say anything weird did she? Pandora said she told us to call her second mommy. Cross almost spit out a mouthful of blood, everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness, even Jasmine shivered. Cross said immediately don't listen to her, she's just joking. You have only one mommy okay? If you have 2 mommies you won't get candy, that's the rules. Or else you go to jail. Zephyr and Pandora turned white and clung to Cross as they said wah. There's no cookies in jail. Cross nodded and said that's right. You'll never eat a cookie again if you have 2 mommies. Zephyr said damn Aunt Hermione. Almost made us cookie less. Pandora added we gotta prank her good. Cross felt like he made things worse. A few minutes later. Yunche opened his eyes, he saw the 2 kids and said how long was I out for? Cross joked 6 years if you can believe it. Yunche was pale and Jasmine said it's been 15 minutes. Yunche let out a breath of relief and said then these kids. Zephyr said I'm Zephyr. Pandora said I'm Pandora. They said in unison and together were Daddy's little angels. As they made a strange pose. Cross felt his mouth twitch as he said where did you learn that from? There's so TVs in the castle, did you read it from a book? Luna stiffened at their actions while Jasmine and Yunche laughed, Zephyr and Pandora's faces froze, Zephyr whispered I told you he would be mad. Pandora replied it was still cool. Cross rolled his eyes and said anyway, what are you going to do next? Yunche said are you coming along? Cross grinned and said I don't have anything better to do, plus I could use your help. Jasmine's too. Luna stood up and picked up Jasmine like a doll as she said in. Let's go. Jasmine was embarrassed and Yunche chuckled as he said one more thing. Yunche touched his own chest and his hand glowed green before popping sounds were heard. Jasmine's eyes widened as she said why you? Is everybody here a monster? Yunche felt much better, Cross asked you opened all 54 profound entrances. Yunche smirked and nodded, Cross grinned, and Jasmine said wah. I've never seen something like this. Yunche felt there were 7 different veins and Jasmine explained that these were the evil god arts. Whenever he advanced a realm he could unlock an art, up until the 5th one, because 6th and 7th would immediately kill him since he wasn't a god. Cross listened and thought about strange veins, Jasmine then said to not disturb her for 3 days and she went back to the Sky Poison Pearl. Cross sent Luna and the kids back telling her that he needed to focus on making the veins and when he figured it out, he would bring them out again. Luna gave him a kiss and took the kids back, Cross waved goodbye and left with Yunche. A while later. Cross sat by a waterfall, while Yunche sat on a rock under the waterfall. Yunche was training himself, while Cross was examining the sliver of evil god blood he had. He thought for a moment and called out blue and red. The 2 phoenixes came out, standing on either side of Cross. Cross looked at Red and said how's it going? Red looked down terrible. Master. Cross looked at him for a moment and took the bell off his neck as he said leave some tears and you can leave. Red was stunned and started crying real tears as he said why you? Why? Cross said you've suffered enough. That man is long dead, we're even in a new world. You're free to go. Red's tears were being collected but the bird didn't notice and rubbed his head on Cross' cheek as he said I want to stay. Cross was confused and Blue shed a few tears as she said he's obsessed with me. Cross collected both their tears and laughed as he said I see, very well then. Stay. As he bit his finger and threw a drop of blood into Red's mouth before sending them both back into his inner world. Suddenly Grey flew back, holding a big building. Cross chuckled and said just put it right there. As he pointed. Grey chuckled and put down the building before saying everyone's dead. Cross smirked and said nice. Good job. How do you feel? Grey looked around and said this place isn't bad, though a bit weak. Cross rolled his eyes and said all of you, except Red, are at the apex of this world, but you can still advance. Especially inside the castle. It sucks in the outside world energy and purifies it. You should focus on how to transform your energy into the same as this world so you can get stronger. Tell the rest as well. I will try and find a way if you cannot do it. Grey rubbed his head against Cross and said sheepishly, what a good master. Cross chuckled and slapped him as he said, get back inside. Grey smashed into a crack that opened up under him, head first before disappearing. Cross shook his head and chuckled as he moved the ball of phoenix tears to the sliver of blood and enveloped it inside. The blood slowly absorbed the tears and grew slightly. Cross smiled happily and continued. 7 days later. Jasmine came out of the sky poison pearl and saw Yunche under a waterfall, the building full of medicinal materials, a dark golden red pond, and Cross looking at a tiny drop of blood covered in a water ball. She was stunned. What happened here? Yunche dragged his broken, tired, and empty body out of the raging waters before getting up and sitting in the dark golden red pond before falling unconscious. Jasmine gasped, this guy was going on willpower alone. Cross saw that the tiny drop sucked in all the tears and cursed before whistling. Blue and red came out again before crying more. Jasmine was truly shocked again, 2 phoenixes. Not to mention even one was impossible to own, 2. What the fuck? Why was the world so unfair? Cross waved them back and said, how's the energy going? Blue stopped and said hard. Red added, we don't even know where to start. Cross frowned and said, I'll find out when Jasmine wakes up I guess. Jasmine flashed in front of him and screamed, you have 2 phoenixes. Cross looked up and moved the tears to surround the blood again as he said, yet. Anyway, do you know how they can get stronger? Jasmine mumbled absent-mindedly, they don't have beast cores. Cross said, beast core. His eyes lit up and he said, both of you concentrate all your power, energy, magic, whatever into a single point in your body and revolve it around in a circle while condensing it. Blue and red closed their eyes and did as they were told. A small cyclone appeared where they chose. Dark clouds started forming above them. Cross looked up and said, what's that? Jasmine said, that's what happens when a beast gets to the divine realms. Lightning punishment. Cross said, go do your lightning punishment somewhere else, I cannot lose this progress. When you're finished come back. Blue and red nodded before flying off. Jasmine watched them go and mumbled, I can't believe I saw a real phoenix. Cross replied, meh, the red one is kind of an asshole. Jasmine almost spat out blood, I'm afraid you're the only one who thinks so. Cross focused on the blood and pulled the tears away from the blood drop. Jasmine said, is that? Cross nodded and cut the drop of blood into 4 before merging each with a condensed phoenix tear. Cross stuck out his tongue and dripped 4 slivers of crystalline green liquid before merging them with the 4 different shining scarlet droplets. Cross then took out the 15 kilograms of purple-veined god crystal and melted 5 kilograms before merging it into the 4 different droplets. He put the 10 kilograms back after he was done. Cross waved his hand and a crack opened as he said, I need a drop of blood from you and the kids. Luna waved her hand out of the crack and 3 drops of blood came out. Cross could feel the differences and merged them with 3 different droplets before biting his own finger and merging it with the last droplet. Cross circled his hands around the droplets and chanted in Elven, Holy Tree, bless your child. A golden aura burst out from his hands and waved over the droplets as they turned golden red with a hint of green, before turning completely gold. Jasmine was slack-jawed and stuttered, why you? That's impossible. Cross smiled softly and said, nothing is impossible. Now I have to test it. Cross sent the golden droplet with his blood into his body and left the rest floating near him. Cross spasmed and closed his eyes, his body glowed gold and he sat in a mediation pose. Jasmine felt that Cross was there but at the same time not. All sorts of different colored lights flooded to the area and danced around Cross' body. Jasmine looked around and felt the purity and life in the area surging, some of the lights submerged into the pond where Yunche was and into Jasmine as well. Jasmine was stunned, she felt extremely comfortable and calm, like as if she was in her mother's embrace, she touched her face and felt hot tears. But she didn't remember crying. Her body was becoming more stable and her poison was being pushed back a very small amount. Cross black markings swirled together and started changing. As for Cross himself, Cross felt like he was in an empty space again, just like when he was half dead after finishing the forbidden ritual in the Room of Requirement. He floated in the void and felt the surrounding nothingness. He didn't know how much time passed but tiny dots of different colored lights started appearing and a world started forming. Millions of years passed and Cross watched as the world developed before people appeared and started building things. Time kept passing in the void world. Cross felt like millions of years passed as the world crumbled and everything went back to nothingness again. Cross' eyes shined brightly as he understood. In reality not even an hour passed in the outside world. Cross' body had black lines on it now. They shot down from his hair, over his eyes and onto a ring around his neck before running along his shoulders, down his arms into black rings on his wrist. His torso also had 2 black lines running down it, along his legs and into rings around his ankles. On his back a large black circle was there with black lines connecting to the lines on his shoulders. Curiously, there was nothing in the circle on his back. Jasmine looked at Cross and was startled by the changes, then he spoke. Everything comes from nothingness and eventually returns to nothingness. The black lines lit up becoming even darker as if they were sucking in all the light in the world. Cross' face was incomparably handsome, the lines only served as a mysterious vibe, enchanting his appearance even further. Inside Cross' body, profound veins were forming, all 54 of them opening at the same time, as well as 9 grey veins appeared in the form of the Carina constellation. A few minutes later, Cross let out a turbid breath before opening his eyes. Jasmine was staring at him as if she had seen a monster. Yunche got out of the pond and looked over as he said, "Oh, you got your profound veins. Congrats." Cross smiled and said, "Now I understand." 76. Departure. Yunche said, "Understand what?" Cross cracked his neck and stood up, stretching his body as every single bone in his body made a popping sound, and he said, "I understand everything. Why I was so angry before, and something even better." Jasmine gulped a little, fearful as she had guessed what it was. Cross waved and Luna walked out of a crack with the kids. Cross smiled and said, "I figured it out, honey." As he sent the golden drops to each of them, based on which gave their own blood. Cross smiled peacefully and said, "It's safe, I tried it on myself first." Luna frowned and said, "And if you died?" Cross scratched his cheek and said, "It's for science." Luna rolled her eyes and looked at Jasmine saying, "Will the kids be alright?" Jasmine got over her shock and licked her lips as she said, "Normally children are eased into cultivation and their veins grow with them. I don't know what effect it will have. I'm sorry, big sis." Luna sighed and Cross said, "I'll watch over them with Jasmine, it'll be fine. Trust me." Luna looked at Cross for a good few seconds before nodding as she said, "I trust you." Cross trembled and got serious as he sat the kids down and said, "Listen to me and relax your minds, okay?" Zephyr and Pandora both nodded and Cross sent the droplets of blood into their bodies, including Luna. Luna was fine by herself, but Cross watched over Zephyr and Pandora very closely. Jasmine floated over and looked at the kids intensely as well. Even Yunche came and had a serious look on his face. The kids trembled and beads of sweat appeared on their faces. Cross frowned and checked their pulses. He let out a breath, they were just feeling pain of the profound veins being created. Cross paid very close attention to the kids as Blue and Red finally flew back, being chased by a few flying men. Cross waved and the flying men got blocked by an invisible barrier. Blue and Red came back and looked much more beautiful and beast-like. Yunche was shocked, but now was not the time, so he shut his mouth. Cross waved and a crack opened as he mentally spoke to the duo, "Go tell the rest how to make their beast cores." They nodded and flew into the crack before disappearing. Cross turned his attention to the kids and noticed their expressions eased. He smiled slightly and looked to Luna, who had a mysterious aura around her, a white mist that occasionally changed to black, then grey and back to white, but there were also a myriad of different colors flashing by the edge of the mist. The mist suddenly got sucked into Luna's body and soft white lines appeared on her as well. They started on her palms before circling around her arms and on her shoulders before going into a circle on her back just like Cross. The lines also merged above her breasts and went down in between them before splitting off at her hips and spiraling around her slender legs, ending in points on top of her perfect slender feet. Luna opened her eyes and muttered, "The secrets of heaven are innumerable." Her body flashed and her eyes were pink, but the black pupils turned grey. Cross looked at her in a daze. She was absolutely beautiful. Even more so than before, he even felt that they were specifically made for each other. Her lines only added to her beauty, she was truly stunning. Cross felt his mouth go dry, she turned her head and gave him a loving smile. Cross' brain went blank and blood dripped from his nose. Luna giggled and her ears twitched. Cross blinked and blushed as he turned to the kids with a flustered expression. The kids were the same as before but had big smiles as they felt their bodies felt much better than before. Cross backed off and said calmly, "It's done." Jasmine checked the kid's veins and shivered more than before as he said, "Incredible. Incredible." Cross smiled and said, "A sliver of the evil god's blood works wonders." Yunche was stunned as he said, "That was only a sliver." Cross smiled and replied, "I changed its properties, wiped the evil god portion of it and kept the elemental properties before multiplying and purifying it with phoenix tears, then adding a secret and the purple-veined god crystals liquefied along with each of our own blood. Very simple." Jasmine felt dizzy and Yunche's eyes widened as he said, "That's crazy." "That would make." Cross nodded and said, "Personal veins." Cross added, "How was your bath?" Yunche said, "Amazing actually." He froze and looked at Cross, who had a smile on his face. Yunche asked, "What did you do?" Cross cleared his throat and replied, "I poured dragon blood, a drop of my blood, and some spring of life inside. If my calculations are correct, your body should be at least 10 times stronger than before and your veins should have widened once more." Yunche checked himself and he gasped in shock, before sighing as he said, "Cross. Really? This favor I can never repay." Cross chuckled and said, "Who said you have to repay me? We're friends, aren't we? Plus." His face got a little shameless as he said, "I'm just a weak person right now, my profound veins are empty. I'll be relying on Yunche in the future." Yunche burst out laughing and said, "Good. Good. Forget friends, we'll be brothers from now on. As he pat Cross' shoulder. Cross snickered and Jasmine slapped her forehead, while Luna picked up Zephyr and Pandora and said softly, her voice gentle and elegant, go back to the castle and slowly cultivate with Grandpa Lai, okay? Zephyr and Pandora nodded with big smiles as they said yay. We're going to see big sister Lingzi. Luna smiled lightly and said to Cross, I'll be waiting for you, love. Cross stuttered, why yet? As he watched her graceful figure disappear, he licked his dry lips and said, she's even prettier than the lily. Jasmine slapped him and shouted, I'm still here. Yunche burst out laughing and Jasmine said, what are you laughing at? Go get me clothes. Dresses, shoes, underwear, hair ribbons, and everything else. Yunche choked and said, watch Jasmine seated or I'll get angry. Yunche gulped and dragged Cross, who was still in a daze, away. Jasmine snorted and returned to the Sky Poison Pearl. Yunche and Cross went to buy clothes, but they were both guys and had no idea what girls liked. Jasmine hated everything they showed her. That night, Cross returned to the castle and saw Luna waiting for him, sitting by the inner pond, looking at the fish swim around. Cross felt extremely nervous and walked up to Luna as he said, excuse me. Would you like to go on a date with me? Luna looked at him and giggled as she said sure. Cross' eyes lit up and they went on a date around the inner world. Cross had been sucking in everything he found interesting. Eventually the house elves he brought with him planted the flowers and medicinal herbs. He stole everything Yunche didn't need from the building before destroying it and he had a little medicinal garden going. Lingzi taught the house elves how to take care of the plants and flowers and was an idol amongst the house elves. Cross and Luna gathered everyone and explained that at their level they should be fine to go out in the world, as it's relatively safe, but Cross let them know that they should probably wait until he found a way to give them profound veins and they filled them with their magic turned into energy before leaving. The group was a bit tired of sitting inside but understood Cross was doing his best. It was a new world after all. After speaking with everyone, Cross brought Luna to their room. It wasn't like before. Cross slowly undressed Luna and kissed every inch of her body softly. All his movements were extremely gentle as if she was a priceless treasure. The way made Luna feel even better than every single other time they did it. Cross intertwined his fingers with hers and stuck his shaft inside. Luna moaned and her white lines lit up as a black swirl appeared in the circle on her back. Cross groaned and his black lines lit up as a white mist cloud appeared in the black circle on his back. As Cross continued, he felt all of his magic pooling together to become a new element with everything as well as nothing. Luna moaned and kissed Cross as she felt her energy swirling around and mixing into a strange milky white, but there were multicolored specks in it as it started converting to energy and filling her profound veins. Cross and Luna exchanged energy from each other and stimulated their conversion process. It was the best sex they ever had, and it lasted all through the night till morning until Cross finally came. Luna came at the same time and they both absorbed the yin and yang energies from each other. Cross looked at Luna in the eyes and smiled softly as he said, I love you so much. Luna smiled sweetly and replied, I love you even more. Cross smiled and kissed her soft lips as he started pumping his hips again, just going normally. The black swirl and white mist cloud disappeared from their backs. A while later, Luna and Cross were all cleaned up and left the inner world going to outside. They appeared and Jasmine was shocked as she said, you entered the first level in one night. Cross smirked and said, I can still exert divine origin realm power, this is just so I can advance later. I estimate it might be a while before I fully convert all the energy. Jasmine sighed and said, freak. Before focusing on Yunche, Cross said to Luna, why don't you still in the castle and convert energy there? You can keep an eye of the kids at the same time, while I look for a way to give the rest profound veins. I'll come back every night. Luna smiled and kissed him before going back. Cross smiled softly and sat down as he converted energy while thinking about how to fix everyone's problems. Jasmine floated over and said, what is that energy? What are your veins called? Cross smiled and said, veins of the Void King. That's what I named them. The energy I use is void element, it's everything but it's also nothing. Jasmine trembled and said, you better hide that when you get to the upper realms. People will 100% try and steal your veins. Cross frowned and said, I don't think I provoked any fellows up there. Jasmine almost slapped him to death and said, ever heard of greed? Ya damn fool. Cross slapped his forehead and said, fuck me, thanks Jasmine. I'll keep it in mind. Jasmine flicked her hair and said, that's right. Listen to this princess and you'll go far. Cross deadpanned and said, right. As he went back to converting his energy. Time slowly passed and 4 months passed by. Cross had found a way to make everyone else veins and used up the rest of his purple-veined god crystal to do it. He gave them all veins and left them to convert all their energy 2 months ago. He also told them how he believed this world worked, warning them that people like to look at others' wives around here. No kidding, he already slaughtered an entire sect because of this. They all understood and slowly started leaving. Harry and Ginny went off on their own with their kids under the cloak of invisibility, which still worked surprisingly. Harry was basically a man on a mission, trying to see even a sliver of hope to bring his parents back in this strange new world. Ron left completely alone, looking for a wife, feeling hopeful that out of all the women in this world he would find at least one who liked him. Daphne felt a spirit of adventure and left on her own as well. Hermione left to the nearest town to see if she could find any interesting knowledge, maybe there were teachers in this world too? Marcus and Alyssa wandered the world on their own, they were ex-Aurors anyway so Cross wasn't too worried about them. They took Grundle with them, hopefully they could settle down and stay peaceful. Draco and Astoria left with their kid too, looking for somewhere to settle down in a nice place for their son, Scorpio. The only one who didn't leave was Xenophilius. He stayed and chatted with Xiao Lai, they became pretty good friends actually and played chess together all day. He also took care of Zephyr and Pandora when Luna left the castle. Xiao Lai loved the kids as well and he played with they sometimes too while teaching them how to cultivate. Actually, cultivating inside the castle was around 10 times faster than outside as the energy was much more pure when it came inside the inner world. Cross felt a bit sad watching his friends and family leave, but he didn't stop them and instead gave him his blessing to find whatever they were looking for. They all departed after a small party and a tearful goodbye. Cross gave them a bunch of money he stole from the Xiao sect each and each of them got a storage bag to hold their coins. Cross watched them all go and the castle felt much more quiet. 77, are you sure it wasn't a dog? Cross had improved significantly over the past 4 months, reaching nascent 5th realm. Yunche felt jealous but then he remembered Cross was already in the Divine Origin realm and forgot about it, he was just in the 7th level of the Elementary Profound realm. He was boosted by Cross medicinal baths or else he would still be 4th level. Cross cracked his bones and stood up his aura was quiet but powerful. It was just his outer show of cultivation if he exploded all his strength, he could probably wipe an empire from the map with a single slap. He also developed a profound art. He called it the Divine Slap, it was purely for face slapping with no killing intent behind it. Though with how strong his body was he would probably kill some with a single slap and he even put an ounce of strength in it. Jasmine was shocked at Yunche's progress but as his master, she kept a straight face and said it's barely passable. Yunche nodded feeling the same as he said another month I should be able to hit the 8th level. Jasmine's face stiffened before she said someone's coming. Cross looked in their direction and said 5 people. They can all fly and one feels a bit stronger than the rest. Jasmine clarified 4 Sky Profounds and 1 half-step Emperor. Yunche stiffened and said fuck me. Are Sky Cultivators cabbages nowadays? The 5 passed over them and didn't even bother looking down, Cross clicked his tongue and said so arrogant. Not even a hello. Jasmine rolled her eyes and said do you stop to say hello to every ant you see? Cross followed their flying direction with light steps as he replied sometimes. Yunche chuckled and followed after Cross, Jasmine sighed and returned to the Sky Poison Pearl. Yunche and Cross were running after the people and coming across signs on the way. They ignored the signs. Cross was the strongest person in the world, excluding Jasmine, and Yunche was with Cross. They blew by a sign that said Scarlet Dragon Prohibited Region. Cross and Yunche walked towards the giant cave, Yunche ate a pill and threw another to Cross, who ate it without hesitation. Yunche smiled happily and they both turned invisible. They headed to the cave and a loud roar came out before a dragon flew out and growled who disturbs my sleep. The 5 men started to sweat and immediately ran away, the dragon roared and chased after them. Cross said well that was helpful. Yunche chuckled and they went inside, they immediately saw a massive trove of fire spirit grass. Cross said I'll take the non-mature ones, you can take the rest. Yunche said are you sure? I think we should split it. There's around 50, 25 each. Cross shook his head and said if you really want, I'll take 15 and the young ones. How about that? Yunche sighed and said fine. As they started working, Cross threw all the herbs into the garden, the house elves were excited and started planting the fire spirit grass. The duo took everything and if the walls weren't part of the mountain they would have taken them too. They were like vultures, not even a single blade of grass was spared. Yunche saw a bead and grabbed it feeling it calling to him. The bead shined and engulfed Yunche in a bright red light. The dragon came back and roared you damn hum. Cross slapped the dragon and said fuck. I don't want to hear your useless drivel. An imposing aura slammed into the dragon and the dragon started trembling in fear. Jasmine watched from the Sky Poison Pearl in utter shock, she could feel the aura from inside. It wasn't his profound energy. It was like his will being forced onto others. Like as if he was the king. It made her little heart palpitate in a feeling she didn't quite understand. Cross grumbled shitty dragon, you're not even worth taking with me, do you believe it? You're not even at the tyrant realm. Then your corpse would be useful. What are you living for? You have nothing to offer, you're weak, your core is a whole realm below what I need, and you're ugly. You might as well just die. As he kicked the dragon in the head a bunch. The dragon spat out a mouthful of blood and died. Cross was stunned and said you really died? From humiliation? What kind of fucking dragon is this? Yunche swallowed the bead as per Jasmine's order and walked over, exploding into flames but his clothes were intact still, very strange indeed. Yunche broke through all the way to the nascent profound realm. Cross clicked his tongue and said I wish I could eat things and magically level up too. Yunche rolled his eyes and said you're in the divine origin realm and you're jealous over a little nascent realm like me. Cross chuckled and said yes. Because you are immune to fire now and can use it however you want. Cross waved and the world around them turned into a raging inferno as he added I, however, am only immune to my own flames. He snapped his fingers and the flames disappeared. Yunche said you can use more than one element. Cross chuckled and spread out all his fingers, they all lit up with different colors and had different reactions based on what they were. For example, fire was on fire, ice was an icicle, poison was a dark purple sludge, etc. Yunche was stunned and Cross sneered as he said are you jealous? Do you wish you were me? Did you finally realize that I am more handsome than you? Yunche nodded before catching himself and shouting who's more handsome than me? Cross raised his chin and said me, of course. Yunche clicked his tongue and said I'm gonna be the bigger man and ignore you. Cross laughed and saying that's the same as defeat. Yunche gave him the finger with a smirk as he looked at the dragon and changed the subject. It died of humiliation. Cross sighed and said I'm not even sure it was a dragon. Sounds more like a dog to me. If the dragon was alive he probably would have died again after it was mistaken as a dog. Cross said you want it. Yunche looked at him before realizing that this dragon probably wasn't any use to him, so he took it. Cross could definitely use the corpse to feed his beasts but it seemed like it would help Yunche a lot so he handed it over. Yunche hummed and said I can't pierce its skin. Cross said no problem. He spread out his hand and metal element strings shot out, circled around the dragon and effortlessly sliced it up, all the blood even floated off the ground and became a blood sphere. In a matter of seconds the dragon was completely cleaned up and separated in pieces a butcher could only dream of doing. Cross sucked all the blood into a bottle and kept it on him as he said for your baths. Yunche smiled before looking at the perfectly intact skin of the dragon and trembling in shock. This was the most professional butchering he had ever seen. Cross took the wings as a service fee and Yunche took everything else. Jasmine stared at the meat in awe, she didn't know what profound art that was. They walked out of the cave and Jasmine told Yunche to hunt beasts for a month before starting to teach him her movement skill, Star God's Broken Shadow. Cross watched them from the side as he grilled a giant dragon wing in the air. Cross saw Jasmine move around and teach Yunche so many times he already memorized every movement and step she took. Even every little twitch in her jade toes was captured by Cross. Yunche went out to hunt beasts and Jasmine floated over to Cross and said what do you think? Cross was confused and said met. Jasmine said met. Cross nodded and focused on cooking as he said he's not as handsome as me, he has long hair like a girl, and he's a bit too forgiving towards women. Go for it if you like him, I'm rooting for you. Jasmine was stunned and slapped him angrily the movement technique. Not Yunche. Cross dodged her slap and said oh. It's not bad, pretty simple really. Jasmine sneered and said si. Cross disappeared and an afterimage was sitting on the log while Cross was standing on the other side of the fire, still cooking. Jasmine was stunned and stuttered after a one look. Cross rolled his eyes and sat back down as he said you only showed it around 10 times, if I didn't get it wouldn't I be retarded? Jasmine sat down and started to question her own talent. Cross ground down the grilled dragon wing and cut it in 3 before biting his part and smiling as he chewed. It was pretty good. Jasmine nibbled on the dragon wing absent-mindedly, wondering why there were freaks everywhere she went. Another month passed. Cross, with the help of the dragon meat, sped up his energy conversion and by the end of it reached nascent 10th realm. His cultivation was completely stable, actually even stronger than before. It seemed that his cultivation was nourishing his body. Coupled with his nightly dual cultivation with Luna, they were both at the peak of nascent realm. Currently, Cross was walking into New Moon City with Yunche, who carried a heavy piece of pig iron all the way. Cross was walking with light steps and Luna was with him the entire way. Yunche didn't drop the iron once, surprisingly. When he finally did drop it he felt like he could fly, well almost he jumped up 7 meters in the air. An astonishing feat. They walked through the city after getting instructions from a man, who gave slapped for looking at Luna funny. They stood in front of Black Moon Merchant Guild, Yunche changed his appearance and they walked inside. Cross didn't know why Yunche changed his appearance but he walked in ahead of him with a few steps and started looking around with Luna. Yunche then came in and headed straight to the counter. Cross and Luna looked at all the things. After a few minutes of looking Cross said in Elven you have any idea what these things are? Luna gave a hard look at the things before saying firmly I have absolutely no idea. Cross nodded and said seriously my suspicions exactly. Luna looked at him and burst out laughing. Cross looked at her and smiled, showing his sharp canines as he said how is it? Is your husband funny or what? Luna smiled sweetly and said extremely. By the way, you seem to have mellowed out. Cross rolled his eyes and said have you been waiting 5 months to ask this? I'm sure you noticed already. Luna sighed and said my dumb husband doesn't say anything until I ask. Cross snickered and said I felt much better when I got my profound veins. I assume the laws were pressing on me, I still haven't figured out why they make me angry though. Luna smiled happily and twitched her ears as she said, at least you're not a big angry monster anymore. I was considering divorce. Cross made a heartbroken expression as he said it couldn't be. My sweet wife was going to run off with a white face. Luna giggled and said teasingly, I'm already with a white face. Cross said, humph, humph. Who's a white face? I'm a strong man. Luna hugged his arm and replied, oh yeah, a big strong man. Cross grinned and kissed her before nibbling on her ear. Luna shivered in delight and Cross whispered, I'll show you a big strong man tonight. Luna giggled excitedly and they continued around the store, while Yunche bought a red dress for Jasmine, but was offered it for free. What a boon. Cross didn't know what anything was, so he walked out of the store. He could have seen a heaven-defying treasure and he still wouldn't know, so there was no point in staying there. Cross waited outside and old Che came out before walking away. Cross chuckled and disappeared. He reappeared in front of Yunche and stretched out his hand saying, shows over old man. Hand over the beast core. Yunche burst out laughing and Cross added with an arrogant expression, and hand over the loli. Yunche choked and shouted, she's my loli. Cross snorted and said, humph. I don't think so. They both heard two voices, your loli, et. Yunche and Cross started to sweat, both for different but similar reasons. 78, New Moon Palace. After a little fiasco, Cross and A, now undisguised, Yunche were walking in New Moon City. Luna hugged Cross' arm, still pouting and squeezing tight. Cross felt like his arm was going to fall off. Though Jasmine was much easier to please, Cross gave her a bunch of summer clothes and bras, underwear, whatever. She was currently sitting in the sky poison pearl happily humming with a white t-shirt, tied in a knot at her waist because it was too big, sky blue shorts and pink flip-flops. She also had a red bra on and felt much better with her surprisingly big breasts being held up. The three stopped at New Moon Palace. Cross looked up and said, why is everything named Palace here? Frozen Piss Palace, New Moon Palace, what's next? Yunche chuckled and Luna added, maybe they're royalty. Cross and Luna looked at each other before bursting out laughing. They were about to walk inside when they heard a voice shout, brother-in-law. The three looked over and saw Yuanba's hulking figure run over. Cross pushed Yunche forward and Yuanba bear hugged him. Yunche almost died and cursed weakly, what kind of brother are you? Cross laughed and said, hey Yuanba. Yuanba said, Cross. You're here too. As he hugged him as well. Cross hugged back, however, his physical strength wasn't something Yuanba could compare to. Well, not yet anyway. Yuanba groaned as he said, ah, Cross. Too tight. Cross let go and smiled, patting Yuanba's shoulder with a grin. Yuanba chuckled and decided not to hug Cross anymore. Yunche rubbed his, surely fractured, back as he said, why are you here? Yuanba seemed to forget what just happened and said, I'm a disciple of New Moon Palace, Class 1. Yunche said, seems impressive. Yuanba had a face full of pride as he said, of course. You can only get in if you are a genius or have connections. And I have both. Yunche blinked and Cross touched Yuanba before saying, maybe you should try eating profound beasts raw. There was a silence before Yunche said, anyway. Do you know who Sikonghan is? Yuanba nodded and said, yeah. I can take you to him. Yunche smiled and said, thanks Yuanba. Yuanba grinned and brought them into the palace. Cross sighed and Luna said, seems like he won't take your advice. Though she giggled a bit, Cross said his veins are really strange, they feel like special ones. Maybe profound beast meat and blood would stimulate them. Luna hummed as they followed the other two through the palace. Yunche looked back and whispered, raw profound beast meat. Cross shrugged and said, you saw his profound veins, they're weird. Maybe it'll stimulate it, I don't know, ask the library loli. Yunche chuckled and said, she said tyrannical emperor's divine veins. Cross rolled his eyes and said, like I know that is. Ask her how to wake them up, I think it would be fun to see Yuanba rampage around. Yunche shivered at the thought and said he needs to be tyrannical or exposed to tyrannical pressure. Cross immediately cursed, what kind of shitty vein is this? Have to be tyrannical. What a joke. Show me who named them, I'll beat his ass. Yunche chuckled and turned forward. Cross grumbled and closed his ears for a second before opening them again, his pressure surged out and covered only Yuanba, who looked around in confusion before saying, hey. What's that? Yunche said, what's what, Yuanba? Yuanba scratched his head and said, everything feels heavier and scary. I don't like it. Yunche was confused but Cross was truly stunned, this kid didn't even flinch. If anything, he was fighting back subconsciously. Cross kept it on Yuanba, not intensifying it in case he crushed his will and crippled him by accident. Yuanba was a good kid, if he was accidentally crippled that would truly be a pity. They continued through the palace while Yuanba was feeling truly uncomfortable. His bones were clicking together and he was grinding his teeth in anger, for no apparently reason. Cross saw this and sent a burst of pressure on him. Yuanba roared and the pressure shattered as Yuanba's cultivation base rose until it reached Nascent Realm first level. Everyone was startled and Cross spit out a little bit of blood as he said, the boy shattered my pressure. Now I'm angry. as his pressure surged and beat down Yuanba's crackling in the air, pushing Yuanba down and down as his cultivation rose to 5th level before stopping. Yuanba was breathing heavy and Cross took back his pressure seeing that it wasn't going up anymore. An old man rushed out and looked at Yuanba in shock as he said, Yuanba. What happened? Yuanba only said hungry. The old man shouted immediately, go feed Yuanba. Whatever he wants, it's on me. Yuanba's eyes lit up and he ran towards the kitchen. Cross chuckled as he watched him go and Yunche smiled as he said, excuse me, senior. Are you Elder Sikong? My grandfather is Xiao Lai. Sikong Han grabbed Yunche and said, old Lai is here. Yunche shook his head and Sikong Han sighed as he said, I haven't seen your grandfather in 7 years. Cross stopped listening and looked around at the palace. It seemed like a nice place, but it was probably classified as a middle-class sect. Cross didn't know, but he did know that he was stronger than all the disciples even if he only used his current cultivation strength. Cross was actually pretty strong. He could probably fight a whole realm ahead of him, and if he used his armor and mace, probably another level up from that. A total of 11 levels above him. Not too shabby. Coming back to the conversation, Yunche asked, is it possible to join Class 1? Sikong Han smiled and patted Cross' shoulder as he said, no problem my boy. He looked at Cross and Luna and said this. Yunche smiled and said, this is my brother, Cross, and his wife Luna. Sikong nodded and said, nice to meet you too. Cross smiled and said, likewise Elder Sikong. Luna smiled and bowed slightly in greeting. Sikong felt very happy to see more sensible kids. Cross and Luna magically stopped physically aging at 18, so they still looked the same. Sikong said in shock, two peak nascent realms. How old are you two? Cross said, I'm 24 and my wife is 23. Sikong rubbed his chin and said, that's good. Would you like to join New Moon Palace? Cross said, sure. Luna smiled and said, thank you, Elder Sikong. Sikong laughed and said, nonsense. Haha, thank you. Though we don't have very much competition anymore now that the Reaper wiped out the Xiao sect. Yunche, Cross, and Luna were confused and asked the Reaper. Sikong stroked his beard and nodded as he said gravely, the Reaper is the name given to the one who destroyed the Xiao sect. Some say that he called hundreds of dragons and slaughtered everyone. They also say he dresses in pitch black and has blood-red eyes, wherever he goes death follows. Cross coughed and looked at his attire. He was wearing a black hoodie, a white t-shirt, black shorts, and pink slippers. The usual, though he did look very strange to the natives. Luna giggled and Yunche said seriously, we shall watch where we step, Elder Sikong. This Reaper sounds like a truly ruthless individual. Sikong nodded and grabbed 3 silver badges before handing them to the 3 and saying, there's a banquet tonight, you should all come. Yunche said, can I bring Yuanba along? Sikong nodded and smiled as he said, I don't see any problems with that. Yuanba will show you around when he's done eating. I swear that boy will bankrupt me one day. Hee. Yunche smiled and bade Sikong farewell. Cross and Luna followed along and then left with Yunche. They turned a corner and Yunche burst into laughter as he said, the Reaper. Ha 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 ha. Cross rubbed his nose and said, yeah, fuck you too. Yunche slapped Cross' shoulder and wheezed. Cross grumbled and said, yeah, whatever lowly king. Yunche gave him a smug smile, jealous. Cross tisked and kept walking as Yunche chuckled behind him before catching up, as they walked around. Yunche looked around curiously, as did Cross and Luna, hoping to find something interesting. Sure enough. The gods didn't forsake them. A beautiful girl and a guy that could only be described as not as handsome as Cross showed up. Yunche clicked his tongue and admired the girl's beauty. Cross nudged Luna and said, hey, you see that guy over there? Luna nodded and Cross said, that's what I call a white face. Luna made a pff sound before laughing. It was as if silver bells were chiming in the air. Cross added, strangely enough, he's not as handsome as me, so he must be a shitty white face. Luna kept laughing and Cross continued, look at his shifty eyes, it's like he knows there's someone more handsome than him around. Luna held onto Cross' shoulder and laughed so hard she cried. Everybody was looking at them now. Coincidentally, as was the not as handsome as Cross guy and the beautiful girl. Yuanba ran over, looking revitalized as he shouted, brother-in-law. I see you met senior brother Murong and senior sister Suero. Yuanba dragged Yunche over to them and Cross followed along muttering, the clash between the lesser handsome and the god of handsomeness begins. Luna turned away and laughed as she said, please. I can't. It's so rude. Ha 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 ha. Cross walked to Yunche's side and looked at the guy who wasn't as handsome as him. He really wasn't. Though he was staring at Luna, Cross coughed and said, you know, eyes are very fragile things. You never know when you might just lose them. The guy, who still didn't have a name but was also not as handsome as Cross, raised an eyebrow and said, and you are? Cross smiled politely as he answered, going to rip your eyes out if you stare at my wife for even another second. The man choked on his saliva, it was such a polite tone. Yunche was talking with the beautiful girl, who he had found out's name was Lan Suero. Yunche said, you see, it doesn't matter, my wife said I can have another wife in the future. Lan Suero giggled and said interesting. Seems like these following days won't be so boring anymore. Cross smiled at the man who he couldn't even be bothered to remember the name of and said, well, Mr. Not as handsome as me, do you treasure your eyes or not? Yuanba, Suero, and Yunche looked over and Suero frowned as she said, Brother Murong, why are you threatening the younger disciples? Seems like I was wrong about you. Murong, not as handsome as Cross and thereby blamed for threatening someone more handsome than him, almost vomited blood. He hadn't even said a word. He said, Sister Suero. Luna hugged her shoulders and said pitifully, big sister. He scared me. Yoo-woo. It was like looking at a big bad wolf. Suero hugged Luna and glared at Murong, whatever his name was, even she forgot at this point. Cross smiled coldly and Murong looks better than a shrub was stunned. Since when did he look at her like that? Suero said, come with big sister, we'll leave this big bad wolf alone, okay? Luna nodded meekly and Suero walked away saying see you later, winking at Yunche. The guys were stunned. Yunche was thinking of the wink, Yuanba was stunned that his sister let Yunche have another wife, Murong was stunned that Suero left, and Cross was stunned that his wife really just left him here. Cross shouted, Luna. Where you going? Luna waved over her shoulder and said, away from the big bad wolf. Cross said, I'm your husband, not a wolf. Murong glared at Cross and said, you made Suero hate me. My famil. Cross slapped him and sent him flying across New Moon Palace, through several buildings as he said in disdain, I don't even remember your name, you're not handsome enough to speak to me. What family? I don't see any. Cross turned to Yunche and pointed his thumb behind him as he said, can you believe that guy? Yunche laughed and shook his head. Yuanba finally recovered and said, my sister let you have another wife. 79, Face Slapper Extraordinaire. A boy shouted me out in his FIC being a ninja in MHA. Go check him out. A while later. Cross was sitting next to Yunche in a row of seats for some banquet. He looked around and couldn't see Luna anywhere, he was worried but he was still a bit nervous. Despite knowing that she's just as strong as him, he couldn't help but think of worst-case scenarios. What if a god accidentally slapped her out of existence? What if she didn't have her guard up and got hit by a meteor? She could lying in a crater trying to call out to him on her last breaths. Cross got really anxious and started looking around frantically. He talked into the ring but got no response, he was practically oozing anxiety right now. Oozing. Cross looked around and saw Luna walking in with Suero. Cross teleported and grabbed Luna before teleporting back with her in his arms. Suero was stunned. 1 second she was talking with Luna, the next Luna disappeared. Yunche was also shocked. There was an after-image of Cross still sitting down for a split second, then it was replaced with Cross holding Luna. Jasmine said mentally, he saw me doing Star God's broken shadow once. Yunche trembled and said wow. Luna looked like a doll, sitting on Cross' lap, as he checked her body before letting out a breath of relief. Luna said, I'm not a weak little girl. Cross nodded and said, I know, but what if you got slapped to death by a god who passed by? Or hit by a meteor when you weren't paying attention? Or a stray sword slash from the upper realms? Then I wouldn't have a Luna anymore. Luna was speechless. Yunche and Jasmine were also stunned. A meteor? Slapped to death by a passing god? A stray sword slash? This fellow was crazy. Luna said aww and snuggled into his chest. Yunche and Jasmine were stunned yet again. Suero came over and sat next to Yunche before giggling, seems like they're very close. Yunche said, they even have kids. Suero was shocked and said, really? I bet they're the cutest things. Yunche chuckled and said, two little pranksters. He turned to Suero and smiled, do you want kids, Suero? Suero blushed and said eventually. Yunche smiled warmly and Suero's blush deepened. Cross kissed Luna and waved, a little space crack opened and Zephyr and Pandora fell out. They got up and looked around. Pandora said, we've fallen into another world. Status. Zephyr said, beep boop beep. Scanning aliens. Cross smacked both their heads and said, beep boop beep my ass. Get over here. Zephyr and Pandora giggled before jumping into Cross and Luna's laps. Suero gushed and leaned over Yunche to play with the kids. Luna took Zephyr and Pandora and sat next to her. Cross looked at his empty lap and said et. Yunche chuckled on the side and Cross elbowed him. Yuanba was watching the stage, completely oblivious to everything that was happening. Cross crossed his arms and grumbled, watching the people introduce themselves by their power first. A bunch of people were there and took their seats. Cross was feeling itchy when he heard there was going to be fights, so was Yunche, but they held back as the fighting started. A kid got up on stage and said, this one is Profound Heart Sex useless disciple Xian Yu, 16 years old. Who will come up and advise me? Cross whispered to Yunche, he knows he's useless? What kind of greeting is this? Although he whispered, everybody heard him and Xian Yu's face heated up. Yunche chuckled and whispered back, he's being humble, I don't think he actually thinks he's useless. Cross sighed and said, I thought I saw a reasonable person today, what a pity. Yunche bit his lips and tried to not laugh. Xian Yu's face was completely red and the elder from the Profound Heart sect's face turned extremely ugly. Sikong Han coughed and said yes, well Li Hao you're up. Li Hao walked up and cupped his fist as he said New Moon Profound Palace Class 1's Li Hao, please advise me. Cross shook his head and muttered one says he's useless and the other asks for advice. Does he want to be useless too? I don't understand. Li Hao coughed and got into a fighting stance while Xian Yu was enraged as he pointed at Cross and shouted you there. With the black tattoos. Stop speaking nonsense. Cross held his hands up and said sarcastically sorry. Continue with your useless skills please. Xian Yu almost coughed out blood and grinned his teeth before starting the fight. Cross watched for a few seconds before getting bored and talking to Yun Che. Xian Yu won the fight and sneered in Cross' direction only to see that he wasn't even paying attention. He was beyond angry and said I wonder if this brother would like to spar with this useless one. Cross ignored him and kept talking to Yun Che, in reality he didn't even know Xian Yu was talking to him. Xian Yu felt veins appear on his forehead as he asked again, Yuan Ba nudged Cross and said Cross, this guy wants to fight you. Cross was startled and looked over as he said you were talking to me. Xian Yu almost spit out blood, if not you then who else? Cross stood up and said honestly fellow, if you don't say a name how should I have known you were talking to me? Are you dumb as well as useless? The New Moon disciples chuckled and Xian Yu grit his teeth and said my mistake, senior brother. Cross waved and said no worries, remember for next time. As he walked over, Luna said in. Don't kill him. Everybody was shocked and looked at Luna, who was holding Zephyr and Pandora. Xian Yu was enraged, what did she mean don't kill him? Was he a chicken by the roadside? Cross nodded and said I'll try not to. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air, so arrogant. Actually Cross was really thinking how not to kill this kid, how much strength should he use? He stood on the stage with a thinking expression, Xian Yu wasted no time and attacked, lunging at Cross and throwing out his palm as he shouted Profound Heart Palm. The surrounding viewers gasped and Suero said he'll die. Luna just giggled and said even if there was 1,000 of him it wouldn't be enough. Cross looked at Xian Yu coming at him and he slapped out, no profound energy, just a normal slap. It looked slow to the others, but Xian Yu didn't even see it coming. Cross slapped Xian Yu in the cheek and there was a pause before Xian Yu blasted sideways through the air, going through the wall of the building head first. Cross clicked his tongue and said 10% proved to be too much after all. The entire building was in silence, until Zephyr cheered Daddy's awesome. The disciples returned and looked at Zephyr, then Pandora, then Luna, then Cross, and sucked in a cold breath of air. This guy brought his kids. The Profound Heart Elder shouted you used such a heavy hand. Why if he's crippled? Let me teach you some manners. As he shot forward, Cross waved his hand back and backhand slapped the elder in the opposite direction of Xian Yu. Cross mumbled 20% was too much for him. He scratched his cheek and said anybody strong wanna fight? Everybody was silent until a boy jumped up and took out a spear as he said Tai Hung Jun, please guide me. Cross looked at Hung Jun and mumbled a spear. He pulled out a long stick and held it like a spear as he said in. Come. Everybody was stunned and Hung Jun frowned, Cross noticed, and said I don't have a spear, nor have I ever used one. I don't want to hurt you since you seem like a good kid, this is the best thing I could find. Now stop being a woman and attack. Hung Jun attacked, thrusting his spear forward. Cross watched his movements and pointed the stick down before sidestepping and knocking Hung Jun's spear up with the stick. Hung Jun felt like he was fight a poisonous viper as Cross' red eyes glowed, the stick seemed to have a life of its own and made slender movements, circling Hung Jun's spear and knocking it in the air before pouncing at his neck. Cross stopped the stick right at Hung Jun's neck before catching his spear with one hand. Hung Jun was startled and looked at Cross in awe before saying I admit defeat, that was spectacular. Cross looked at Hung Jun and said I think I know a better weapon for you. You are not suitable for this spear. Hung Jun stiffened and his father frowned. Cross looked at the spear and muttered something before grabbing Hung Jun and disappearing, everybody looked around the confusion. Cross teleported to the forest and cut down a tree before taking out the pig iron Yun Che bought and melting it. Hung Jun watched in awe as Cross made a wooden spear with a metal spear tip. It was very beautiful already. Then Cross made a hollow tube and slid it from the bottom up the spear shaft before making a pointed pommel at the bottom. He teleported back with Hung Jun and threw the old spear to Hung Jun's father before throwing the new spear at him. Everybody was stunned yet again, where did this guy keep going and coming from? Hung Jun looked at the new spear and grabbed it feeling much more comfortable. Cross mimicked the spear in his hands and said this is called a Kyudayari spear. You hold the tube and spin the shaft like this. Cross held the tube and spun the shaft as he thrust it out, the spear tip looked to be turning in a circle and stabbing out multiple times in the same instance. Hung Jun was in a daze as he did the same. Cross dispelled the spear and took out a stick as he said well, come on then. Hung Jun spun the shaft and dashed forward, Cross raised an eyebrow and blocked the spinning spear tip with the stick. Hung Jun spun the shaft and pulled back before thrusting again, jerking it in the opposite direction before going back. The spear caught the stick and threw it away as it snaked to Cross' neck. Cross was shocked and tilted his head, the spear shooting past his head. Cross smiled and stepped forward, closing the distance between him and Hung Jun. Cross took one step and appeared behind Hung Jun, patting him on the shoulder as he said in. You're simply born to use this kind of spear. Hung Jun blinked and looked at the spear before a sharp aura burst from his body. Hung Jun's father stood up and said spear intent. Hung Jun came back to reality and said what happened? Hung Jun's father shook him saying you just formed spear intent. Hung Jun's brains were being scrambled from the intensity of the shaking. Cross already walked down the stage and sat down as he said I borrowed some pig iron. Yun Che waved and said that's a strange weapon. Cross smirked and said there's even stranger ones, wanna see 'em? Yun Che nodded excitedly and Pandora flew through the air and latched onto Cross' head like a koala as she said Daddy's the best. When are you going to teach me? Cross snorted and said humph. When you left with your mother, you weren't thinking about Daddy were you? Pandora said sweetly no. Pandora loves Daddy the most. It was just an act. She turned her head to Luna and winked. Cross grabbed Pandora and shook her saying you little schemer, you think I can't see your little tricks? Pandora giggled and Cross put her down in his lap as he hugged her saying watch the fights. Before turning to Yun Che and saying I'll show you later. Yun Che nodded and the fighting continued with other people, but it wasn't as grand as Cross fights. There was a certain face-slapping flair missing. 80. Sparring with Jasmine. Yun Che eventually stepped up and challenged the sex, feeling a bit itchy after watching Cross fight. If possible he wanted to fight Hung Jun with that strange spear, Yun Che voiced his request and Hung Jun had no problems. Yun Che had already defeated all the other sects, he was extremely strong. Hung Jun jumped up with his new spear and grinned excitedly as he spun his spear for no reason, Yun Che felt his blood boiling as they clashed. Cross watched and occasionally spoke to Pandora you see Uncle Yun Che's movements? Not a single wasted one. Every move has a purpose, do you understand? Pandora nodded and Cross waved his hand, Zephyr flew over and landed on Cross' shoulders as he said watch carefully. Zephyr nodded and watched extremely carefully. Luna sighed and said battle maniacs. Suero giggled and said Sister Luna doesn't like fighting. Luna sighed again and replied not as much as my husband. What about you Sister Suero? Suero sighed and said not that I enjoy it but it is necessary. She looked sad and tired, Luna patted her hand with a smile, Suero smiled and said thank you, Luna. Luna smiled softly and said no problem, Suero. Or should I say, Princess? Suero paled and Luna giggled as she whispered I won't tell anyone. Suero let out a breath of relief and said how did you know? Luna pointed to her eyes and said I can see the future. To an extent. Suero sucked in a cold breath of air and said amazing. Luna giggled and they started talking more about the future. A while later. Yun Che challenged a young man, who seemed to be on top of the world. The young man sneered and stepped into the ring, some disciples muttered that's Xiao Luokeng. I heard after the main branch was eradicated by the Reaper, some of the escapees made the outer sect the main sect. Everybody who has seen the Reaper died though. Cross looked at Xiao Luokeng and muttered still alive. Lune pinched his waist and said don't even think about it. Cross chuckled and said I have no idea what you're talking about, my beautiful wife. The surrounding disciples clicked their tongues and turned away while Suero giggled. Yun Che looked at the Xiao kid and the Xiao kid said let's get this over with. His face full of disdain, Yun Che frowned and exchanged a punch before sliding back 6 feet, the Xiao kid snorted and said I was only using 30%. Cross tilted his head and mumbled is this white face copying me? Everybody heard him and coughed with questioning looks towards Luokeng, who turned green as he said ahem anyway let's continue. Yun Che said this time young Master Xiao has to be careful. Xiao whatever sneered and Yun Che threw another punch, Xiao Luokeng threw a heavy punch with a heavy sneer and Yun Che sneered back as his arm exploded with power. Their fists collided and there was a crack sound before Luokeng was blasted from the arena into the supporting pillar, he groaned in pain and slumped to the ground. The entire venue was silent and a middle-aged man shouted young master. As he dashed to look at Xiao, he grabbed his arm before his entire face turned white and he glared at Yun Che with killing intent as he seated I'll kill you. The man, who seemed to have no name, shot towards Yun Che, who was on one knee with a limp arm. Cross's eyes flashed and he chuckled before leaning back, as a man stood in front of Yun Che and said freeze. Blasting the other man far, far, away. It was the palace chief Qin Wu. Yun Che smirked at his back and Qin Wu said attacking disciples of my palace isn't very fitting of an elder of your status is it? The Xiao sect man said Palace Chief Qin are you? Cross sighed loudly and waved as he said yes, yes. Are you going to face the wrath of the Xiao sect? Can you stop monologuing and leave already? See you all in a few hours when you come back for revenge. Bye bye. The Xiao sect elder was stunned, Cross was right but something felt wrong. This wasn't the script. Yun Che chuckled and Cross added what are you still doing here? Leave. You have revenge to prepare for. Come back in a few hours instead of barking like a dog up there. So annoying. The Xiao sect elder glared at Cross and opened his mouth, but Cross cut him off. Yes, yes, I will be waiting for you to teach me a lesson. Happy? Can you leave now? The Xiao sect man spit out a mouthful of blood before leaving with the Xiao sect people. When they all left, Yun Che burst out laughing, as did several others before the rest started laughing. Cross sighed and said, I was serious, why do all these dogs bark so much? Can't they just leave with plans in their head? Do they have to monologue? Suero had a funny look on her face while Luna had a soft smile. Qin Wu had an awkward look on his face as he said, That's the end of the banquet. I hope everyone had a good time. The sects started leaving. Cross held Pandora and Zephyr was sitting on his shoulders as he walked out of the building with Luna, Yuanba, and Suero. Yun Che was held back by Qin Wu as the rest left. Cross was outside and Hung Jun walked over before bowing 90 degrees as he said, Thank you so much, senior brother Cross. I can never repay this favor in my life, if you need me to be a horse I will gladly accept. Cross sighed and said, Why do you think you need to repay me? Is everyone like this? We're friends now, how's that? You don't need to repay me at all. Just become extremely strong so we can actually fight for real. Hung Jun waved his hands hurriedly as he said, How can this be? Cross clamped his lips and looked at Suero as he asked, Is everyone like this? Suero giggled and said, Well, you basically changed his life so he's in your debt. Cross sighed and said, I don't need your debt, Hung Jun. Forget about it or we won't be friends anymore. Hung Jun jumped and said, Okay. Okay. Never again. Cross grinned and patted his shoulder saying, That's the spirit. Suddenly a mocking voice came, Oh look Toulouse. Cross slapped the man who wasn't as handsome as him. Mirong didn't even get to finish before flying across New Moon Palace once again. Suero chuckled and gulped as she watched him. Yuanba watched him go and said, I think he went farther than the last time. Cross ignored it and said, Maybe next time, you'll force me to use my weapon. Hung Jun asked curiously, What's your weapon? Cross grabbed the air and a giant black mace appeared. Hung Jun sucked in a cold breath of air looking at the giant and strange-looking mace. Cross stuck it in the ground and smirked as he said, Handsome? Impressive? Are you worshipping me? Hung Jun nodded and Suero's impression of Cross crumbled as she laughed. Cross grinned and said, I hope there comes a time where we can fight, Hung Jun. Hung Jun nodded seriously and said, I will train as hard as I can. Until we meet again, senior brother Cross. Before walking away, Cross watched him go with a grin and Luna said, Look at that, you made a new friend. Cross rubbed his nose and said, He's a natural at the spear, he could be really strong. I need to develop some flashy moves. Luna rolled her eyes and said, Yeah, you need flashy moves. Cross chuckled and said, We gotta fit in. Luna pointed at his pink bunny slippers and said, Fit in. Cross retorted, These are my favorite slippers. My little angel got them for me. Pandora giggled and hummed happily in Cross' arms. Zephyr snorted and said, What about me? Cross pulled out a gold necklace with a locket as he said, I got that too, kid. Don't think I don't know your mother helped you. Zephyr sniffed and said, I also chose the hoodie. Cross put back his locket and rolled his eyes as he said, Right. I think someone needs a nap. Luna took Zephyr and Pandora as she gently hummed before kissing both of them and walking into a crack next to Cross. The crack closed and Cross dispelled the mace as Suero said sweetly, You have a wonderful family. Cross smiled gently and replied, Thank you, Suero. Sometimes those brats are a little hard to handle. Suero giggled and said nothing. Yun Che finally walked out of the building. Cross said, You should probably go rest. I estimate the Xiao sect will be here in a few hours. Yun Che nodded and Suero smiled as she said, Good luck, Yun Che. Yun Che gave her a gentle smile, making her blush, before walking away. Suero watched him leave before entering the building. A while later, Cross was sleeping on a chair in Yun Che's room as Yun Che recovered, when they both heard a loud angry shout, Hand over Yun Che, or I'll flatten New Moon Palace. Cross woke up and cursed, Ruined my happy dreams. Yun Che said, Wait. Cross. Cross looked over and Yun Che said seriously, Don't kill these guys. I need pressure from a string enemy or I'll never advance. If you keep protecting me then how will I get stronger? I'll simply be a greenhouse flower. Cross was silent for a few moments before finally saying, Then I won't interfere, even if you die. I'll avenge you though, rest assured. Yun Che felt his mouth twitch upwards as he joked, Then I hope I die with a lot of enemies, you damn bastard. Cross grinned and chuckled as Yun Che got dressed in a white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Cross cut his hair when he was sleeping and he looked much more fresh. The long hair just wasn't doing it for Cross, since Yun Che was currently too weak to argue, his hair was cut. Actually, Yun Che kinda liked his new look. He looked more casual, the robes now looked weird since he was wearing these new fashionable clothes. Cross followed Yun Che, while Luna was inside the inner world converting her energy. It was just the two of them and Jasmine. Yuan Ba suddenly came running and explained that the Xiao sect had a marriage with someone powerful and now New Moon Palace was facing a massive catastrophe of epic proportions. Cross rolled his eyes and said, Yun Che, can you handle this? If I heard another word about someone getting connections through marriage I might shoot myself. Yun Che chuckled and nodded. Cross said good luck before disappearing. Yun Che started to assess the situation when Suero came running along. Cross teleported into the sky poison pearl and sat down on the grass. Jasmine jumped and said, what are you doing in here? How did you even get in here? Cross snorted and said, I can go anywhere I want, little loli. Jasmine shouted, I'm not a loli. Cross got his armor on and took out his mace before saying, shut up and fight me, loli. As he swung his mace, the wide open V-slit on his helmet for his eyes glowed red. Jasmine snorted and blocked the mace with her hand as she said, you're trash at using that. Cross replied, why do you think I'm fighting you? Just for funsies. Jasmine kept silent and Cross started his onslaught, swinging his mace like a wild animal. Jasmine blocked his attacks with her palms and pushed him back as they started training together. A few days passed. Cross and Jasmine had been sparring for days straight now. Since Cross blood was useful, he said that he would give her a drop if she won. Jasmine was injected with chicken blood and their sparring became much more intense. Cross was constantly improving his mace play while also sharpening his mantra, slowly able to see into the future by a second or two. His mace was also going through some changes as it switched from anti-magic to void energy. The mace seemed to be sucking in all the light, being as black as it was. It was so black, that it looked as if the world had forgotten to put something in the space where it was. Very strange scene indeed. Not only was Cross improving his control of his void energy and mace play, but his conversion speed was kicked into overdrive as he kept using void energy constantly. His realm was rising constantly. Naturally, Jasmine was unbeatable for him. Even if there was 10 of him, he probably couldn't beat her, but he still tried his hardest. He tried to catch her at tricky angles, he developed a strange fighting style. It was extremely dangerous as well. Basically, Cross would go for the kill no matter what, even if the opponent's hit could seriously injure him or kill him. It was a suicidal method of fighting, but it was extremely effective. Everyone cherishes their lives, and if they were faced with mutual death, who would choose to die? The style forced the opponent to back off and let Cross get a good opportunity to strike. He even caught Jasmine by surprise once and smashed her clothes off her body. She wasn't injured, but she was naked. Her firm white rabbits trembling from the impact. Cross paused for a moment and continued as if nothing happened. Jasmine was embarrassed, but Cross didn't pay attention. This was a fight. If he couldn't get over the opponent being naked, then he could die. It didn't help that Jasmine's near-perfect body trembled with every move she made. Cross loved Luna to death, but he was still a man. He occasionally snuck glances but grit his teeth and continued. Jasmine was beyond angry, but it was also an accident, so she kicked him flying before covering herself with new clothes. Her attacks were noticeably more ruthless after that. Neither of them mentioned the event after that. Cross was seriously under pressure from Jasmine's constant barrage. She slapped his chest and sent Cross flying as blood spurted out from his helmet and he fell to the ground. Jasmine flew over and looked a little anxious. She might have hit him too hard. 81. Scum remover Cross at your service. Cross took his helmet off and spat out some more blood as he sat up. Jasmine knelt down and said nervously, are you okay? Cross nodded and threw up another mouthful of blood before grinning and saying, you got me good. Jasmine said quickly, I didn't mean to. Cross sighed and said, I lost again. Jasmine said snappily, you're in the Divine Origin realm for strength and I'm in the Divine Master realm. That's a 6 realm jump. Do you understand? 60 levels. Cross rolled his eyes and said, you have the strength of around 15 levels above me right now. Jasmine retorted, but I have the experience of being a Divine Master realm. Not to mention I've killed millions. Cross was surprised and said, millions? I have killed thousands and a god before coming here. Real detestable creature he was, so hard to kill. And they was 6 years ago before I hit the barrier in my world. I think I would be classified as a Emperor realm at that time. Jasmine was in a daze as she said, you killed a Divine Origin realm at the Emperor realm. Cross scratched his head and said, I don't really remember how strong he was, but I remember him being annoying to kill. He just wouldn't die. He sighed and stood up, wiping the blood off his face and floating it above his palm before floating it into Jasmine's open mouth. Jasmine was startled but drank it all before licking her pink lips happily. Cross chuckled and shook his head, dispelling the armor and mace as he sat cross-legged, recovering and converting his energy. Luna stepped out of a space crack and sighed, you hurt yourself again. As she sat next to him and cleaned him up gently, Jasmine watched Luna's actions silently, thinking about something. Cross smiled softly and said, nothing too major. Just a could broken bones and internal bleeding. I'll be fine in a few hours. Luna sighed and said seriously. As she started healing him. Cross threw up black blood and felt much better. Luna smiled and kissed him saying, all better, baby. Cross smiled lovingly and kissed her, grabbing her waist and falling back into a crack. disappearing from the sky poison pearl. Jasmine stared at the empty space for a good while before slapping her cheeks and mumbling, "Stupid Jasmine, you should have helped." Her cheeks turned rosy and she flew to the bed Yunche bought for her, before covering herself in a blanket as her ears turned red. Who knows what she was thinking in that lowly mind of hers. Cross spent the night with Luna in the castle, a very nice night at that. They dual cultivated for hours without interruptions. A few days later, Yunche was getting a kowtow from Luokeng. Cross looked outside and burst out laughing. Luokeng was calling Yunche grandpa. Yunche had disguised himself as an old genius doctor and the Xiao boy immediately called him grandpa. Cross laughed so hard, but the trouble was he was sparring with Jasmine and was sent flying as she caught him off guard. Cross got up and patted his chest before shooting towards her and swinging his mace from behind him with 2 hands. Jasmine has a small smile on her face as they kept sparring. Another few days passed. A ton of things fell into the sky poison pearl. Medicine, weapons, money, everything. Cross and Jasmine were confused and looked out to see Yunche cleaning out a treasury with a smile. Cross chuckled and made a sneak attack on Jasmine, who yelped and flashed away. Cross grinned and chased after her with his mace. A while later, Cross and Jasmine finished sparring with Jasmine nibbling on Cross' finger as they both watched outside. Yunche was sitting on a giant snowbird with Suero. They were being chased by another bird with the people from the Xiao sect on top of it. Suddenly, Yunche blocked a blast of toxic flames and saved Suero's life before she grabbed him and recalled her beast as they plummeted to the ground. Jasmine jumped in shock and shouted, "Are you mad?" Yunche chuckled and said, "A bit." Cross chuckled and Yunche spun around, throwing Suero into the air, just as he was about to hit the ground. Cross laughed and said, "Arresto momentum." Yunche basically almost came to a stop before smashing into the ground. A massive crater appeared but Yunche was relatively fine. Cross added, "Strange fellow, he flirts with girls even as he's about to die. Very nice flair." Yunche's weak voice was heard, "You couldn't have stopped me earlier, eh?" Cross chuckled and replied, "You got a girl's heart, this amount of pain surely isn't enough." Yunche chuckled and went back to outside. Cross shook his head and said, "One day he's gonna die for a woman." Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, "Hopefully it's after I get my body back." Cross laughed and said, "Hey, round 2. As he suited up and grabbed his mace. Jasmine smirked and said, "Think you'll win? Not in this lifetime." Cross chuckled and charged at her with his mace. After a quick defeat, Cross went out for some fresh air. Cross appeared next to Suero and an unconscious Che. Suero jumped in shock and said, "Wah." Cross chuckled and squished her cheeks as he said, "Silly girl. Be quiet. Don't you know that sounds attract villains?" Luna stepped out of the crack, holding Zephyr and Pandora as she said, "He's right." Suero smiled sweetly and said, "Luna." Luna put down the kids and hugged Suero before they started talking. Cross rolled his eyes and looked at the kid, who were looking at him. Cross said, "What are you looking at, punk?" Zephyr clicked his tongue and said, "A big teddy bear." Pandora added, "Mommy told us you were beat up by little Aunt Jasmine." Zephyr added, "Mommy also thinks you're hanging out with little Aunt Jasmine too much." Pandora asked, "Daddy, are you and little Aunt Jasmine going to get married?" Cross almost spat out a mouthful of blood before growling, "Why would I leave your mother?" Pandora said, "But Grandpa Lai said strong guys like Daddy can get more than one mommy." Zephyr nodded along and Cross was speechless. Jasmine's entire face was blood red at the moment and she hid under the covers of her bed. Cross knocked on their little heads as he said, "Why don't you ask your mommy if she wants another mommy?" The duo looked at Luna, who gave them a glance as his eyes gleamed dangerously. Zephyr and Pandora trembled and said, "Who wants another mommy?" Zephyr added, "We already have the best mommy in the world." Pandora nodded and hugged Luna's leg as she said, "The most beautiful mommy too." Zephyr hugged the other leg as he chimed, "And the strongest." Luna looked at the kids with an exasperated smile. Suero giggled and hugged the kids as she said, "That's right. Your mommy is the best." The kids smiled happily, but the moment was ruined by an obnoxious voice, "Holy shit. Look at all those women and kids." Cross looked over and these guys simply wanted the fastest ticket to hell possible, as one said, "I could enjoy the tall blonde for the rest of my life." Another one said, "We can get the entire mercenary group to enjoy her at once." The last one said, "I'll take the little girl, she must be nice and tender." As he licked his lips. Yunche had opened his eyes a second ago, then heard the men before laughing. Luna looked at Cross, who slowly stepped towards the 3 men, she sighed and said, "Make it as painful as possible. How dare this scum even look at my daughter?" Suero looked over and watched as Cross' aura became monstrous. The entire world seemed to be shaking in rage, the 3 men froze in fear facing the scariest thing they've ever seen. Cross waved and the 2 chained up kids flew to Luna, who freed them and kept them close. Cross chuckled as he said, "Legilimens." He searched their memories and found out where their base was. When he was done he said lightly, "Honey, you might want to close the kids' eyes." Luna smiled and waved, the kids fell asleep and Cross exploded strings out of his body as he connected one to each of them and smiled, "I hope you can last till the end." Cross said, "Crucio." The three connected strings started torturing the three men. Cross added illusion hell. The three men's eyes clouded over and they were in an illusion where they were getting wrapped by hundreds of monsters. Then Cross smiled and waved. The strings pierced into their skin and flayed their flesh. A single green string kept them alive as the other strings slowly peeled every piece of flesh from their bodies until only bone remained. The strings' movement was very slowly and rough as they slowly moved up from their toes to their legs then torso, until only a beating heart and head was left. These men were still alive by cross-life magic, well not for long. A life element string slowly sliced pieces of their hearts off. The slices were as thin as cicada wings. It was inhumane torture, meant to be as painful as possible. Three white souls appeared and Cross didn't even let those go as he slowly sliced their souls as well. Until there was nothing left, they didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Suero was completely white and Yunche gulped. Luna watched the whole thing coldly. How dare they even think about her daughter? Cross burned everything and suited up in his armor and mace before saying I'll be right back. And disappearing. Luna and the rest felt the ground tremble and there was an extremely loud boom, from a ways away. Then a raging fire tornado erupted from the ground to the skies. Cross returned and went back to normal as he said with a smile all done. Suero gulped and said SS strong. Yunche sat up and chuckled as he said excellent work. Couldn't have do it better myself. Though I would have stolen from them as well. Cross smirked and said who said I didn't? Yunche clapped and said amazing. 10/10. Cross chuckled and walked back over. Luna smiled and said in Elven I love you. Cross grinned and kissed her saying I love you too, Loony. 82, little chicken curse. The group waited for the kids to wake up. When they were awake the kids said you must help us. Those bad people. Cross smiled warmly and said those bad people are gone. They won't bother you ever again. I promise. The kids had their mouths open wide in an O shape. Cross chuckled and said where's your mommy and daddy, we'll take you back. The kids pointed the way before seeing Zephyr and Pandora and introducing themselves as Feng Xiuer and Feng Xian'er. Zephyr and Pandora did the same and they became friends right away as they played around. Cross carried Yunche over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes as he said honestly, you're such a joker. I even have to carry you. Yunche chuckled and said teasingly oh. My hero. Cross had a disgusted look as he said save it for the women. Gross. Yunche burst out laughing and looked at Suero with a small smile, seeing her watch over the kids like a caring mother made his heart beat faster. Suero looked over in Yunche's gentle gaze, she blushed deeply and looked flustered. Yunche's smile softened as he watched her. Cross brought them all to a small village. A man there looked over and saw Feng Xiuer and Feng Xian'er. The man ran over and shouted Xiuer. Xian'er. You're back. The two kids ran over shouting daddy. Zephyr and Pandora looked sad that their friends left. Cross patted their heads softly as he passed Yunche to a flustered Suero. Yunche grinned and said you really swept me off my feet, Suero. Suero flicked his forehead and chided you're still flirting in your condition. Yunche just chuckled weakly. The man said what happened? Xiuer said that Big Brother saved us. Xian'er added yeah and then he said that all the bad guys went away. Xiuer said happily we don't have to worry about the bad guys anymore. Xian'er cheered in delight. The man looked over at the group, he smiled and said thank you so much. This is a favor I can never repay. I'm Feng Beixuan and this is my wife Feng Kaiun. I am the current clan leader. Cross scratched his neck and said do you like repaying favors? I didn't even ask for one and you want to repay it. Luna elbowed him and bowed as she said softly it was nothing. A wave of a hand and it was done. Feng Beixuan's face stiffened and he said very well. Your friend looks pale, perhaps we can help. Suero smiled and said that would be wonderful, thank you. Cross coughed and said Clan Master Feng Beixuan said please, call me Beixuan, Senior. Cross almost coughed up blood and hooked his arm around Beixuan's neck as he said what senior? I'm a 24-year-old. You're like 50. As he roughed him up a bit. Beixuan tapped and said I'm 34. Cross let him go and gave him a smug smile as he said see, you are in fact the big brother in this situation. He. Cross held his hand near his mouth and laughed arrogantly as if he had won. Beixuan was startled and looked at the rest, who had wry smiles on their faces. Luna pulled Cross' ear as she said please excuse my husband, he's a moron. Kaiun giggled and said I think he was just trying to make us comfortable, isn't that right? Cross sighed as he said a saint of a woman. Big bro bye you have a good wife. Luna said dangerously as she pulled his ear I'm not a good wife. Cross paled and said the best. Who said you weren't? I'll beat him up. Beixuan laughed and said you're right, I'm not worthy of her. Kaiun smiled gently and hugged his arm. Beixuan smiled warmly as he said come this way, I'll arrange for your stays. Zephyr and Pandora dragged Xiuer and Xian'er to Cross as they said daddy. Xiuer and Xian'er have never seen snow. Cross pointed to a spot a bit away in a giant ice castle with a slide, frozen pond, and ice animals appeared. Literally everybody was stunned. All that. With just a point of a finger. A bunch of kids looked at the beautiful ice castle curiously, while Zephyr and Pandora dragged Xuer and Sienna off to play as they slid around the ice and giggled. Seeing other kids playing on the ice, the kids who were watching ran forward and started playing too. Cross smiled warmly and Beijuan trembled as he said gratefully thank you. Cross slapped his shoulder and said outrageously no problem, big bro. Beijuan jumped at big bro and said you shouldn't s. Cross slapped him again and said even if I was a god I wouldn't take back my words. If you're my big bro, then you're my big bro. He slapped Yunche and said tell him, little bro. Yunche complained since when was I the little bro? Cross slapped him again and said since I'm stronger than you. Yunche looked at Beijuan and said as you can see, I don't have a choice. Beijuan scratched his head and chuckled as he said guess I'm the big bro. Cross laughed and said that the spirit. As he slapped Beijuan's back, sneakily looking into his body to find out what the flame pattern on his forehead is. Results came to nothing. Cross asked big bro, what's the flame pattern on your forehead? Beijuan sighed and said the curse of the phoenix. Long ago our ancestors killed some innocent people and the phoenix cursed out bloodline. Cross said that's dumb. Does this moronic phoenix know its people are getting kidnapped and raped? Does it know that it's literally making you slaves? Beijuan sighed and shook his head. Cross said show me where this phoenix is, I'll give it a good beating. Beijuan jumped and said you can't talk like that. Cross scoffed and said why not? What's so special about a phoenix? I have two. Maybe I'll get another one today. Beijuan said you have two. Cross whistled blue, red, come out. Blue and red flew out of a crack next to Cross and revealed themselves. The entire Phoenix clan was in shock. Cross said you too. Do you feel any phoenixes here? Blue and red looked around before shaking their heads. Cross sneered look at that, the phoenix even ran away. Red said actually, I can feel a spirit. Cross said where? Red flew around, before going somewhere, Cross waved and Yunche felt his injuries recovering extremely fast. Yunche got up and Cross followed Red, while everyone was stunned. Yunche went after him, while Luna watched the kids. Suero, Beijuan and Kaiun were stunned. Luna said in. They might make a mess, don't be too surprised. I would be surprised if you are still cursed after today. Beijuan licked his dry lips and said your husband. Is he God? Luna laughed and said no, he's just a moron. A cute moron. Beijuan chuckled nervously and ran after Yunche and Cross shouting bro wait. Kaiun sat on the wood bench Luna made as she sighed this is too much for me. Suero sat on the opposite side of Luna and said I don't even know why I'm shocked anymore. Kaiun smiled at the children and said how old are they? Luna smiled lovingly and replied 7 years and 1 month. Kaiun smiled gently and said precious aren't they? Luna sighed and said sometimes a little bratty. Kaiun laughed and Suero asked nervously sis Luna, how is it? Having kids? Luna smiled and said the happiest and most anxiety-inducing thing in the world. Kaiun agreed as she said MHM. Luna looked at Suero and said sometimes you love them so much you just want to squeeze them and other times you just want to spank them till their butts are purple. Kaiun giggled and Suero laughed and looked at the kids as she said with longing I wish I could have some of my own. Luna snickered and said you say that now, but wait until they grow older. Kaiun added they run around all the time and when you still have to breastfeed. Luna rubbed her tits and said ugh. So painful. Suero was being fed all sorts of motherly advice. She sort of opened the floodgates and got a lot more than she wanted as Kaiun and Luna just gushed their experiences. Meanwhile, Cross, Yunche, Beijuan, along with Red and Blue arrived at a door of sorts. Red pointed at said the spirit is behind this door. Cross nodded and Red perched on Cross' shoulder with Blue, he shifted next to Blue but got a snort and Blue flew to the other shoulder. Cross chuckled and walked to the door as he knocked and shouted little chicken. Are you in there? Yunche chuckled while Beijuan paled. The door opened and sucked in Cross and Yunche before slamming shut. Beijuan paled and bit his nails in anxiety. Cross and Yunche entered a black space. 2 giant phoenix eyes appeared and looked at them, but before it could speak Cross shouted oi! You stupid chicken! Are you aware your descendants are getting captured and sold as slaves? How stupid can you possibly be? Limiting them to the 10th elementary realm because some moron accidentally killed a few innocents. The phoenix spirit was speechless and Cross continued so let me ask you. You're mad your descendant killed innocents, right? You don't kill innocents and you're a saint, right? How many innocents have you killed and let be abused and tortured because of your idiotic morals? Your own descendants no less. Cross threw his hands up in rage as he berated you might as well have killed all the descendants when you cursed them. Then they wouldn't have to suffer forever. Do you know 2 innocent children would have been sold as slaves and probably used as sex slaves had we not interfered? Cross had a disgusted look on his face and said you're pathetic. Yunche was not expecting that at all, Jasmine was even more stunned. This guy, so manly? The phoenix eyes trembled, it was unclear if it was rage or humiliation, but they trembled nonetheless. 83, dumb chicken gets its feathers plucked. The phoenix eyes locked onto Cross and said you dare. Cross pointed and shouted I do dare. What are you going to do about it? Go ahead kill me, another innocent, because of your stupidity. Do it. I dare you. The phoenix spirit was trembling in anger and humiliation and Cross snarled in rage what's this? Can't do it? Are you angry? Humiliated? Sad? Fuck you. All those people outside worship you and you treat them like this. They believe they're in the wrong and should be punished. Cross was breathing heavy and glaring at the phoenix spirit as he added show me your soul fragment. Let me shatter it for you and put you out of your misery. The phoenix glared at Cross and said shut up. Cross sneered and said you realized? Good. Now fix the people outside. The phoenix was silent for a while before saying I can't. Cross almost lost it and said what? The phoenix said only those who pass the trial and obtain my bloodline and purge the curse. Cross was so angry he laughed instead. Yunche frowned and said I'll do it. The phoenix looked at him and Yunche disappeared. Cross sneered at the phoenix and crossed his arms. Jasmine flew out of the void and stopped next to Cross as she said you didn't have to throw me out. Cross waved his hand and said just ignore the chicken, it's worthless anyway. The phoenix was humiliated and said how am I supposed to know what happens outside? I don't even know how much time passed outside. Cross roared and you think that makes you innocent? You should have stripped the man of his bloodline. Why curse it for generations? You could have slaughtered every man, woman, and child instead. The phoenix said but they were in a Cross sneered they were innocent were they? So I guess cursing them to be the weakest existence on the plane was better? Letting them be at the mercy of anything that decides to walk by was a good thing, after all they have the fires of a phoenix. They should be happy to be so noble. They should be happy that, although they're enslaved, they can light their cigarettes. Cross clapped sarcastically and said excellent move. You know what, I take back my words. Curse them again, make them mortals this time. Those damn villagers. I can't believe their ancestor accidentally killed some innocents. The phoenix trembled and stayed silent. Jasmine looked at Cross and said you're pretty angry. Cross waved and said it's because of those damn kids. After you have your own you get a soft spot for all of them. Jasmine looked at him and said slowly yet. Cross nodded and crossed his arms in a huff. A while later. Yunche returned and the phoenix said you passed the trial. I will award you with the phoenix's gift. Cross grumbled you'll be cursed for the rest of your life but at least you'll have phoenix flames, good job Yunche. The phoenix glared at him as said you really hate me. Cross answered almost immediately probably more than you think, actually. The phoenix sneered and said very well then. You will get my bloodline, let's see how you feel after that. 3 drops of golden bloodshot appeared. Cross was locked in place and struggled as he said I will shatter your spirit. Don't you dare. The phoenix sneered and the 3 golden drops of blood shot towards Yunche, Cross, and Red. Red was a fellow phoenix, so naturally it got some blood. The phoenix spirit was hopeful it would evolve. Right now it was just a normal phoenix. Maybe it would become a divine phoenix. Red trembled and it returned to the inner world with Blue, who was curious what would happen to Red. This fellow got blessed by another phoenix. What a lucky guy. She still didn't like him though. Cross glared at the phoenix eyes as he burst into flames. Cross black lines lit up and hit killing intense sword, it was so strong it almost took form. Inside Cross body the phoenix blood was trying to devour Cross blood elf bloodline. But how could that possibly happen? This was called the last blood elf not the last phoenix elf. Cross blood elf bloodline attacked and reverse devoured the phoenix bloodline, assimilating it with itself, just as it had done with the green grass bloodline years ago. Cross face turned surprised as he looked inside his body. His blood was red with traces of gold in it. Cross sneered and said come, let me crush your spirit, my bloodline is higher than yours already. The phoenix was shocked and said what? The phoenix looked at Cross closely before gasping as she stuttered why you? Impossible. You should be extinct. Cross sneered and said well I'm not, can you believe it? Now show me your spirit I'm going to rip it to pieces. Trying to rid my bloodline. Who the fuck do you think you are? His pressure gushed out as he felt a primordial rage from deep within. It was like his very cells were angry. The phoenix trembled and formed into a light phoenix before it fell to the ground and bowed its head as it said I'm sorry. Cross-eye glowed green and the restraints shattered as his voice morphed into 2 different voices speaking at once you filthy creature dared to rid my children on their bloodline. The phoenix started trembling fiercely as it spoke again I was unaware he was your child. Please spare me. I was given a task by the Lord. Cross spoke with a sneer that mongrel raised you? No wonder you are arrogant. Where is that brat anyway? The phoenix said sadly dead. Your child is friends with his successor. Cross was silent as he said very well. You shall give my child 15 drops of origin blood and your heart fire. The phoenix trembled and replied, but... Cross shouted, is there an issue? You filthy thing should be ecstatic that I am gracing you with the opportunity to help my child. Plus you have 2 heart fires anyway. I can sense it. The phoenix shivered in fear as a bright gold flame appeared along with a big ball of blood. Cross snorted and raised his hands as he said, first sacred symbol. The vermilion phoenix. The heart fire flew out and merged into Cross' chest. On his back, directly south of the black ring, a lifelike gold and red phoenix appeared. Cross waved a bottle and the origin blood was sucked in. Then he said, you shall not speak a word of me to my child. Understand? The phoenix nodded and Cross waved his hands. Everything Jasmine and Yunche just saw was erased. The phoenix was back to normal and Cross did too. He looked at the bottle in his hand and said, what is this? The phoenix said, I'm sorry for before, the origin blood and my heart fire are an apology. The phoenix quickly taught Yunche the world ode of the phoenix and explained that it was fragmented and he would have to find the rest in the Divine Phoenix Empire's Divine Phoenix sect. The phoenix gave Yunche a bottle with a Divine Phoenix pill and said that he should eat it now and try and comprehend the world ode of the phoenix for a month. Yunche ate the pill and Cross frowned, too slow, I'm not waiting a month. As he waved and an orange bubble landed on Yunche. Cross snapped his fingers and Jasmine said in absolute shock, time element. Cross said, yet. It should be 1 hour to a minute inside there. Jasmine was in turmoil, he had control over time and space. Was there nothing he couldn't do? The phoenix trembled in fear at this point, the kid was so powerful already, if he got up there he would be a monster. Cross looked at Jasmine and said, you know, I have a problem with fire phoenixes. Red was originally enslaved. I just realized fire phoenixes piss me off. Jasmine slapped her forehead and looked at Cross, completely speechless. This guy had a problem with fire phoenixes. She wished she could even touch a phoenix and Cross enslaved one. Though she thought it was par for the course, he was so amazing, handsome, strong, caring. Jasmine's cheeks turned pink and she went back to the sky poison pearl and hid in her bed, completely flustered. Cross scratched his cheek and muttered, is she angry? Jasmine almost threw up blood in her bed, you stupid blockhead. Really, it wasn't Cross' fault, how was he supposed to know what she was thinking? He didn't use legilimency on her and his head was full of Luna, he didn't even consider the possibility of someone else liking him or him liking them back. Time slowly passed and a day later. Yunche came out of the time bubble as he said, done. The phoenix nodded and threw them both out of the trial grounds right away. Yunche and Cross got out and Yunche said that was rude. Cross waved and said, who cares? Let's go cure the people. Yunche nodded seriously as they went back to the village. Cross and Yunche gathered everyone up and cured all the villagers. Beijuan was so happy he hugged Yunche and Cross as he said, my brothers. I won't ever forget this. Cross and Yunche chuckled and grabbed his neck with either arms as they said, big bro, we won't forgive you if we don't celebrate. Beijuan laughed and said, let's. Ha 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 ha. Cross and Yunche chuckled and cheered as Beijuan got out some alcohol and the village celebrated being free. A while later. Cross had a smooth blush on his face as he said, you. Little bro. You're not as handsome as me. Yunche swayed and said, bah. You look like a woman. Cross gasped and said, you. Before lunging at him as they started fighting. Beijuan said, whoa. Whoa. Brothers. Relax. Actually, I'm the most handsome of the 3 of us. Cross and Yunche gasped and dragged Beijuan into the dust brawl. A while later. Cross was humming and massaging Luna's back, she had somehow convinced him while he was drunk. Cross dug his fingers into Luna's smooth back and said dubiously, how is it, my wife? Do you love me? Am I the most handsome? Luna hummed yes. Cross whispered, later tonight I'll give you a full body massage, how about it? Luna smiled softly and said, I would love that. Cross grinned and continued massaging with a happy expression. Cross snapped his fingers and said, I almost forgot. Suero. He shouted that last part. Suero showed up and said yes. Cross waved her over and said, I got something for you. That stupid chicken did something right for once in its life. He took out a bottle and a single drop of golden blood floated out before shooting into Suero's forehead. Cross put the bottle away and hummed as he went back to massaging. Suero was stunned and closed her eyes as she felt a warm current in her veins. She burst into golden flames and her cultivation rose explosively. True profound 4th level. 5th. 6th. 7th. 8th. 9th. It stopped at true profound 9th level. Suero cried and hugged Cross as she said, why you're so nice to me. Why? Cross held her back and said goofily, you're a friend, not to mention a potential sister-in-law. Suero blushed but said, and if I don't marry him? Cross shrugged and said, you're still a friend. I don't have many friends. Suero was silent for a moment before smiling beautifully as she said, thank you, Cross. Cross smiled and said, Yunche will teach you the world ode of the phoenix, go quickly, go. Suero smiled happily and skipped away to go find Yunche. 84, Blue Wind Imperial City. Luna sighed and said, what if she starts liking you? Cross shrugged and said, I don't like her, so she'll get the Hermione treatment. Luna said, you did that on purpose. Cross smiled and said, do you think I'm stupid, loony? Luna shook her head and Cross explained, I just didn't like her. Why would I be with someone I didn't like? Just because they have feelings for me and would feel bad if I didn't accept them? What a joke. Luna was silent for a few moments before saying, and if you do like them? Cross movements paused for a moment before he continued and said, I don't know. You're my wife, I see how you act around me. I know you love me with every fiber of your being and you're very possessive. Luna looked down but Cross continued with a happy tone, and I love that about you. I love when you're all over me and how you shower me with love and care. You make me feel special with your constant attention, we even have kids. Although one technically didn't come out of you, she still has both our blood in her. Luna smiled happily and Cross added as he continued massaging, the question is, what will you do? If you left me, I honestly would be lost. You've become a part of me, without you I'm nothing. I can't even imagine not seeing you for a long time, never mind never seeing you again. Maybe I would go crazy. Cross poured out all his emotions and feelings into his words, they were filled with love and care but also deep fear. Luna could feel all over it, she knew he was telling the truth. It made her beyond happy but also a little bit sad, she felt like he was constantly in fear of her leaving him. Cross sniffed and said emotionally, your love, care, gentleness, quirkiness, silliness. I love them all, you know when I almost lost you I was so angry. I just wanted to destroy everything. I would have given my life to keep you. I almost did. You are truly everything to me. Even if I do happen to love someone else you will always be my true love. In this life, the next, and every other one after that. Luna sat up and looked at Cross with watery eyes as she said through sobs, are you being serious? Cross's eyes watered and he smiled gently, I meant every word. Luna covered her mouth and said Cross. Before tears fell from her eyes and she kissed him deeply. Cross hugged Luna tightly and kissed her tear-soaked lips. Luna wrapped her arms around his neck as Cross fell into a crack and disappeared into his inner world. Cross laid down on the bed and just held Luna as they separated from each other's lips. They looked into each other's eyes with endless love. Luna said gently, I love you. Cross held her waist with one arm and stroked her cheek with the other as he said, I love you too, Luna. More than anything. Luna cried again and laughed before kissing him and slowly undressing him. That night it was a soft and loving night. Low moans filled with tenderness sounded in the room. The next day, Cross was wearing sunglasses as well as his black hoodie, a black t-shirt, black shorts, and pink furry bunny slippers. After last night's talk, Luna brought the kids into the castle and told Cross she was going to stay inside to convert her energy as quick as possible. Cross set up a time bubble for her. The reason he didn't do so before was because, well, he forgot. Luna sat on the bed with a 1 hour 1 minute time bubble around her. Cross told her he would come in and check on her every night. Luna steeled her heart and started converting her energy, prepared to not see him for basically a month. Every 24 hours was 60 days in the bubble and 12 hours was 30 days. Luna was pretty emotional about it, but she wanted to get stronger so that Cross wouldn't ever have to feel despair of losing her. If she had her way, she would protect him, not the other way around. Cross walked over to Yunche and Suero. Cross said, yo, see you later big bro. Beijuan hugged him and Yunche as he said, thank you, little brothers. Feng Beijuan, will be your brother for life. Cross and Yunche grinned and they slapped his shoulder as they said, you forgot to add least handsome. Ha 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 ha. Beijuan laughed and shook his head as he said, in. See you when I see you. Yunche, Cross, and Suero smiled and left. Yunche and Suero got on the snowbird while Cross jumped from his invisible strings in the sky, making it seem like he was running on the air. His hood was down and his neck-length black hair waved in the wind. With the glasses and his hands in his pockets, he really did look just too damn cool. Yunche smiled proudly and said, that's my brother. With satisfaction, Suero giggled and said, he is very cool. Yunche smirked and said, you know, I might not be as handsome as him but I know how to please a woman. Suero giggled with a pink face as she said, is that so? Yunche chuckled and they talked a bit on their way to Blue Wind Imperial City. A strange occurrence happened. Every night, every inn, in every city, only had one room left. It was the absolutely strangest thing. Yunche beamed and Suero slowly got used to it. One day, Cross walked into the room to see Suero hugging Yunche like an octopus while she was sleeping. Yunche threw his hands up as if to say, I'm innocent. Cross almost slapped him. Of course he could see that he wasn't blind. He realized Suero must have done this every night. No wonder she was so flustered the second time, but they Cross assumed she got used to it after the third, fourth, fifth time. Maybe she even started hugging him before she went to sleep? Anyway. 10 days passed since they left the Phoenix clan and they finally arrived at Blue Wind Imperial City. The three were standing in front of the Blue Wind Profound Palace. Cross was getting real tired of palaces. He was surprised the Phoenix Village wasn't called Phoenix Palace. Cross just groaned and Suero was confused. Yunche explained he doesn't like how everything is a palace, he also doesn't like when people monologue, or act arrogant in front of him, or act like young masters, or look at his wife. Yunche turned around and said, "What do you like?" Cross said simply, "My wife." Yunche said, "Oh." Before turning to Suero and chuckling, "There you go." Suero rolled her eyes and spoke into a stone. Palace Chief Qin's voice came over, "You're alive." Suero rubbed her ears and Yunche shouted, "You damn old man. Can't you keep your voice down?" Qin Wu appeared in front of them and said, "Sorry, I was excited. I thought you two died." Cross said, "Yeah, fuck you too, old man." Qin Wu coughed and said, "And Cross too, of course." Cross rolled his eyes and Qin Wu said, "Anyway. I heard that Xiao sect even had their floorboards taken away. Some quack passed as a genius doctor and swept them clean of their treasury." Ha ha ha. Suero shot Yunche an amused glance and said, "Oh." Qin Wu didn't notice and said, "Yet." It was hilarious to see that old fart's reaction. "Hey Yunche chuckled and Qin Wu said, "Oh yet. I brought Yuanba here as Wel. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law." Yuanba ran over and lunged at Yunche, who waved his hands with a scared expression as he said, "Yuanba. No. I'm." Boom. Cross blocked Yunche and Yuanba from smashing into him and Yunche muttered, "Ow." Yuanba cried as he said, "I thought you died." Yunche said weakly, "I just might." But his eyes were wet as he was truly happy to see Yuanba, one of the only people who would cry about him. Mirong, not as handsome as Cross, made another stellar appearance and said from far away, "So it's you." Cross flashed over and slapped him again, sending him flying across Blue Wind Imperial City, before going back to his previous position. Suero said, "Instructor Qin, I'll trouble you to get Yunche and Cross a residence in Blue Wind Profound PA. Just get them a residence, please." Cross patted her shoulder with a happy smile. Suero rolled her eyes with a smile of her own. Qin Wu nodded and said, "What about you? You still have a spot in the middle palace?" Cross asked. "Inside the palace, there's more palaces." Qin Wu nodded and said, "There's an outer palace, an inner palace, and a middle palace." Cross rubbed his face and shouted, "You damn old man. Can't you call it something else? Where's your manager?" Qin Wu said, "I don't know what a manager is, but the emperor arranged it." Cross shot up a finger and said, "Then I will see the emperor." As he walked away, Suero said, "That's the gate to leave the city." Cross came back and said shamelessly, "Then I shall see the emperor another time." Suero giggled and said, "Anyway, Instructor Qin, I will go see my father. Please arrange everything." Qin Wu smiled and said, "Not an issue. Follow me, you two." Cross patted Suero's shoulder and left an invisible string tracker on her as he said, "See ya." Before leaving with the rest. Suero shook her head with a smile before leaving. Cross whispered to Yunche, "I tagged her with my string, if she's in danger or something happens I will know. I can also hear, see, smell, and talk with it." Yunche nodded and said, "Thank you." Cross slapped his back and said, "For sister-in-law? No problem." Yunche got serious as he said, "No, seriously. Thank you. She told me what you did." Cross smiled gently and said, "Like I said, it's not an issue. You're my brother and that's what I do." Yunche genuinely smiled as he said, "I got lucky to have a brother like you." Cross snorted and said, "Going soft on me now." Yunche rubbed his nose with a grin. "Bah. Who needs you? You're not as handsome as me anyways." Cross laughed and shook his head as he said, "I think you hit your head too hard." Yunche grinned and said nothing as they followed Qin Wu to the central testing area. Cross, Yunche, and Yuanba were getting tested to enter the sect or palace or whatever. Surprisingly, the man who was slapped 3 times was there too. How he got back so fast, nobody knew. Mirong, whatever his name was, tested and passed. He sneered in Cross' direction. He was feeling confident as there was a lot of people around, surely he wouldn't get slapped. He opened his mouth and said why. Cross flashed and slapped him so fast it looked like Mirong entered the sky profound realm and flew away. Cross was already in his position and sighed as he said that time it was on instinct. Yunche chuckled and Yuanba's eyes bulged out as he said, "Whoa. He's in the sky profound realm." Cross sighed and patted Yuanba's head. He felt a bit sad at the moment. He wondered where Astoria was right now. He missed her a bit. Everyone who came with him was actually extremely strong. As long as they didn't provoke in sovereign realms, they should be fine. That still didn't stop him from worrying though. He wondered where Daphne was. "Speak of the fucking devil!" Daphne shouted Cross. As she ran over. All the men sighed and glared at Cross. Yunche was confused. Who was this woman? Qin Wu said, "Ms. Greengrass. What are you doing here?" Daphne ignored him and clung to Cross like a koala as she cried, "I missed you." The entire audience was stunned. Cross smiled and stroked her hair as he said, How are you?" Daphne pouted, "I got a job in the palace." Qin Wu almost spat out blood as he said, "Ms. Greengrass. You really shouldn't, Daphne hissed. I'm talking to my brother, relax. The men all nodded their heads in approval, giving Qin Wu a thumbs up for getting to the important questions. Cross smiled warmly as he said, did you see Mom or Dad? Daphne shook her head and said, last I heard they were exploring the world. Draco and Astoria settled down in the city, while the rest disappeared. Actually, Ron was here trying to find a wife, but was unsuccessful. He left for the Divine Phoenix Empire. Cross nodded and asked reluctantly, and Hermione? Daphne smirked and said, are you joining Blue Wind Profound Palace? Cross wavered as he said, depending on your answer. Daphne laughed and said, she's a teacher. Cross sighed and said, is it not fun to find love on your own? Daphne laughed and got down, hugging his arm as she said, well? Who's this? Cross said, this is my new brother, Yunche, and this is Yuanba. He's really nice. Daphne added, and cute. Yuanba was flustered at the compliment and said, TT thank you. Daphne giggled and said, nice to meet you both, I'm Daphne. Yunche smiled and said, nice to meet you. Daphne slapped Cross' shoulder and said, oh yet. I have to go. I came to do something but now I have to go back. I'll see you later, okay. Cross rolled his eyes and waved as he said, yet, I'll see you later. It's not happening by the way. Daphne pouted, please. It would be fun. Cross shook his head and said she must have found someone else. I don't believe she's still obsessed. Daphne shook her head and disappeared saying, you'll see. Cross sighed and Yunche said, what happened? Cross said, it's a woman, she won't move on. It's like she's determined to love me. Yunche almost slapped him as he said, isn't that a good thing? Cross sighed and said, I just don't love her, what am I supposed to do? Pretend? She won't be happy and neither will I. She has to move on. Anyway, shouldn't we be tested? I've been waiting. Qin Wu said, right, come with me. Yunche, Cross, and Yuanba all passed and Qin Wu brought them to the second test. Combat Strength Test. 85, Ancestor Murong and the Arranged Match. Cross stood on the stage for his assessment. Basically they had to exchange 7 moves with a senior brother. Cross kinda just wanted to go to his room and relax and the senior brother named Feng Yu looked to be oozing reluctance and arrogance. Feng Yu waved and said, let's get this over with. Cross let out a breath of relief and said, you want to finish quickly too? That's good. Before disappearing, before anybody knew it, a loud pa sound echoed and Feng Yu was sent spiraling in the air. Cross looked at Qin Wu and said, am I strong enough to stay now? Honestly, so many trials. It's really annoying. Qin Wu nodded speechlessly. Cross scratched his neck and retreated to Yunche's side, looking around cautiously as he said, Yunche, make it fast before. Cross' pupils shrank and he hid behind Yuanba, latching onto his back and appearing like he wasn't there. Yuanba was stunned and spun around saying, Cross. Cross shushed him and Yunche looked over to see a beautiful woman walking over. He was surprised, this was the woman? She was stunning. Yunche was called to the stage and he left as Hermione walked over and turned Yuanba around before snorting. Cross chuckled and said, Hermione. Nice to see you again. You're doing well, I hope. Hermione pulled him off Yuanba and pouted, I missed you. Cross sighed and patted her head as he said, are you okay? Hermione hugged him and said, MHM. Cross rubbed her back softly as he said, how is everything? I hope you're being treated well. Hermione listened to his heartbeat and smiled at his warmth as she said, yes, I'm doing fine. She looked up and said, you. Cross grinned and said, when have you ever had to worry about me? She smiled and hummed in agreement. Cross patted her head and said, so what are you doing here? I thought you would travel around and learn new things. Also, how's your conversion going? Hermione replied, well, I was doing that. Then I found this place and when I asked you use their library they attacked me. I fought back and beat them up, then someone else asked me to stay and teach. But teach what? I have no idea. Cross hummed and tapped her forehead, his finger lit up and all his medical knowledge flooded into her brain as well as everything he learned from Jasmine about cultivation in general and everything he knew about fighting. Hermione's eyes glazed over as she digested the information. When she returned she teared up and said, you know, you keep helping me all the time. Do you know how hard it is to stop loving you? Cross stiffened and he spoke in English. Hermione, Hermione cut him off in English as she said, I know. I've known for a long time, but even then I won't stop loving you. You saved my life multiple times and protected me. I can't stop feeling like this. Cross sighed and said ruthlessly, you will die alone. Hermione smiled and said, I know. But this is good enough. Cross shook his head and smiled a bit as he replied, I can wipe myself from your memories, you know. One day you might just wake up forgetting I exist. Hermione jumped back and shook her head frantically with tears in her eyes as she said, please don't. Cross sighed and said, fine. She smiled and said, I'll see you later then. Before leaving, Cross watched her go. He felt bad, but what was he going to do? He didn't have feelings for her. Sure, he liked her, she was nice, but love? Forget about it, it was never there and it would never happen. He felt bad but he also felt she was too stubborn, why insist on torturing yourself? That's just dumb. Cross shook his head and forgot about her as Yun Che returned saying nice talk. Cross sighed and said not nice. Yun Che shook his head and there was a shout, which one of you is Cross and Yun Che? Cross and Yun Che looked over and saw the guy who wasn't as handsome as them with someone who looked similar to him. Someone decided to become an exposition machine for the plot. That's Mirong Yi, ranked 73rd on the Heavenly Profound list. Then he seemed to fizzle away into dust as if he never existed, he didn't even have a name. A moment of silence for him. Cross and Yun Che looked at Mirong whatever and Mirong Jr. pointed at the duo as he said cousin. That's them. They Hai Mirong Jr. was sent flying with a slap for the 5th time, it seemed even his cousin couldn't protect him. Mirong Jr.'s 4th cousin twice removed said you've been hitting my cousin at. As he looked at Yun Che, who pointed to himself in confusion. Cousin Mirong said you, Yun Che. I shall beat you silly today. As he shot towards Yun Che, Cross was about to step out when another teenager stepped out and blocked the estranged cousin Mirong. Cousin, and quite possibly uncle, Mirong shouted Sikongdu. What is the meaning of this? Sikongdu said you should let your cousin handle his own affairs. No. Grandpa Mirong was about to say something, when Cross cut him off. Yes, you'll never let this go and you'll cripple little Che. We've heard this story 100 times already. Get to the revenge plotting already. Yun Che chuckled and said directly Mirong whatever your name is, do you dare give me 3 months? Great-grandpa Mirong laughed and said as if you see Cross waved yet. As if you could ever beat me blah blah blah. You're very long-winded, eh? Stop barking and agree. Yun Che sneered and said unless you don't even have the balls to do it. Ancestor Mirong seethed with rage and said I agree. Sikongdu said Yun Che. What are you doing? Yun Che smiled and said many thanks, brother Sikong. Is Sikong Han your father? Sikongdu blinked before nodding with a smile as he said correct. Qin Wu and someone who looked like Qin Wu appeared and said we have witnessed this agreement and the appointed time will be 10 am 3 months later. Yun Che, Cross, you will both be sent to the inner palace. Before leaving a Sikongdu brought them to the inner palace. Cross looked around at all the things, while Yun Che talked to Sikongdu. Yuanba was sent to the outer palace. Sikongdu brought them to the Sky Weapons Pavilion. The three walked inside and saw a ton of weapons lying around everywhere. Sikongdu said I recommend you to choose a sword. I use a sword. Yun Che nodded and said then I'll use a sword. He walked to the sword rank and there was a huge chunk of iron lying there, collecting dust. Yun Che asked what's this? Sikongdu replied this is the only remaining earth profound weapon here. It's called Overlord's sword, and it was once wielded thousands of years ago by someone from the Blue Wind Empire known as the Overlord. He once used this sword to slaughter countless enemies and made several impressively outstanding military exploits. After his death, this weapon was sent to the Sky Weapon Pavilion, and it has silently lain here for many years. Unfortunately, this earth profound weapon is a heavy sword, as profound practitioner, there is simply no one who would pick it. Yun Che asked why not. Sikongdu cleared his throat and went on a rant once more. It's very simple. Because it is a heavy sword, with a huge sword body and incredible weight, even though it is classified as a sword, it is not as flexible as a sword should be. Also, with its incredible weight, just controlling it is an incredible difficult task, and even if you could control it, after time you wave it, you will consume a considerable amount of profound energy. Sikongdu looked at the sword and continued cumbersome, difficult to control, consumes a lot of energy, these three disadvantages ensure that no profound practitioner will select it. Its greatest advantage, is that once you strike with it, it will generate massive destruction, but with such a cumbersome weapon, it is impossible to swing it with any speed. Hitting the opponent is very difficult, and swinging it will create many opportunities for the opponent to strike back. He looked at Yun Che and explained because of this sword is only suitable for the battlefield, if one can control it well, it would definitely be a weapon capable of slaughtering many. But this is definitely not suitable for us profound practitioners, when fighting someone, not only will it not provide assistance, it would even become a burden. Sikongdu paused for a moment before adding also, even though a great sword is considered a sword, its characteristics are completely different than a regular sword, so all profound techniques involving swords are not suitable for this great sword. As of now, the Supreme Profound Hall has 347 sword-related profound techniques, but none pertain to great swords. Just as the Overlord sword was about to ascend to the pinnacle of duct collecting and become a master duct collector, Yun Che walked over and picked it up slowly, all the veins in his arm bulging out. Yun Che lifted it in the air and said excitedly I'll be taking this sword. Sikongdu almost slapped him as he said Moron. Did you not just hear my magnificent speech? Cross chuckled and said cool. Swords are overrated, I use a mace. Sikongdu looked at him with a strange expression and Cross grabbed his pitch-black mace out of thin air. Yun Che looked excited and wanted to swing his sword at him but couldn't. The sword disappeared and Cross dropped the mace, it sank into the floor and disappeared. Cross gave the two a smug look as he said, what do you think? Handsome. Sikongdu threw his hands up and said, both of you. Idiots. Let's go. Before storming off, while Cross and Yunche chuckled and followed him. Sikongdu brought them to the Supreme Profound Ultimate God Technique Hall. Yunche took 2 techniques from a bargain bin and left, much to Sikongdu's frustration. Sikongdu brought them to their residences and said, here you go, you damn fools. Before stomping off, Cross muttered, he's just jealous, because he's not as handsome as me. Sikongdu tripped and left at a faster pace as Yunche laughed. A while later, Yunche was in his room and trying to lift the sword. Cross was to the side watching him. Jasmine was sitting next to him and said, why did you choose the heavy sword? Yunche smiled and said, because I feel excited looking at it. Cross lifted the sword with one hand as he said, it's a good sword. He flipped it in the air and caught it again as he got serious and said, a sword like this, it's used to protect. You understand this, right? Jasmine trembled and Yunche nodded as he said, I know. Cross grabbed the tip and pointed the handle at Yunche as he said, taking this sword, you must protect your loved ones or else the sword will collapse and become useless. A sword without a purpose isn't a sword at all. Yunche grabbed the handle seriously and lifted it saying, I understand. Jasmine looked at Cross in shock and saw a gentle smile as he said, hopefully, you will do the sword a justice. Jasmine teared up and returned to the Sky Poison Pearl. Yunche said, you know about swords. Cross shook his head and said, I traveled my previous world for my honeymoon, we went everywhere. I soaked up all my knowledge on weapons around the world. That's what I came up with after learning about them all. Yunche smirked and said, plagiarizing. Cross waved with a smirk as he said, what do you know? Yunche chuckled and Jasmine said, I will teach you the great way of the Buddha. Only my brother and I know about it. It's a divine profound art. Yunche said, you have a brother. Jasmine gave a soft hum in return and said he used a heavy sword as well. He fought for the same reasons Cross mentioned. Yunche said, I wish I could meet him one day. Cross sighed and shook his head, he could feel Jasmine's sadness. This brother of hers was probably dead. Jasmine coughed and said, this divine art will let you control the heavy sword easily. Cross and Yunche gasped in shock, after all, who didn't want to be a buff and handsome young man with big aspirations and a cool posture when defeating enemies? 86, great way? Only something to be crushed. Jasmine said, tomorrow I will teach you. Yunche nodded and got some rest. Cross went into the Sky Poison Pearl and saw Jasmine wiping her eyes. He walked forward and said gently, are you okay? Jasmine jumped and said with a flustered expression, why you? Can't you tell me when you are going to pop in here? Cross chuckled and said, sorry. Your brother. He's dead. Jasmine stiffened and Cross awkwardly hugged her saying, if it helps. I have never seen my parents before. Jasmine grabbed onto his shirt tightly and cried. Cross rubbed her back and hummed softly, as Luna does to him. Jasmine slowly fell asleep with puffy red eyes. Cross picked her up in a princess carry and put her in her bed before covering her with a blanket gently and going back to his inner world. The next day, Cross came out into the Sky Poison Pearl and Jasmine was sitting on her bed with a pink face. Cross was confused and said, hey, Jas. Jasmine attacked him in embarrassment and Cross suited up before swinging his mace to meet her. Jasmine said coldly, you're still too weak. Cross chuckled and gulped as he shot towards her and they started sparring again. A while later, Cross was on his ass and his armor was shattered in several places while his mace was destroyed. He groaned and Jasmine said, enough for today. Yunche is in the profound whatever room. Cross dispelled the armor and mace before teleporting out with Jasmine. They appeared in the room and Jasmine said, this place isn't bad. Cross sniffed and said, my inner world is 100 times better than this place. Jasmine rolled her eyes and said, both of you sit down. Cross pointed at himself in shock and Jasmine said, you're learning too. Did you think you were every strong? Wrong. You're weak. She slapped him to the ground and shouted, sit. Yunche trembled and felt Jasmine was a little angry today. Cross sat down and grumbled, damn lowly. Just you wait, one day I'll. Jasmine glared at him and he shut his mouth but still grumbled internally as he sat next to Yunche. Jasmine snorted but her eyes were smiling. She reached out and tapped on Cross and Yunche's foreheads. Cross waved his hand just before she touched him and a 1 minute time bubble appeared. Everything faded to black and Cross heard a voice, do you have the ability to comprehend the great way of the Buddha, young elf? Cross said, you know what I am. A man was floating in front of him as he nodded, of course. I have seen your kind before. Answer my question, youngster. Cross nodded and said, I do. The man asked, what is your understanding? Cross said slowly, I want to protect my family and become the strongest being to ever live. I don't want to live at the mercy of someone or something else. The man nodded and said, very good. This is indeed what your soul desires, but you must learn what great way and Buddha is if you wish to comprehend the art. So then, tell me. What is your understanding of these two? Cross said, the great way is everything. The people, the plants, the energy, and the laws. The man nodded but Cross continued but it is also nothing. It is something that can be surpassed, can be broken, can be bent to the mercy of anyone strong enough to bend it. I am the Great Way and the Great Way is me. The man trembled and said marvelous. Excellent. Cross added as for Buddha. From what I've understood of Buddhism. You are Buddha and I am Buddha. Buddha lives inside every living being. The man almost dissipated his owl soul in excitement as he said come, child. Seek your Great Way and your Buddha. Cross had a vicious expression on his face which turned to a light one, then a calm, soul-stirring, smile as he body flashed a silver light and a small pagoda sank into his head. Cross opened his eyes and saw Jasmine staring at him, completely dumbfounded. Cross stood up and walked out of the time bubble before saying end. Jasmine mumbled in disbelief 30 minutes. Cross rubbed his chin and said that long? 30 minutes outside is 30 hours inside. Jasmine almost slapped him and said long. My brother took 33 days. Cross ducked under her little fist as he said all right. All right. Stop yelling. You angry little loli. Jasmine seated and grabbed him before entering the sky poison pearl and sparring again. A while later. Cross and Jasmine were back outside again and Cross had a black eye as he said hatefully you damn loli, I swear one of these days I'll spank you good. Jasmine blushed and shouted do you want another beating? Cross grinned and curled his fingers as he said come on. This time I'll beat you. Jasmine lunged at him and they started fighting as Yunche opened his eyes and stepped out of the time bubble. Jasmine and Cross stopped and looked over. Jasmine was clawing at Cross, who grabbed her wrists and held them back, they were in a very ambiguous position. Yunche felt awkward and Cross threw Jasmine away as he said took you long enough. I had to wait another 42 minutes. Yunche said 42 minutes. Cross nodded and said you were inside for 3 days or 72 hours or 1 hour and 12 minutes. Yunche said can't I just sit inside it for 3 months straight? Cross chuckled and said if you want to be a middle-aged man when you come out be my guest. You'll be there for 15 years if you sit there for 3 months. Yunche smiled wryly as he touched his nose and said never mind. Jasmine flew back in an angry look as she said you only crossed the threshold. Go back and get the first realm. Cross sat back down in the time bubble and started cultivating again, not bothering with an enraged Jasmine. Yunche chuckled and ran back into the time bubble. Cross sat down and absorbed the vitality in the air, reforming his blood, bones, hair, flesh, everything. Cross profound veins looked to be shining like pitch-black crystals, every single one of them, the sparkling veins were glittered with multicolored specks, as was his profound energy. Cross felt a warm calming aura nourishing his body, every nook and cranny of him was being thoroughly cleansed and reformed. Even his void energy was being purified as it circulated faster and faster, kicking up the conversion process by several notches. His aura steadily increased and his body glowed gold. A golden pagoda appeared over his head and sank down. His body dimmed and Cross opened his eyes before stepping out of the time bubble. Jasmine stared at him in a daze with rosy cheeks. Cross was confused and touched his face as he said did I get more handsome? Jasmine gulped and turned away in a fluster. Cross ignored her and waved his hand, making a water mirror before cursing fuck. I look like a woman. Though he was extremely handsome. Too handsome even. Even the author started to hate him for being more handsome than himself. Cross had smooth fair skin in stark contrast to his pitch-black tattoos. His piercing and beautiful red ruby eyes, and sharp features made him look heroic yet gentle. The biggest change was his hair. It was now as smooth as silk and flowed down his back. Cross was truly upset. He looked at Jasmine and said how long has it been? Yunche woke up and his aura flared up to true profound 5th level. Cross was a whole great realm ahead of him at spirit profound 5th level. Jasmine said well it's been 20 days outside. Cross almost spit out blood and crushed the time bubble angrily. Yunche said what happened? Cross slapped him and said we spent 3 years in that fucking bubble. Yunche looked at himself and said Cross cursed now my hair is like this. Jasmine said you crossed the first realm of the Great Way of the Buddha. You may be at the threshold of the second. Cross nodded and said I know. I can feel it, everything in my body is purer. Anyway, I'm going back to the pearl, then my inner world to fix this mess. Jasmine pointed a rock at him and it flashed before she put it away. Cross rolled his eyes and Yunche said as a golden pagoda sank into his head. Cross rolled his eyes and disappeared into the pearl. If Yunche didn't cross the threshold now, wouldn't he be an idiot? Cross teleported to the castle and woke Luna up. Luna opened her eyes and cried seeing Cross as she said I haven't seen you in forever. Before lunging at him and hugging him tightly. Cross felt her cultivation was at Sky Profound Realm 1st level and he gave her a gentle smile as he said stop using the time bubble my love. It's enough now. Luna hummed and kissed Cross deeply, feeling a need to be loved after such a long time. Cross undressed her and kissed every inch of her perfect body as he said my little wife needs to be taken care of properly. Luna hummed in agreement as she said MHM. Cross smiled and laid her down on the bed gently before massaging her entire body. Luna hummed in delight and Cross hands crept to her slit before rubbing thoroughly, making Luna moan loudly. This was the first touch in years for her. Cross slipped his fingers inside as he said have to massage in insides too. Luna said seductively I know what will work better. Cross grinned and got above her, naked, before kissing her lips and forcing his way inside. Luna moaned and clawed at Cross back in pleasure. A while later. Cross was sitting in a chair as Luna stood behind him, cutting his hair as she teased I think it was really beautiful before. Cross rolled his eyes and said I don't want to be beautiful. I want to be manly. Heroic. Handsome. Luna squished his cheeks from behind and said unfortunately, my love, you are already too beautiful. Cross grumbled and Luna giggled as she kissed his head saying but I still love you. Cross rolled his eyes and said thank God, Luna laughed and said yeah, if you look any better I might leave and find someone less beautiful to make myself feel better. Cross laughed and shook his head as he said I'll kill him. Luna giggled and continued cutting his hair and humming softly. A few minutes later. Cross left the castle and went back to the Sky Poison Pearl while Luna went back to converting her energy without a time bubble this time. Cross saw Yunche beating some kids who threatened him with one of the kids' uncle. Cross ignored it and donned his armor and mace as he shouted you damn lowly. I'll spank you good today. And charged at Jasmine, with complete disregard for his own life and safety. Jasmine smirked and attacked Cross, who swung his mace to meet her small hand. Shockwaves boomed in the Sky Poison Pearl as Cross and Jasmine started sparring again. Cross attacks were noticeably more heavy now and more ruthless to not just Jasmine but himself. He took a palm to the chest and hit Jasmine in the shoulder, before flying backwards. But he got back up and kept going with seemingly infinite stamina. A while later. Jasmine and Cross stopped and Cross dispelled his mace and armor with a grin as he said little lowly, how does it feel? Jasmine glared at him and rubbed her ass. This guy purposely distracted her with a swing then cheekily spanked her. Cross laughed but froze soon after as he looked outside and said coldly feels like a frozen piss woman. Jasmine stiffened as she said frozen piss. Woman. Before looking out of the pearl and seeing a woman dressed in white and saying Yunche, don't even think about it. This woman is half-step Emperor realm. She could sneeze you out of existence. Cross waved and said I can sneeze her out right after. Do it Pepe Le Pew. 87, Little Fairy almost gets murdered. Unfortunately Yunche didn't do anything, but something did happen. The woman tracked Yunche down and offered him twice the price for a fire crystal or something. Cross wasn't paying attention before. Anyway. Yunche said that the crystal wouldn't help and that her poison would be cured in 20-30 years. Then he told her that he could potentially cure her in 10 days as he walked away but she stopped him and said that she would greatly appreciate him curing her. Yunche said that he could do it and gave his residence before leaving with a whistle. When Yunche got back to his residence the woman was already there. Yunche said that he wanted 3 requests to which the woman agreed and Yunche said he wanted to know her name, but the girl refused so Yunche called her Little Fairy. Little Fairy flared up and said that she was old enough to be his elder to which Yunche responded that she was an unreasonable woman and that he wasn't treating her anymore. Little Fairy gave in and agreed to let him call her that. Yunche smiled cheekily and said his second request was to see her face to which Little Fairy denied again. This woman was really unreasonable. Yunche said whatever. And moved to his last request which was to protect him for 3-4 months but not right now, 2 months later. Little Fairy agreed and Yunche started treating her, but there was a poison spirit in her. Which was bad. So Yunche took it out. Which was good. But he grabbed her breast to do so. Which was bad. But the spirit came out. Which was good. But Little Fairy's aura flared for a split second in rage before noticing the spirit and taking it back. Which was bad. Cross stepped out and destroyed the aura, grabbing Little Fairy's neck at the same time. Little Fairy trembled in fear at the sudden intruder and couldn't move a muscle. Cross' expression was ice cold as he said you're trying to kill him after he saved you? Sure enough, the frozen whore sect is filled with cunts. Yunche tapped him and said it was an accident. Cross squeezed his hand with narrowed eyes as he said was it an accident? Maybe me crippling you will be an accident too. Little Fairy choked out it was an accident. I swear, senior. Cross dropped her with disgust as he said you live. For now. Before disappearing. Yunche helped her up and said are you okay? Little Fairy nodded and said who was that? Yunche said my brother, he had a little altercation with the frozen immortal sect before. I'm sorry. Then he explained that he can cure her in an instant, before doing so and revealing that his intentions to keep her were impure from the beginning. Little Fairy rubbed her neck and said softly it's all right, the sisters from my sect can be hateful sometimes. Thank you, Yunche. Yunche smiled and Little Fairy disappeared. Yunche sighed before hearing Little Fairy's voice I will return in 2 months as per our agreement. Yunche jumped for joy. Jasmine snorted and said don't be too happy yet, you will still lose to that Mirong whatever guy. Yunche dimmed and Cross laughed as he appeared saying you should keep that sword on you at all times now, get used to the feeling. Yunche looked at him and said only in the profound room, not outside. I need that guy to underestimate me. Cross nodded and said a cautious approach. I haven't been cautious in years. As he got lost in his memories, Jasmine rolled her eyes and said I will teach you the Heavenly Wolf Hell God's Tome, perhaps you are the last inheritor. As she tapped Yunche's forehead and transferred the art to him, imprinting it in his mind. Cross didn't even ask and grabbed Jasmine as he said we got 2 months to spar. Come on. Before teleporting to the Sky Poison Pearl. Jasmine smiled slightly, happy that he didn't ask her for the art too. Cross wasn't too interested in her brother's art or skills, she forced the Great Way of the Buddha on him or he would have never asked. He knew that it brought up bad memories for her and he didn't want her to be sad, she was his friend and sparring partner. 2 months came and went. Cross basically sparred all day with Jasmine and went to sleep with Luna, dual cultivating almost every night. He learned that purposely dual cultivating with her basically sterilized him and turned his cum into pure yang energy, so there was no chance of Luna getting pregnant again, not that it mattered. If they wanted another, Cross had dozens of ways to increase both their fertility. The same with anybody really. He could probably have had dozens of kids if he wanted, but how was he supposed to take care of so many kids? It was impossible, he had his hands full with 2, maybe more in the future, but now, he didn't even think about it. Cross moves became even more forceful and reckless but they were getting smoother and smoother, as if the mace was an extension of his own body. His cultivation had also risen to spirit profound peak. Today was the day of Yunche's arranged fight. He occasionally came into the Sky Poison Pearl and sparred with Cross, trying to get a feel for the Heavenly Wolf Hell God Tome's moves. Cross pushed him to his absolute limits with his own reckless style, forcing Yunche to adapt constantly to someone trying to kill him with his own life on the line. Cross was standing outside Yunche's residence while he was assaulting Suero's mouth with his tongue. He looked down at his watch, it seemed like time was wonky around here. Anyway. Yunche was finally done and walked out, holding Suero's small hand, with a satisfied and happy smile. Suero's face was completely red and she looked at the ground. Cross said ready. Yunche nodded and they went to the arena. Yunche let go of Suero and walked to the stage by himself. Suero got worried and Cross slapped her shoulders as he said don't worry, sister-in-law. If he loses, I'll kill him myself. Suero didn't feel better hearing that and got more nervous. Cross rolled his eyes and waved, Luna walked out of the crack with Zephyr and Pandora, they jumped on Cross then jumped to Suero shouting auntie. Suero was overwhelmed by the two and caught them as best as she could. Pandora and Zephyr chuckled, climbing all over Suero's body until Pandora sat on her shoulders and Zephyr clung to her back. Suero gave a soft smile and said gently did you miss me? The two nodded happily, Pandora pouted mean daddy won't let us out of the castle. Zephyr added he's a big cunt. Cross smacked him and said who are you calling a cunt, you little brat? Zephyr chuckled and hid behind Suero with a sneer as he said you. Cross almost spat out blood and waved, Zephyr flew into his hands and Cross gave him a devilish grin. Zephyr started to sweat as he said it was just a joke. Cross chuckled grimly as he flipped Zephyr over and spanked him, Zephyr teared up and said with a sneer Mom, smacks harder than you. Cross smacked him silly and Zephyr held his red bottom with he sniffled, holding his tears back. Suero hugged him and glared at Cross saying this is how you treat your own kids. Cross stiffened and Zephyr gave him a smug smile before pretending pretty aunt. My daddy's a meanie. Why Suero clicked her tongue and rubbed his back as she said it's okay, the big meanie won't bother you anymore. Cross was stunned and Luna laughed before saying seems like a certain little boy wants double studies. Acting like a brat. She clicked her tongue and Zephyr stiffened. Pandora burst out in silver bell-like laughter as Zephyr's predicament. Everyone looked over and saw the group before being stunned, who was this new woman with Lan Suero? Cross said come here. Let Aunt Suero watch the match. Pandora and Zephyr reluctantly left Suero to Luna and Cross. Pandora sat on Cross' shoulders and Luna held Zephyr on her arms as she teased my little boy. Zephyr blushed but didn't refute. All the guys clicked their tongues at the sight, while some had greedy looks regardless. Cross snorted at the looks and everyone who had a greedy look, suddenly had their eyes bleed as they lost their sight. Luna rolled her eyes and said at least they're not dead I guess. Cross said snappily they don't cherish their sight, I will take it from them. Suero smiled softly and they all watched Yunche's fight. It was pretty quick after Yunche took out his sword, 3 sword strikes and Primordial Murong was finished. Cross yawned as Qin Wu stepped in and announced that Yunche won. He also announced that Yunche would take Murong's place as 73rd on the Supreme Ultimate Heaven-Defying God Palace Genius Rankings or SUDGR for short. Then he awarded Yunche with a Gold Scale Dragon Transformation Pellet. These names were getting under Cross' skin, especially the SUDGR, what kind of name was that anyway? Yunche was dragged back to his room by Suero as she took great care of his wound. Cross sent Luna and the kids back after a lovely kiss. Luna sauntered into the space crack with a soul-stirring smile. Cross almost went after her before cursing the vixen in his heart, she really knew how to make him excited. Cross was sitting in the room and apparently Yun Che had no problem with this as he kissed Suero again. Cross rolled his eyes and occupied himself with little string puppets. Suddenly the door was kicked open and Qin Wuyu laughed as he said, "You brat. I had to come and give the go-et? I got the W wrong ro room." Before leaving in a hurry, Yun Che sighed and Suero's face was red as an apple as she grabbed the blood-stained clothes and bolted. Cross burst out laughing and slapped the table. Yun Che had an annoyed look on his face as Qin Wuyu walked back into the room saying, "Be brat." Yun Che sighed and said, "Instructor Qin, why are you so flustered? Could it be that you don't have a wife?" Qin Wuyu stiffened and Cross held his stomach, falling back to the floor and laughing with tears in his eyes. Qin Wuyu coughed and said, "Well, anyway. I came to give you the G." Cross cut him off and said, "Yes, yes, the golden shithead pellet. Get to the juicy stuff, old man. You're not getting any younger." Qin Wuyu almost spat out blood and Yun Che said, "What else did you come for, elder?" Qin Wuyu glared at Cross before saying, "If you truly do want to be with Suero, you should be prepared to face hurdle after hurdle. If not, then forget about it and stay away from her. Her true identity is bigger than you could possibly imagine." Cross rolled his eyes and Yun Che said, "What is it?" Qin Wuyu said, "The Emperor's only daughter, Can You." Yun Che stiffened and Qin Wuyu added, "She changed her name to Lan Suero because she was looking for someone and her mother's last name was Lan. Before she passed she changed the princess name to Suero hoping that she would stay as pure as the white snow, and distance away from the corruption and impurities of the world." Cross quipped, "A bit too late for that, eh?" Qin Wuyu said, "Yes, well anyway. This is her true identity. Also." Qin Wuyu started explaining everything in the palace and why Kang Yu was out of the imperial city. After what felt like hours, Cross was snoring with his head resting on his palm and his elbow leaning on the table. There was drool escaping his lips and he had a goofy smile on his face. He was awoken with a nudge. He fluttered open his eyes and said, "Jasmine, Luna." Before his eyes opened wide and he jumped back saying, "Ahem, Kang Yu, don't you know when to knock?" Kang Yu froze and said worriedly, "Did Instructor Qin tell you? Does Yun Che know? Is that why he's hiding from me?" Cross patted her head and teleported her to the roof before disappearing into the sky. Poison Pearl. Cross didn't even speak and charged at Jasmine with his mace. Jasmine jumped and dodged before fighting back. As they started sparring without a sound. 88. Curing the Emperor. Cross woke up the next day and followed Yun Che and Kang Yu to the palace. Cross followed into the Emperor's chambers and Kang Yu said, "Master Gu. How is my father?" Yun Che and Cross looked over at an old man, who sighed, "I have still not found a way to deal with it, Your Highness. Please forgive me." Cross smiled lightly and took out a bucket of clear fluid. He waved his hand and a stream went into Master Gu's mouth. Kang Yu was startled and Cross said, "It's just water, Master Gu must be purged after doing such a good job." Kang Yu nodded and said, "Yes, Master Gu. Thank you." Cross asked, "Master Gu, could you tell me what happened to the Emperor?" Master Gu blurted, "I planted a soul-devouring life-binding parasite into the Emperor, so he died during the power struggle of the two princes." Cross nodded and asked, "Yes, of course. Could you explain why?" Master Gu said with a completely white face, "I was paid off by the Crown Prince, King Linear." Cross opened his hand and revealed a sound recording stone as he smiled, "Thank you for that, Master Gu." Master Gu turned completely pale and fell limp to the ground. Yun Che grinned coldly and Kang Yu was in shock, her face turned pale and she started crying. Cross waved and Master Gu was crippled completely as he said, "Little bro, get your wife in order. If you want to catch a big fish we gotta make it a good act. I'll put the bait out." Cross turned invisible and Master Gu started walking normally, right out the door. Yun Che hugged Kang Yu and assured her everything would be okay. Cross used Master Gu like a puppet and walked out of the palace. A young man stepped out and smiled with meaning as he said, "Master Gu, I assume my father's condition is getting better." Master Gu smiled and said, "Of course, Your Highness. This Gu has made sure the Emperor makes a speedy recovery." Kang Lin nodded with a smile and handed him a ring as he said, "Inside is your payment, Master Gu." "Thank you again." Master Gu took the bag and said, "Not a problem, Your Highness." Before walking away, Kang Lin smiled and went his own way. Cross got out of sight and threw a notice me not on Master Gu before jumping back into the city towards the palace with Master Gu in his hands. He went to a certain location and saw Daphne. He smiled and said, "Sis, I have something for you." Daphne jumped and said, "Cross. Where are you?" Cross revealed himself and said, "Come with me." Daphne followed him and Cross teleported back to the Emperor's room. The Emperor looked over and said, "Ms. Greengrass." Cross smiled and threw Master Gu on the floor as he said, "Yo. Emperor bro, this guy was the cause of your soul devouring whatever it was called." He threw over a stone and Yun Che caught it before replaying what was on the stone. The Emperor was furious and glared at Master Gu. Cross spoke at this moment, "Emperor, if you want to catch a big fish you can't chase it with your hands." The Emperor sighed and said, "We understand." Cross was confused and said, "We? Did that parasite take over?" Yun Che covered his eyes and turned aside. Chuckling, Kang Yu felt her mouth twitch and she said Cross, we means the royal we is an emperor. Cross said oh. That's weird, why not just say I? Strange people here. Anyway. This is my sister, which is why she's here. Master Gu can be thrown into the dungeons or something. Cross added I can heal the emperor, but it'll cost you. As he looked at Yunche, who was confused. Cross said are you sure you want to use your one and only favor from me on this? Yunche got it now and said seriously yes, please heal my father-in-law. Kang Yu gasped and said Yunche. Yunche smiled softly and Daphne rolled her eyes, he found another schemer. Cross walked over and green strings shot out of his fingertips as he said all you need to do is fake your illness. The strings went into his chest and searched around his body before extracting the parasite. The parasite tried to kill Kang Yu's dad, but who was Cross? What a joke. If this parasite managed to kill the emperor, then Cross would immediately kill himself. Sure enough, Cross sneered as he said stupid bug, do you think you're powerful? Who you trying to take to the grave with you? The parasite was chopped up to pieces and the green strings healed the emperor, he was probably even better than before. Cross said though, being the emperor, I assume you know how to scheme. Or else you would probably buried in a field. Kang Yu chided Cross. The emperor was stunned before laughing as he said that's right. Ha ha ha. Come little friend, what's your name? Cross smiled as he said Cross. Though the other male in this room just said he was going to be your son-in-law, maybe you should take care of this first. The emperor looked at Yunche up and down, while Yunche said father-in-law, if you keep staring at me like that people might have strange thoughts. The emperor almost coughed out blood as he smacked Yunche with a small smile saying you brat. Teasing your father-in-law like this, is it fun? Yunche chuckled and Kang Yu blushed hearing her father accept Yunche. The emperor said my name is Kang Wanhee, thank you for saving my life. Cross said if not for Yunche, I wouldn't have done anything. Kang Wanhee's eyes flashed and he said I see. How could he not see what was happening here? These brats were playing him like a fiddle. Kang Wanhee said Ms. Greengrass, if you could take Master Gu to the dungeons please. Do make sure you are not seen. Daphne smiled and dragged Master Gu away, shooting Cross a grateful look. Perhaps the emperor would give her a better job because of this. Cross grinned and returned to the Sky Poison Pearl, sparring with Jasmine, who was watching the whole time, as his job was finished. What favor? All bullshit so Kang Yu wouldn't feel indebted to him. A while later. Yunche walked out and saw two boys, but one was staring at Daphne in awe. Cross immediately appeared and stepped in front of Daphne saying hello? Do you know it's rude to stare? The boy was startled and another boy shot forward and pointed hey. You with the tattoos. Looking like a mysterious figure, close to a woman. Who are you to get in front of my big bro and the love of his life? The other boy almost spat out a mouthful of blood and seated little G. These were the two young masters of the Heavenly Sword Villa, Ling Yun and Ling Ji. Cross actually sort of liked this little guy, he was excitable and energized, but he was defending his sister here. So he said I'm her brother. What do you have to say now? Ling Ji was stumped and went silent for a moment before seeing Kang Yu. His eyes popped out of their sockets and he said you're the legendary Blue Moon Princess? Whoa whoa whoa. Big bro, this Princess Sis is even more beautiful than you described. Ling Yun slapped his forehead in anger and Kang Yu said hello. Ling Ji picked his eyes up off the ground and they fell back down again as he said Princess Sis, not only are you very beautiful, even your voice is very pleasant to hear. Ah, right. Princess Sis, marry me and be my wife, okay. Ling Yun wanted nothing more than to strangle this damn fool. Yunche felt his lips twitch and Kang Yu felt awkward, slowly moving towards Yunche. Ling Ji pointed at Yunche and said hey. You with the not as handsome as that other guy face. Who are you to get in the way of me and my wife? Cross burst out laughing and Yunche smirked as he said she's my wife, what do you have to say now? Ling Ji was stumped yet again before snapping his fingers and saying I'll fight you both for both girls. Cross slapped him into the next room and a few seconds later Ling Ji came back with a red mark on his cheek as he snapped and said I'll fight you for the princess. Yunche sent him flying with a slap and Ling Ji came running back before snapping his fingers and saying I'm taking you as my boss in the future. Yunche and Cross laughed before stopping and looking at each other saying I'm the boss. Yunche said no way. It's me, didn't you hear him? Cross smacked his lips and said bah. Bah. I'll send you flying with a slap too. Yunche gave him the finger and Ling Ji snapped his finger and said I got two bosses now. Nice. Ling Ji fond can the bosses teach this Ji a little something? Like that divine slapping art. Cross said you just gotta tilt your hand up and then twist your arm as it goes through the air, but you can't use any killing intent. It's virtually unstoppable. Watch. Mirong Ye came flying into the palace and Cross slapped him back out. Ling Ji had stars in his eyes and he shouted cool. Ling Yun coughed and said Princess, us brothers came to the imperial city this time to deliver this invitation to the noble imperial family, May Princess please accept it? A light golden-colored invitation was taken out by Ling Yun and delivered to Kang Yu's hands. Ling Yun proceeded, and said, in half a year, we will welcome the noble imperial family's visit to the Heavenly Sword Villa. If Princess can do me the honor of visiting personally, that would be too great. This time, Princess has this kind of shocking genius, Yun Che, by your side, so I believe that 3 years from now, the noble imperial family will definitely be able to shine with Yun Che. So with that, us two brothers' mission has been accomplished, we'll take our leave now. Ling Yun looked at Daphne with a soft smile before dragging Ling Ji away, out of the palace. Cross said I don't like him. Daphne slapped his shoulder and said because he likes me. Cross clicked his tongue and said who's good enough for my sister? No one, that's who? I don't even remember his name. He didn't even make a stand and demand I hand you over. What kind of man is this? Daphne slapped her forehead and said is that what you did? Cross scoffed and said I told him the truth. I impregnated his daughter and we were getting married, what was he supposed to say? No? I would have kidnapped her. Kang Yu and Yun Che were stunned. Daphne rubbed her eyebrows and said well I think he was very nice. I'm 25. I would like to get married one day too. Cross snorted and Daphne stomped off grumbling damn bastard. Wait till I find Hermione. Cross jumped and said oi. Hold up. Daphne ignored him and left with a giggle. Cross was devastated and Yun Che said good brother. You got her pregnant and then married her. Cross sighed and said I couldn't find a suitable ring for her when she told me, I found it a few days later though. Kang Yu shook her head and said wow. Cross grumbled and returned to spar with Jasmine to vent his depressed feelings. Yun Che chuckled and started talking to Kang Yu about the tournament. A while later, Cross was watching as Yun Che fought against a kid and blew him up like a water balloon. Cross clicked his tongue and said I wonder if that old man will make a move. As he ate from a popcorn bag, Jasmine stuck her hand in the bag and grabbed some popcorn as she said nah, that woman will save him. Cross sighed and said what a lucky guy. As he reached for the bag, Jasmine nodded and reached for the bag as well. Their hands touched and Jasmine blushed furiously. Cross didn't really have too many scruples as he said wow. You have soft hands. Before brushing his fingertips past her palm and grabbing more popcorn. Jasmine's face reddened and she slapped Cross, sending him flying as she shouted idiot. 89, Dragon God Trial. Cross was sitting in the sky poison pearl with a small red handprint on his face. He crossed his arms and mumbled last time I'm sharing popcorn with that loli. Jasmine flared up from her bed and glared at him. Cross snorted and looked at her as he said loli. Jasmine charged at him and he fell into a crack, disappearing, but Jasmine chased him into the crack. Falling on top of him in shock. Cross landed on his bed, next to Luna, and Jasmine fell on top of him. Luna looked over and was startled. Jasmine's face reddened and she said quickly Be big sister. It's not what it looks like. Cross complained my wife. Save me. This loli's gone mad. Luna hummed and said is that so? Cross nodded and Jasmine pounded her small fists on Cross' chest as she said stop calling me a loli. Cross coughed up blood and felt his chest was about to collapse. Luna giggled and said I think you deserve it. Cross was heartbroken and almost cried as he said Loony. You can't do this to me. Luna just giggled and watched from the side with a small smile. Around a dozen days later, Jasmine and Cross were sparring when they heard Yun Che shout frantically. Cross stopped and looked outside before saying this fellow's gone mad. As he disappeared, Jasmine looked outside to see a dragon covered in ice and Yun Che running towards Little Fairy, whose profound veins were shattered. Cross appeared in front of Yun Che and Little Fairy, in his full armor and holding his mace. He raised his hand and stopped the dragon claw as he said worthless creature, you dare to attack me. The dragon roared they killed my wife. Cross sneered and said then follow her to the afterlife. As he smashed his mace down shouting opening of the void. His mace smashed into the ground and a crack spread to the dragon, who was now trembling in fear. The crack opened under the dragon and a black energy pillar shot out from the ground, obliterating the dragon. And almost everything around it. Cross rested his giant mace on his shoulder as he said is it too flashy? Maybe Call of the Void is better. He turned around and walked back to Yun Che as he said what do you think? Yun Che gulped and said that was awesome. Maybe Opening the Void is better. Cross said hey. That is better. Thanks bro. Yun Che smiled and looked at Little Fairy and said could why Cross shook his head and said can't do it. But I do appreciate her sacrificing herself for you. Maybe she's not as bad as I thought. As he disappeared into the sky poison pearl. Yun Che heard beasts roaring and rushed into the cave that the two dragons were guarding, holding Little Fairy in his arms. Jasmine said what was that? Cross smirked and said my profound veins art, is it good? I have 9 veins with arts in them like Yun Che's. I think the first move can be improved. He went into thought and Jasmine looked at him with an indescribable gaze. He really was a genius. An incredible genius. And to think he made 4 veins just like that. Jasmine's little heart thumped rapidly as she looked at Cross, with so many emotions they couldn't be counted or described. Suddenly both Jasmine and Cross were ejected from the sky poison pearl into a black space. They looked around and saw two giant azure blue dragon eyes staring at them. Cross slapped his forehead and said, "Not another chicken." The eyes looked amused and said, "I'm not the chicken. I'm the primordial azure dragon." Cross let out a breath and said, "Good, I hate that chicken." Jasmine mumbled, "Primordial azure dragon." The dragon said, "The human who came in with you two has accepted the trial, do you wish to watch?" Cross said, "Okay." A screen appeared in front of them and showed Yunche fighting against the stone warriors with Little Fairy in one hand and the Overlord sword in the other. Cross took out some popcorn and said he does have a bit of flair. Very manly. The dragon said, "You don't find this very stupid?" Cross said, "Oh, no doubt. He's a big idiot, but he will fight until every single part of his body breaks down if he's fighting for a woman." Cross shook his head and said, "If he continues like this, he will die for a woman one day." The dragon chuckled and glanced at Jasmine, who was sneaking a look at Cross before snorting softly and turning her head away. The dragon grinned and said, "You. Wait." He choked on his words as he said, "You have the chicken's heart fire." "How?" Cross waved and said, "The chicken tried to change my bloodline then gave me origin blood in her heart fire as an apology." The dragon almost puked out blood as he said WH before freezing and trembling slightly. It wasn't out of fear like the phoenix, but excitement. As if it saw someone or something it hasn't seen for a long time. The dragon recovered and said happily, "What a surprise." Cross looked at the dragon in confusion and the dragon said, "We'll talk later." Cross nodded and went back to watching the show. Yunche collapsed after destroying the stone dragon general and clearing the first trial. Sad news was the Overlord sword was destroyed, good news was he got a new one. Yunche and Little Fairy appeared in a plane and the task was to kill 99,999 beasts before a year. Cross sat down and started converting his energy, waiting for Yunche to complete the task. 5 months passed. Cross would occasionally practice with his mace, under the curious eyes of the dragon. When Yunche passed, Cross had converted his energy to 10th level Earth Realm. The space was seemingly endless so Cross practiced his opening the void art, getting pointers from Jasmine on how to improve it. The dragon said, "Congratulations, human." Then explained that the way to save Little Fairy was to take the 6 drops of dragon god blood and fuse with them. He gave Yunche 7 days to do so, before turning his attention to Cross. A ball of shining azure blue blood appeared along with another bigger drop and a bone-looking thing. The dragon said, "I can't let that damn chicken outdo me, can I? These are 15 drops of my origin blood, 6 extra drops for you and dragon god origin bone marrow." Cross was confused and said WH. The dragon cut him off and said, "You will know in the future, at that time hopefully you will remember this old soul." The bone and the 6 drops sank into Cross' body and merged with him, reshaping his bones and assimilating to his bloodline. The strange event didn't happen this time. As if it knew that this would happen. Cross blood devoured the dragon god blood and the dragon god origin bone marrow melded with his bones, slowly shaping them into extremely strong new bones. Harder and stronger than the hardest metal in the world. On Cross' back directly east of the black circle, a lifelike azure dragon appeared. While all this was happening, the dragon looked at Jasmine before saying, "The Slaughter Star God." He sighed and said, "When will you confess your feelings? Perhaps he may be able to cleanse your soul of its killing intent." Jasmine snorted and said, "What this princess does, and when she does it, is her own business." The dragon chuckled and said, "Very well. I wish you success in your endeavors." 7 days later. Cross and Yunche woke up. Their auras exploded and Cross was boosted into the first level of the Sky Profound Realm. He cracked his neck and roared before saying in Draconian, "Ah! So comfortable." The dragon was stunned and said in Draconian, "You can speak the language of the dragons." Cross nodded and said, "It's very nice, eh? I can also speak to snakes." The dragon was speechless. Cross focused his attention on Yunche in the screen as he said, "I'm curious how he will be able to restore her profound veins." The dragon coughed and said, "Human, it's quite simple. All you have to do is give her your virgin dragon seed and take her virgin yin." Yunche froze and Little Fairy's face turned completely red. Yunche said, "Ugh." Cross ripped the screen and said, "What are you hesitating for? How many times have you saved this woman's life? And you? What are you rejecting for? Are you a moron?" Yunche and Little Fairy were stunned. Little Fairy said, "I." Cross cut her off and said, "You what? You're a burden? A wastrel? You almost caused my brother to die several times? He saved your life after you saved his by bringing you into the cave from the beasts that were coming. Then again when he destroyed the golems attacking you on the ground, then again while carrying you through all of the first trial. He almost died in the process. Then all the nights in the second trial, do you think everyone is as stupid as you?" Cross sneered and said, "Maybe you think I'm blind and can't see the smile on your face every night. Counting every day for 5 months as saving your life, then he has saved it over 100 times, and now he's saving you again. Honestly, I would have left you on the ground outside to die a graveless death eaten by profound beasts. I wonder. Will your purity save you then? Cross seemed to have realized something and said, Yunche, you don't have to save her, her purity will heal her by itself. There's no need to drag a burden around for the rest of your life. A stupid woman from that moronic ice sect. What a joke. If your purity is more important than your life, go ahead and die, come Yunche. I can wipe all your memories of her, you won't even know she existed. Little Fairy trembled and grabbed onto Yunche tightly with a pleading look. It wasn't to save her, but just to stay with her. Cross added, I guess I have to wipe your memories too. Still intent on dragging him down. I should have known you weren't any different. Whatever, that sect will crumble in my hands sooner or later. I will see if the rest value their purity over their lives. He had an emotionless face as he pointed forward and his fingertip lit up a bright white light before shooting forward. Yunche stepped in front of the beam and shielded Little Fairy, much to her shock, and created tremors in her heart. Why? Everything he said was right. Why would he still protect her? The white beam exploded into a barrier and covered the two, making it impossible to see through. Yunche opened his eyes and saw the white space in front of him. He sighed and said, killed by my brother. Little Fairy was behind him and looked at his back as her eyes trembled, and she said, why? Yunche turned around and said, Little Fairy. You're dead too. Little Fair said, we're not dead. Moron. Your brother, he made a barrier. Yunche let out a breath of relief and said, that's good. I thought you died. Little Fairy shook and looked into Yunche's eyes. He wasn't worried about his own death, but hers instead. Yunche then added, I'm also happy, he wasn't going to kill you. Little Fairy teared up and said through sobs, why? Why saved me at the cost of your own life? Yunche smiled softly and said, that's just who I am. Little Fairy shook and a small smile escaped her lips as she sobbed. While Yunche was talking to Little Fairy, Cross was getting an earful from Jasmine about how he scared her to death. Cross sighed and said, relax. As if I would ever kill my own brother and his wife, not to mention you're connected to his life. Though my opinion of the girl did drop by a bit, she's only slightly better than the rest of her sect now. As he threw popcorn into his mouth, hovering over the air. Jasmine was speechless, before shouting share. Cross shook and flew away shouting no. Jasmine flew after him and beat him up for good measure. A while later. Cross had a black eye and Jasmine was eating his popcorn. He was aggrieved, that was his popcorn. Why did he have to share? He reached his hand over to the bag and Jasmine slapped his hand away, growling at him. Cross grumbled and looked away in grief over his lost popcorn. The barrier shattered and Little Fairy stood there, completely healed, with her clothes on edge. She looked at Yunche. She caressed his cheek before kissing his forehead and walking away as Yunche was currently unconscious. She looked back every couple of steps, clearly hesitating on whether she should stay or not. Cross pointed at her and an invisible string latched onto her body as her eyes watered and she left, disappearing outside the cave. A few minutes later. Yunche woke up and looked around to see Little Fairy was nowhere to be seen. He sighed to himself and looked sad, before hearing the dragon's voice ask him to find the heaven-punishing ancestral sword. The dragon explained what it was and that his daughter was sealed within the sword. Yunche promised he would try his best to find the sword. The dragon told him that when he reached the Earth Realm to come back, but only within 3 years, if it was any later than that he could forget about it. Yunche nodded and Cross and Jasmine returned to the Sky Poison Pearl as Yunche left the trial grounds, rushing to the Blue Wind ranking tournament. 90, en route to the tournament. Yunche rushed back to the Blue Wind Imperial City and saw Kang Yu. He rushed over and they started talking. Cross popped out of the pearl with Luna in his arms. Everybody looked over and Cross was wearing his usual clothes, while Luna had a summer outfit on. Her perfect body on full display, even her little toes were visible from the flip-flops she was wearing. Cross said, yes, this is all well and good. Can we leave now? I was to see some fighting. His eyes widened and he said excitedly, wait. Can I participate? Qin Huashang shook his head and said, only under 20 years of age. Cross frowned and groaned before shrinking down to a small child. He looked up and blinked cutely. Everybody was shocked. Luna picked him up and gushed, you're so cute. Before showering him with kisses. Cross giggled and said shyly, big sister, can you take care of me in the future? Luna giggled and hugged him tightly. Qin Huashang said, you. He sighed and said, if you can pass then be my guest. Child Cross giggled happily and buried his head into Luna's massive breasts. Luna blushed and spanked him while everyone else had black lines on their foreheads. There were 2 other people there and one of them said, but the spots are Alra. Cross jumped out and slapped him, sending him flying into another continent as he said, ah, seems like he had something to do. He didn't even finish his sentence. Cross backhanded the other one and added, seems like a family emergency. Yunche burst out laughing and Kang Yu felt her mouth twitch as she said, I think I know where your kids get their naughtiness from. Cross chuckled and flew up into Luna's embrace, using her melons as a pillow. Luna giggled and rubbed his back. Xia Yuanba popped into existence and hugged Yun Chei's legs as he cried, brother-in-law. I missed you. Wah. I thought you were dead. After a bit of consoling, Yuanba was sent to get Fen Jueshan. A while later Yuanba came back with a limp and Fen Jueshan. Yun Chei said, Yuanba. What happened? Yuanba said, and nothing. Yun Chei was enraged and said, stop lying. Who hurt you? Fen Jueshan said, it was me. I hurt the trash. Do you have a problem? Yun Chei seated and said, Uba. Cross cut him off and said, I say, Yun Chei. You're started to talk too much. Watch how your big brother solves a problem. He looked at Fen Jueshan and said, you hurt Yuanba. Fen Jueshan nodded and Cross smiled as he said, then I'll see you in hell, as he slapped out and obliterated Fen Jueshan's entire existence. Cross wiped his hands with a cloth and said, see, very simple, easy, efficient, now I don't have to hear his voice anymore. The rest were just stunned. Qin Shang said, boy. What realm are you in? Cross said, sky profound. Why? Qin Shang licked his dry lips and said, I think you may be too strong for the competition. Cross shrugged and said, I'll just use 10% of my power. No 5%. No 1%. Yun Chei complained, what the fuck? I'm only at the spirit realm. Cross, still in child form, gave him the finger and then groped Luna, who smacked his bottom and said sweetly, not like this. Change back. Cross reverted to normal and picked up Luna, flirting with her in front of everyone. Qin Shang coughed and said, yes, well anyway. Let us depart. Qin Shang took Yuanba at Yun Chei's request and looked at Cross, who was thinking. Cross looked at Luna and said, who should we take? Luna hummed and said, what about Buckbeak? Cross smiled and whistled, a crack opened and a terrifying aura slowly emerged. Buckbeak popped out and nuzzled Cross tenderly. Cross stroked Buckbeak's black feathers and said, did you form your beast core? Buckbeak nodded and actually spoke, I did, big brother. His voice was cute and tender. Cross grinned and said, just like old times, okay, Buckbeak. Buckbeak flapped his wings excitedly. Cross helped Luna up and Yun Chei said, Cross. What is that? Cross smiled and said, it's Buckbeak. I didn't come up with a name for his species yet. I guess you could say he's a death hippogriff. Buckbeak chirped and Cross got on. Luna hugged his waist and Cross said, I'll follow you, let's go. Can you summoned Little Snow, who almost died when she came out. Cross stroked Buckbeak's feathers and said softly, keep in your aura. The little bird is about to die. Buckbeak took his aura back and flapped his 6 wings before taking off to the skies and circling around, waiting for Little Snow. Yun Chei gulped and said as expected. Big brother sure is amazing. Kang Yu replied, you can say that again. As they got on Little Snow and flew off. Qin Shang just sighed and said, kids nowadays before flying away with Yuanba. Buckbeak blurred before reappearing next to Little Snow and maintaining a slow speed. Cross looked over and said lightly, maybe now would be a good time to tell her what happened? And about how you have more than one wife? I don't know. Yun Chei sighed and nodded before telling Kang Yu everything, even about saving Little Fairy's life by banging her. Cross added, oh, and Little Ant. Yun Chei remembered he had gone that far with Little Ant, they could be considered a couple. He told Kang Yu about his entire life, spilling his guts about his feelings towards all these girls. Kang Yu was silent for a while as she listened. She looked at Yun Chei, who appeared to be sad, and said, do you love me, Yun Chei? Yun Chei nodded heavily and Kang Yu smiled as she said, I love you too. Though, Chu Yueshan. I just can't believe it. Cross said, ugh, me too. How important is your purity if you are willing to die for it? Geez, so much drama. Luna added her own opinion, if I was an emotionless ice block I wouldn't want to be sullied either, ruins the lofty and aloof image. Cross retorted, that's you. You won't ever have to make that decision because I'm sticking to you like glue. Cross snorted and said, humph. You can't get rid of me, even if you tried. Luna giggled before sighing, there goes my other husband. Cross scoffed, humph, he was a pussy anyway. Luna laughed and hugged Cross tighter as she whispered, do you really think it was okay? Cross replied softly, she can be considered a good person, even I couldn't fix her. It was either confront her feelings, or die. She needed a push, though Yun Chei is a bit frivolous and lecherous, most of the time he makes the wrong decision with good intentions, but he's still a good person deep down. Luna hummed and said, you really couldn't save her. Cross was silent for a few moments before saying, replacing veins, I can do. Making new ones, I can do. But giving someone the will to live when they want to die is something even God can't do. Sure, I could have healed her body, but all her cultivation would go into the garbage. Which wouldn't have solved the problem. Cross looked at Luna and said, I have been watching this woman very closely. She's pregnant. Luna gasped and said in Elven, what? Cross nodded and said, it's true. She has been vomiting since yesterday morning. Which is a problem. Luna nodded and said that Snowman sect will probably throw her out. Cross added, I'm afraid it might be much worse than that. They might even cripple her veins again, the question is will she accept it this time? Regardless, I will be watching her closely and follow her to the section. Luna said you're going to protect her. Cross shook his head and said depending on what she does. If she acts like an ungrateful bitch then I will kill her myself and move the fetus to another woman. Luna said if she doesn't. Cross was silent for a few seconds before saying then we shall see. The baby is innocent. Her giving her purity has advantages and disadvantages. I also put a barrier around them. A killing barrier. Luna said in shock you could have killed them both. Cross said only if it was forceful. Regardless of my brother or not, I will not tolerate rape. You know how the barrier works. Luna said a bit angry you also know that the barrier is very picky and precise. If they both didn't 100% agree to do it with their true feelings then they would have both died. It doesn't discriminate between right and wrong. Cross said seriously you may be mad, but I did what I had to do. Rape is intolerable. His tone was very stern and Luna frowned as she retorted she didn't deserve to die for it. Cross said it's a good thing she didn't then. Luna snorted and stopped speaking. Cross brought her in front of him as he said Luna, surely you can understand why I did this. Luna didn't reply. Cross rested his chin on her shoulder as he said I'm sorry. Luna said I don't understand why you would even think of doing that. It's extremely dangerous. Not only for them but for you too. Do you like gambling? Because if you lost that bet you would have been seriously injured. Cross nuzzled on Luna's cheek as he said my wife still loves me. Luna moved her neck away but Cross followed her as he shamelessly said my wife's the cutest. Kindest. Most loving. Most beautiful. Luna sighed with a smile and said why did I marry a fool like you? Cross gave her a smug grin and said because you couldn't find someone more handsome. Luna laughed and teased good thing you're handsome then Cross sucked a breath of air as he said my wife. Too ruthless. Am I just a white face to you? Luna kissed his cheek and giggled as she nodded. Cross sighed and said what a cruel world. Luna laughed and leaned into his chest as Buckbeak flew towards the tournament at a leisurely pace. 91. Nightly activities. Cross and the rest landed at the Heavenly Sword Mountain. He sent Buckbeak back and walked in with Luna. A disciple said name. Cross said you don't have one. The disciple was confused and Cross passed him saying you should really get one. Confusing the disciple even more. Luna giggled and they disappeared inside. Cross and Luna were standing around looking at the people who were walking in. He saw 5 girls, instantly he knew where they were from. Luna smiled slightly and said look you're calm. Cross smirked and said I have achieved inner peace. Luna rolled her eyes and Cross looked at the group with a playful smile. Luna bad a bad feeling and Cross chuckled evilly as he wiggled his fingers, all their veils exploded into shreds, exposing their faces to the world. Cross shouted the fairies have taken off their veils. Chu Yueshan slapped her forehead, why was he here too? Everyone looked over and started drooling. Cross looked around and saw a woman with crossed arms glaring at the frozen sect girls. He smiled happily and teleported next to her as he said I see I have a comrade. Might you tell me your name miss? The woman jumped and said who are you? Cross leaned his elbow on her shoulder as he said just your friendly neighborhood frozen piss sect hater, the name's Cross. The woman asked you don't like them either. Cross smiled and said I love my wife, everyone else is just dull compared to her. The woman smiled slightly before sighing I wish my husband was the same. Xian Yuan Yufeng. She looked at Cross' expression and noticed it didn't even change as if he didn't care. Actually Cross had no idea who she was, he just found her interesting because she didn't like the frozen morons like him. Cross slapped Yufeng's back as he laughed and said don't worry sis. I can help you in this regard. Yufeng was stunned, were they familiar? Why was this guy acting like they had been friends for decades? Luna glared at Cross and smiled lightly to Yufeng as she said my apologies. My husband is a moron. Yufeng was stunned and smiled slightly as she said it's okay, he's very welcoming. It's actually quite nice. You are very beautiful by the way. Luna smiled beautifully and said nonsense, big sister Yufeng is 100 times better than me. Yufeng giggled and completely forgot about Cross as she started talking with Luna as if they were best friends. Cross' face froze and he grumbled am I not handsome anymore? Why am I always ignored when she starts talking? Luna rolled her eyes and said because you act like a brute. Big sis Yufeng is an elegant lady, not a guy in the pub. Cross coughed embarrassingly and said I was just trying to lighten the mood. Luna rolled her eyes and said shoo. I'm talking with friends. Cross was speechless for a second before saying but Luna pushed him away saying girl talk. Shoo. Shoo. Yufeng giggled at their interactions. Luna came back and Yufeng smiled gently as she said you both have a close relationship. Luna smiled and said yeah, unfortunately I'm married to him. She giggled and said I only found out he was a fool after we were married. Yufeng laughed and they kept talking. Cross was shoved away and grumbled as he walked around the villa. Suddenly a fly slap came. Cross spun around and threw out his backhand as he heard a shocked gasp the legendary reverse slap. Ling Ji went flying into a building, the wall collapsed and a young master was revealed to be getting busy with a servant. Cross said, "Little G, what you have just experienced was the mythical slap of sexual encounters. With this slap, you will 100% encounter some sort of sexual experience via destruction." Ling Ji ran back with a fanatical look in his eyes as he said, "Boss, you must teach me this." Cross put on a sage look and took a book out of thin air as he said, "The secrets to the ancient mythical slapping tome cannot be revealed to just anyone." Ling Ji fell to his knees and said, "Master, this disciple wishes to learn." Cross stroked a non-existent beard as he said, "Are you worthy to be my disciple?" Ling Ji was stumped and said, yes." Cross slapped him and said, "Wrong. You must prove yourself. Then perhaps I may accept you as an actual disciple." He thought about it and thought it would be fun training a monster. Ling Ji's eyes lit up and he said, "I will win the tournament." Cross smiled and said, "Sure. I hope you do." Ling Ji jumped up and ran off shouting, "Master, I'm going to train." Cross waved and walked away, putting the book back. Cross came across a room and heard Chu Yueshan's voice, "Can you relax please? God, why are you so annoying?" Cross was interested and made himself invisible before looking in through the window. He saw King Yu's master and Little Fairy. Little Fairy looked to be like a warm flower while the other was an ice block. Cross' impression of Little Fairy went up by a bit looking at her. She had an annoyed expression looking at the woman in front of her. The woman said, "Sis, you've been acting weird ever since we got here. Why did you even want to come in the first place? You're sick." Cross gasped like a gossiping girl as he looked at Little Fairy, who replied, "Yueli, where I go isn't your business, is it?" Yueli shouted, "It is. You're being strange and weird. Like you have emotions or something. Don't you know, you'll never advance if you don't seal your emotions away." Cross almost killed himself right then and there listening to this moron. Little Fairy looked at her sister as if she was a retard and said, "You just believe everything the palace mistress tells you." Yueli said, "If not." Chu Yueshan was not having this conversation with her any longer and said, "Leave. I want to go to sleep." Yueli grumbled, "I will find a way to fix you." Before rushing out, Cross slipped into the room and Yueshan's expression lit up as she said, "Yunche." Cross revealed himself and said, "Not quite." Yueshan's expression became disappointed and she said, "It's you. What do you want?" Cross floated over, circling around her head as he said, "The 1,000-year-old ice block has melted and revealed the flower underneath. I'm surprised." Yueshan said, "If you came here to make fun of me, you." Cross cut her off and floated upside down in front of her face as he said, "Actually, I came here to see if you were okay. I kind of forced you to give your first time away. After talking with my wife I kind of felt bad." Yueshan froze and said, "Et." Cross wobbled and fell to the ground, landing on his feet as he said, "Flying is hard." He coughed and said, "Anyway. The barrier was actually a magic barrier. Had you not been 100% okay with having sex, it would have killed both of you. It doesn't measure your thoughts but your true feelings. So really all that man-hating bullshit and that moron of a sister of yours doesn't matter." Cross smiled like a spring breeze as he pointed to her heart and poked it as he said, "What matters is inside your heart. You're different from the rest of your sect. I have high hopes for you. I'll apologize for my brother's behavior. He's a shameless kid that lives off women but he means well. I'm trying to change him for the better." Yueshan listened in a daze. Cross flicked her forehead and said, "Hello? Earth to Little Fairy. Are you listening?" Yueshan rubbed her forehead and glared at Cross, who chuckled and said, "Relax. I assume you haven't returned to your sect." She didn't speak and Cross added, "I wouldn't if I were you, they might even kill the baby." Yueshan paled and said, "How do you know about that?" Cross smiled and said, "I know everything. Anyway. I assume you know about him and the little ice cube? They're married or whatever. I don't really like her." "Oh right. I almost forgot. You should watch your back, the Villa Master is like in love with you or whatever." Cross had a disgusted expression as he said, "He has 2 kids, right? What does his wife think? This guy is scum for sure." Yueshan said, "He's scum." Cross sat on her bed as if it was his and said, "Of course. How many times have you rejected him? I heard that he saw you when you were 15? He wasn't married then but he was obsessed with you, then he married someone else and gave her 2 kids, but he's still obsessed." Cross spat on the floor and said, "What kind of piece of shit is that? He doesn't love his wife but ruined her with 2 kids? Why even get into a relationship with someone you don't like? Ridiculous. Even if you get more than one wife, you still need to love and care for each of them." Yueshan teased, "And what about you?" Cross said, "I'm married, plus I already rejected a woman who loves me. She still loves me. I don't understand what her fascination with me is. I understand I'm the most handsome person in the world but to go so far? Surely there's someone who's less handsome but will love her back, no." Yueshan was stunned and said, "You? Really?" Cross smiled and said, "Anyway. Thanks for chatting, my opinion of you has increased by 7%. Lucky you." Before disappearing, Yueshan sighed and mumbled, "What a strange guy." Before going to sleep thinking about what Cross said and smiling slightly. Cross teleported to Luna and saw her consoling a crying Yufeng. He was confused and said what happened. Luna said hatefully her dumb husband went out to see Chu Yueshan. Cross said oh. Before realizing it. You're the villa mistress. Yufeng said you didn't know. Cross shook his head and said of course not. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Do I look like I stalk you? I just met you today. Yufeng was stunned for a moment before giggling a bit. Luna smiled and said big sister it's fine. Yufeng started crying again and Cross said I can just wipe his memories of Chu Yueshan. Even better I can replace them with you, but are you sure you want to stay with this prick, Yufeng? I don't even know why you married him in the first PLA. Luna kicked him with a glare. Cross shut his mouth and Yufeng sobbed as she said he wasn't like this before. Cross said then I'll just wipe his memories of little Fai Chu Yueshan. Easy peasy. He disappeared and reappeared with a man in his hands. Cross pointed to the man's head and said obliviate. Done. The man blinked and said Yufeng? What happened? Why are you crying? Yufeng stopped crying and asked did you go out to see Chu Yueshan? The man said Chu Yueshan? Who's that? Yufeng gasped and said nobody. The man nodded and smiled as he said come to bed, why are you here it must be cold so late at night. Yufeng was as happy as a lark and looked to get at least 10 years younger. She looked at Cross and Luna and said extremely gratefully thank you. So much. Cross smiled and slapped her shoulder as he said no problems. Ha ha ha. Yufeng rubbed her shoulder and smiled happily. Luna held her hands and said with a smile I'll come see you tomorrow, okay? Yufeng nodded happily and left with her husband, who asked who Cross and Luna were only for Yufeng to say happily new friends. And then drag her husband to the bedroom. Luna and Cross smiled. Luna tiptoed and nibbled on his ear as she said she's not the only one who wants her husband's touch. Cross grinned and held her waist as he said looks like you don't want to sleep tonight. Luna smiled seductively and said can you do it? Cross bit her ear, getting a moan, as he whispered over and over again before disappearing into a crack under his feet. 92. First 2 rounds. The next morning. Cross was leaning back in a chair, snoring as the tournament was about to start. Everybody was looking at an old man, who was supposed to be a big shot or something. The man's name was Ling Kun and apparently he commanded respect. Kang Yu elbowed Cross, who jumped and shouted wife. The lofty aura Ling Kun projected, shattered, and everybody looked at Cross. Fen Jueshan glared at Cross and looked at Kang Yu, before thinking. Kang Yu blushed and said what are you saying? Cross touched his nose with a wry smile as he said sorry. Kang Yu crossed her arms and pouted, but it looked like flirting to everyone else. Yun Che chuckled and said nothing as everyone started disliking him. Cross blinked and looked at Ling Kun as he said what are you looking at? Everyone sucked a cold breath of air. Ling Kun smiled and said my apologies. Cross sneered and stayed silent, going back to sleeping. This moron. How could Cross not tell him smile was fake? Good luck scheming against him, a single slap and he was finished. The tournament started after announcing the awards. Cross was paying close attention to Ling Ji and Yun Che. The announcer said Cross, and Yun Che. Cross jumped up and said Ayo. But he immediately silenced himself and disappeared before a young boy took his place. Cross snickered towards Luna, who was sitting next to Yufeng and looking at him with a sweet smile. He jumped to the stage and walked over to the assessment stone. Everyone looked at him and wondered where this child came from. Yun Che, Kang Yu, Qin Wushang, Chu Yueshan, and Yuan Ba were stunned. Cross touched the stone and the announcer's eyes almost fell out as he said BB Bone age 11. 8th LLE level SPI Spirit P Profound Realm. Cross smirked and everybody's jaws dropped. Cross skipped to the Blue Wind team position. Yun Che gulped and touched the stone before going back. They got their numbers and Cross was fighting some guy named Ear 11th. Everybody focused on the magical 11-year-old. Cross said cutely you won't hurt me will you, big brother? The boy across from him was stunned and shook his head. Cross smiled brightly as he said you're the best. While grabbing the air, a massive mace, 4 times Cross current size appeared and Cross smiled as he jumped forward and smashed the mace on the boy with a crazy expression. The boy trembled and ran right off the stage, screaming I concede. Cross stood on the stage and pointed a finger to his lips as he said with watery eyes why did big brother run away? Does he not want to play with Cross? His lips quivered and he sniffled, trying to hold back the tears. Luna said he wouldn't. Oh but he would. Cross burst into tears and ran back to the Blue Wind team. Everyone glared at the boy who conceded and Cross hugged Kang Yu's leg as he said through sobs B big S sister, he didn't want to play with C Cross. Is it B because C Cross is a BA bad child? Kang Yu was stunned and Yun Che laughed before going to fight. Cross made it to the 16-person round. A while later. Cross was on stage once again and rubbed his nose with his sleeve as he looked at the girl from the frozen moron sect with watery eyes. She looked to be struggling and Cross asked will big sister play with Cross? Tears started pooling, threatening to drip out. The girl said Cross started sniffling as his lips quivered. she finally mechanically nodded and Cross happily ran over and tapped her leg saying hee hee, tag. Before running away, the audience was stunned. The girl was equally stunned and chased Cross, who giggled playfully and continued running. If you looked closely, every step he took the ground shrank to meet his foot. The girl simply wouldn't catch him, not in this lifetime. A few dozen minutes later. The girl was sweating and breathing heavy. Cross stopped and tilted his head as he said, "What's wrong, big sister? You don't want to play anymore?" The girl was dead tired and couldn't respond. Cross walked over and patted her leg as he said, "It's okay, you can take a break." His small palm hit the girl's leg and she blasted out of the arena, smashing into the walls like a train. Cross giggled and said, "Silly big sister. That's a wall, not a bed." He shook his head and skipped back to the Blue Wind team. The audience gulped, and that's how Cross got the name Demon Child. A while later. Cross was walking around by himself at night, in his normal form, as he heard, "Why did you choose to instead protect this marriage certificate?" Cross hit himself and ran towards the voice. He saw Yunche and King Yu. He looked at King Yu and saw her body completely devoid of any semblance of human likeness. Cross was enraged. What kind of garbage sect is this? He had enough. He walked to King Yu, who said robotically, "King Yu cannot answer this question." Cross sneered, "Soon enough, you will." King Yu trembled hearing the voice of the demon, but it was too late. Cross grabbed her head and searched her memories before finding what he was looking for. "Frozen Heart Arts." Cross cursed, "Frozen Heart my ass. Obliviate." And just like that, Frozen Heart Arts was gone. All the progress she made with it, vanished into a puff of smoke. As if it was never there in the first place. Cross heard the castle, who didn't speak for a long time, finally say something. "Elven Prince. Absorb her small world. This is most beneficial to you." Cross replied, "What will it do to the girl?" The castle replied, "Her talent will disappear and she will be just like everybody else. All you have to do is touch her lower back and I will absorb it." Cross thought for a moment before deciding fuck it as he touched her lower back. His inner world glowed and King Yu's small world inside of her was ripped out from her body, along with her talent. She felt like she was missing something but she didn't know what it was. Cross then obliviated her of her own body and his voice just now before walking away as Yunche said, "King Yu? Hello?" King Yu blinked and smiled softly, "Yes." Yunche was startled and said, "What happened to you?" King Yu tilted her head and said, "What do you mean?" Yunche said, "One moment you're a robot without emotion and the next you're normal." King Yu shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I feel much better." Yunche was silent and was 100% sure Cross was behind this change. Cross looked at King Yu and as she got warmer the laws surrounding her started melting away. He sneered at the sight. "Heavens will? What a joke. When I'm done with this so-called heaven there won't be anything left." He chuckled and walked back to the Blue Wind rooms. Cross sat in his room and leaned back in his chair, reading from his Sherlock book. He didn't have many left and he bought a ton of them, he just hoped they would last. Luna was in the castle and contacted Cross through her ring. "The inner world just expanded by 100 times and the energy is 1000 times purer." "What did you do?" Cross replied, "Took the ice girl's inner world from her. The castle told me she could do it." Luna was silent for a few seconds before asking, "And the girl?" Cross said nothing. "Poorer talent, basically the same as Yunche now. She's not a heavenly supreme whatever genius anymore. Probably can't do a few things she could do before. Who cares anyway?" Luna let out a breath of relief and said, "I thought you." Cross interrupted, "Ah. Gross. That's not the only way to get it." Luna giggled and said, "I thought you killed her." "What were you thinking about, honey?" Her voice got a bit dangerous and Cross started to sweat as he said, "Hee hee. I don't know what you're talking about, my love." "Haha." Luna hummed and stopped talking. The door opened and Yunche walked in saying, "What did you do?" As he closed the door, Cross smiled and said, "If I told you I crippled her, what would you do?" Yunche sat down and said, "I'd laugh then ask you to tell me the truth." Cross smiled and said the reason for her being a robot was a technique called Frozen Heart Art. I simply deleted it from her memory. All the progress she made in that technique. Poof. Gone with the wind. Yunche trembled and said, "You." Jasmine popped out and said, "You can do that." Cross smiled and nodded. Jasmine grinned evilly and said, "I have a few people you can make forget some things." Hee 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 hee. Yunche asked, "But won't she just learn it again?" Cross nibbled on a cookie Luna made in the castle, as he said, "That's not my problem. I'll just delete it again. I find it quite fun to destroy her. Her body is covered with laws. When I got rid of the technique the laws melted away, they're not all gone but most of them are." Yunche said in confusion, "Laws?" Jasmine froze and said incredulously, "You can see laws?" Cross smiled and replied, "I reached the pinnacle of my world before coming to this one. Of course I can see laws. I've fought against them for a few months." Jasmine was stunned yet again, but quickly got over it as Yunche said, "Laws are bad." Cross shook his head and replied, "Not necessarily. When you get strong enough you can change the laws of a world. Let's say you have an enemy but their offspring escapes. You can block every lower world from letting the offspring advance through the laws. Yun Che nodded and looked thoughtful, while Jasmine looked at Cross with trembling eyes. She had a sneaking suspicion he was talking about himself. His eyes flashed with bitter hatred for a split second before going to normal as he spoke. Yun Che might not have noticed but how could Jasmine not? Cross' rage and hatred was immense towards the laws and she could feel it. He might not have killed as many people as she did but his killing intent was in no way inferior to hers. It might even be greater. But unlike hers, Cross' killing intent was sneaky and dead cold. There would be no terror felt, because once you felt it, you were already dead. Cross waved and said plus, she would probably die or do something stupid if I don't stop her now. Luna couldn't even see her future. Jasmine asked she can see the future. As she blushed deeply, thinking about what she could have seen. Steam came out of Jasmine's head and she went back to the sky poison pearl, hiding under the covers on her bed. Cross shook his head, what a strange loli. Yun Che asked could she see mine? Cross shook his head and said neither of you. Though I think the laws were interfering with King Yu. You however. Cross eyes glowed for a moment before Cross sighed and continued I have no idea. But I'm not the one with the future side affinity. It's more Luna's domain. She hasn't looked into the future for quite some time though, maybe it's different now. Yun Che rubbed his chin and mumbled maybe I'll ask her next time I see her. He stood up and smiled thanks, big brother. Cross waved and smiled yeah, don't get soft on me now. Yun Che laughed and left Cross room, as Cross went back to reading. 93, final part of the tournament. The next day. Cross was standing on the stage with a blank face, across from him was Ling Yun, who scratched his cheek and said What do you want to play? Cross giggled and said whack-a-mole. Hee as he grabbed his Mac from thin air and smashed it down on Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't know what whack-a-mole was but he for sure wasn't going to take that mace, that was bigger than him, to the head. There was no way. Ling Yun dodged to the side and hesitated, Cross giggled and whispered you can't attack an enemy and you want my sister? You must be joking. Ling Yun's eye opened wide and he said you Cross swung his mace at Ling Yun while saying cutely come on, mister. You talk too much. Ling Yun jumped back and took out his sword, much to the shock of the audience. Yu Feng frowned and Luna patted her hand, whispering that's my husband. Yu Feng was shocked and Luna explained the fool. He doesn't like to sit still. Also, I think he might be testing him. She told Yu Feng what happened at the palace and Yu Feng slapped her forehead and giggled this kid. Really? Luna smiled and sighed saying sometimes even I don't know what's going on in his head. Yu Feng shook her head and laughed. Cross grinned and smashed the mace on the ground as he said much more fun. Hee before shooting toward Ling Yun and swinging his mace out, Ling Yun swung his sword and met the mace. The blow was heavier than expected and Ling Yun slid back. Cross was excited and limited his strength as he continued his assault, charging at Ling Yun and swinging his mace at his head, ignoring the sword piercing at his throat. Cross had a crazy look in his eyes as he pushed forward, Ling Yun trembled and moved his sword away, pushing off his foot to dodge the mace as he said you're crazy. Cross chuckled and shot forward, he spun the mace in his hands and stabbed it into the ground, using it as leverage as he vaulted over and kicked Ling Yun in the chest, lifting the mace behind him and bringing it over his head, slamming it towards Ling Yun, who was flying in the air. Ling Yun trembled and swung his sword up, growling. A flying sword slash hit the mace and stopped its momentum before the actual sword slammed into it. A shockwave spread from the collision and assaulted the crowd. Cross was in the air, pushing down on his mace, while Ling Yun was holding his sword his both hands as the ground cracked under him. Cross chuckled and swung his little body under the mace, sweeping out Ling Yun's feet and rolling to his back, setting his feet on Ling Yun's back. Cross extended his legs out and threw Ling Yun in the air, he pushed off the ground with his hands and shot up after him, locking his feet around his neck before spinning in the air and slamming Ling Yun into the stage. Cross grabbed his mace and spun in the air, barreling down to Ling Yun, like a saw blade. Ling Yun rolled over and Cross smashed the mace into the stage, spreading cracks everywhere. Cross giggled and threw out his mace, hitting Ling Yun in the chest and sending him flying. Cross smiled a bit and walked over to Ling Yun before slapping his chest and sending him smashing into the ground, off the stage. He giggled and jumped off, dragging Ling Yun with him as he went back to the Blue Wind team. Quarterfinals, cleared. Cross fixed Ling Yun up and sent him back with a few words. Ling Yun smiled happily as he went back to the Sword Villa viewing area, feeling like a brand new man. Semifinals, time. Yun Che fought against Ling Ji and Cross watched. After a hard-fought battle, Yun Che came out on top. Ling Ji started crying but Cross sent a whisper to his ears and he perked up as if nothing ever happened, happier than ever. It was as if he had won, and not Yun Che. Yun Che shook his head feeling like he couldn't understand little Ji at all. The next match was Cross versus King Yu. Cross had a dark look on his face as he stood across from King Yu, who had a warm smile. Without her idiotic ice arts she was actually a very kind and gentle woman. Very shy, but very gentle. Cross looked at her warm smile and really wanted to slap this kind woman to death. It was a very gut feeling, he felt it would bring him extreme satisfaction. Unfortunately he did nothing of the sort and walked to King Yu. He grabbed her hand and dragged her to the edge of the stage before just throwing her off. King Yu didn't struggle, or rather she couldn't struggle. She was completely suppressed. Cross walked away without looking at her, he came into the contact with her body just now and felt his anger rising. He needed to vent, good thing the night was rolling around. A while later, Cross and Yunche were standing across from each other on the stage. Cross eyes flashed and he suppressed his strength to the first level of the spirit realm before charging at Yunche with a grin. Yunche didn't say anything and grinned as they collided their weapons. I'm not going to explain this fight, you can just imagine a kid with a mace and Yunche with his sword clashing extremely fast like Goku and Vegeta or SMT. Hehe. The battle was world-shaking, the most amazing thing anybody had ever seen. Anyway, Cross won and got the armor, as Yunche got the pellet. Blue Wind Imperial family got both spots and Cross anticipated suspicions so he had his clone watch the fights from the stands. What were they gonna say? Nothing, that's what. Ling Kun stood up and said, Little Cross, I would like to be your master. Everybody sucked in a cold breath of air and looked at Cross with jealousy. Yunche held back a laugh and Cross said childishly, but mister, you're very scary and my grandpa always warned me of stranger danger. As he hid behind Yunche's leg with a terrified look on his face. Ling Kun felt his eyes twitch and a suffocating aura appeared above the arena. A man with a black cloak was standing in the air as he said, Little Cross, come to Grandpa. You had enough fun, right? Cross jumped up excitedly and shouted, Grandpa. He pointed at Ling Kun and said, Grandpa, this old man said he wants to be my master. But I don't talk to strangers just like you told me. The cloaked man blurred and Cross was in his arms as he said, very good, little Yu. You get extra desserts today. Cross cheered and they both disappeared. Everyone felt that they were able to breathe again and looked at Ling Kun, what bad luck. His grandpa was 100x stronger than Ling Kun. Cross replaced his clone, that was sitting in the stands next to King Yu, who rolled her eyes and giggled, little Yu. Cross rubbed his nose and said, it just came to me. King Yu giggled and shook her head. A while later, Cross was standing outside with Ling Ji. He was near the frozen Moron sect residences because nobody comes near them. Ever since Cross erased Yu Feng's husband's memories of Little Fairy, he's been all over her. Though Cross thought it would be better for her to leave him, but that wasn't any of his business. Cross looked at Ling Ji and narrowed his eyes as he said, Little Ji, you made it into the top 3. Ahead of your brother, do you think this is enough? Ling Ji was startled and said, but you sigh. Cross cut him off shouting, enough. I know what I said. I want to know if you think you deserve it. I don't want to be flattered, I want your true thoughts. His voice was very loud and piercing. Ling Ji trembled and knelt down, crying as he said, Little Ji failed to accomplish the task. I don't deserve it. Cross smiled and lifted him from the ground as he said, good. Now quickly acknowledge me as your master. Ling Ji jumped and said, say Wei Ayat. Cross slapped him into a building and said, you don't want to. Ling Ji jumped in the air and slid on his knees right in front of Cross as he knocked his head on the ground and said, disciple greets master. Cross grinned and said, good. I will not only teach you my divine slapping art but actually stuff as well. Ling Ji was skeptical and Cross slapped him saying, you think your master is as useless as you. They caused quite the commotion as Chu Yueshan appeared and said, what are you doing? Cross looked at her and said, oh, perfect timing. He pulled her to his side and said, Little Ji, you know Chu Yueshan, right? Ling Ji nodded and said, yeah, my dad was obsessed with her but he seemed to forget she existed a few days ago. Master, she's pretty but what does this have to do with? Cross shouted, quiet. Ling Ji trembled and shut his mouth. Chu Yueshan looked at Cross with meaning. That fly forgot about her? Impossible. He must have done something. Then she remembered Cross saying that he could wipe her memory of Yunche forever and she started trembling. Her eyes widened as she remembered King Yu forgot was the frozen heart arts were. She was scared and in disbelief. Cross couldn't care less how much Chu Yueshan was trembling and said to Ling Ji, you know that frozen piss sex ice arts are number 1, right? He was heavily sarcastic as he said number 1 / Ling Ji nodded and Cross said it's simply not true. They're all morons. The only reason the sect is famous is because they collect pretty girls to turn into emotionless robots and gain popularity. Other than this, their arts are complete garbage. Chu Yueshan said, hey. Cross ignored her and continued, they are all disgusting and retarded. As your master, I forbid you from even coming into contact with them in the future. They might infect you with their stupidity, you're already dumb enough. Ling Ji scratched his cheek and chuckled. Cross pointed at Chu Yueshan and continued, she's their best disciple, for now, and she can't even come close to my control over the ice element. This is your first lesson. Cross waved and a pure ice dough appeared, the dough nuzzled on Cross' waist, shocking Chu Yueshan and Ling Ji. Cross pet the dough and said, control over your energy is key. Without control, you're simply a 3-year-old with a butcher knife. For you, your energy is elemental less, which is good because we can mold you to whatever suits you best. The doe skipped around and Cross continued, not only is control important but purity is a close second. My energy is extremely pure, what does this mean? Well, based on the purity of your energy, you will be stronger, allowing you to fight above your rank. Do you understand? Ling Ji nodded heavily before asking, Master, what does this have to do with Chu Yueshan? Yueshan was also wondering the same thing. Cross pointed at the doe and said it was everything to do with her because, your master is so much stronger than her, she could be called an ant. Ling Ji's eyes popped out and Chu Yueshan's face turned ugly. Cross continued also. Their frozen piss arts cannot even come close to mine. What they do is borrow the ice element, whereas I have complete control over it. The key in noticing the difference is actually the doe behind you. Elements, when mastered to a certain extent, become alive. Everything in this world has life, the air, the ground, the sky, the clouds. Cross whistled and the doe came back. He waved his hand again and deer of different colors started appearing next to the ice doe. Cross continued, all the elements can be mastered, but none of them can at the same time. All the deer merged into the ice doe and it became pitch black with multicolored specks. As Cross continued once more, everything becomes nothing when put together. Do you understand? Ling Ji stared at the doe in a trance. Cross silently stepped back and dragged Chu Yueshan along with him, leaving Ling Ji to his enlightenment by himself. Chu Yueshan said, how strong are you really? Cross replied, compared to you, I am a god. Chu Yueshan felt like he wasn't joking and sucked in a cold breath of air. Cross said, anyway, good night. If he asks where I am, tell him I will see him tomorrow. As he disappeared, leaving a stunned Chu Yueshan alone with her disordered thoughts. Too much information for her to digest in one night. 94. Luna's Little Adventure. The next day, Cross was standing next to Yunche with Luna as the Villa Master explained the rules of the Heavenly Basin realm. Luna decided to stay with Kang Yu and protect her as Qin Huashang, Cross and Yunche went inside. Luna watched Cross go and dragged Kang Yu away saying girl time. Kang Yu was flustered and said sis. Luna cut her off saying girl time. Before disappearing. Luna POV, if you don't like it blame Ye Pepto. I reached into a crack and pulled out Zephyr and Pandora, along with Selena. We got on top of her and flew away, Kang Yu said sis. This is, a dragon. I smiled and said of course. Zephyr looked at me and said mommy, where are we going? I felt warm and happy inside. I loved these little troublemakers with every fiber of my being. Most of the time, Cross is there to take care of the annoying flies, so usually I don't have to do anything. But it didn't mean I didn't want to. I was strong too. I hugged Zephyr and Pandora, kissing both their foreheads before saying we're going on a little adventure for a few days. Me, you two, Aunt Kang Yu, and Selena. Selena smiled and said where to Luna. I thought for a moment before saying let's go to the Diving Phoenix Empire. Selena nodded and flew towards the Empire, with Kang Yu's directions. I talked to Kang Yu on the way there, while playing with my beautiful kids. Sis, are you really okay with Yunche having more than one wife? So far, including you, there's 4. Kang Yu sighed and said what am I supposed to do? He's lecherous but he truly treats me well. He almost died for me you know. I was silent, that was true but sharing? I don't think I can do it, Cross was mine and mine alone. Why would I share? Plus, Cross wasn't that kind of person. After our talk in the Phoenix clan, we've been closer than ever. It makes me so happy to have him. Sometimes I remember when he was still acting cold at Hogwarts. Those were good times, dangerous, but fun. Kang Yu asked what about you sis? If Cross were to. I grimaced at the thought, I didn't like thinking about that. My elven prince loved me to death, I sighed and said sis, I don't think that will happen. Cross. Well, I think, even if he did start liking someone he wouldn't accept them because of me. Those were my true thoughts, I didn't really know how to feel about them. I absolutely did not want to share him with anyone. But I felt like I was somehow holding him back. I can still remember the very real fear in his eyes when he thought about losing me. It didn't make me feel good at all. My conflicted thoughts were caught by Kang Yu, who smiled and said you can talk to me, sis. I smiled. Kang Yu was a really good friend. She was a bit too nice at times though. I replied sis, I feel like sometimes I hold him back. He's very special and you could say that having more than one wife would be in his best interests but despite that he stays with me and me alone. I wiped my eyes as I continued I feel like he silently sacrifices things to make me happy. Kang Yu hugged me very gently, I smiled softly and let my eyes flow. Who else could I talk to about something like this? Cross would just tell me I was thinking too much. I sometimes wanted to look at his thoughts and see what he was truly thinking. I know he would never lie to me but for something like this. My intuition said otherwise. Maybe even he doesn't realize that he sacrifices so much for me? I thought that this could be the case. I don't believe he didn't even have a shred of emotion towards Hermione before I showed up. I think he might have crushed those feelings for me, and that made me happy but also sad because he could subconsciously be doing it again since we got here. Kang Yu smiled and said gently, having multiple wives is very normal here. I've seen emperors or kings that have dozens of wives. The saying goes, the stronger the man, the more women follow him. She sighed and added, I don't believe Chu Yueshan will be the last woman to fall for Yun Che's charms. I looked at her, this girl was hurting too. This made me think and I asked, how does that make you feel, sis? The truth. Kang Yu was silent for a few seconds before she said, it makes me feel like I can't help him. That I'm not enough. I gave her a sad frown and rubbed her back as she continued, wiping the tears from her eyes and saying, but as long as he loves me I will support him no matter what. I didn't know what to say, her thoughts conflicted with each other. She felt like she wasn't enough, but it was okay as long as he loved her. What about her needs? Her wants? I voiced my opinion, sis. Why do you sacrifice so much for him? What about your needs? Kang Yu smiled, it seemed to be happy? I couldn't understand, and she said, because I love him. That hit me like a truck. I was stunned. With all the knowledge I had from the rituals my mom did on me, I still couldn't understand what she was saying. Her voice and feelings, they were all poured out into that one sentence. I mumbled, what is love really? I wasn't expecting an answer by Kang Yu, gave me one anyway, sis. You and Cross love each other, and from what I've seen, your love is very deep. As if you were simply made for each other. But everyone has a different perception of love. For me, as long as Yun Che is happy, I will be happy. As long as there's a place in his heart for me, I will be satisfied. I trembled at her words. What was our love in the end? Kang Yu asked me what I was thinking. What about you, sis? I opened my mouth but nothing came out. I was confused for a moment before answering her. I can't even describe it. Every moment I'm with him is like I'm in heaven. When I'm away from him, I long to see him again. I want nothing more than him to be happy. I love him so much I would gladly exchange my life for his. Kang Yu smiled and I added, but to share him. I feel hurt, my heart squeezes in pain that I can't help him. As if I'm not good enough. I just want him to be happy. By the end I was a wreck, tears escaping my eyes like a dam just broke. Kang Yu smiled and said, sis, I'm not saying to accept others, but what if it does happen? What will you do? I froze, my mind went blank. I couldn't think of a response. Indeed. What would I do? I felt anger, sadness, before feeling helplessness. I sighed and looked down as I said, what can I do? He's my everything, I could never leave him. I love him more than I love myself. Kang Yu smiled softly and said, I sometimes wish I was you, sis. I jerked my head up in confusion. Kang Yu smiled and said, your bond with Cross is amazing. The way he takes care of you and pampers you. I could only imagine it in my dreams. Maybe if I didn't go through so much with Yun Che, I would be in love with your husband instead. I was startled at her words. I never really thought that I was so special. I knew he loved me, but to go as far as say I'm pampered. I had no idea. He never asks anything of me, he just gives. He gives me all of his attention, love, and care, and I ask so much from him in return. I started crying again. I felt awful. I know that Cross doesn't care and would do it anyway, but that doesn't mean I don't feel bad. What have I given him except my body and love? Nothing. Even from before, I haven't been a help at all. Possibly even a liability. Even now, I haven't helped him a single time. All I've done is take up space in the castle and leech off him. I looked at Zephyr and Pandora, who were looking at me with concerned looks. It only made me feel even worse. He gave me beautiful kids, he even gave me the chance to see my mom again, and he made a way to grow extremely powerful profound veins in all three of us, and yet I still ask so much from him. Zephyr and Pandora hugged me tightly. I was a mess. Why did he love me if I treat him like this? Zephyr said, don't cry, mommy. Pandora added, yeah, mommy. We love you. I shook and hugged them tightly. They were my life. I loved these kids to death. I was so selfish before, not anymore. I wiped my tears and smiled beautifully as I kissed the two little brats and said softly, I love you both. So much. Zephyr sniffed and turned away with red eyes. I smiled, he always acted tough just like his father. Pandora burst into tears and said, I love you too, mommy. Wah! I smiled lovingly. Kang Yu wiped her eyes and said, this is something I wish I had even more. I squeezed the kids tightly before letting go and saying to Kang Yu, thank you, sis. Really? Thank you. Kang Yu smiled and said, no problem, sis. I know you would do the same for me. I smiled, of course I would. I smirked a bit and said, I can help you with that. By the way, Kang Yu was confused and I touched her stomach. My finger glowed and I said, I made you more fertile. When you do it, you will most likely become pregnant. Kang Yu was startled before a gentle smile formed on her lips and she said softly, "Thank you, Luna." I smiled and Selena landed on the ground before shrinking down and wrapping around my arm. I held my kids and we all walked into the Divine Phoenix Imperial City. I spent most of the day shopping and walking around with Kang Yu, coming to terms with my feelings and trying to change myself into a better wife. I don't want to reply on Cross anymore, I want to help him, not drag him down. I felt refreshed and my conversion sped up, before clicking. I reached the Tyrant Realm. I smiled and kept my aura, it was good but I still had a long way to go. I felt like when I converted all my energy, something spectacular would happen. Something that would make me able to help him. I had to be stronger than him, so I could protect him from harm. I had a sneaking suspicion for a while that something very scary and very dangerous was waiting for him. Something that wanted nothing more than to destroy him. It terrified me to my core and I tried to see into the future and predict how much time we had or even what it was, but I was blocked forcefully. The block was gentle as if protecting me from something. But that only made me more worried because my suspicions were true. Something was trying to kill the love of my life and if he wasn't strong enough I would lose him forever. I couldn't handle that. I needed him, he was my other half, my true love, my everything. I shook my head, ridding my mind of those thoughts. I needed to get stronger, not panic. My intuition was telling me that the threat was very far away, we had enough time to prepare. It was good. As we walked down the streets, I saw a girl. I stood still and looked at the girl a little bewildered, the girl seemed to sense me and looked over. I looked into her eyes and was shocked, I felt like I was looking at myself from a long time ago. This girl was no doubt beautiful, I would even go as far to say that she was on par with me now. There was a strange flash in her eyes, she seemed to feel the same way about me. She walked over and said gently this. "Big sister, what's your name?" I recovered and his pint and grey eyes glowed as I said Luna, and you are? The girl smiled happily and said I'm Feng Shuier. Nice to meet you, Big Sis Luna. My eyes dimmed and I looked at Feng Shuier with a gentle gaze as I said nice to meet you, Feng Shuier. I think you should leave before your brother finds you. Feng Shuier gasped. How did you? A shout was heard. Shuier. Where are you? Feng Shuier jumped and ran away saying bye, big sister. Hopefully we can meet again in the future. I smiled softly and replied we will. Feng Shui's eyes flashed an unreadable light and she smiled warmly before disappearing. I sighed to myself and continued me and Kang Yu's trip, thinking about Feng Shuier. It was too strange, it was like as if she was my counterpart in this world. She seemed to be in her own world most of the time but I could tell that she knew exactly what was going on. Just like me, she often did drift off into her own world. This wasn't good news. I thought about Cross and then finally Jasmine. I sighed, they were the same with the only exception being Jasmine was a girl. I felt strange, if Feng Shuier was me and Jasmine was Cross in this world then what would happen? I rubbed my forehead, I didn't like what I saw in the future but I had to accept it. I smirked to myself, just because I can accept it doesn't mean I have to tell him that, do I? I felt a little sneaky doing this but, it was up to Cross in the end. We continued walking and ignored the drooling looks, I can see why Cross got so angry all the time. Weren't these people just too rude? A man stepped in front of us and said you are very beautiful. Come with me and be my wife. I was disgusted, wasn't this guy too forward? I smiled politely and said thank you, but as you can see, I'm already married and have children. I cannot, sorry. And I walked away, who would have thought the man grabbed me and said bah. What husband, I'll kill him. He's trash, come with me instead. I turned around and said in an ice-cold tone who the fuck do you think you're talking about? The man sneered you're worthless huss. I had enough and slapped out my hand. The man, the street and the building behind him were obliterated. There wasn't even a speck of dust left. I snorted and said an ant has no business talking bad about my husband. As I walked away with Kang Yu while the kids looked at me in awe. I smiled inwardly, I guess I'm a pretty badass mom. With that thought, I enjoyed the rest of our girl time before leaving the Divine Phoenix Empire and going back, feeling refreshed and excited for the future. 95. The effects of Felix Felicis. Cross was walking with Yunche in the Heaven Basin secret realm, kinda bored. He was invisible and instructed Ling Ji to go and face as many beasts as he could. He told him that if he died he shouldn't tell anyone in the underworld he was his disciple as he would be embarrassed when he died. Ling Ji didn't know how to feel about that, but listened anyway and left by himself. Cross left a string on him and watched what he went through. While he said he didn't care if Ling Ji died, he would look bad if his disciple died, wouldn't he? He still hadn't taught him any moves yet, mainly because he was still working on them himself, and if he couldn't do them then wouldn't he be embarrassed? Currently, though, Cross was walked next to Yunche, completely invisible and undetected. Yunche wanted to take care of some people and Jasmine sealed her strength so that she wouldn't get any poison flares anytime soon. She fully trusted Cross to keep Yunche alive if something happened. Cross silently let out a breath of relief. If she died, wouldn't he lose a sparring partner? He spread out his mantra while had explosive growth merging with his divine sense and spanning hundreds of miles, he could still slightly predict a second or two in the future. He saw King Yu following Yun Che secretly with a nervous expression inside. He might not like her because of the laws, but her true personality without the frozen heart art was truly just a gentle and shy girl. He didn't feel bad about his actions before because she was truly too arrogant. Only after he wiped the frozen heart art out of existence did she truly blossom. It was quite refreshing to see her flustered over a boy. Cross watched as two boys appeared. Yun Che ridiculed them and they attacked. They were in a disadvantageous position and a spear flew through the air towards Yun Che, who lifted one of the boys. The spear exploded his body and Yun Che laughed. A man appeared and was beyond angry. He attacked Yun Che, but King Yu stopped him before running away with Yun Che. Cross watched before waving his hand. The man turned around and pierced the other boy before Cross walked away to Yun Che's position. Cross appeared next to the running Yun Che and King Yu and looked at King Yu and thought. The man chased after them and Yun Che said, King Yu, my wife, run. You don't have to die with me. King Yu shouted with tears in her eyes, I'm not leaving you. Yun Che was shocked by her emotional turnaround and thanked Cross in his heart. Cross appeared in the air and said, that's enough, old man. Why do so far just to die? Isn't it nice to be alive? Yun Che relaxed and King Yu dragged him away. The man said, who are you? Cross scratched his stubble and said, I think they call me the Reaper outside. The man started trembling and Cross waved as he said, well anyway, you can ask the people in hell for more information. The snow around him transformed into a giant beast. Cross couldn't tell what the beast was, but it gave him a warm and familiar feeling, which confused him. The unknown beast devoured the man and crushed his entire being into nothingness, spitting out a storage ring before dissipating. Cross caught the ring and looked at the space where the beast disappeared. Why did that beast feel like kin? He floated after Yun Che, swaying slightly and dropping. Flying was tougher than he thought. He continued to think about the beast as he dropped from the sky in front of Yun Che. He flipped and landed on one knee with his fist in the ground. Yun Che and King Yu clapped. Cross stood up and said, whoever that was is dead. I took his ring, but... His face was awkward as he threw it over. Yun Che was excited and looked inside before spitting out blood and shouting he liked to dress as a woman. King Yu opened her mouth in shock and Yun Che threw all the woman clothes out of the storage ring before keeping the rest with a sour face. Cross chuckled and looked through at the clothes before his eyes lit up and he laughed. Yun Che said, Cross, you're not going to wear those, are you? Cross choked and smacked him saying, do I look like I wear woman clothes? Yun Che looked him up and down. He was wearing a black hoodie, white shirt, black shorts and his signature pink fluffy bunny slippers as usual. Yun Che shook his head and Cross took out a vial with a yellow liquid inside. Yun Che asked, what's that? Cross grinned and said, this my little brother is Felix Felicis. Go on. Ask me what it does. King Yu asked meekly, what does it do? Cross smirked and said, as my former professor has said, one sip and you should find that all of your endeavors succeed. Well, at least until the effects wear off. Another name for this particular potion is liquid luck. Yun Che and King Yu's eyes widened and Yun Che shouted, what? Cross smirked and drank the potion before crushing the vial. He felt energized and indescribable, like everything would go his way. He used a version of Felix Felicis he made himself. He still had a space bottle of it and the one Slughorn gave him was in a memories cabinet in the castle. Still unused. Cross smiled goofily and said, what are you guys waiting for? We have treasures to find. He walked forward and tripped over a root, falling face first into the woman's clothes. Yun Che laughed and said, looks like it doesn't work. Ha ha ha, the root uprooted and revealed 10 7-colored flowers. Cross picked his head up and was biting on a storage ring. Yun Che was beyond stunned. Jasmine watched from the pearl and shouted, 10 7-colored purity flowers. Yun Che said, what are 7-colored purity roses? Jasmine gulped and said, only the second most heaven-defying elixir in the entire world. The first being the 9 Colorado. 5 of the 10 7-colored purity flowers glowed and became 9-colored purity flowers. Jasmine fell to her knees and mumbled in disbelief, 9-colored purity flowers. Cross sat up and a pie fell from the sky, landing in his lap. Yun Che slapped himself, a literal pie falling from the sky. Cross smiled and said, oh. A pie. Cool. As he split it in 4 and shared with the others and Jasmine. Cross looked in the ring to see a jade slip and nothing else. He took out the jade and read it as he ate the pie. It was a divine forging method called Void Forge. Cross smiled and learned it instantly. The jade slip crumbled away and Cross felt enlightened as he finished the pie. He crossed his legs and his conversion kicked into overdrive while he used this opportunity to modify his movement technique with Star God's Broken Shadow and his teleportation ability. He had been working on it already. He named it Void Step. Basically, he would move so fast he would shatter space and teleport while also leaving after images when he stepped. The first level had 1 step, the second had 3, the third had 9, the fourth had 27, and the fifth had 81. The fifth step was extremely complicated, but if does correctly, he could theoretically take 1 step and up a million miles away. The steps were different movements that would need to be done. It was an extremely complicated process, even making it, let alone performing it. The movement technique was meant to be graceful and ethereal, while also tyrannical and arrogant. It gave a weird sense of being perfect, as the two appearances were the complete opposite. During the little bout of enlightenment, Cross managed to complete the first 2 levels and made it possible to be used without his teleportation ability or an affinity to space. He stood up and stepped before being a few feet away instantly, while an afterimage was left behind. Jasmine ate the pie and went into a daze as she mumbled enlightenment. Pie. Before executing Star God's broken shadow, 7 shadows appeared. Yunche directly broke through to the 3rd stage of the Great Way of the Buddha and King Yu broke though to Earth Profound Realm 5th level. Cross picked the 10 flowers and gave a 9-colored one to Yunche, a 7-colored one to King Yu, and ate a 9-colored one himself. Cross trembled and his body exploded with 9-colored light. Black goo gushed out of his body and his realm skyrocketed into the Emperor Realm 5th level. Yunche and King Yu ate the flowers and their impurities gushed out before their cultivation took a massive leap. Yunche went from Spirit 1st level to Spirit Peak, while King Yu went to Earth Peak. Cross smiled and waved, a bubble of water fell on top of them all and washed away all the black impurities before it became a hot wind bubble and dried them off. Cross whistled happily as he continued walking, flickering with each step. The 7 other flowers were stored in his medicinal garden and told to be taken good care of. Cross found out that the garden had a time warp inside and any plant could grow inside, no matter what. He harvested the flower pods and planted them into the dirt while planting the root back in the dirt and leaving the other flowers inside to grow. Cross felt amazing as they continued their adventure. Yunche held King Yu's hand and followed along. She blushed and smiled a bit as they continued. After a bit of walking, Cross tripped again. Yunche got excited and said maybe he'll trip right into a supreme god's inheritance. Cross got up and smiled goofily. Nah, just a lotus. King Yu looked over and gasped, that's an Emperor's Heart Lotus. Yunche said, Emperor's Heart Lotus. King Yu explained how heaven-defying it was and Yunche was shocked before saying, King Yu, my wife. You must take this. You are at Earth Peak, if you eat this you might jump a whole realm. King Yu looked at Yunche with watery eyes and said, You want to give this priceless treasure to me? But Yunche said seriously, I am your husband. Obediently take it. King Yu's heart warmed and she blushed heavily as she slowly nodded, taking the lotus and storing it in her storage ring. She looked at Yunche and she lightly kissed his cheek before stepping away with a bashful expression. Yunche froze in shock before rubbing his cheek with a small smile, looking at King Yu, who smiled shyly and looked away. Cross was lifted into the ground by a huge beast. Cross said, Whoa! A tyrant beast! His eyes widened. A tyrant beast! Ah ha ha ha, I found one! The tyrant beast suddenly trembled and felt fear. Well, that was the last thing it would ever feel because Cross killed it with a single slap and dug out the core with a happy expression before cutting up the beast and taking the meat. Yunche and King Yu were startled, scared, and then stunned. Yunche laughed to himself and said, I almost forgot about that. King Yu gulped and said, he's pretty strong at. Yunche nodded and Cross picked up a blue ball type thing. Yunche's eyes popped out of their sockets and fell to the ground in shock as he stared at the blue orb. It was an evil god seed. How fucking good was this luck potion? Cross threw the orb into Yunche's mouth and started roasting the tyrant beast's meat while whistling. King Yu looked at Cross and said, was that a treasure? Cross replied, just a seed really. Want some meat? King Yu walked over and said, I thought you didn't like me. Cross said, I don't. Well, I didn't. I erased your memories of the frozen heart art, now you're a normal person with emotions and feelings. You won't try and become a robot anymore and your original temperament is gentle and shy, not arrogant and cold. I don't understand the appeal, why seal away your emotions? King Yu said, for power. Cross looked at her and sneered, yet and then what? When you're the most powerful person in the entire universe, what will you do? King Yu shrugged cutely. Cross patted her head and said, nothing. Because you have no desires. What's the point of being powerful at the cost of your humanity? You are basically a beast in human skin. Cross looked at her in a rare moment of gentleness as he said, why do you cultivate, King Yu? King Yu was a bit startled by the change in tone but still replied, to find my mother. Cross smiled softly and said, and when you found her but all your emotion and desires were gone, what was the point in finding her in the first place? You don't care about her anymore as you cut off everyone important to you, and you wouldn't care about her in the future because you have no desire to do so. King Yu stood frozen and Cross shook his head and put in the final nail in her coffin as he said, wouldn't all your work be useless in the end? You would simply be a being striving for power without a goal, nothing matters, nobody to care for, going on until you die and are forgotten about by everyone. Every word rang in King Yu's mind like a gong and she was speechless. The way Cross put it really made her feel like an idiot. It also made her feel like everyone at Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace was an idiot too. Cross ruffled her hair and sighed, emotions are what make us human, sacrificing your emotions for power should be taboo. Without emotions how are we different from mindless monsters? He paused and added, without a goal, we walk aimlessly. Without desires, we are lost along the way. King Yu's eyes brightened and she entered a dazed state. Yun Che walked over and whispered, did you come up with that yourself? Cross scratched his stubble and replied, I actually did. Even I'm surprised to be honest. Yun Che chuckled silently, trying to not ruin King Yu's enlightenment. As Cross continued to cook the tyrant beast's meat with a smile on his face, happy he came up with something so profound. 96. Bottom of a cliff with a lonely girl. King Yu came out of her trance and smiled brightly. She bowed to Cross and said thank you. Teacher. Cross shook his head with a smile as he said, I'm not a teacher, not anymore anyways. Go on, eat. Before taking out 2 steaks and disappearing, leaving Yun Che and King Yu alone. Cross appeared in the sky poison pearl, he threw a steak at Jasmine and bet on his own. Jasmine started nibbling on the steak silently, he walked over and handed her the beast core as he smiled and said 2 to go. Jasmine looked at the core and trembled as she took it from his hands. Her eyes watered and Cross frowned as he said, are you feeling all right? Why are you crying? Jasmine's face heated up and she slapped him, flying shouting idiot. Cross landed on his face and slid a good few feet, unable to comprehend why he was slapped. He jumped up and cursed, fucking lowless. Jasmine flashed over and started beating him up with red eyes as she shouted, I'm not a lowly. Cross said, ah. Not my face, you fucking lowly. Come here. He flashed behind her and spanked her bottom. Jasmine froze in her face, neck and ears turned red before she started trembling. Cross smirked and said, I still got it. Jasmine turned around and glared at him with a terrifying expression. Cross gulped and backed away slowly before using Void Step and disappearing in the distance, running as fast as he could. Jasmine roared and left behind 7 afterimages as he chased him. A while later, Jasmine and Cross stopped and looked outside to see everything had changed. Cross had a serious expression on his face and he came to Jasmine's side as he said, did you feel that? Jasmine nodded and said, seriously, that's completely beyond my strength. Cross frowned and said, the last thing that happened was Yun Che eating the seed. Cross and Jasmine looked at each other and said in shock, soul fragment. Cross recovered and said, I wonder if he's still there. Jasmine just asked Yun Che, did you just meet the soul fragment of the evil god? Yun Che said, yeah, he took me. He voice cut off and he was in shock as he just heard a name he never thought he'd hear again in his life. Cross frowned and said, if he used his powers, I think that was the last thing he could have done before dissipating. He looked at Jasmine and said, you sealed your strength completely. Jasmine nodded and Cross nodded as he said, then leave it to me. Jasmine looked at him, a bit startled, so much confidence. Her cheeks turned pink and she just looked at him in a daze until he left. She clapped her cheeks and went to her bed with blushing cheeks. Cross appeared outside, he saw Yun Che threatening people. Cross walked over and said, what happened? Yun Che explained that these 3 were from some blockhead stronghold. The men shouted, Blackwood stronghold. Cross said, yes. And you were trying to capture this little girl. The men sneered and said, what can you do about it? Cross grabbed his neck and said, you know, children truly are my weak spot. He whistled and a skeleton flew out of the crack. The skeleton grew into a terrifying skeleton dragon. White nuzzled against Cross, who smiled and said, White, can you find where these guys are from? White turned to the 3 guys and put his head near them, before nodding. Cross smiled and said, go find their hideout and kill them all, as painfully as possible. White made a bone-rattling sound and flew off. The 3 men were as pale as can be. Cross looked at them and said, how does it feel knowing that everyone will die because of you? Does it hurt? Are you in pain? Do you feel regret? Cross tilted his head and said, why aren't you begging for mercy yet? One of the 3 knelt and said, PL. Cross kicked him and the man exploded as Cross said, come on, beg for mercy. Weren't you trying to capture the kid before? I said. Beg. The other 2 men were forced to their knees forcefully and bone-crunching sounds erupted from their legs. Yun Che took the little girl away and was playing with her, but he had a conflicted look on his face. King Yu was with him and smiled at the girl. Cross crouched down and whispered, why can't I hear your begging? Another man cried as he said please. Cross blew on the man and his froze into ice before shattering into pieces. The last man trembled. This wasn't a human. He was a devil. A demon. Cross smiled and said Imperio. The man stopped trembling and Cross said, go jump off the cliff. The man stood up and walked to the cliff before jumping right off. Cross dusted his hands and saw Yun Che hugging the little girl and crying. He had a sneaking suspicion but didn't voice it out. He only said in. She's only 10 years old right now. Yun Che froze and let go. The little girl popped out of Yun Che's embrace and said, why is big brother Yun Che crying? Linger will blow on it. As she blew on his eye. Cross clapped and said, what a precious little girl. Fuck. I miss my own. He sighed and walked to the cliff, looking into the abyss in grief. Yun Che chuckled and said, why don't you jump off? Bastard. Cross smirked and said, I just might. As he jumped right off, Yun Che shouted, big bro. Cross floated back up and chuckled, gotcha. Yun Che was enraged and grabbed him saying, you trying to scare me to death? Cross smiled and patted his head saying, so emotional. You're getting soft on me, aren't you? Yun Che clicked his tongue and let him go with a small smile as he said, you're the soft one. Damn bastard. Cross rubbed his nose and chuckled. A voice was heard, Ling-er. Where are you, Ling-er? A man appeared and Ling-er shouted, Papa. As she ran over. Yun Che watched her go and smiled slightly as he walked over. King Yu followed him but Cross stayed at the edge of the cliff as they talked with the man, who was named Su Hongshan. Cross looked down into the abyss and felt something look back at him. He squinted and could only make out two eyes with two different colors in each of them. He felt a pulling feeling as if the eyes were calling him to them. Yun Che looked over and said, Cross. We're going to Grand Wake Clan. Cross waved and said, have fun. I'm not coming. When White comes back just tell him to shrink and stay near you. Yun Che nodded and paused for a few seconds before saying, don't do anything stupid. Cross waved, naturally he understood. Yun Che nodded and left with King Yu and Su Hongshan. Cross looked into the void and maybe a space mark on the edge of the cliff before jumping down. He teleported back to the top and jumped off frequently, seeing if he could teleport back to his anchor from anywhere. He kept going until he reached the bottom. He teleported back to the top and let out a breath of relief before teleporting back down. He touched the ground with his slippers and looked around. He saw a cave with little tiger statues, a forest, and a sea of flowers. The flowers tried to suck in his soul, but who was Cross? The main character, that's who. Cross walked through the flowers, touching the petals softly, they brushed against him softly as if to say hello. Cross smiled and sniffled the flowers, inhaling an amazing scent. These flowers smelled terrific. He was greeted by a little girl. He looked at her and tilted his head. She had the same eyes that he saw in the abyss before. Cross walked forward and crouched in front of her, patting her head with a smile. The girl blinked and nodded slightly. Cross smiled softly and didn't speak. They stayed like that for a few minutes before the girl presented him with a flower. Cross smiled and took it before rummaging through his bag and retrieving the slave bell. His hand glowed green and he said softly in Elven, bless this item with soul nourishment, O great divine tree. A pillar of golden white light fell from the sky onto the bell. The pillar disappeared and Cross held out the bell on a rainbow ribbon towards the girl. The girl took it and held it close to her heart with a small smile. Cross tapped her hand and opened his. The girl put the bell in his hand and he held her little hand before tying the bell ribbon around her wrist. Cross smiled and shook her hand. The girl smiled at the crisp ringing of the bell and hugged Cross wordlessly. Cross patted her back and rubbed softly. The girl let go and her eyes arced like little crescents as she shook her hand listening to the bell's chimes. Cross patted her head and rubbed gently, messing up her hair. The girl pouted and touched her hair. Cross smiled and pointed at his own hair, then her eyes before his hair color started changing to yellow, red, white, and black. The girl opened her mouth in shock and pointed at Cross before pointing at her eyes, which were yellow and green in her right eye and blue and purple in her left eye. Cross pursed his lips and closed his eyes. His hair turned yellow, green, blue, and purple, before going to white like the girl's. The little girl clapped happily, the bell chiming as she did so. She was happy. Cross lifted her up and placed her on his shoulders, holding her feet as he walked around the bottom of the cliff. He pointed at the cave and the girl shook her head. Cross thought for a moment before reaching into his inner world and pulling out a book. He handed it to the girl, who looked at it in confusion. Cross opened the book and showed her the pictures. The girl read the entire book in 5 minutes before making hand movements. The book was sign language. Cross translated the text into common language of this world. The girl said thank you. Cross smiled and moved his hands to say you're welcome. What's your name? My name is Cross. The girl said I don't have a name. Cross signed, do you want me to give you one? The girl nodded and Cross said what about Artemis? The girl said Artemis? What is that? Cross smiled and said goddess of the moon? You have white hair and you're as cute as a button. The girl. No, Artemis smiled and nodded while clapping. Cross smiled and signed, why are you down here alone? Artemis said I can't remember. But I feel lonely down here. Cross frowned and said you can come with me if you like. Artemis struggled before shaking her head and replying I have to stay here to protect something. Cross asked protect what? Artemis took out a seed. Cross made a funny face and said you have to protect that? Are you waiting for someone to show up? Artemis nodded and Cross smiled as he said I know who uses those. You can give it to him if you come with me. Artemis shook her head and said I can't leave anyway. My soul will collapse if I leave the netherworld Yudambara flowers. Cross nodded but froze as he asked those are all netherworld Yudambara flowers. Artemis nodded and Cross slapped his forehead before saying I need one for somebody else. I want to keep the one you gave me safe. Can I have another one? Artemis gave him another flower with a smile. Cross smiled softly and signed thank you. Artemis signed thank you for the bell. I really like it. Cross signed back keep it on you at all times, it will nourish your soul. Artemis nodded and rubbed the ribbon with a smile. Cross asked what is that cave and that forest? Artemis said the cave had a big tiger inside and I don't know about the forest. Cross smiled and nodded as he walked back to the flowers and signed I'll come back soon. Then I will take you with me, okay? Artemis signed come back soon big brother. Cross put her down and signed I will. Artemis waved goodbye and the bell chimed again, making her smile. Cross waved and teleported back to the top. Artemis sat down in the flowers with a smile as she played with the bell, listening to its chiming sound. 97. Leaving the Heaven Basin Secret Realm. Cross reached the top of the cliff and looked around before teleporting to Yunche. He was inside a small wooden shack in the middle of a bamboo forest. Solinger jumped his shock and fell back on her bum. Cross chuckled and pinched her cheeks. Yunche smiled and Cross said big brother is going to give you something, okay? Don't move and close your eyes. Solinger slapped her small hands over her eyes and giggled. Cross smiled and laid her down before pointing with his fingers and poking extremely fast 54 times, opening up all her profound entrances. Yunche was stunned and said you. Cross chuckled and pulled out a little dress before saying okay, you can open them now. Solinger didn't feel her profound entrances open but saw the dress and squealed happily. Cross looked at Yunche, who was looking at Linger with a sad smile. Cross patted Linger's head and said see you later, little Linger. Solinger nodded heavily with a big smile. Cross walked to Yunche and dropped the dragon scale armor in his hands before teleporting to the sky poison pearl. Yunche looked at the armor and at Linger before a warm and gentle smile sprawled across his lips. Cross appeared in front of Jasmine, who was sitting on the bed and humming. He walked over and said I found an evil god seed. Jasmine was surprised and said oh? Let me see. Cross said I didn't take it. Jasmine was confused and said why not? Cross said if I give him everything, won't he just be relying on me forever? What happens when he reaches the divine realm? Jasmine was silent, indeed he was right. That's why she sealed her strength. Cross smiled and said I found something else though. Jasmine looked over and Cross pulled out a netherworld Yudambara flower. Jasmine froze up completely and stuttered that's. Cross smiled a netherworld Yudambara flower. Jasmine took the flower and her eyes watered up before tears escaped them. She tackled Cross and hugged him, before kissing his lips. Cross eyes widened and he pushed her away before shouting what are you doing? Jasmine said are you what? Cross touched his lips and stayed silent. Jasmine asked are you M? Cross cut her off and said I have a wife. His answer was short but far from sweet. Jasmine trembled and seemed to be about to cry for a different reason this time. She said but, it's diff. Cross teleported away, not wanting to talk or see Jasmine at the moment. Jasmine looked at the, now empty, space on her bed and felt lost. He looked at the flower in her hand in a daze before hugging it and curling up in a ball on her bed, bursting into tears. She didn't mean to make him angry, she was too happy and made a mistake. Though, she couldn't deny to herself that she did like him. How could she not? He got almost everything to reconstruct her body by himself. But she didn't care about that anymore. She cared about him. She was scared that he would leave and never come back. She felt awful, she shouldn't have done anything. Truthfully, this wasn't Jasmine's fault at all. Really the situation was very strange, because Jasmine was born and raised in a polygamous world, while Cross wasn't. Even though some purebloods have harems, they're not common at all and the ones that do are small families trying to make themselves bigger. They would even have their two kids become a couple because wizard genes don't get messed up like normal people's do when they have an incestuous relationship. Cross sat far, far, away from Jasmine in the sky poison pearl and thought to himself. He felt just as bad as Jasmine, if not worse. He had a wife and kids, they were his entire world. If he lost them he would probably lose his mind, he had no doubts about that. Was he angry? A little. Did he think it was Jasmine's fault? Not even a little bit. He blamed himself for being so close to her. If he maintained a distance between each other then they wouldn't have had this mess in the first place. Cross hugged his knees and thought about a lot of things. Did he like Jasmine? He didn't know. The thing he was most worried about was Luna. He felt his heart squeezing in pain at the thought of her heartbroken face. It made him not want to tell her anything, but he had to. It was his wife, not some woman off the streets. Cross was a big boy, he wasn't a kid that kept secrets from his own wife. Like Luna said a long time ago we're a team. He had to tell her or he would feel even worse, he could even develop a heart demon. That was debatably even worse than having Luna be mad at him for a while. He felt space outside change and looked up at sea. They were back in the Heaven Basin secret realm. Cross left the sky poison pearl and appeared outside. Yunche noticed his look was not good and didn't say anything. 2 days passed quickly. Cross left with the group and a loud shout was heard Junior. Die. As a flaming palm flew towards them, specifically Yunche. Cross was not in the mood and waved his hand, the fire disappeared and the man flew to Cross' grasp. Cross held his neck and said You gave me a good venting outlet. Thank you. He whistled and Selena flew over. Cross said find the Burning Heaven clan. Kill everyone, make the entire area a death zone for the rest of time. Selena sniffed the man and nodded before shooting into the air and growing as she flew off into the distance. Everybody paled and Cross looked at the man who was white in his hands. Cross said emotionlessly, it must not feel good to be the reason your entire clan is wiped from existence eh? Well, in your next life don't get in my way when I'm angry. Red lighting crackled off Cross' hand and the man screamed in extreme pain. Cross looked at the burning heaven group and flicked his finger at them. Their heads all exploded and they fell to the ground. Cross looked at the man in his hands and said too slow. He crushed the man's neck and grabbed the air above him, revealing the man's soul. Cross kept a straight face and joked, seems like you won't have a next life, unfortunately. As he tore the soul to shreds and burned the shreds up. Cross waved and all the rings floated to him before disappearing as he walked away towards Luna. Everybody moved out of the way in fear and Cross looked at Ling Ji saying, I watched you in the secret realm. You did very good. Ling Ji gulped and scratched his head as he said, I thought Master said he doesn't care whether I live or die. Cross said, if my disciple died on the first day, wouldn't I look bad? Come. Ling Ji followed him and Cross picked up Luna as he walked away. Whispers exploded after he left, discussing whether or not Cross was the feared Reaper. Chu Yueli trembled in fear and fell to her knees with a pale face. Chu Yueshan looked at her and said, what's your deal? Chu Yueli gulped and said, I offended the Reaper a year ago. He said he was going to make the palace pay dearly. Chu Yueshan said, oh. And that was it. She finally found out why Cross hates them. Her moron sister probably went on her, if you don't seal your emotions you're worthless speech. She noticed he had quite the short temper, he just obliterated a sect for basically nothing. Though it had nothing to do with her. Or anybody else really, if anything they were happy. The Burning Heaven clan were truly arrogant and despotic, nobody liked them really. Cross entered his room with Luna, the kids, and Ling Ji. Cross said, babysit the kids for a bit, little Ji. I want to talk to my wife. Ling Ji nodded and took the kids, who told him you're smelly. Ling Ji turned green, he felt like he wasn't going to have an easy time watching them. Cross said, we need to talk. Luna smiled gently and said, we do. Cross said directly, I fucked up. Luna was startled and said, what happened? Cross hesitated for a moment before sighing and explaining what happened. By the end of it he was about to cry. Luna stared at him, completely speechless. She could tell his tone was extremely remorseful and full of regret. This actually didn't make her sad at all. She was happy. So happy that she almost did a dance. She cupped his cheeks and said happily, it's okay, I love you. Cross was stunned and Luna said, I'll always love you. Cross kissed her and hugged her tightly as he whispered, thank you, Luna. Luna froze, she didn't think it was so serious. She felt a bit bad for brushing it off and kissed him as she said, always baby. Cross smiled and squeezed her tightly before calling Ling Ji back. Cross sent Luna and the kids back into the castle and smiled at Ling Ji saying, little Ji, come here. Ling Ji walked over and Cross pointed at Ling Ji's forehead as he said, I'm going to pass you my movement skill. I created it myself. His finger glowed white and a picture of Cross himself doing the movement skill appeared in his mind. Ling Ji was entranced and Cross smiled as he said, here little Ji, eat this. As he took out a 9-colored purity flower. Ling Ji ate the flower and Cross drenched him in a ball of water, cleaning all the impurities that came out of him. There really were a lot of them. A while later. Ling Ji was noticeably different, he looked like a new man. Taller, more slender, more muscular, and his hair was longer. Cross hair was currently white and short, while Ling Ji's was pitch black with a white streak and long. Ling Ji felt the changes in his body and fell to his knees, sincerely knocking his head on the floor and said, disciple, thanks master. He didn't know Cross was so awesome, he thought Cross was a tyrant or sovereign realm, but now he was unfathomable in his eyes. Ling Ji was truly happy and felt extremely lucky to have Cross as his master. Just the movement technique was something beyond him. A true divine art. Cross patted his head and smiled gently, little Ji, I'm sorry I have nothing else to give you at the moment. My movement skill was created by myself, I passed you the first 3 levels as they are completed, but the 4th and 5th level aren't finished yet. When I finish them I will give them to you as well. Ling Ji looked up and said in shock, master. Did you really create this yourself? Cross smiled and nodded in. I called it Void Step. He paused for a moment and added, theoretically if you master the 5th and final stage, you could travel 1,000,000 miles in a single step. But it's nowhere near finished yet. Ling Ji was truly shocked, it seemed his underestimated Void Step yet again. Cross asked, are you comfortable with swords? You have a sword heart and sword intent. Though I can change this for you and you can pick another weapon if you like. Ling Ji said, master, I want to use the sword. Cross nodded and said, I have a better sword for you to try. He pulled out some pig iron and some wood before using the Void Forge technique he got from that guy's woman clothes. Cross used his void energy and formed a katana with a sheath and all. It was pitch black on the outside with a gleaming silver blade. Cross handed it to Ling Ji and said, try this. Ling Ji held the sword with excitement, he could feel this sword was special. He had never seen a sword like this before. Ling Ji swung it out and said in shock, so smooth. Cross smiled and said, you like it. Ling Ji nodded excitedly and Cross said perhaps you would felt better with two. He made another one and gave it to Ling Ji. Ling Ji swung both katana and trembled on the inside as he sheathed them and held them in his hand as he knelt again. Cross smiled and said, I will make a sword art for you, go practice with those for now. Ling Ji almost cried and said, Master, you don't have to. Cross flicked his forehead and said, am I the master or are you? Go practice, brat. Ling Ji felt eternally grateful and left the room quickly. Cross rubbed his eyes and smiled softly. Hopefully little Ji could learn at least the first level of void step soon. He didn't have very high hopes, because he knew how complicated the movements were. It looked like a single step but the intricacies behind it were immensely complicated and difficult. He sighed and decided that he would leave Ling Ji to his devices and hope he could do it, if not he would simplify it again. 98. Fixing the frozen Moron Palace. Cross sighed and left the room, teleporting next to Yun Che. They were standing in front of a sword in the ground and some guy from the Heavenly Sword Villa was explaining that the sword sealed a demon under it. Suddenly the sword buzzed and opened, a strong suction force came from it and Yuanba was sucked towards it. Yun Che shouted Yuanba. As he ran forward and threw Yuanba behind him, getting sucked into the sword formation and disappearing. The elder sealed the sword again and everyone was silent. Kang Yu, Yuanba, King Yu, and Chu Yueshan were all pale as ghosts and started crying. Yuanba slammed his fist in the ground and cursed himself for being weak. If he wasn't so weak his brother-in-law wouldn't have sacrificed himself for him. He stood up and walked away, casting a lonely shadow as his heart was filled with grief. Cross watched Yuanba go and muttered that should awaken his veins right. The elder told everyone to disperse and Cross said, Palace Chief Qin, take Kang Yu back. Kang Yu had already fainted and Qin Wushang nodded as he took her and left. Only King Yu and Chu Yueshan were left. Yueshan grabbed Cross' shirt and snarled, why didn't you save him? King Yu also looked over. Cross chuckled and said, why do you all think he died? Some wives my brother has, they all think he's dead the moment something happens to him. Cross clicked his tongue and walked to the formation and touched it. He was silent for a few seconds before saying, yo. Yun Che, you all right? Yun Che replied more or less. Cross nodded and said, what does the demon look like? Cross heard a booming voice, who you calling demon, Junior? Cross chuckled and said, well, you haven't said your name so. The voice said Yun Kanghai. Cross gasped and said The boy in front of you is named Yun Che. The voice shouted, what? Cross chuckled and said, have fun Yun Che, I'll be back, sometime. I don't know how long. Yun Che replied, why? Cross was silent and said, I need to find something. Yun Che was silent for a moment before saying, Jasmine wants to know if it's her fault. Cross was silent before replying, I don't know. I will come back when I have an answer. After that he stood up and walked away saying he's alive and well, maybe he even got lucky. You should worry about yourselves. Selena flew back and Cross said done. Selena nodded and Cross waved, she flew into the crack and disappeared. Cross was surprised when he saw White inside, he must have went inside when he finished last time. Good thing too, he almost forgot about him. Cross wrote a letter and threw it in the air, it flew away and disappeared, going to Qin Wushang. Chu Yueshan and King Yu left after Cross said that Yun Che was fine. Cross looked at their backs and mumbled to himself before becoming invisible and following after them. Chu Yueshan returned to her room and threw up right on the floor. Chu Yueli ran in and said, sister. Are you okay? I brought Grandma Chueli to see you. An old woman walked in and smiled warmly as she said, hello, Yueshan. Chu Yueshan trembled and backed away saying, I'm fine. Grandma Chueli shook her head and said, you're pregnant. Yueli froze and Yueshan trembled in fear at her hidden secret. Grandma Chueli smiled and said, congratulations. Before leaving, fulfilling her purpose to the plot. Yueli shouted, sister. You. Yueshan shouted, shut up. We will return to the sect immediately. As she stormed out of the building. Cross chuckled and followed Yueshan as the frozen morons flew back to the sect. A few days later. Cross was standing on a string, over a kneeling Yueshan and a stern-looking woman. The woman seemed to be the palace mistress, well not for long anyway. The woman shouted in fury, do you really think that you can successfully birth the child if I don't make you abort it? Do you know why our Frozen Cloud Immortal Palace had never allowed disciples to marry? The so-called falling in love will affect the Frozen Cloud Art's cultivation, is purely an excuse. The most important reason, firstly, is that it would transfer the Frozen Cloud Art to others. Secondly, cultivating Frozen Cloud Arts will chill the internal organs within the body. Even though one could conceive, within 2 months at most, the fetus would die in the abdomen. Furthermore, this place is located in the extreme north of Blue Wind Empire, and the chilling cold seeps through the bones all year long. Even if you don't have Frozen Cloud Arts, the fetus would still die from the chill. Whether you abort the fetus or not, the result would be the same. Cross rolled his eyes and Yueshan trembled, before pointing her 2 fingers at her chest and her danshan. Cross eyes widened as Chu Yueshan destroyed her cultivation completely. The woman was shocked and said You. Why go so far? Even the other disciples were shocked. Chu Yueshan smiled weakly and said because he made me feel loved, he made me feel like a woman. 10 days, years, decades, they all feel like a single day here. It's always the same. She told her story of what happened to her and the woman was getting angrier and angrier. The woman finally said get out. Get out. Pretend I never took you as a disciple. Leave this place immediately. Yueshan stood up but before she could say anything a chuckle was heard. Yueli fell to the ground in fear and Yueshan looked up to see Cross crouching in mid-air. The woman looked up and shouted a man. Cross replied snappily you there, woman. Have you never seen a man before in your life? Calm down, you're so fucking annoying with your shrill voice. The disciples gasped and the woman trembled in rage. Cross snickered and Yueshan said can you not? She was like a mother to M. Cross tilted his head and said are you really that stupid, little fairy? Yueshan was stunned and Cross smiled as he said she didn't let you go. She sent you to your death. I've been following you from the Sword Villa, if I was to walk it would take me 6 months to leave this ice hell. You think you, a woman without profound strength and pregnant, will survive? Cross wiggled his finger and said this is a sinister move to send you to your death and have you thank her for it. It's like you got sold into slavery and then thanked the person who sold you. He turned to the woman and said plus, I still wouldn't let her go even if she was a nice person. Cross blurred and appeared in front of the woman, holding her up by her neck as he said you've been hurt by a man before at? Is it very painful? Do you want to see him again? Well you're in luck. I'm giving out reincarnation for free. A single slap to reunite with your loved ones, and another to send you across the bridge of lost memories. Yueli shouted don't touch the mistress. As she attacked him, Cross slapped her away and said I will deal with you later, you stupid woman. Do you think I don't know you ratted your own sister out, knowing the consequences? Yueli slammed into a wall and her face turned white in fear. Cross aura exploded out and forced everyone to kneel, except Yueshan and King Yu. Cross chuckled evilly and said when I'm done with you all the Frozen Moron sect will require a name change. The disciples trembled and Cross turned to the woman as he said with a big smile so, what will it be? For a limited time only, my services are free. The woman was in terror and Cross snapped his finger saying I almost forgot. The special for you today is only death. As he slapped her, obliterating her existence in its entirety. Not even blood or a soul was left. The disciples were terrified, Cross waved and Yueshan flew to his side, a warm air surrounded her as he said honestly, you're so dumb. You just believe everything that old hag said. But I admire you. You have increased my opinion of you. I'm proud to have such a sister-in-law. Yueshan blushed and turned her head saying not yet. Cross chuckled and shook his head saying already. Time to start the reformation. He waved and all the disciples flew in the air and bunched up together. Excluding Yueli and King Yu. King Yu walked to Cross' side and said what are you going to do? Cross smiled and said you should all feel lucky actually. I'm fixing the mistake you all made he waved his hand and said obliviate. Cross explained what I have just done was erase Frozen Heart whatever from your minds. All the progress you've made has been wiped away. King Yu said you did that to me. Cross nodded and said of course. You remember what I said don't you? King Yu nodded and Cross turned back to the girls, who were looking at him in fear. Cross cleared his throat and said don't worry little girls. I will make everything better. His tone was a bit strange as he said that. He floated in the air and his eyes turned gold as he took out the bucket of Vila blood, a blue feather, and spit out a sliver of green crystalline liquid. He made hand symbols and runes flew out surrounding the girls as he shouted bloodline change ritual. He looked down on the girls as he smirked as of today, your fates change. You will no longer be human. But magical creatures. He looked up and clapped his hands as he said let's bring Vila into this world, shall we? The blood flew out of the bucket endlessly and formed a ball above the girls. Cross waved his hand and the phoenix feather melted down into the blood, turning it light blue. Cross threw the green crystalline liquid in it as well and the light blue blood ball sparkled. Cross chanted in Elven change these poor humans into their true selves. Bloodline transformation. The light blue ball of sparkling blood washed over all the girls and encased them all in light blue blood cocoons as the runes lit up and sank into each cocoon before flashing gold and disappearing. Cross landed back on the ground and started chuckling. Yueshan asked what did you do? Cross smiled and said just as I said. They are no longer human, but Vila. King Yu asked what's a Vila? Cross chuckled and said you'll see the blood cocoons burst and revealed the group of girls but they looked even more beautiful now and each of them had a thing long tail with different shaped tips. Cross chuckled at his creations and said get up, filthy things. The girls got up and blushed, Yueshan, King Yu, and Yueli were stunned. Cross said don't look at me like that. A word of warning, if you happen to get mad you will become a harpy until you relax. Yueshan asked what's a harpy? Cross replied their arms will turn into wings, their legs will become talons like a bird and they will be very cruel. But both forms are exceedingly beautiful. The girls blushed again and Cross said anyway, you all have emotions and because I was feeling generous, you are naturally inclined to the ice element. Bring me your frozen garbage arts. A girl sped away and came back with a book. Cross took the book and read through it in 5 minutes as he said you actually practiced this. What a joke. He pulled out a jade slip and imprinted his corrections before taking out several dozen more jade slips and copying the first one. He threw the book away as if it was garbage and threw the jade slips to the girls as he said your cultivation has been wasted, you will recultivate with this new ice art. I call it Ice Fairy Record. It has movement techniques, attacking, ice arts, everything you need. Now get out of my sight, you all disgust me. The girls dispersed with a blush. Cross dusted off his hands as if he just touched something dirty. Yueshan felt her mouth twitch as she said what? Cross answered before she even asked those little vixens. Veela have a natural ability to charm men. Their songs are highly regarded as the most beautiful sound in the world. Yueshan had a weird look on her face as she said you turned them into whores. Cross shook his head and said nope. Their species is very special, once they fall in love it is impossible to betray their lover. They would rather die than be touched by anyone other than their love. Which is the reason they're so famous as a species. There's a saying where I'm from to have a Veela wife is to have no worries for life. King Yu asked but if we don't have frozen cloud arts anymore what am I going to do? Cross handed her a jade slip and said convert to this, there's instructions inside. King Yu took the jade slip and said this is. Cross said if there's an ice fairy then there must be an ice god no? That's the ice god's symphony. King Yu was shocked and read the art before trembling in excitement. Cross looked at Yueli before saying what to do with you. Originally I wanted to make you a Veela like the rest but then you betrayed your own sister. You don't even deserve to become something like that. Yueshan looked at Yueli with a complicated look and Yueli was silent. Cross mumbled maybe I should just kill her and be done with it. Yueshan said no. Yueli looked up and started crying. Cross looked at Yueshan and said well then what? Yueshan said just let her be. Cross hummed and said very well. He looked at King Yu and said tell the rest of they practice frozen hard arts again they will explode and die. I put that in there. Yueli trembled and King Yu smiled and nodded. Cross grabbed Yueshan and said well, goodbye. Hopefully the frozen Moron Palace can advance now. Yueli said where are you taking my sister? Cross said that's none of your business is it? Who knows, maybe you'll tell everyone where she's going to try and get her killed. Yueli trembled and Yueshan was silent. Cross said at any rate, she will be my disciple from now on. Farewell. As he disappeared from the room with Yueshan, leaving Yueli in emotional distress and King Yu gawking at the Ice God's symphony in her hands. 99. White Lightning. Kashao. Cross appeared in the air and was carrying Chu Yueshan on his back, surrounding her with a warm air. He used his void step in the air and flickered across the sky. Chu Yueshan was extremely tired and fell asleep right on Cross' back. She was actually pretty tall for a woman at 5'11". She was an inch shorter than Luna. Cross was around 6'2" now. He was sure he stopped growing already as his body was near perfect. Perfect muscles in all the right places, bright eyes, smooth skin, silky hair, he was every woman's dream. Cross arrived above the sword villa and floated down. He saw Ling Ji and said let's go, we have to fix your junior sister. Ling Ji jumped and shouted junior sister. He saw Chu Yueshan and almost fainted. Cross rolled his eyes and kicked Ling Ji into the air, slipping his foot into his collar and dragging him away into the air. Ling Ji held onto Cross' leg for dear life as he shouted master. You're crazy. Cross laughed out loud and said I know. Ha 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 ha. Ling Ji did not feel comforted and shrieked as Cross sped up his flying process. He was still shaky and swayed sometimes as if he was drunk. This seemed to make Ling Ji even more scared. A while later, Cross landed on a patch of land. Ling Ji rolled on the ground and kissed it, thanking God for creating dirt. Cross kicked him and chuckled get up, brat. Your junior sister is crippled. Ling Ji jumped up and shouted which bastard. Cross smacked him and laughed she did it herself. She's pregnant. Ling Ji shouted which bastard. Cross smacked him again and said Yun Che. Ling Ji didn't shout anymore and clapped as he said in admiration boss is boss after all. Cross shook his head with a smile and laid Chu Yueshan on the ground. Cross lightly smacked her cheeks as he said little Yu, wakey wakey. Ling Ji was stunned at Cross' shameless words and he said little Yu. Cross snickered and Chu Yueshan opened her eyes and sat up as she said where are we? The first thing she saw was Cross' crazy grin. She was spooked and said ah. Cross smacked her head and said relax, little Yu. Chu Yueshan mumbled little Yu. Cross smacked her again for no reason before saying I'm going to heal your veins and make them better. Chu Yueshan's eyes fell out of her head as she said you can do that. Cross said confidently I, your master, can do anything. Chu Yueshan said since when did you back? Cross smacked her and said shh. Now was weapon do you like, little Yu. Chu Yueshan was sure she had brain damage at this point and she said a sword. Cross scratched his head in frustration and said to himself, why does everyone like swords? Who's going to inherit my supreme mace skills? Whatever, come here, little Yu. Chu Yueshan walked over and Cross didn't even hesitate before touching her body. He squeezed her arms, hands, legs, waist, before measuring her fingertips to the ground and mumbling. Chu Yueshan was blushing super hard but she couldn't do anything about it. Cross backed off and muttered to himself, limber, flexible, quick. His eyes lit up and he grinned before whistling. Buckbeak flew out of a crack and chirped. Ling Ji and Chu Yueshan were stunned at the creature they have never seen before. Ling Ji asked, Master, what is that? Cross smiled and stroked Buckbeak's black skull mask as he said, his name is Buckbeak and he is a death hippogriff. Cross smiled at Buckbeak and said, can you give 2 lightning feathers? Buckbeak shook his wings and 2 feathers fell into Cross' hands. Cross grinned and scratched Buckbeak's neck as he said, who's a good Buckbeak? You are. Yes, you are. Buckbeak jumped around excitedly and nuzzled on Cross' neck, stunning the other 2. Cross smiled and said, go back and cultivate. Buckbeak chirped and flew back into the crack. Cross pulled out some iron and purple-veined divine crystals he stole from some unnamed guy he killed. He then took out some wood and looked at Chu Yueshan before mumbling and taking out sapphires and rubies along with some gold. All the materials floated in the air and Cross melted down one of the lightning feathers, merging it into the metal before starting the forging process. Cross was paying much more attention to this weapon than he did to Ling Ji's. A while later, Cross let out a breath and a shining object floated down, revealing itself to the 3. Ling Ji and Chu Yueshan gasped in shock. This weapon was simply the most beautiful thing they had ever seen. Cross smiled at his creation. With Chu Yueshan's measurements and ability, a rapier was the best choice for her. Naturally only the best for his disciples. The rapier was the perfect length for her specifically, it was a long, sharp, thin, silver blade with a white sheath. The guard was a semi-orb with gold lightning bolt in the middle of a sapphire dragon and a ruby phoenix, which seemed to be worshipping the lightning bolt. The dragon and phoenix were of opposite sides of the blade and the handle was white wood, with treated dragon leather dyed white. On the pommel there was an orb that was half blue, half red, with a lightning bolt in the middle. Cross smiled and said, what do you think? You like it? Chu Yueshan gulped and nodded dumbly. Cross grinned and said, I call it white lightning. He handed it over to Chu Yueshan and said, immediately sit down. Chu Yueshan sat down and Cross waved. A blue drop of blood, a red drop of blood, and the other lightning feather hovered in front of him. Cross stuck out his tongue and a sliver of green crystalline liquid came out, floating up with the others. Cross merged all 4 together, getting a purple gold drop of blood that occasionally cracked with lightning. Cross explained, ice isn't for you. The fiery passion that burns in your heart can only be executed with lightning. Chu Yueshan said, but my veins, Cross shouted like thunder as he said extremely arrogantly, broken veins? Severed meridians? Crippled profound strength? In this world there is nothing that can stop me. Ling Ji and Chu Yueshan were stunned by Cross' extreme arrogance. He seemed to be as high as the heavens themselves. Cross pushed the purple gold drop of blood into Chu Yueshan's chest. He closed his eyes and pressed his hand on the center of her chest, pumping life energy inside. Yueshan had no time to think about where Cross' hands were as she was focused on the massive changes going on inside her body, a little worried. Cross said, the baby will be fine, it may even benefit. He pulled out a 9-colored purity flower and stuffed it into her mouth. Yueshan ate the flower and everything in her body seemed to melt away before reforming 100x better than before. Cross encased her in a water bubble and washed all the impurities away. A while later, Chu Yueshan was completely finished and felt better than ever. Cross smiled and took out a jade slip before imprinting all his understanding of the lightning element on it. He handed it to her and imprinted the first 3 steps of void step in her mind. Cross stepped back and said, little Yu, little Ji, I want you both to get used to your new weapons and elements. Little Ji, I accept you to make progress on your metal element, and little Yu, you should form your own understanding of the lightning element. I only gave you my understanding as a reference, you need to make your own judgments. The 2 nodded and Cross slapped Carl. A crack opened next to him and Carl shot out growling viciously. Cross smacked his head and said, what are you growling for? Carl fawned on Cross. Cross, you haven't called me out in such a long time, I thought you were really in danger. Cross chuckled and said, danger my ass. You live in the forest. Carl nodded and Cross said, I'll be sending hundreds or thousands of beasts in there, can you handle them all? Carl said, are they stronger than me? If so, by how much? Because I haven't had good exercise in a long time. Cross laughed and grabbed him, beating the shit out of him as he said, how's this for exercise, you moron? Carl shouted a honey badger abuse. Call the police. Cross laughed and said, can you do it or not? Carl grinned and gave Cross a thumbs up. Cross chuckled and said, go back, next time I need to exterminate a clan, it will be your turn. Carl jumped for joy and said dramatically, he loves me. He really loves me. Cross felt his eyes twitch and he kicked Carl back into the inner world. Ling Ji and Chu Yueshan felt their mouths twitch, watching Cross beat an animal. Cross turned to them and said, you will both be going to a very special place. My wife will watch over you inside. When I have everything prepared, I will let you know. Until then, get familiar with your new weapons and cultivate. Little G, I want you to compress your cultivation. Your foundations are good but nowhere near perfect. He paused and added, little Yu, your foundations are as solid as they can be. Don't rush to return to the Emperor realm. If you take your time, you will be able to beat your previous self with your hands tied behind your back and blindfolded. Chu Yueshan gasped and said, really? Cross nodded with a smile and said, why would I lie to my disciples? Now go inside. Love, could you? A crack opened and Luna smiled as she said, follow me. Ling Ji and Chu Yueshan followed Luna inside, the crack closing behind them. Cross let out a breath and looked around before mumbling something and disappearing. A few days passed. Cross had cleaned out the Scarlet Dragon region of its most powerful beasts and some weaker ones, throwing them into the Forbidden Forest. He also cleaned out the Wasteland of Death, leaving them all to Carl. Cross had thrown thousands of monsters inside, good thing he stole King Yu's small world because he definitely didn't have enough room for this before. Now, though, he didn't even fill up 10% of the forest. The inner world was simply gigantic now and it had subtly changed as well. Cross noticed some spirit elixirs started growing here and there. They weren't anything spectacular but they were still something. Cross had the house elves search for any spirit elixir and plant them in the farming area. A few days later, Cross was flying in the sky before he swayed and plummeted to the ground. He cursed. He really needed to get this flying thing down or his disciples would laugh at him the next time they saw him. But that was later. Right now, Cross smashed into the ground and made a crater. He groaned and crawled out from the crater to hear a soft and beautiful voice. He blinked and looked up. Seeing the pair of dream-like eyes looking at him, he said in confusion, Luna. 100, Chapter 100. Crazy. The girl's eyes flashed and she shook her head with a smile as she said gently, I'm Feng Shuier. Cross chuckled and said, sorry, you reminded me of someone else. I'm Cross. As he got out of the crater and stomped, the ground fixed itself and Feng Shuier was stunned as she said, Wah. How did you do that? Cross smiled and said, magic. I can do more, do you want to see? Feng Shuier nodded happily. Cross smiled and spread open his hands, showing nothing. He clapped his hands and pulled them apart to reveal a bunny made of snow. Feng Shuier gasped and said, a bunny? Made of snow? I've never seen snow before. Cross tilted his head and twitched his ears as he said, you haven't? Feng Shuier shook her head and Cross smiled as he handed her the rabbit, saying mysteriously, watch out, she doesn't like strangers. Feng Shuier tilted her head cutely and said, it's made of snow. The bunny jumped out of her hands and hopped around her, leaving a trail of snow and ice. Cross smiled and threw a snowball in the air. It exploded and a small cloud started snowing above them. The snowflakes fell on Feng Shuier's face and she sneezed with a cute expression. Cross smiled warmly and the snowflakes touched the ground before forming various animals made from ice and snow. The sad and lonely bottom of the valley turned into a winter wonderland. Feng Shuier looked up and held out her hand with an excited expression. She could feel the coldness from the snowflakes, the wet tingling sensation on her hands. It was real. It wasn't a dream. Her eyes shined with happiness as she hummed and started dancing. Cross watched Feng Shuier dance with a gentle smile. He felt strange. When he looked at her, he saw a younger Luna. A Luna with no worries. A Luna, who acted like she was a strange person simply because she wanted to. His heart throbbed for a moment before he suppressed it himself. He couldn't. Cross eyes flashed and dimmed slightly. He really couldn't. No matter what she reminded him of or how he felt. How would Luna feel? He knew she would feel awful and heartbroken. The thought of her sad face twisted his heart and made him hurt on the inside. He ruthlessly crushed his feelings before they could grow and kept a calm smile on the outside, watching Feng Shuier dance happily in the snow and listened to her beautiful hums. Cross smiled softly. He couldn't have feelings towards her, but that didn't mean he couldn't make her happy, right? He reached into thin air and pulled out a blue feather, a tear, and a drop of blue blood. His eyes lit up a golden color and he forcefully merged the 3 pieces of blue before adding his own blood and a sliver of the green crystalline liquid. He chanted with a low voice and the materials combined into a small egg. Cross smiled and said, Feng Shuier. She stopped and gave him a sweet smile as she replied, yes, big brother Cross. Cross' heart felt prickly and he grunted inwardly, crushing the feelings, as he handed the egg over and cutting her thumb, letting her blood drop on the egg. Feng Shuier strangely felt no pain and watched as she blood was sucked up with the egg that glowed blue before getting brighter and brighter until it cracked. Cross ran his fingertip over her cut wound and healed it as if it was never there, feeling her small and smooth hands that seemed to be boneless. He took his hand away before his thoughts ran wild. Feng Shuier looked at the little blue bird that hatched from the egg and chirped at her. She said, Cross answered an ice phoenix, since you love snow so much. You can have it whenever you want. And be happy, he added in his mind before destroying the thought without hesitation, keeping a calm smile on his face. Feng Shui turned her dream-like eyes to Cross with her mouth agape in shock, her beautiful eyes watered and she said softly, "You're giving this to me? Why?" Cross smiled and said, "You remind me of someone, that's all." Feng Shui looked into Cross' eyes and saw a flash of pain, but she didn't know why. She was about to ask, when Cross continued, "Anyway, I have to leave. Please take care of yourself, Miss Feng. Perhaps one day we'll meet again." Cross disappeared from the spot as fast as possible. Feng Shui felt like her heart hurt when she heard him call her Miss Feng. She didn't like it at all. She looked at the blue bird and smiled softly as she said, "You'll be Xiao Lan, we'll be friends in the future, okay?" Xiao Lan chirped and crawled to Feng Shui's shoulder and let out a few breaths, as if it had just done something exhausting. Feng Shui giggled and looked at the, still moving, ice animals as she mumbled, "Cross. What kind of person are you?" Cross teleported to the sky and flew away before landing on the ground and throwing up a mouthful of blood. Seems like forcefully cutting feelings isn't a viable option. He felt weak, but more importantly, his heart hurt. He didn't like this feeling. Cross stood back up and inhaled, sucking in the energy around him and healing his injuries before deciding that he would make an effort to never see her again. He had a wife and kids, he wasn't going to fool around with anybody else. What about his family? He shook his head and continued his journey. Unbeknownst to Cross, there was someone else watching the exchange and she was hurting more than he was. Cross continued his little journey, alone. He floated off the ground as he traveled around the profound continent. After his interaction with Feng Shui, he started to think a lot. What was his goal? Why was he staying in this plane? Why wasn't he leaving? Should he leave? A full year since Yun Che got sucked into the sword formation. Cross went back to his inner world occasionally. He sensed Luna was hiding something from him, but he didn't push her. He knew she would tell him eventually when she was ready. He smiled softly and showered her in love and care whenever he was with her. During his stays he would instruct Chu Yueshan and Ling Ji. He tasked them with only getting used to their weapons for 3 months, then cultivating for 3 months. The last 6 months they had to hunt for their food in the Forbidden Forest. They really were little monsters. Ling Ji's sword intent was sharper than ever and Chu Yueshan's rapier was beautiful but deadly. Good news was Chu Yueshan gave birth. A cute little girl she named Yun Yuxin. Everybody celebrated and recently Cross gave Chu Yueshan a break to cultivate normally while taking care of Yuxin. Ling Ji complained but Cross told him he would get a break when he was pregnant too. Ling Ji deflated, he definitely would never get pregnant. Cross used to stick to spar with Ling Ji and analyzed his fighting style, before making a sword art for him. Cross named it Twin Dragon Swordplay. It complemented Ling Ji's style perfectly. Cross also did the same for Chu Yueshan, naming hers Thunder Clap of Death. The whole point of the swordplay was in the single clap of thunder the enemy would already be dead. It was extremely strenuous and required extreme speed and flexibility for all the tricky movements. Cross had got Chu Yueshan a cultivation art, he created it himself of course, and named it Thunderbird Destroys the Heavens. It was an extremely arrogant name, but that's exactly what it did. It was a pair with the Thunder Clap of Death. The cultivation art would condition her body to be more limber and flexible, along with strong lightning arts. The art itself also made Chu Yueshan faster, by stimulating the nerves in her legs. Now this would be extremely dangerous, but Chu Yueshan's veins were made with Buckbeak's lightning feather. She could quite possibly be the only person in the world who this would work for. Needless to say, Chu Yueshan, if trained correctly, would be a demon who killed before you could even blink. Ling Ji complained that he didn't get an art that was so domineering and Cross explained that he didn't need one. The only thing he needed were his swords. Cross told him that swordsmen like him with sword hearts had to worry about one thing and one thing only. Their sword. Cross instructed Ling Ji to meditate with his swords on his lap. He told him to try and feel his sword's feelings. Ling Ji did as he was instructed and meditated with his swords like a good boy. Currently, Cross was sitting on a beach, by himself. Despite looking for tyrant profound beasts, he found none. He assumed they must be hiding somewhere as every forest, valley, cave, only had sky or emperor realm beasts. He was considering nurturing them to the tyrant realm before slaughtering them for their cores. Cross looked out to the sea and thought about Jasmine and Feng Shui. He felt his heart tighten and he frowned. This wasn't the second time either. He was tired and didn't want to feel like this anymore. He felt horrible for what he did to Jasmine and conflicted on his thoughts towards Feng Shui. Regarding Jasmine, it wasn't like with Hermione at all. If he was being honest with himself, he definitely had some sort of feelings for Jasmine. She was his friend, sparring partner, and he felt they were very similar in personalities. It was as if she and him were the same. As for Feng Shui, he couldn't say anything other than she reminded him of Luna but different. A sweet innocence and silliness that couldn't be covered up. Perhaps she acted sometimes for others, but she was truly the daydreaming version of Luna he met long ago. Cross felt confused. Were Jasmine and Feng Shui, he and Luna in this world? But why? What did that mean? How was he supposed to feel? Why did he feel an inexplicable comfort near Feng Shui that he only felt with Luna or after a while with Jasmine? His blood boiled and he threw up blood again. He looked at the red sand that stuck out like a sore thumb against the white sand surrounding it and sighed. He was married, he shouldn't be feeling like this. What would Luna think? Cross was jolted out of his thoughts by a voice. Do you want to know what I think? He turned around to see Luna with red, watery eyes, holding her fingers in a circle over one of them and looking at him. Cross felt like his heart was stabbed with a knife and he said Luna, Luna pressed on his lips and sat next to him. She hugged her knees and rested her head on his shoulder, looking out to the sea and watching the sun set, staring at the rippling reflection on the ocean's surface. Cross hesitated to touch her hand, feeling like she was upset at him. Luna grabbed his hand and rubbed it with her own as she said softly, I've been watching you, honey. I'm the only one who can see out of the inner world. I saw everything. Cross explained. Luna, I didn't do anything. I just want to stop feeling like this. I have you. I can't handle seeing you sad, it breaks my heart. It truly does. Luna held his hand to her cheek and kissed it as she said, baby. Do you remember what you told me after you came out of the Heaven Basin secret realm? Cross looked out to the sea and nodded. Luna giggled as she said, you were so proud you came up with that saying. I even saw your book of sayings. Cross froze. Luna squeezed his hand and said, sometimes you can be a really big hypocrite. You told King Yu that she can't go through her life without feelings, but isn't crushing feelings the same? She looked at Cross' face and he shed tears as he whispered, I can't lose you. Even if I have to crush all my emotions to make you happy, I will do it. Luna trembled and cried as her words got stuck in her throat. She swallowed and said with a shaky voice, Cross. Seeing you in pain like this doesn't make me happy. I. Cross stopped her and said with a smile, I'm not in pain, I have you. All I need. Luna cut him off and shook her head with tears as she said, I've been keeping something from you, but I have to say it, seeing you like this I just can't take it. Cross was stunned and said, what is it, love? Luna cried and said with emotion, I'm sorry. Cross was confused and Luna continued through sobs, I'm sorry, I'm so selfish. I'm sorry I ask so much from you but don't give anything. I'm sorry I can't help you. I'm sorry I drag you down. By the end of it, Luna broke down in tears and cried loudly. Cross was stunned and her tearful words rang in his head like bells. She's sorry? He was unable to respond, he didn't know how to feel. Luna cried and left, going back to the inner world by herself. Cross was once again left alone. He looked out to the sea and silently dove down. He, as usual, had no problem seeing in the dark. He sank down to the bottom and walked on the bottom of the sea, alone with only his thoughts. What was he supposed to think? He didn't feel the need for Luna to apologize at all. He was the one at fault, wasn't he? His head felt muddled, he didn't know what to do. He felt alone. He came up on a trench in the sea with a glow at the bottom. He sank down into the trench and touched the bottom. He walked towards the glow and the terrain started getting rocky as he continued. He came into a little clearing to find a brown egg with a little brown marble next to it. There was a cave behind it as well. Cross walked to the egg and touched the marble. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the earth seed. As soon as he picked up the earth seed, the egg started shaking before cracking open. Crooks looked at the little creature that came out of the egg. It looked like a blue shark, except it had a shell with spikes on its back, 4 webbed arms and legs that looked more like flippers, large manta ray-like wings, and a long serpent-like body. Cross reached out his hand and the little creature gave a tender cry before rubbing its head against Cross' hand. Cross smiled and said, Are you a Leviathan? The little creature cried tenderly in confirmation and Cross smiled as he said, How about I call you Levi? Are you willing to come with me? Levi swam around Cross happily and Cross bit his finger before tapping Levi's head and establishing a contract. Levi cried happily and drilled into Cross' flowing hair. Cross smiled and sent the earth seed into his inner world before saying, Levi, go inside the lake inside. It's much better than the sea. Levi peeked out of Cross' hair before swimming through the crack and diving into the lake, that was more like a sea, in the inner world. Cross smiled and looked at the cave before walking into it. Cross entered a black space, he looked up and saw 2 pairs of eyes looking at him. One pair looked to be from a snake and the other seemed to be a turtle's. Apparently they were one being, and an aged voice spoke, Young challenger, you are the first person to ever walk into my trial since I was placed here. Cross replied, Thanks. The voice spoke again, I am the divine Era Tortoise God. Do you wish to participate in my trial? Cross nodded and the turtle spirit said, Very well. The trial is very simple, there is only one task. Before it stopped, Cross was confused and said, What is it? The turtle replied, That is for you to come to understand, young challenger. Cross' surroundings changed and he was sitting in a field. He looked around and saw Luna playing with the kids. He smiled, then he saw something else. He saw Feng Shui and Jasmine playing with their own pointy-eared children. They seemed to have felt his gaze and smiled gently towards him. Cross trembled and looked away only to be forced to look at all the women and children. Cross watched them with a heavy heart full of pain. He felt guilty. He looked at Luna. She was his true love, there was no doubt, but she was sad because he never asked anything of her, which led her to believe that she takes but never gives. Then there was Jasmine, who kissed him, but he pushed away and left to cry because of his guilt towards Luna. He lied to his own feelings because he felt guilty. He left her heartbroken in the sky poison pearl and ran away from the problem. Which led him to Feng Shui'er. He crushed his own feelings and went against his own beliefs because he couldn't bring himself to be true to himself in fear he would lose the love of his life. He lied to her face and said they would meet again, when he clearly wasn't coming back. Cross cried and held his head, tucking it in his knees as he said, "It's my fault. It's my fault." He was shaking, his confident facade cracked and crumbled, leaving him with how he truly felt. He heard his own voice, "It is your fault. Look at what you did." Cross looked up to see himself with slitted snake eyes, and he saw Luna, Feng Shui'er and Jasmine crying, shouting for him not to leave. Slowly, Feng Shui'er's cries died out and she slumped to the ground with tears flowing from her eyes and her heart gouged out, being held out to him in her own hand. Jasmine was next, but her lips were sewn shut and her eyes were cut to shreds, blood tears flowed as she laid on the ground on her side, dead. Cross looked at Luna and cried as he whispered, "Please don't leave me too. I forgive you, just don't leave." Luna coughed out blood and she stuck her hand into her head, pulling out her soul and kneeling on the ground, offering her soul to him with both hands. Cross watched with blood tears and bloodshot eyes as her soul slowly dissipated, saying softly, "I'm sorry." That was the last straw. He crawled over as his other self stabbed him in the legs with spikes, while a bloodthirsty grin was on his face. But Cross was beyond crazy at the moment. He dug his hands into the ground and pulled, forcefully ripping his own legs off as he crawled towards Luna, Feng Shui'er, Jasmine, leaving a blood trail behind him. The other Cross expression flashed surprise, before he stabbed a spike into Cross' left hand. Not even a win-ce, Cross snarled and bit his left wrist right off, using his left elbow and right hand to continue, as if he felt no pain. The other him stabbed into his left arm. Cross pulled forward with his right arm and roared as he tore his left arm right off, continuing even if he died, it seemed. The other him didn't play around anymore and stabbed right into Cross' right arm. Cross grinned his teeth and looked ahead of him. He was so close. He stretched out his neck and dug his chin into the dirt, pulling extremely hard and somehow tearing his right arm off as well. He continued moving forward with only his chin. A spike came out of nowhere and tore his lower jaw right off. Cross continued with his teeth. They would have to kill him to stop him. The other him stopped his stab as Cross touched the blanket with his teeth. Cross continued moving forward and grunted, bringing Luna, Feng Shui'er, and Jasmine in front of him. He managed to smile even without a lower jaw as he somehow said, "I was such a fool before. At least we can die together." Cross fell to the ground and closed his eyes with a smile on his face. Suddenly he blinked and was in the dark space again. The turtle spirit sounded a lot more kind this time around and said, "Elven Prince, congratulations. You have passed the trial." Cross asked what was that. The turtle spirit replied patiently, "That was the heart demon trial. How do you feel now?" Cross smiled and said, "A lot better." The turtle spirit nodded and said, "That was the strangest way someone has ever defeated a heart demon. I have never seen someone kill their heart demon by dying along with it." Cross smiled and said, "I guess I'm special." The turtle spirit responded mysteriously, "More than you know, Elven Prince." Cross looked thoughtful at the reply but didn't ask. He knew this turtle would say something like, "You will find out in the future" or something. Turtles always act mysterious. The turtle seemed to feel Cross' thoughts and coughed before saying, "As a reward for passing the trial, I will reward you with 6 drops of Suanwu blood in a snake scale. It will make your skin as hard as diamond." A black drop of blood shot into Cross along with a scale. The turtle's eyes flashed. A ball of black shining blood appeared along with several long black spikes and a miniature tortoise shell. The tortoise shell sank into Cross and his skin got stronger at a crazy pace. The snake scale and the mini tortoise shell were feeding off each other. On Cross' back, at the top of the black circle, a black tortoise with a snake coiled around it appeared. It was just as lifelike as the rest of his tattoos. Cross opened his eyes. So far his blood was red with gold, azure, and black sparkles in it. It was very strange. He looked in front of him and saw the blood along with the spikes. He was confused and the turtle spirit said, "Well, the rest gave you extra. Why wouldn't I?" Cross chuckled and took the blood and the spikes, not knowing what use he would have for these in the future. The turtle spirit nodded and said, "You have been here for 3 months, Prince. It's time for you to go." Cross shouted, "What?" The turtle spirit chuckled and sent him out saying, "Good luck, Prince." Cross rushed out of the water, catching a bunch of fish on the way. He killed the strong ones and threw them all in the lake to feed Levi. He rushed out and landed on the beach. He was wearing his black hoodie, with a white shirt, black shorts and his pink fluffy bunny slippers. He was currently pacing back and forth, mumbling to himself with a hesitating look in his eyes. A crack opened in front of him and a haggard and skinny Luna walked out. Cross felt his entire being in pain as he looked at her. He blinked to her and hugged her tightly as he said, "I'm sorry, Luna. It's my fault you felt that way. I accept your apology, but you have to know that I love you more than anything in the world." He pulled his head back and kissed her lips deeply as he said, "You're my true love. My baby, Loony, honey, wife, psycho, partner, teammate, and lover." Luna was overwhelmed, she thought he was mad. She couldn't leave the inner world and she panicked, she couldn't sleep or eat for 3 months. But it seems that wasn't the case, she felt Cross had changed, if he was a moon before, now he was the sun, shining warmly and brightly. Luna looked at Cross in a daze as he looked into her eyes with so much love and affection it should be illegal. Luna noticed there was no more fear, only love. Cross smiled lovingly as he said, "Luna, my wife, I can't live without you. Will you promise to be with me till our souls expire?" Luna trembled and stuttered, "You mean?" Cross nodded and said, "Maybe, I will love others. Maybe, you will have to share me. Maybe, I'm being selfish. But, you mean so much more to me. You've been with me since I was the little elf from the streets, hiding my identity with layers of masks. My true personality hidden beneath them all." Cross held her hands and said, "Luna Lovegood, will you bind your soul to mine for eternity? Only to love me in the next life, and everyone after that, until our souls return to the earth and dissipate." Luna burst into tears as she nodded forever. As she kissed him, Cross hugged her tightly and their bodies flashed. Luna's soul had an elf imprint on it, where her heart should be, and Cross had a LL where his heart should be, but if you looked to the middle of his chest there was a monkey imprint. Very strange. Cross jumped for joy and spun Luna around as he giggled like a little boy. Cross put her down and said seriously, "I want another child." Luna slapped her forehead and said, "You? Really? Right now?" Cross nodded and Luna said, "How about we wait for a few years, until you're strong even in Jasmine's realm, okay?" Cross grunted and said, "That's ACC." His eyes widened as he shouted, "Jasmine!" He looked at Luna and kissed her lips as he said quickly, "Baby, got back inside and eat, you look like a stick. Where are those cute love handles that I love to grab?" Luna smacked him and shouted, "What love handles? Those are my hips." Cross chuckled and squeezed her ass and tits as he said, "It's been a long time, I might just ravage you, when you're better." Luna said quickly, "Wow! I'm starving." As she went into a crack, Cross shouted, "Make sure little Yu and little G are working hard." Luna's voice traveled over, "I got this, babe." Cross smiled and the crack disappeared. He jumped into the air and closed his eyes, feeling where Kang Yu was. He took a step and executed void step over and over again. He had to get to Jasmine as soon as possible, she was probably suffering alone in the pearl. 101.